Translator's Introduction. Labor is the living, form-giving fire, it is the transitoriness of things, their temporality, as their formation by living time. Karl Marx, Grundriss. The two texts by Antonio Negri, translated into English and brought together here for the first time, display a formidable capacity for compression. The Constitution of Time, 1981, originally published as the final chapter of the collection of essays Macchina Tempo, Negri 1982a, covering the period 1976-81, arguably represents the high point of the theoretical and practical work carried out over the course of a decade or more by Antonio Negri and his comrades and collaborators, while it also exhibits the productive aporias one the resolution of which would occupy Negri over the next decade. Kairos, Alma Venus, Multitudo, 2000a, Negri's latest book, matches the earlier work in terms of its force of concentration, drawing together in a single, dense text the results of the work that followed the Constitution of Time in the 1980s and 1990s. Kairos, Alma Venus, Multitudo was written after Negri's work on empire was finished, yet it represents a deepening of the conceptual assemblage provided in the latter collaborative work. Antonio Negri's writings are notoriously difficult in the Italian, and they become doubly so for a reader who is largely unacquainted with the debates of operaismo. 2 The situation has not been helped by the almost complete self-censorship of the Italian publishing world following the suppression of Il Movimento and the counter-revolution of the 1980s, which saw many of the writings of some of the major theorists of the 1970s, including those of Negri, disappear from circulation. 3 Raniero. Panzieri's Lotti Operae nello sviluppo capitalistico, 1976b, and extracts from Mario Tronti's seminal Operae e Capitali, 1966, were translated into English, if only in relatively obscure journals and collections, in the late 1970s and early 1980s but their isolation from Il Movimento, many of whose members were either in prison or exile, meant that they were never able to become components of a broader international debate and social movement. In recent years, a number of thinkers have begun to remedy the situation. 5 But the works they have produced, and even empire itself, would have failed to make the impact that they have made outside the academy had their publication not intersected with the emerging, global subjectivities of what, in Italy, has become known as Il Popolo di Seattle and the new cycle of struggles that has so far led from the American city to Genoa, Barcelona, and Florence. For the Constitution of Time, I have provided some further information for the reader, mainly drawn from Negri's own writings, in the translator's notes. In the case of Kairos Alma Venus, Multitudo, I have let what is a remarkably self-sufficient text speak largely for itself. Its development is driven by an autonomous logic, a cumulative composition, and exhibits constant feedback effects that perpetually unground and refound it. From first, second, third to nth foundation. Too many notes would only dislocate the consistency of the composition, as would too many external references. Conversely, the Constitution of Time is heavily interspersed with citations and references. While in prison, Antonio Negri used notebooks to jot these down from the limited number of books he was allowed to have at any one time. As he recalled in his 1997 introduction, reprinted here as an afterword, many of these notebooks were destroyed in the piss and fire of the repressors, for no other reason than that dictated by the revenge of a rabble of cowardly and ignorant prison guards. Despite his and my best efforts, it has been impossible to track some of these references down. The bibliography is thus reconstructed almost entirely from memory and guesswork. In 1981, Antonio Negri had been in prison for almost 2 years pending trial. He would remain there for another 2 before his election as Radical Party member to Parliament and, following the subsequent Chamber of Deputies vote to rescind his parliamentary immunity, his flight into exile in Paris. Perhaps these particular circumstances, in which re-education to virtue is reached through idleness, Kairos, as Negri would say with some irony when he once again found himself 2 years into an Italian prison sentence, 1999, 6 were those most conducive to taking stock of the theoretical and practical work accomplished over the preceding years. 2 different prisons, 2 different books. But it is not just the circumstances of composition that link these texts together. Nor is it simply the recapitulative force, the extraordinary compression and the desire to make sense of the intense years that preceded, common to both these texts, that make the present volume more than an arbitrary collection. It provides indispensable material for understanding the development of Negri's thought, not only that carried out in his years of exile, but also the collaborative work with Michael Hart, and for grasping the new possibilities for collective action in the face of the new imperial forms of capitalist accumulation, which represent the abiding concern of Negri's theoretical labor. Taken together, then, the texts elucidate the course of Negri's thinking from Marx Beyond Marx, 1979, to Empire, 2000, from proletarian self-valorization to the constellations of cooperating multitudes. The red thread that links the two, as the title for this collection suggests, is that of temporality. In order to situate the two texts translated here, a brief account of Empire is in order. The widely debated theoretical synthesis that Empire represents has been able to tap into and give rational expression to the optimism expressed in the new age of militancy that emerged in the mid-1990s, thus bringing to a welcome conclusion the short-lived triumphalism of the champions of the end of history. Taking up again some of the founding principles of operaismo, Hart and Negri argue that during the last quarter of the 20th century, capital has been forced to restructure in order to break the workers' and anti-colonial struggles that had shattered its previous regime of accumulation. Restructuring followed upon struggle. As Hart and Negri put it in their account of the power of the multitude, the antagonistic subject of empire, when the action of empire is effective, this is due not to its own force but to the fact that it is driven by the rebound from the resistance of the multitude against imperial power. Hart and Negri 2000, p. 360. Thus, the much vaunted triumph of capital that globalization is supposed to embody is not a sign of the health and creativity of capital, but rather the effect of struggles that could no longer be regulated within the nation-state. Capital's response to such struggles was to decentralize production, raise the mobility of capital and the relative mobility of workers, but the corollary of this was that the nation-state could no longer regulate the flows that now exceeded it. However, with the relative decline of the sovereign power of nation-states, sovereignty as such has not disappeared. Political controls, state functions, and regulation persist but simply changed its form. Empire is the name that Hart and Negri give to the political form of globalization. Crucially, what is at stake here is not the emergence of a new, perhaps us-based, imperialism. As Hart argues in an interview with the Italian daily Il Manifesto, imperialism constitutes a veritable extension of the sovereignty of European nations beyond their very borders 7 and is characterized by a complex dialectic of inside and outside. Point 8. On the other hand, with the notion of empire, Hart and Negri are outlining a radical paradigm shift. As they argue in a pivotal chapter of the book, Imperial Sovereignty, 2000, pages 183 to 204, what has changed in the passage to the imperial world is that this border place no longer exists. Ibid, p. 183. In other words, empire has no center and no limits. Rather, it is a decentered and deterritorialized apparatus of rule that progressively incorporates the whole globe. Ibid, p. 12. The constitution of empire is understood on the model of the mixed constitution that Polybius provides us with in his discussion of the Roman Empire, 1979, where the three principal forms of government, monarchy, aristocracy and democracy, are brought together. Their modern-day successors are represented by the International Monetary Fund, IMF, World Bank, the World Trade Organization, WTO, NATO, monarchy, transnational capital, aristocracy, and nation-states and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, democracy. This model is not meant to be understood as metaphorical, it is formally the same. Such an understanding of the global constitution allows for a modulated and non-univocal understanding of the lines and operations of power. 9 This global juridical constitution points to changes in the material constitution. In other words, it presupposes that capitalist relations had been expanding to subsume all aspects of social production and reproduction, the entire realm of life. Hart and Negri 2000, p. 275. 10 This total subsumption expresses the material conditions grounding the claim that in empire there is no longer an outside. Capital subsumes the whole of social life, and the emerging juridical constitution watches over the process, supervising and regulating the relations at a global level. The general apparatus of imperial command consists of three distinct moments, or what Hart and Negri term the triple imperative of empire, ibid, pages 198-9. The first element is the magnanimous, liberal face of empire, ibid, p. 198, where everyone is welcomed and included within its boundaries, regardless of race, creed, color, gender, sexual orientation, and so forth. By formally setting aside differences, empire seeks to neutralize much of the terrain of possible conflict. The second is the differential moment, where differences considered cultural and contingent rather than natural or biological and thus non-exclusionary are championed as a force of peaceful regional identification, ibid, p. 199. Finally, there comes the management and hierarchization of these differences within the general economy of command. No longer divide and conquer then, or often than not, the empire does not create division but rather recognizes existing or potential differences, celebrates them, and manages them within a general economy of command, ibid, p. 201. Yet Negri and Hart insist that the totalizing nature of the process leading towards the consolidation of empire should not be a cause for despair. In a paper given at the University La Sapienza in Rome, Negri went so far as to claim that this is damnably positive. It is a sign of freedom, a sign of the force of the historical processes that break open the infernal cage that is the nation-state. 11 For on the one hand, workers' struggles bring to an end the previous nation-state-based regime of accumulation. 12 And thereby reveal their ontological and creative power, while on the other, it is precisely the paradigm shift in the form of sovereignty that signals the emergence of the multitude as the other subject of empire, one that acts as an absolutely positive force that pushes the dominating power towards an abstract and empty unification, to which it appears as a distinct alternative, whereas empire is a mere apparatus of capture that lives off the vitality of the multitude, as Marx would say, a vampire regime of accumulated dead labor that survives only by sucking the blood of living labor. Hart and Negri 2000, pages 61, 62. 13. Multitude is both the pivotal notion of empire, while at the same time being unsettlingly under-theorized. In a paper entitled The Politics of the Multitude given in London in 2001-14, Hart spoke of the concept of the multitude being left at a poetic level in the former collaborative work. It would be hard to argue against such a characterization of it, at least as far as empire is concerned. An important and perhaps not immediately apparent feature of the concept of the multitude, one that is a useful corrective to the merely poetic understanding of the multitude, is its class content. Class distinctions are not, however, they're ready-made, they are always an effect of struggle. That is to say, class is a political concept. Hart takes the example of race as another concept that is determined politically, so that, for example, for Jean-Paul Sartre it is anti-Semitism that produces the Jew, and not any sort of essence or nature. But this is insufficient, for it seems to provide power with constitutive force, leaving the subject as a passive recipient of determination. Rather, race arises through collective acts of resistance, Hart 2001. Hart goes on to say that class is similarly formed through collective acts of resistance and should be investigated not through a mere catalogue of empirical differences but rather with the lines of collective resistance to power. Such resistance is not reactive, it is entirely positive. Hart and Negri 2000, pages 361-2, which is to say, constitutive. One should understand the multitude as a substantive multiplicity. Deleuze and Guattari, perhaps the major theorists of multiplicity, claim that the concept was created in order to escape the abstract opposition between the multiple and the one, to escape dialectics, to succeed in conceiving the multiple in the pure state, to cease treating it as an organic element of a unity or totality yet to come. Deleuze and Guattari, 1988 p. 32. The multitude understood as a multiplicity serves then, among other things, to separate the former from the notion of the people, in which the many are subsumed under the unity of the state. 15. All the same, the notion of the multitude remains relatively undetermined in social or sociological terms. I would contend that it is only through an exploration of the transformation of the class composition of the working class that one can arrive at an adequate notion of the multitude. To do this, it is necessary to pass through the articulations of the social or socialized worker that Negri explores in the 1970s and 1980s. 16. Indeed, at the risk of conflating the two, my claim is that the determination of the composition of the social worker is the condition for determining the composition of the multitude. 17. To see this, we will need to turn to Negri's The Constitution of Time before returning to this question at the end of Part 2. 2. The Constitution of Time was written after the long wave of struggles that began in 1968-69 had been thoroughly crushed by the state apparatus. Elsewhere, student and workers' struggles were shorter but brought important new forces into the cultural and political arena of many Western democracies, whatever the deformities produced by the entreism of some of these in the party system. In Italy, the state's response was one of brute repression. Il Movimento was defeated by the military power of the state. 18. Although it was the very intensity of the state's response that confirmed the arguments of Negri and those other theorists and militants who had been engaged in mapping the changing forms of class composition of the working class in those years. A new social subject was in the process of becoming hegemonic, one that had displaced the role of the traditional factory-based, skilled mass worker of the Fordist-Taylorist factory, and that refused the discipline of the factory and the mediation of its union representatives. This new subject came to be known as the social or socialized worker. Raniero Panzieri and Mario Tronti's analyses of the class composition of the mass worker in the late 1950s and 1960s in the founding texts of Operaismo had, in accordance with Marx's account of real subsumption and of the general intellect, 19 argued that the whole of society was becoming integrated and entirely produced by capital itself. The class composition of the mass worker was still largely determined by the technical conditions within the immediate process of production. However, Fordism's reliance on Keynesian regulatory mechanisms meant that the mass worker could not be understood independently of this politically determined mechanism that extended well beyond the factory walls. Keynesianism made consumption an integral part of production through its regulation of the wage, in such a way that the state took on a directly economic function, increasingly rendering consumption productive. 20 The reorganization of production that broke the hegemony of the Fordist factory, and hence of the mass worker, meant that the terrain of confrontation began to shift from the factory to the overall mechanisms of the labor market, public spending, the reproduction of the proletariat and young people, and the distribution of income independent of remuneration for work. Do you remember Revolution in Verno and Hart, 1996, p. 230. With the emergence of the socialized worker, class composition could no longer be determined by the worker's role in the immediate process of factory production. As Marx had argued a century before, capital's response to workers' struggles in this case, those of the emerging mass worker, would be to restructure its operations in order to bring an ever-increasing number of types of labor under the immediate concept of productive labor. Those who perform it are classed as productive laborers, workers directly exploited by capital and subordinated to its process of production and expansion. Marx, 1990, p. 1040. These were the conditions that allowed for the extension of the realm of exploitation across the social sphere. In the Italy of the 1970s, the political context and privileged object of the analyses of the later Operaismo, it became increasingly evident that the labor performed by the social or socialized worker was ever more social and cooperative, defined specifically by its mobility and its abstract, immaterial, and intellectual nature. 21 The new social subjects reflected or anticipated in their struggles the growing identity between new productive processes and forms of communication, represented. For example, in the new reality of the computerized factory and the advanced tertiary sector, do you remember Revolution, Inverno and Hart 1996, p. 234. It was thus plain that labor was no longer determined in and through the discipline instituted by the factory regime. 22 But this signaled that working class subjectivity was no longer determined immediately by capital, and that cooperation was no longer something brought to labor from the outside by capital but was inherent in labor itself. Cooperation is completely immanent to the laboring activity itself. Hart and Negri 2000, p. 294. Capital's operation of restructuring aimed at bringing increasing numbers of this new, complex form of socialized, cooperative labor under its rule, extending exploitation across the social totality. It is at this point that exploitation becomes the expropriation of the form and the product of social cooperation. Negri 1996a, p. 153.23. So the operation of restructuring, stepped up under Reagan and Thatcher, aimed to neutralize this new social subject, finding in its regulatory regime ever more effective forms of exploitation, while replacing the Fordist Keynesian model destroyed by the struggles of the previous decades. Against the mass workers' fight to delink the wage from the strategy of Keynesian accumulation, capital had mobilized its new strategy, one that saw mounting mobility of capital, the decentralization of production and an ever-increasing segmentation and disciplining of the new forms of mobile and flexible social labor. Now the models of regulation are extended along multinational lines, and the regulation passes through monetary dimensions which cover the world market to a continually greater extent. Negri 1996a, p. 156. But by restructuring production in order to bring growing numbers of subjects under its rule, capital displaced antagonism to a higher, more socialized level. This restructuring was a response to the transformation in the quality of labor immaterial, mass intellectuality to which capital had to make itself and its strategies of exploitation adequate. If the actions of the mass worker unmasked the state's direct involvement in the process of production and exploitation, it was only with the social worker that it became clear one had to raise the conflict to the social terrain. In order to combat more and more socialized forms of exploitation, one would have to attack the social relations of capitalist command themselves. The subsequent military and political defeat of the social worker merely confirmed the analysis of the new subject. The Constitution of Time is a bold reassertion of the theoretical and conceptual achievements of those years. As Negri puts it in the 1997 introduction to the book, the richness of the prolegomena on time consists simply in its being the summary of the thinking, within the revolutionary movement of the final years of the 1970s, on the transformation of the time of exploitation, no longer reducible to a measure based upon the time of use value, but, brought into relation with the new forms of social exploitation of labor power and with the new organization of social temporality. Having said this, it may be disconcerting to find the Constitution of Time open with a difficult but vital first chapter on Part 1 of Marx's Capital Volume 1. But Negri quickly abandons the classical, doctrinal figure of a Marx who had sustained the myriad theoretical debates of orthodox Marxism. The Marx of the Constitution of Time is familiar to us from Negri's seminal Marx Beyond Marx, 1979. In the latter book, his close reading of the Grundrisse and the 1857 introduction led Negri to formulate a number of methodological tools for understanding the transformations of contemporary capitalism. He also went to work on the notion of real subsumption and the general intellect. If we are to make sense of the importance of Negri's contribution here, we will need to take a brief detour through Marx's theory of value. In Part 1 of the first volume of Capital, Marx argues that if, in commodity exchange, equivalents are always exchanged for equivalents, it is impossible to understand how an increase in value is possible. Bar trickery and swindle, it is only by finding a commodity that produces more value than it costs that one can make sense of surplus value. Marx discovers such a commodity by turning away from the realm of exchange towards the hidden abode of production, Marx 1990, p. 279. This shift enables him to indicate labor power as just such a commodity. Labor power produces more than it costs because the capitalist, who pays in the form of the wage the cost of reproduction of the worker, gets into the bargain the worker's capacity for labor power for a full working day, which is fixed by a number of different factors, including the intensity of the class struggle of the time. Point 24 The level of surplus value produced is determined by the length of time that the worker is forced to work beyond that necessary for the production of the value the worker receives in the form of the wage. But, and this is where the problems begin, in order to calculate this quantitatively, it was necessary to have a common temporal unit by which labor power could be measured as well as a means of reducing the various concrete forms of labor to a simple unit of abstract labor. Point 25 Concrete or complex labor would thus be a multiplication of simple abstract social labor. The various proportions in which different kinds of labor are reduced to simple labor as their unit of measurement are established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers, Ibid, p. 135. That is, these determinations are immediately social. This is where we find ourselves after the first few pages of the Constitution of Time, and it is here that Negri intervenes in order to highlight the aporias in Marx's theory of value stemming from his notion of capitalist time as measure. Time measures labor insofar as it reduces it to homogeneous substance, but also determines its productive power in the same form, i.e. through multiplication. The central aporia is born of the failure of Marx's attempt to reduce the complex, material, qualitative elements of struggle, of antagonism, of new social subjectivities, of productive innovation to the analytic, synchronic elements. But by highlighting this aporia, Negri was able to show how Marx held the key to moving beyond the marks of classical economic theory. The aporia is resolved by displacing the terrain upon which it operates. The labor theory of value demanded that labor power existed, in some sense, outside capital, outside its disciplinary regime, and needed to be drawn in. One could only think of measuring value by understanding the unit of measure through which it would be calculated as formed outside the capitalist process of production and reproduction of society, as a use value relatively independent of exchange value. But historically capital had increasingly brought, subsumed, labor power under its rule and redefined the use value of labor power in terms of its exchange value. This is what Marx terms the specifically capitalist mode of production or real subsumption. Increasingly the real subsumption of society by capital reaches a stage in which it is no longer possible for use value even to be conceived of as independent of exchange value. Point 26. Given these circumstances, where is one to find that space of independence, that outside, which would be required to form the basis for any unit of measure? This is what Negri means when he says that the law of value is in crisis. But its crisis does not mean that its effects are over. What has changed is its form. With the subsumption of the relative independence of use value, one is immediately within the dense temporal umwelt 27 of capitalist exchange, in which all is quantity, all is time, and the hegemony of time as measure is over. As Negri wrote, once within real subsumption, we pass from the aporia onto a pure and simple tautology. While Marx's synchronic and linear discourse aimed to render the elements reversible, the diachronic, irreversible, and materialist elements produce blockages and aporias that prevent the recuperation of increasingly socialized, collective labor within the analytic categories. It is only by eliminating these irreversible elements that the central aporia is overcome, but this is done at the cost of rendering measure, i.e. time as measure, tautological. Negri's summary reads: 1. In real subsumption all use value is drawn into exchange value. 2. But with that the external origin of the measure of time, based on the externality of use value, recedes and measure is flattened onto the process itself. 3. If measure measures itself, it follows that the process of value concludes in that of command, in tautology, and in difference. 4. The trend of productive forces, increase, decrease, transformation, bears no relation to the magnitude of value. 5. Complex, productive, scientific labor is definitively irreducible to elementary temporal units. 6. Productive force is inexplicable. In short, a non-dialectical tautology comes in at the end of the process in place of the initial dialectic. And so it is only possible to explain the movement of the class struggle by rejecting the notion of temporal measure as equivalence. The form of equivalence is simply an effect of coercion. What we are left with is a time that measures itself, it is both measure and substance. The tautology takes an intensive form, exemplified by the inability to distinguish measure from substance, and an extensive forms the inability to the totality of life from the totality from which this life is woven. All we are left with are quantities of time, and quality is displaced by quantity. We are left in a world of indifferentiation, of indifference. But more importantly, time no longer appears as a form of measure, calculation. It is the very substance of life, of production and reproduction. Time is constitutive, time of constitution, time of composition. So the paradigm is ontological. The significance of this ontological move is critical, as we shall see when we turn to the second of the books translated here. But first it is important to note the other critical node that marks his thinking, that of the antagonistic subject. Real subsumption marks both the realization of the law of value and the end of its dialectic of recuperation. If capital subs us the time of existence, it also returns time to us as collective substance. Furthermore, abstract, social and mobile labor power subjectivizes itself around its own concept of time, and a temporal constitution of its own, see Negri 1982b, p. 220. This subjective, antagonistic element serves to introduce differentiation into the apparent indifference of the dense tautological structure of real subsumption. The homologies can only be given because the context on which they operate is that of indifference. But if I deny, resist, denounce this fact and its indifference, I am not for this very reason within indifference. On the contrary, I am difference, real determination and practical determination. Negri 1982a, p. 72. My translation. As we have argued above, real subsumption is capital's answer to the increasing socialization of labor, where the whole of social life, production and reproduction and cooperation is subsumed by capital. Where time ceases to find a relative independence from the process of exchange and becomes the substance of social life, the necessity for capitalism is that of integrating this collective within an equilibrium that reduces dialectical possibilities to zero. This is the new quality of antagonism in real subsumption. In other words, capital rises up again beyond the apparent indifference of real subsumption as an antagonistic pole, whose aim is to reduce the time of collective, proletarian, time to zero, to the analytic of capitalist time, to indifference. The production of real subsumption exhibits the global inherence of both the subjects of time, capitalist and proletarian. In other words, it is this ontology of immanence that enables the emergence of the antagonistic collective subjects. The mechanism of logical production of the dualism is the same as that which produces the qualitative existence of the separate subjects. The law of value ceases to be a theory of measure and becomes an operation of command. Antagonism no longer comes from outside, as Hart and Negri declare in Empire. There is no more outside. 2000, p. 186, it must be sought within. And it is to this that the constitution of time addresses itself, charting the operations of this closed, capitalist analytic time of re-equilibrium with a tendency to zero and the modulated, constitutive time of proletarian composition. To conclude this section, let us return briefly to the discussion of the multitude that formed the conclusion of Part I of this introduction. It should now be apparent that the technical composition of the social worker is in line with that of the multitude. Hart and Negri's exposition of the composition of the multitude in Empire runs as follows. The object of exploitation and domination tend not to be specific productive activities but the universal capacity to produce, that is, abstract social activity and its comprehensive power. This abstract labor is an activity without place, and yet it is very powerful. It is the cooperating set of brains and hands, minds, and bodies. It is both the non-belonging and the creative social diffusion of living labor. It is the desire and striving of the multitude of mobile and flexible workers, and at the same time it is intellectual energy and linguistic communicative construction of the multitude of intellectual and effective labor. Ibid. p. 209. But if that is the case, what are the shortcomings of the notion of the social worker that are overcome through that of the multitude? Or more precisely, what transformations in the material, economic, political, social, conditions lead to the emergence of the multitude? The core transformation is that of globalization and the concurrent shift in sovereignty from nation-states to empire as discussed in Part I above. Arguably, the social worker is still overly tied to the nation-state. Although production is ever more decentralized and capital ever more mobile and transnational, the regimentation of labor is still largely contained within the nation-state. That is to say, with the hegemony of the social worker, the globalization of production had not yet reached the stage that it called forth a globalization of sovereignty. At this point, shifting register from that of political economy to that of political philosophy, Hart and Negri insist upon the need for a postmodern republicanism, that is Machiavelli and Spinoza contra Hobbes. The people coincide with sovereignty is now meaningless at the level of globalization. The multitude is the subject of empire. 28 What this requires in practice is a further change in political composition. The concluding section of the book seeks to formulate these demands: the demand for the right to global citizenship, to a social wage and to reappropriation. It is perhaps precisely in this shift in the political composition, a response to the exacerbation of the material conditions, mobility of capital, labor, and decentralization of production, that one could discern already but at lesser levels in the technical composition of the social worker, that we can discover the point at which a new subject is called for. This subject is the multitude. 29. 3. Kairos, Alma Venus, Multitudo sets out to explore the immanent plane of the dense phenomenological fabric of real subsumption discussed in the earlier text. 30 The terminological innovations of the later text give the impression of a radical shift of terrain, but the continuities are at least as strong as the differences. In another essay, composed around the same time as the Constitution of Time, Negri had argued that all the categories that have operated as keys to antagonism towards the production of real subsumption, now, within the realm subsumption, reveal themselves to be no longer able to describe the general framework of subsumed society, nor are they able any more to organize antagonism. Negri 1982a, p. 224. My translation. His awareness of this would lead him to explore other tools, other concepts to unlock the world of real subsumption, that he would go on simply to call postmodernity, and to discover within it immanent and antagonistic subjectivities. Kairos, Alma Venus, Multitudo can be situated at the far end of his investigations into postmodern society, modes of regulation and subjectivity that began with the Constitution of Time. My account will inevitably be somewhat impressionistic, for the logic of the text is autonomous and cumulative, building layer upon layer as the ontological consistency is articulated, and it is not possible here to trace the force of the logical derivation of the emerging material composition. I can only attempt to give a sense of its constitutive force. In this text, rich with internal allusions and cross-references, and that clearly draws some of its inspiration from Spinoza's Ethics, Negri sets out from practice, a practice of language and knowledge constructed in concert with an ontology. That is to say, the one constructs the other. The emerging ontology determines in its turn the conditions for an adequate epistemology, and both the one and the other are determined in terms of the instant, kairos, in which naming and the thing named attain existence, i.e. in terms of time. It is in a temporal context that we establish the relationship between knowledge and being, and their adequation. Therefore the phenomenological fabric of the Constitution of Time becomes explicitly an ontological fabric. 31 Central to this production of an immanent field of production and reproduction is the recognition that the capitalist process has subsumed the world, turning it into a dead creature, and that on the contrary living labor is kairos, the restless creator of the to come. To take up again the comparison with Spinoza, or rather with Negri's reading of Spinoza, we are provided with an ontology that sets out from the modes, from practice in order to construct substance 32, so that when Spinoza defines the concept as a common notion, he affirms it as a construction of a means for knowing reality, in nominalist terms, but he also recognizes in this logical structure the path that leads to a growth of being as an assemblage, a project. Hart and Negri, 1994, p. 287. Negri had argued in the 1997 introduction to the Constitution of Time that one of the theoretical shortcomings of the text was the impossibility of providing an adequate account of the nature of proletarian constitution, of proletarian creativity, of proletarian time, after having described it in a sort of symmetry with the analytic temporality of capital. This is overcome in kairos, alma venus, multitudo by, on the one hand, construing being as a plenitude conceived in temporal terms as the eternal, i.e. the limitless, or rather Negri reconceives the limit of the eternal as the opening on the edge of being, the edge of the eternal that always opens onto a time to come, and, on the other hand, by understanding proletarian practice, proletarian constitution in terms of a creation of new being, a construction in common, praxis, the productive operation of the multitudes. 33 What is generated is new being, which perpetually augments the eternal. This eternal is prior to us, because it is at its edge that we create and that we augment being, that is to say, eternity. And so we are at once responsible for eternity and for producing it. In this way, capital's attempt to render irreversible material processes reversible through a reduction to zero synchrony, dead labor, is broken by the irreducibility, the immeasurability of the common, which constitutes the very fabric of the making and unmaking of being by the productive multitudes. Commonality, which comes to be articulated in the forms of linguistic being, being as production of subjectivity, and biopolitical being, forms both the ontological fabric and the temporal practice of the productive multitudes. Ontological practice, the ungrounded ground of being augmented and prolonged in and through the practice of the multitudes. Everything flows and everything hybridizes on the edge of time. On all sides, in the face of the void, the singularities mount assaults on the limit so as to construct plenitude for life. That is what the biopolitical production of the multitude consists in, stretching itself out from fullness to emptiness so as to fill the void. It is no coincidence that Negri should take up his study of Spinoza, 1981, at exactly the time that his attention was fixed on the escalating level of the real subsumption society by capital, its totalizing and totalitarian character. For, in Spinoza, we find ourselves on a fully immanent ontological terrain where resistance must be discovered on the same plane as that of power, because there is no exteriority in Spinoza either. The same concern forms a refrain throughout the Constitution of Time and kairos, alma venus, multitudo. There is no exteriority on which to fall back on any occasion. That which I think it is necessary to theoretically combat is the exogenous character of the possible alternative, the Constitution of Time. How, within an experience that has no exteriority, is one able to sketch a line of flight out from the crisis of the common? Kairos, alma venus, multitudo. Such a flight, such a resistance should be understood as a productive practice in common, ontological practice, biopolitics. 34. The loss of the outside reappears as a central notion in the definition of empire. There is no outside, there is no center. Indeed, empire constitutes the ontological fabric in which all relations of power are woven together. Hart and Negri, 2000, p. 354. However, the ontological fabric of the imperial order is not constitutive but constituted, which is to say, resistance is actually prior to power. Ibid, p. 360. Kairos, alma venus, multitudo gives us the tools to think through this ontological priority of the multitude. Empire operates by folding back over and appropriating the productivity of the multitude, stripping from the social process of productive cooperation the command over its own functioning, closing social productive power within the griddings of the system of power. Negri 1996a, p. 154.35. As Negri and Hart argue in Empire, this radically innovates the meaning and practice of politics. When we say that political theory must deal with ontology, we mean first of all that politics cannot be constructed from the outside. Politics is given immediately, it is a field of pure immanence. 2000, p. 354. This could be described as the elaboration of a political ontology of time. Thus, for Hart and Negri, ontology is not a theory of foundation. It is a theory about our immersion in being and being's continuous construction. Hart and Negri 1994, p. 287. In place of politics, is biopolitics, the constitutive movement and productive force of the multitudes. It is likely that the projected second volume of Empire, which will extend and intensify the ontological, the biopolitical, and empirical determination of the multitude, will take its cue from the account provided in Kairos, Alma Venus, Multitudo. Part 1. The Constitution of Time. The Timepieces of Capital and Communist Liberation. Preamble. Voice ile temps. Oul en connaître I avenir. Sans mourir de connaissance. Apollinaire. These notes constitute some pure and simple prolegomena to the construction of the communist idea of time, to a new proletarian practice of time. The level of discussion is abstract, but the analysis is directed towards and supported by the interpretation of concrete behaviors. I say concrete and not simply real for the good reason that all that is concrete is real while not all that is real is concrete. By insisting on the concrete, I insist on the surface and the opening of life and of the struggle against metaphysical and mystificatory hypostasis. Time is the concrete reality of my life insofar as it is the substance of my collective, productive, and constitutive of the new being. Outside of a materialist, dynamic and collective conception of time it is impossible to think the revolution. Time is not only a horizon, however, it is also a measure. It has been conceived of as the quantitative measure of exploitation, now it can be thought of as the qualitative measure of the alternative and of change. Reactionary mysticism, and there exist no other forms, has always constituted itself around the unreality of time, and thus of its exploitation. Revolution is born from the pathways of a constitutive phenomenology of temporality. The needs, the desires, their organization in the working day of exploitation and of repression are all in play here. In the face of this organization, they have constituted temporal aporias that dictate the practical innovation of the paradigm of the working day, that is to say, of its creative destruction. The enormous power of scientific labor, of the intellectual organization of associated human labor, enables us to repropose the project of the imagination to power, or better, against power. As the classics teach us, the imagination is the most concrete of temporal powers. I ask my readers to forgive me for presenting only some notes/prolegomena, but the destructive fury of state repression has destroyed the materials gathered over a long year of work. Here only broken fragments are offered for discussion in a collage that I nevertheless consider useful. I dedicate these prolegomena to two dear teachers, Giulio Preti and Enzo Paci. Chapter 1. First displacement, the time of subsumed being. Time as measure and productive time. A use value, or useful article, therefore, has value only because abstract human labor is objectified or materialized in it. How, then, is the magnitude of this value to be measured? By means of the quantity of the value-forming substance, the labor, contained in the article. This quantity is measured by its duration, and the labor time is itself measured in determinate portions of time such as hours, days, etc. Marx 1990, p. 129. Translation modified. All the problems begin here. In fact, if time is quantity, it is not only quantity. Time does not only measure labor, but reduces it to homogeneous substance. he labor that forms the substance of value is equal human labor, the expenditure of equal human labor power. Socially necessary labor time is the labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society and with the average degree of skill and intensity of labor. Ibid. This reduction is dialectical. Marx refers explicitly to Hegel's philosophy of right, Ibid, p. 135, n14. That is to say, the homogeneous temporal substance is at once the medium of labor and the overcoming of that medium, one it is at once the form of equivalence, and of reversibility, and the form of productive power. The value of a commodity is related to the value of any other commodity as the labor time necessary for the production of the one is related to the labor time necessary for the production of the other. Changes with every variation in the productive force of labor. Ibid, p. 130 translation modified. Therefore, time measures labor insofar as it reduces it to homogeneous substance, but it also determines its productive power in the same form, through the multiplication of average temporal units. Therefore, in relation to labor, time is at once measure and matter, form and substance. With these first propositions in mind, we are able to note some possible aporias. The first aporia concerns the definition of the temporal unit of measure itself. This unit of measure is an abstract element, a quantity of simple necessary labor that is established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers, Ibid, p. 135. A social process behind the backs of, that is, external but to what? External to production. So external can only be understood with a reference to use value. The measure of exchange value is determined from outside, that is by temporal quantities founded on use value, determined immediately. The immediacy of the determination, considered in relation to the function of mediation that the quantitative unit determines, is a real enigma. It is an enigma that is at the very least exhibited by these aporias, or rather, by these insurmountable theoretical difficulties that emerge in the process of exposition. 1. The definition of qualified or complex labor. 2. Of productive as opposed to unproductive labor. 3. Of productive labor power, and 4. Of the productive function of intellectual or scientific labor. At least in these cases, but also in others, qualified labor is not reducible to simple labor, to the accumulation of units of measure. A substantive element and increased productivity of this labor power, an intensification of its use value lies at the basis of the definition and shows this element to be an irreversible component. The same is true of the definition of productive labor. In this case also the definition is given in an equivocal way. On the one hand, productive labor, insofar as it produces surplus value, is reduced to the simple temporal unit of measure. But this is not true absolutely. Another element intervenes in the distinction of productive from unproductive labor, and that is the formal participation of productive labor in the whole machine of capitalist production, so that in this case also the use value of productive labor is multiplied, not primarily as a quantitative increment, so much as substantively, on the basis of a functional relationship, and is in this way contrasted with the use value of unproductive labor. Thirdly, the productive force of human labor is irreducible to pure temporal measurement. To this is added the use value of cooperation, as such, that raises and modifies qualitatively the value of labor power as productive force. Also insoluble is the problem of the productive value of intellectual and scientific forces. In each case the insurmountable theoretical difficulty consists in the impossibility of loading or making homologous a reversible, equivalent temporal unit with substantive qualitative multiplicators. Marx resorts to use value, however qualified, that is to an external element, in order to explain what is most internal, productive power. This is a veritable enigma. The aporia dissolves, at least in this first form with its resort to an extraneous element, only when we enter the phase of labor's real subsumption by the regime of capital. As I have already demonstrated in my Marx Beyond Marx, one can say without doubt that the whole systematic development of Marx's thinking is dominated by the necessity of resolving the aforementioned aporias. Or, one could go as far as to say that Marx's systematic thinking presupposes the theoretical model of subsumption, and only then adapts it to the empirical analytic. Or even, once within real subsumption, we pass from the aporia onto a pure and simple tautology. In fact, at the stage of the real subsumption of labor by capital, capitalist production, therefore the production of exchange values, is not only the effect, but also the condition of production. This immanent tendency of capitalist relations is realized adequately and becomes a necessary condition even from the technological point of view only when the specifically capitalist mode of production is developed and, with it, the real subsumption of labor by capital. Marx 1990, p. 1037 translation modified. Here use value cannot appear except under the guise of exchange value. There is no longer an external vantage point upon which use value can depend. The overcoming of capitalism occurs on the basis of needs constructed by capitalism. But in that case, time as measure of value is identical to the value of labor, to time of labor as substance. To say that time measures labor is here but a pure and simple tautology. Let us deepen our analysis. Two threads run through all of Marx's thinking, one analytic, another materialistic point to the first thread, particularly evident in some of Marx's writings, especially in the Grundriss, in the first chapters of Capital Volume 1, and also in the results of the immediate process of production. 3 focuses on the abstract linear elements of the capitalist relations of production. Here the analytic is fundamentally synchronic. The second thread is materialistic and fundamentally diachronic. It is particularly evident in the theories of surplus value and in the unfinished volumes of Capital. Historical, material, weighty, irreversible elements serve here to qualify the relations of production. In Marx it is indubitably the case that the dialectical apparel of the exposition serves to mollify these opposed approaches. But dialectical manipulation does not remove the logical struggle that traverses the system. On the contrary, dialectics often plays the coquette, it does not cleave to substance, the system is returned to us in its aporetic form. An absolutely clear example of the aporia's return, even within the most polished parts of Marx's theory, is provided in the celebrated pages on the working day, Marx 1990, chapter 10. In these pages, whether the working day is considered in terms of its length, its form, or of the dynamics of its transformation, the relationship between the capitalist drive towards the limitlessness of the working day and the worker's exertion towards its limitation remains always unresolved. While the analytic and linear discourse continuously renders the constitutive elements of the working day reversible, the materialistic moment places the irreversibility of the struggle, of the civil war, at the forefront. Our worker leaves the productive process differently from how he entered it, Ibid, pages 412, 415. But this difference destroys the analytic premises that had founded the equivalence of the temporal measure on natural and physical concepts. The aporia is a potent one in this case also. How are we to overcome it? The only possibility for a logical solution Marx provides is through the destruction of all the irreversible and static premises of the analysis. Only when the working day becomes a global flow, and therefore conceivable at the level of real subsumption, only then is the aporia removed and time as measure has no need to fix its foundations outside the productive circuit. The measure is in the flow between labor and time. A continuous time. A tautological time. Let us continue. Wherever the passage towards real subsumption occurs, one can always bear in mind the results of the immediate process of production as an example, time as measure, as equivalent, as reversible, etc., manifests its aporias in definitively tautological form. The relationship between the analytic and materialistic threads of the exposition was in fact based on the possibility of recourse to an external element. Some, such as Agnes Heller, have considered this external element so fundamental as to link its supposed natural and humanist qualities to the worth of Marx's thought. When the dialectic is resolved, and we know that under real subsumption that indeed occurs, tautology reigns. Real subsumption means the complete realization of the law of value. At first glance, indifference rules in real subsumption. Labor is quality, time is quantity. In real subsumption, quality falls away, so all labor is reduced to mere quantity, to time. Before us we have only quantities of time. Use value, which in capital was still given as separation from, and irreducible to, value tout court, is here absorbed by capital. The aporia consists in the fact that since time has become entirely hegemonic over the process, insofar as it is its only measure, it also reveals itself as its only substance. But this complete superimposition of measure and substance denies any dialectical significance to the relationship, reducing it therefore to pure and simple tautology. To summarize: 1. In real subsumption all use value is drawn into exchange value. 2. But with that the external origin of the measure of time, based on the externality of use value, recedes and measure is flattened onto the process itself. 3. If measure measures itself, it follows that the process of value concludes in that of command, in tautology and indifference. 4. The trend of productive forces, increase, decrease, transformation, bears no relation to the magnitude of value. 5. Complex, productive. Scientific labor is definitively irreducible to elementary temporal units. 6. Productive force is inexplicable. In short, a non-dialectical tautology comes in at the end of the process in place of the initial dialectic. And so it is only possible to explain the movement of the class struggle by rejecting the notion of temporal measure as equivalence. The form of equivalence is simply an effect of coercion. For example, every mutation in the composition of labor power, equivalent to different forms of the composition of the temporal units of measure of the productivity of labor, is in the dialectical marks submitted to a mechanism of reversibility, of equivalence, and of command. This reversibility needs to be broken. Here we see the exceptional importance of the Grundriss, where the equivalent is all in the hands of capital, given in the form of surplus value. Consequently, the antagonism comes at the beginning and irreversibility is the key to the process. But the argumentation that reveals, in the course of Marx's thought, the reduction of the aporia of time as measure and time as substance to tautology is, when we enter the stage of real subsumption, which summarizes in intensive form the argument so far, confirmed by another series of observations that we can call extensive, that is to say, that concern the extension of the realization of the tautology. Real subsumption once again. First, with the development of the real subsumption of labor under capital, or the specifically capitalist mode of production, the real functionary of the overall labor process is increasingly not the individual worker. Instead, labor power socially combined and the various competing labor powers which together form the entire productive machine participate in very different ways in the immediate process of making commodities, or, more accurately in this context, creating the product. Some work better with their hands, others with their brains, one as a manager, engineer, technologist, etc., the other as overseer, the third as manual laborer or even drudge. An ever-increasing number of types of labor power are included in the immediate concept of productive labor, and those who perform it are classed as productive workers, workers directly exploited by capital and subordinated to its process of production and valorization. If we consider that collective worker that is the factory, then we see that its combined activity results materially in an aggregate product, which is at the same time a total mass of goods. And here it is quite immaterial whether the function of a particular worker, who is merely a member of the collective worker, is at a greater or smaller distance from the actual manual labor. But then, the activity of this collective labor power is its immediate productive consumption by capital, i.e. it is the self-valorization process of capital, the immediate production of surplus value, the immediate transformation of this latter into capital. Marx 1990, pages 1039-40 translation modified. We have seen elsewhere, and it is widely accepted throughout Marxist interpretation, that the concept of the socially combined worker represents the subsumption of the social whole by capital and therefore renders the social relations of production, reproduction, and exploitation, one-dimensional. That said, Let us ask, in what form can time be the measure of social labor? If social labor covers all the time of life, and invests all of its regions, how can time measure the substantive totality in which it is implicit? In this way we are brought back to the earlier conclusions. We find ourselves before a tautology that, after presenting itself intensively as the impossibility of distinguishing the measure of the differentiation of the substance of value, reproposes itself extensively as the impossibility of distinguishing the totality of life, of the social relations of production and reproduction, from the totality of time from which this life is woven. When the entire time of life has become the time of production, who measures whom? Does this mean that Marx's theory of value and time should be put out to pasture? The answer is probably yes for a sizable part of it, and certainly its aporetic form should, as we shall see, although it is precisely the theoretical dissatisfaction produced by the aporia that drives forward Marx's analysis. But, on the other hand, this final tautology seems to us to be extraordinarily productive from the theoretical and revolutionary standpoint. For now we know that time cannot be presented as measure, but must rather be presented as the global phenomenological fabric, as base, substance, and flow of production in its entirety. Tautology and composition. The impasse in which the orthodox Marx, the Marx who does not step beyond Marx, finds himself, the web of aporias in which his thinking on time is caught, represents, however, the highest point of development of the materialist idea of time. In order to understand the specificity of the Marxian limit, we must understand that his idea of time is nevertheless the most consummate conceptualization of the pre-Einsteinian materialist perspective, for Marx moves beyond the terms of the theoretical debate on time of his day, beyond the potentialities which materialist thought concerning time had set for itself over the preceding few centuries. To test these assertions, a few historical remarks will prove sufficient. Putting aside some contemporary subtleties on the idea of time, the philosophical tradition offers us, aside from subterranean threads, such as the Democritean and Epicurean, to which we shall return given their exceptional importance, but it should be underlined, they are subterranean threads. Two consolidated positions. One is the theological time is the mystery of divinity. What then is time? I know well enough what it is, provided that nobody asks me, but if I am asked what it is and try to explain, I am baffled. St. Augustine, 1986, Book 11, Part 14, p. 264. When the practice of theory is directed simply towards the constitution of the transcendent, time is non-existence. Time is multiplicity. Time is a theological scandal. Time is rebellious. Time is only resolved by transcendence and constraint mingled them all into one form, compressing by force the reluctant and unsociable nature of the different into the same. Plato, 1961, line 35a. Demiurge and constraint are inseparably united against time. Therefore reality is a constrained unity, that is, dominiable space. When studying the history of the idea of time, it is absolutely necessary to bear in mind this fundamental reduction of time to space, which is as much present in materialist theory as it is foundational to spiritualism. The hard core of the idea of time in the Western tradition is its eternal Parmenideanism, the spatialization of time. The negated time is reconstructed in an illusory manner in accordance with the model of space. Time is pure and simple taboo in the spiritualist philosophical tradition, and yet this is the tradition of power, of the knowledge of the temple and the palace. It is difficult to think of another concept around which Western thought has, with the same efficacy, cast its spells. How different are things in the Eastern tradition, and particularly in the Chinese. Those unforgettable passages by Marcel Granit, or Needham, on the density of Eastern time, on its capacity to portray the collective, to represent the social. The contemporary subtleties of the theory of time, the theorists who, faithful to disciplinary specificities, move between Nietzsche and Hesse with a dash of Theodor Roschek, take up the magical and reactionary effects that inevitably spring from the insolubility of the problem of time. While still leaving aside the beguiling and fascistic illuminations, I have a vague intuition of the substance of which time is made, for it is that which changes the past into the future. Borges. The power of the spiritualist tradition that reduces the problem of time to that of death, the problem of the temporal being to that of non-being, empirical time to space, is so powerful that even the materialist tradition's thinking on time, and this is a unique phenomenon in the history of Western thought, is induced into continuous theoretical conjuring tricks. In a word, science in its effort to become rational tends more and more to suppress variation in time. E. Meyerson, point 4. For centuries, time has been thought of materialistically from within the categories of space. Modern, bourgeois, revolutionary thought, even in the finest moments of its development, has not in truth been able to think time autonomously. Even the turning point of the Renaissance, Telesio, Bruno, Gassendi, which succeeded in making time absolute as against space, was not able to define it outside of the spatial cipher. Every pompous Geschichte de Materialismus omits to mention this shameful fact. This reaches the point of paradox. In the whole history of modern, pre-Einsteinian, scientific thought, the most accomplished formulation of the definition of time is given by the perpetually renewed Gnostic hodgepodge of Neoplatonism, in other words, in the transcendental figure of space, Koir. And when finally a breach occurs, a fundamental breach of the tradition, the same relativistic conceptions of the spatio-temporal relationship have long had to fight to unfasten themselves from the postulation of an isotopic homology, with exclusion of any asymmetry, so as to liberate themselves from a continual attempt at a geometrical rigidifying of the idea of time. Meyerson, Capek, etc. And this is where we stand long after Marx and his epoch. But of all this later, as these notes develop. Materialism is thus mutilated here. Or more correctly, castrated, since the thematic of time is the only one that could have taken it towards a positive resolution of the problem of the productivity of matter, that is, that could have toppled theology into revolution and pushed the anxiety for revolution towards the perspective of the abolition of death. Ernst Bloch, when he glimpses the problem, prudently withdraws. However, we cannot deny that modern materialism has achieved some results in its elaboration of the idea of time, although the junk of the theological and spiritualist imagination surreptitiously, but not any less effectively infiltrated, is ever present. Hypocrisy becomes a characteristic of the materialist tradition's conception of time. However, there are two high points to the hypocritical, materialist and modern conception of time, the Newtonian and the Kantian. Obviously here I take Newton and Kant to be the main exponents of the scientific thinking of the 17th century, the Enlightenment and the materialist currents of which they are the bearers, but which are clearly not exhausted in their thinking. In both cases, and in accordance with G. H. von Wright's formulation, time is in the end considered as the envelope of the order of temporal events and hence as the nature of the temporal medium. The attainment of this independence of the concept is doubtless a huge step forward. Except that in the case of Newton, the nature of the temporal medium is objectified in a theological sense, time as the sensorium dei, while in the case of Kant, the nature of the temporal medium recovers its objectivity by way of the transcendent position of the subject. We will return later to further important aspects of the Kantian idea of time. In both cases theological and spiritualist echoes render the innovative approach timid and diminished. Is this the definitive demonstration of the idiosyncrasy, the obtuseness of materialism when confronted with the problem of time? In fact, it is precisely on the back of this presumption that new theoretical experiences emerge, hybrid experiences that are nonetheless effective. Beginning with the insistence with which the Newtonian but especially the Kantian analysis had demonstrated the flowing interchangeability of the idea of time, Hegel attempts to reach a stronger identity of the mediation, providing it with a real interiority and necessity. With the violence which characterizes his thought, and that renders it effective, for Hegel the problem of the order of temporal events becomes dialectical, and thus is linked with the force of necessity to the subjective and transcendental medium by rendering the whole absolute. In the words of von Wright, some distinct references are given for the concept time, namely, a. time as order of temporal events, b. time as envelope and measure of this order, the proposition envelope of the order of temporal events, or, B, of, A, is not, however, the equivalent of, C, time as nature of the temporal medium. Now, while Newton founds a natural philosophy of, B, of, A, Kant proposes problem, C, or rather, proposes the transformation of, B, into, C, finally Hegel proposes an independent problematic of, C. Hegel makes time take on the role of general mediator, which the spatial principle of divinity was on the way to surrendering. Hegelian time enables thought to escape Zeno's paradoxes of space for the first time, shifting the ground of the antinomies. That is to say, with Hegel a specific definition for the temporal measure, of measure as temporal specificity, is secured where before that, even in the Newtonian school, time was brought back to the cipher of the spatial measure, between before and after, pi per no. The effect of the Hegelian operation is unquestionably the definitive erasure of the rigidity of the spatial definition of time that the history of ideas had handed down. One cannot exaggerate the importance of this move. Some authors maintain that the Hegelian theory of becoming brought time onto the philosophical scene. Fernando Gil, point 5 may be so, however, Kali's irony in this regard is apposite to this reasoning, becoming, a dark word. Others, von Wright, Pryor, etc., continue to maintain that it was, rather, Kant who established the image of time as the way out from contradictions. I think it is not worth either underestimating or exaggerating the importance of the transition signaled by transcendental idealism. As we have already seen, Marx himself refers to it as an essential precedent. However, despite the innovation, the temporal mediation of contradictions is in effect still prey to theological remainders and, consequently, the contradictions are brought back within the spatial horizon. For example, the Hegelian vanishing of spiritual time, Hegel 1977, Spirit, par 508, is still spatial a conjurer's trick, temporal fuzziness. Time is not yet conceived fully in the independence and autonomy of its concept. The problem is posed, the matter of the inquiry is defined, but the solution is anything but attained. Nor does the contemporary logic of time and of temporal modalities alter this picture in any significant way. Whatever the initial approach, and it is often extremely well developed, it ends up fixing the foundation of time spatially in accordance with the criteria of a physical ontology. It could be a structural referral, in terms of its operations, or a physicalist postulation of time atomism. 6 In each case the newly represented contradictions of a materialism that is unable to free the conception of time from subordination to the idea of space, although it is so intentionally, is unable to conceive of time as its own essence, as immanent, as human. Time is unable to become materialist power, and so to operate on the terrain of epistemology. The logic of time and of the temporal modalities, however much it pushes on in its approximation to and desire for being, is unable to escape from a sort of uncertain spatial compromise. It is probably only when, though caught in numerous ambiguities, Einstein insists on the physical construction of the asymmetry of time and of space such that the conception does not contradict the development of thermodynamics, probably only then, can one overcome the perpetual reflux towards an irreducible geometricism and the logical strictures that oppose themselves to an epistemology of time. But of this more later, as we proceed in our work. Let us return to Marx. In his writings, The Limits of the History of Materialism and the Difficulty of Liberating the Idea of Time from a Geometric Foundation and the Presuppositions of a Metaphysics of Space are both traversed and overcome. In Marx, time is not only the route out from the contradiction of change, not only the instrument that constructs the effective possibility of change, von Wright, time is also the tautology of life. To begin with, in Marx, time is given to us as the matter of equivalence and the measure of the equivalent. Bit by bit, however, alongside the abstract development of social mediatization 7 and of the subjectification of abstract labor, time itself becomes substance, to the point that time becomes the fabric of the whole of being, Because all of being is implicated in the web of the relations of production, being is equal to product of labor, temporal being. We need to pause at this point. Indeed, in Marx this necessary and tendential superimposition of time and life liberates and fixes the hegemony of the epistemological significance of time over and against the purely logical one. What does this mean? It means that time is a before and not an after. It means that time is existence, and not the product of reflection or of the mediation of existence, determination and not abstraction, the irreversible not the reversible. At the level at which the institutional development of the capitalist system invests the whole of life, time is not the measure of life, but is life itself. Marx grasps the passage from time reduced to a convention derived from space, to medium, to measure of exploitation, up to its pure and simple general abstraction, and therefore, to its total, mystified realization in the world of life in the phase of real subsumption. Therefore, Marx's tautology of time, life, and production at the level of real subsumption is both the consummation of the materialist tradition, and the overcoming of its substantial deficiencies, as well as the eruption of a new horizon of reflection on time. In Marx, in the theory of capitalist development up to real subsumption, the traditional relationship of time to space is definitively overturned. Space is temporalized, it becomes dynamic, it is a condition of the constitutive realization of time. With Marx, time becomes the exclusive material of the construction of life. It is well known that each scientific culture has a temporal paradigm, that is to say, a particular conception of time as its systematic referent, one that is even present in contemporary even if contradictory tendencies. 8 The originality of the Marxian paradigm consists in the fact that here time is constitutive, it is time of constitution, time of composition. So the paradigm is ontological. In Marx, time begins to come into view as the measure of labor, a Hegelian step forward with respect to the deficiencies of modern science, but, step by step, as the course of the class struggle and the abstraction of labor asserts itself, time increasingly becomes interior to class composition, to the point of being the motor of its very existence and of its specific configuration. The process develops so that the maximal temporalization of the labor process, and of the production process, leads to the maximal reappropriation of all the spatial conditions of existence. When work has become mobility, pure and simple mobility when, that is, it is time pure and simple, then it is the possibility and actuality of the constitution of the world. O'Connor and Hosfeld, Paul Virilio, Jean-Paul de Gautamar have all recently come to this awareness in writings of varying degrees of importance, an awareness which is alone adequate to the development of mature capitalism. Mobility comes to be the very definition of the proletarian class today. 9 It should be pointed out that, as we shall see below, to the different scientific paradigms of time there correspond different forms of class composition. And this is said so as to underline, in first place, how time is inextricable from the foundation of composition, in second place, how the constitutive reality of temporality has a sense and direction, that is to say how it develops materially, in a tendential and necessary sense, towards the tautology of time and life. The concept of time is immediately epistemological, that is, it cleaves to reality. When time is taken as productive force, in the infinite multiplicity of the effects and actions it delineates, in no circumstance will it be representable as mediation. Here mediation has become a before with respect to events, with respect to actions, not an after. It is not thought but it is lived as such. Thought approximates reality, thought describes real composition, time is the real composition. An umwelt of antagonism. The Marxian tautology of being and time in real subsumption is only a base from which to take up our journey again. Time constitutes the immediate ground of reference, an average social time that has invested all the sections of society, production, reproduction, and circulation, and within which all the articulations of being are given. Productive space is in the first place restructured in accordance with productive social management strategies on the basis of this fluidification, Every component element taken together reaches an aleatory presence and a global inherence to this ontological framework. Point 10 The presence of each element is mobile and fast, the inherence to being is global and absolute. Being is materially given in the form of time. Every productive activity, every human action is within this Umwelt. A dense and strong temporal envelopment of existence is the first feature by which contemporary being reveals itself. There is a contemporaneity in the description of which one can discern, in a suggestive manner, the reappearance of the characteristics of pre-Socratic being. Genesis is repeated at the conclusion of the millennium. We have returned to the beginning, except for those that are departing rather than arriving. Burroughs. No, we too depart, not eternal return, but innovation. And no decadent banalities. Eternal return. The thing is excluded on principle, from the very concept of the temporal ontology of subsumed being. The Stoic paradox of the eternal return affects the Aristotelian spatial conception of time and renders it cosmologically absurd. If time has a spatial cipher, if the line represents it geometrically, what prevents the line from being circular? If anything, if it is true that fire perpetually burns being, the circular paradox is more realistic than the linear conception of time. This is not, however, the mythical situation from which we set out. The analytic of this firm being in the world has no need of circularity. The phenomenological Heidegger correctly sees the task of the inquirer as follows. These are both ways in which Dasein's being takes on a definite character, and they must be seen and understood a priori as grounded upon that state of being which we have called being in the world. An interpretation of this constitutive state is needed if we are to set up our analytic of Dasein correctly. Heidegger 1962, p. 78. At first glance this reality presents itself as restlessness and as open surface. Phenomenology, psychology, and the analytic logic of time have, as is well known, I am thinking of the works by Mécot, Piaget, and Vicario, tried to identify a paradigm that, with the assumption of the totality of the temporal involvement and the impossibility of fixing external reference points, arrives at an immanent relative definition of time, as a relationship of times, as a tension between velocity and local times, as coordination of different velocities. The structural foundation of the temporal dimension attested to by this paradigm is linked to a dynamic of times that are equally structural and constitutive of the temporal medium, so that it is only genetically that the compact material of the order of events and the composing mesh of the medium are themselves articulated and defined. The totality of temporal being is disarticulated and recomposed from within. At the same time in which every preconstituted form is disarticulated, we find ourselves within the real, global process of the formation of events. The contradiction then, as the logician himself, von Wright, finally admits, is the real. Time opens itself, in its interior, to a real contradiction while the real contradiction itself constitutes it in structural totality. These observations are important, but they remain superficial and uncertain. For at the moment in which they yield to the necessity of a structural understanding of time, they relativize the materiality and weight of the experience of time. Frankly, it seems to me that what is given with one hand is taken back with the other. The dissymmetries, the hystereses 11 the real differences around which the conception of time as measure goes into crisis, and the logical difficulties, all this is pacified through a general modification of the framework which does not alter the nature of the composing elements. Time is acknowledged as real contradiction, but it continues to be hypostasized as the envelope of real contradiction. Rather than following the real contradictions within the interior of the envelope itself comes to be assumed as the nature that provides the foundation for their solution. So time as contradiction is not contradiction but solution. So that the equilibrium vainly sought by the old paradigms, which is its problem, is not resolved but given as resolved in the new paradigm. A typical paralogism of pure reason. We will return to the methodological implications of these procedures repeatedly so as to criticize their foundations and their redundancies, but also to learn from the richness of their insights. But now I wish to critique the delight that philosophy seems to express in proposing such paralogisms. The word paralogism takes us back to Kant. Not only the word itself, for the Kantian critique of the paralogisms of pure reason is where contemporary critique is founded. Indeed it is here, in this renewed initiative on paradigms, that one witnesses the fulfillment and the mystification of a Kantian enterprise, that is to say, one witnesses the opportunistic development and paradoxical realization of the transcendental schematism. It is well known with how much realism Kant posed the problem of the thing in itself, that is, of the impossibility of objectively, materially guaranteeing the operation of reason outside of reason itself. On the terrain of knowledge, the only instrument to allow a real approximation is the transcendental schema, a sort of Epicurean experience of anticipation. But the schema of reason is regulated by dialectics. It does not construct reality to resolve problems, but it resolves problems and thereby works itself out in reality. What is accomplished here, on the other hand, is the upsetting of the schema understood as a formal system of substitution of a fictional reality for an unknowable reality. The schematism reproduces paralogisms. Already in Kant's lifetime formalism, the science of paralogisms, conjugated with a naive and acritical conception of the transcendental schematism, began to develop, especially in the juridical and social sciences, with constant and disparate references back to a supposed Kantian orthodoxy. Point 12. The demands of bourgeois ideology have continuously nourished and renewed this mystificatory thread. Command, the more it demands rationalization, the more it loses as a project. Point 13. It is worth remembering that the only justification for the hypothetical, hypostatic falsity of the paralogism is that it follows on from a real and irrepressible need. Nor can one deny that the need to define time becomes ever more real and profound as the temporal rootedness of existence becomes more disquieting and pervasive. In effect, it is precisely this leap forward of all the parameters of existence, this discovery of this enormous and dense temporal umwelt, that throws thought into confusion. From here stems the urgent need for a solution, but also of the Philistine happiness of make-believe, subterfuge and paralogism. The schematism of reason appears to offer the possibility of traversing this dense universe flattened on time and to control it. Applied to the multiplicity of local times and real differences, the schematism appears able to found a new dialectic that recomposes unity, extolling the functional aspects of the process, schema as function. The utilitarian aspects of the paradigm can at this point reveal themselves as elements of truth. How can we not be reminded here that Heidegger's being and time, in its metaphysical aspect, ambiguously poses itself the task of realizing the Kantian program of the transcendental schematism as the commencement of the problematic of temporality. 14. But Heideggerian panic and tragedy in the face of the dramatic and compact multiplicity of temporal being become, in the contemporary theories of multiple time, functional games, doltish happiness, there is no other itinerary between Dasein and Dasein than that which passes through a world of forms. Kassirer. What's more, in the social sciences, they become elements of legitimation. Communicative interaction discovers its symbolic form in productive relations. Habermas. Let us return to the real contradiction. The true question is not, how it can be resolved across the whole of the temporal umwelt. The true question is how can it be lived, how it can embed itself and develop, how it can be described within the temporal umwelt. The tautology of being and of time must be opened up, but within and only within the umwelt. Let us reconsider once again the situation defined by Marx. Contradiction, antagonistic development, and struggle impose real subsumption. At this point all the parameters that have defined the unfolding of the contradiction are thrown into crisis. Above all, we have emphasized the modification that occurs to the fundamental temporal dimension. Time becomes substantial, given in the form of real constitution as totality. Here then, within this historical, logical, and ontological displacement, the problem of time is proposed anew. What is to be seen is if and how within this temporal umwelt, within its totality, far from triumphing over indifference, contradiction re-emerges, and antagonism is reborn. What we must confront here is the problem of the if. In effect, we find ourselves before a determinate negation, a specific criticism. Those same concepts which capture the passage from time as measure to time as substance and on to multiple times, deny that within subsumption time presents itself again as antagonistic materiality. In truth, when the problem is that of the mediation of multiple times, the result cannot but be the reinvention of time as envelope. The problem of time is laid out in schematic terms and resolved within the perspective of the relegitimation of a unitary form of time, thus providing totality with a new foundation. The dialectical content may increase, but the schema remains functional, formal, and unifying, sublimating. The so-called postmodern ideologies, despite the confusion of their concepts, operate on this level. Recently, Prigozhin and other scientists that have intervened in the debate seem to maintain that the temporal irreversibility of events is reducible and controllable within the categories of the reversible totality. But time, when it becomes substantial, is not less but rather more contradictory. The general, global displacement of the level of analysis modifies the structure of the antagonism, meaning that it dislocates it, but it does so concomitantly with the contents of the antagonism. Nevertheless, the contents remain antagonistic. The archipelago of real times presented to us by the temporal umwelt does not tend towards the zero of neutralization, of reciprocal dampening, but rather towards explosion and diffusion. This positive entropy is richly described in that beautiful tract of the phenomenology of time and times that is Deleuze and Guattari's 8,000 Plateaus. Real subsumption, notwithstanding the many elements of the old relations of production that are reduced to insignificance, does not amount to indifference. Rather, it produces and displays a complete transcription of the real relations, individual, of class, of force, and introduces a maximization of plurality and dynamism. Antagonistic dispositives open up and consolidate themselves, starting precisely from a new irreducibility of action to average value, or to unified time. Therefore, the form of the theoretical exposition of this displacement will in essence have to capture the points of view given within this unified compass. Not as indifference, but as rooted difference, and so as more ontologically radical. But there's more. This general displacement of the terms of the antagonism, inserted within the temporal matrix, returns the collective to us as a multiplicity of subjects. The more the processes of subsumption are realized, the more they create the collective. Time gives itself as collective already from the point of view of capitalism, collective capital, collective worker, etc. But it is not a simple operation. In destroying time as measure, capital constructs time as collective substance. This collective substance is a multiplicity of antagonistic subjects. Point 15. The necessity for capitalism is that of integrating this collective within an equilibrium that reduces dialectical possibilities to zero. This is the new quality of antagonism in real subsumption. Keynes and Polanyi, two of the most acute theoreticians of the Great Transformation, that is to say of the passage into real subsumption, insist maniacally on the necessity for equilibrium, neoclassical in the case of Keynes, institutional in the case of Polanyi, as the soul of the collective, of the planned, of the state. Keynes and Polanyi, as bourgeois champions of the transformation and of the great crisis, present the project of re-equilibrating the modified components within this passage. The construction of the collective is for them the construction of scientific and political conditions of reversibility, of a re-equilibrating calculus. Point 16. And it is precisely this that we are unable to concede logically. The substantial radically of time collectively founds subjects and places antagonism on a new temporal and collective foundation, with new dimensions. The transition to real subsumption, in so far as it affirms the collective as sole temporal and real substrate of action, not only does not reduce it to the formal indifference of equilibrium, but reproduces, reproposes, refounds the antagonism of subjects. So collective time, the temporal umwelt, tend to present themselves to us immediately within two horizons, that of the closed time of legitimation and of equilibrium, the zero tendency of the absolute circularity of the social, and that of multiple, antagonistic, productive, constitutive, open time. In short, the difference is not at all between the ephemeral and the durable, nor even between the regular and the irregular, but between two modes of individuation, two modes of temporality. Deleuze and Guattari 1988, p. 262. Therefore it is not a question as to whether the antagonism is born again in the umwelt of real subsumption. The phenomenology is sumptuous. Decisive as well is the fact that early traces of how the antagonism unfolds in the umwelt reveal themselves within that same analysis that asserts the displaced rebirth of the antagonism. Displacement, hysteresis, asymmetry, innovation. In my Marx Beyond Marx I demonstrated in depth how the mechanism of displacement dominates Marx's logic, in other words, that of the scientific standpoint of class. When real subsumption is reached through the development of productive forces and of the relations of production, the displacement of all the constitutive parameters is thereby determined. The synchronic rules are modified within the framework of the diachronic transition. As we have seen in the displacement produced by the realization of subsumption, the unitary paradigm of time as measure of value is smashed. Subsumption generates a completely enveloping temporal umwelt that dissolves the possibility of measure. With the dissolution of measure, two tendencies present themselves to us on the terrain of theory itself. The first reproposes a formal schema of manifold time, a scientific centralization of the combination of multiple times, a concept of the envelope of the multiple, in other words a new space of organization of time, therefore an analytic of the combination of these modalities. The other tendency displays the situation in materialist terms, and so respects multiplicity for what it is, as irreducibility of the many to the one, time conceived in its founding dynamic, and therefore, molecular reality as against any molar projection. From the methodological standpoint, it seems important to me to mention that once the analysis of time has been displaced onto the terrain of real subsumption, the first problem becomes that of the hysteresis of the concepts of time. The antagonism of the paradigms, or if one prefers, of the style of thought, or even better, of the principle of individuation connected to each paradigm, appears immediately on stage. On one side, the formal and analytic tendency, the idea of equilibrium. On the other, the materialist tendency and the insistence on multiplicity. The impossibility of considering time as the measure of value, and therefore of taking it as the solution to a real contradiction, pushes contradiction onto two opposing fronts, therefore freeing up its antagonistic potentialities. It is well established that once the law of value is no longer current or functional, it determines on the terrain of the relations of production the hegemonic accentuation of the political precept, of the rules of command. When we analyze the idea of time and its transformation, we understand the thread of that real displacement. The idea of time will be articulated along with that of command, tending to become the fabric of the analytic of command. As against this, in the hysteresis of the dissociation of multiple times we find opposed tendencies, material tendencies constituting themselves as the negation of command, and therefore as logics of liberation. 17 But all this occurs at the level of displacement, and so within the great unitary base, the new social nature of existence of the collective umwelt. The displacement of the law of value in real subsumption is both its negation and its realization, the realization of a general and collective substratum that opens towards a new transition, dominated by a new antagonism. The hysteresis of the concept of time, the catastrophe of its experience, the fact that it presents itself to us according to antagonistic tendencies, all this represents the chief qualities of the displacement. Therefore, we must methodically underline the problem of the hysteresis within the displacement as the first step in determining our inquiry qualitatively. 18. But still from the standpoint of methodology, and keeping to the terrain that cleaves only to the ghost of reality, one can immediately add some further important remarks. If the destruction of time as measure of value places us before a compact, socialized, standardized, subsumed world, if this world can be seen from 2 points of view, and these 2 points of view are real because the displacement is given as a hysteresis of the tendencies, the logic of time, in order to enable the emergence of the dual and antagonistic character that the experience of displacement, of the crisis of the law of value, produces, must initially demonstrate the irreducibility, the impossibility of superimposing dialectically the two faces of the hysteresis, of the separation. For, as soon as we see the phenomena that interest us, we note the profound, the radical asymmetry between the polarities of the crisis. I will give just one example. The displacement is given through the process of real subsumption. Now, from the formal point of view, the tendency of subsumption presents itself in terms of a linear logic. The reality of capitalist dominion is realized as systemic and totalitarian. The whole of society becomes productive. The time of production is the time of life. At this point, however, the formal and linear tendency must recall its own reality. It is the tendency of capitalist development. But capital is a relation of exploitation. The displacement of development onto the level of real subsumption is therefore an antagonistic displacement. The fact that all has become productive does not negate the asymmetry of the productive relation. In other words, it does not negate the fact that it is exploitation that constitutes the relation of production. The social realization of the relation of capitalist production overdetermines and accentuates the relation of exploitation. It does not negate it. But we have already seen how at this level the unitary idea of time as measure goes into crisis, and there arise within the fabric of the multiplicity of real times, at least two opposing tendencies. These displaced times are in a material opposition adequate to the original asymmetric relation. In the umwelt of real subsumption, of enveloping time, there emerges not only the hysteresis of the analytic of time and of multiple real times, but also and above all the asymmetry of the time of command and of the times of liberation from exploitation. Asymmetry is the initial and powerful, radical, and insoluble form of antagonism within the displacement. Perhaps we should here recall a minor tradition in the history of the idea of time, but one that is not any less important or suggestive. It is the hypothesis of classical materialism, that of Democritus, Epicurus, and Lucretius. It is an entirely ontological hypothesis that, on the basis of a relation between mutation and time, on the basis of a tendential unity of movement and time, proposes the definition of time as innovation and or corruption, that is to say, time as direction, as significant ontological vector, as asymmetry, as displacement. Epicurus and Lucretius, before Spinoza, released Sisyphus from hell, Ceres 2000, p. 38. It worth recalling this tradition because it symbolizes with the value of a symbol and nothing else. It is in fact very dangerous to posit, as some contemporary authors do, this relationist conception of time, one that is linked to fixed and determined spatial parameters, as a way of overcoming the ancient spatial concept of time and as anticipation of the relativistic contemporary theories. The atomistic theory has merely the force of a symbol, that is all. The radical alterity of a libertarian, materialistic, and collective conception of time, we very much want to reconnect ourselves to these origins. Against time as number of motion in respect of before and after, Aristotle, 19. Against the conception of time as the universal reverberation of the harmony of the celestial spheres, against Aristotle and Plato, and therefore against every conception of time as measure, even more so if it happens to be the absolute measure of the astral movements. Here time shows itself as fullness and as difference. We insist on the co-presence of the plenitude of the capitalist subsumption of labor, which is a veritable coining of collective being, of difference, of asymmetry, of the corruption and the innovation of being, and of its mutation. This paradox represents the situation we find ourselves in. Nature does not codify the universe. There is no code to the equilibrium. The clinamen appears as freedom because it is that turbulence which refuses the forced movement. It cannot be understood by the scientific theory of the constructors of wells and aqueducts. It cannot be understood by the master of the waters. Ceres. In fact, the master of the waters, of this liquid universe of the temporal umwelt of subsumption, cannot but understand time as appearance, as not being in itself, as accident of accidents. Against this Democritus, Epicurus, and Lucretius take a stand in favor of the ontological reality of time. At this point it seems possible to provide a few remarks on how to advance the inquiry into the definition of the communist idea of time, or the time of communism. We will start from the analysis of collective time as determined by the displacement marked by real subsumption, identifying on the one hand the capitalist analytic of the subsumption of labor by capital, and on the other, its specific antagonism, that is social work, the social worker as the crisis of the social analytic of capital, Chapter 2 and 3. Secondly, we will define productive time in the specificity of its antagonism, on the one side, time as productive of surplus value, time as money and circulation, but on the other, time as productive cooperation, from complex labor to self-valorization, Chapter 4 and 5. Thirdly, time will be seen in its constitutive form, the constitution of capitalist power in the state, in the global and articulated organization of command, when the analytic of capitalist time becomes power. And on the other hand, the worker time of a global working day that erupts from self-valorization to self-organization, to the new proletarian institutionality, Chapter 6 and 7. Finally, we will find ourselves before the definitive irreducibility of the different temporal series. The capitalist series annuls itself in the formality of the time of destruction, of disintegration, of waste. The series of multiple times of the antagonistic standpoint is resolved in the long and consistent revolutionary time of the communist constitution, Chapter 8 and 9. In reality, with these last 2 points, we find ourselves before a second fundamental displacement, so that the path traveled in these prolegomena is that which goes from the subsumption of labor in capital and of society in the state, first displacement, to the explosion of this relation. We are traveling the path which orthodox theory called the problem of transition, which it flattened onto that of socialism. Here in truth we have had to consider many things. We start from the concept of subsumption as crisis, of socialism as antagonistic displacement. If there is a transition, it happens in the form of antagonism and certainly not in the form of a linear utopia. The idea of time is central not only because it places itself at the heart of the critical genesis of the theory of value, the appearance of real subsumption and the opening of the problem of transition, which happens to be a real problem, but above all because it presents itself as the matrix of the dystopia of communism, of the reality of its immensely powerful collective advance. Time will increasingly appear to us as the real material from which communism is constituted. The scientific innovation is that of the second displacement. We must work at this, we must anticipate the course of that path. Probably some truths will emerge, but we must bear in mind that, although we work at innovation, we are still within the terrain of subsumption, and hence of the hysteresis of forces and the asymmetry of relations. We live in the forms of contradiction and of antagonism. Here the truth and the concept of communist time will appear to us as fireworks and flares rather than as a secure trajectory of physical time. And yet it is necessary to begin. Chapter 2. First construction, collective time. A. Ascesis and ecstasy, analytic of circulation. In real subsumption, the collective appears in the form of the analytic whole. Capitalist socialization appears indifferent, equivalent and circular. Society is a superstructure, but an all too real one. From the superstructure it takes the possibility of being logical, from the real it takes the possibility of being put into practice. The society reconstructed within the capitalist analytic, as the product of capitalist power, is a structural horizon. A philosophical ideal has been achieved: synthesis, synchrony of organization and of command, of the one and the many. Only one thing is missing from this analytic society, from this compact socialization, from this monetarization of collective being: time. Or rather, time is given in the form of measure and accountability, of command and function. The aporias, the crises, and the conflicts have an indifferent content and determination. Nevertheless they can and must be resolved within the circularity of the social flow. The motor and measure of this circulation is the functional equivalent, i.e. the money of command. Time, in so far as it is an ontological determination, is the attribute of servants, hated if recalled. It is nothing but necessity. From another perspective, time can be entrusted to aesthetics, to genius and recklessness, to music. In order to guarantee its own formal perfection, circulation must avoid time. Faux phrase 20 are to be annulled. A non-temporal act of production should creatively, or at least functionally, comprehend all of circulation, all of time and all of value. To accumulate and to govern capitalist circulation is equivalent to Genesis. This transcendental of the society of real subsumption is the transformation of Prometheus into Narcissus, the ideal of the complete self-sufficiency of the schema of production and of automatic functioning. Ecstasy. A regulative logic, a generalized jurisprudence, a self-grounded independent semantics, circuits of simulation. There is no time, jurisprudence is the fixating of time, the automatic regulative logic is the depotentialization of time, time becomes uncrossable. Every relation becomes relative, merely the comparison between two monetary quantities. Every natural rate fails, surplus value is annulled in the indifference of interest. The realm within which one moves is that of the reified equivalent, which is thus indifferent to determination, and hence is entirely circular. There is bourgeois ecstasy in the face of this construction. Forgive me for this impressionistic and pretentious approach. Ecstasy cannot be described other than by those who feel it, and I must go begging to these lucky ones. Nor does ecstasy have an internal order, the accumulation of sensations is therefore the only description. Drugs are not inappropriate at this note of bourgeois understanding. But this folklore of capitalism in the phase of real subsumption should be disassembled. The ecstasy should be reduced to the ascesis that produces it. The uncertainty of the framework should be broken down into the analytic that composes it. We know what the framework of the problematic is, the ensemble of the effects determined by the complete socialization of capital, hence of its relation, of its antagonism. The displacement has modified the nature of the process. The relation between command and organization cannot but be given within the productive social bloc. The old techniques do not work. There is no exteriority on which to fall back, on any occasion. But there's more, this collective and structural time that envelopes and constructs life seems to lack all distinction. Never have destinies been so interwoven. Work is time of life, time of all collective life. It is the condition of its existence. The restoration of time as measure in this structural reality is a material operation, whether enforced and consensual. Little does it matter now. It is, however, functional, analytic. Complexity is reduced to articulation, ontological time to discrete and maneuverable time. The analytic is an authentic transcendental operation, a display of transcendental schematism. That administrative procedures and acts organize this process changes little as regards its metaphysical nature. For example, the terrain to which Luhmann is constrained remains that of Heidegger's ontology. The operation is intelligent, is judicious, restructure continuously the compactness of collective temporality on the basis of a functional schema. Time is to be reconstructed as the measure of the reproduction of the system. It is to be reconstructed as an ensemble of functions forming a temporal matrix. Point 21. Restructuring is not a rule pertaining to a phase, but an operation that should be developed in all phases, at every moment of the social process. It is now time, Jetztzeit, 22 unfolded in succession. The process has three fundamental characteristics: it must be endogenous to the system, it must be continuously productive of functions and systemic innovations, and it must reach equilibrium. What we are seeking is a veritable thermodynamics of society. The more the analysis deepens and produces real redundancies, the more the contradictory content of the process becomes manifest. But the multiple times of the collective and their dissipative effects must be reconceived all the more in a dynamic of reversible trajectories that can be brought back to equilibrium, to the rule of equivalence, to the equilibrium of micro-conflicts within the recapitulative totality. Point 23. How this process resembles that old alliance of dialectical materialism, which linked the social sciences to the physical sciences. But there is little mileage on insisting on formal assonance here. It is more important to stress that through cultural analogies, different political and social systems display a tendency to unity. The folklore of capitalism answers that of real socialism. But further, how can one not see in the analytic fanaticism of the Solon, of recomposition and refounding of equilibrium, the capitalist recognition of the end of the real function of measuring and the will to posit it once again despite this? Marx had alluded to the capitalist dream of circulation without faux phrase, without time. When the productive and revolutionary reality draws near to this utopia, renewing the experience of time, capital must restore time as measure as its reason for existence. In this way capital becomes a terribly mysterious being, Marx. Ecstasy forms the basis of ascetics. The problem is indeed a formidable one. The entire history of bourgeois thought saw equilibrium, to which it tended as to its own absolute, in terms of mediation. Hence in terms of a linear process of rationalization, of supersession, Aufhebung, of criteria of preferential rationality and of natural rate. Here rather the regime of the production of truth anticipates reality, and the paths of functional rationalization are always interrupted, are always problematic, and mobile thought is transformed into a constitutive strategy. Bourgeois science must reconstitute itself as abstract measure, over and against a collective irreversible time, and so as a function of equivalence and circulation, in other words, as money. In order to make mediation work, Hegel must cross out the sections on the Enlightenment and absolute freedom and terror in the phenomenology of the spirit, because in these sections it is not the struggle against superstition and the regulation of the absolute freedom of capital that generates science, it is generated rather by superstition and terror. The transcendence and the circularity of science do not come together in supersession but rather in foundation. It is here that we see the insufficiency of negative thought and the thinking on the crisis 24 today, in whatever form, in the Hegelian sources that mark it out. Negative thought is like an inside-out glove, unsure whether it represents the hand or the turning inside out, whether it is clarifying the reality of mediation or is speaking simply of its necessity. Formal crisis. This character of Italian ideology is entirely obsolete. Point 25. The capitalist analytic of social labor subsumed in capital is therefore a veritable coining of social being. The constitutive thought of capital does not set out from individuals so as to form the criteria of obligation as in Hobbes, it begins with the obligation, it does not begin with the contract between all and the general will as in Rousseau, it starts rather from the general will. Mediation precedes being, it preforms it, it preconstitutes it. The economic plan of the state does not resolve the class contradictions but rather it encircles them, it systematizes and dominates them. Time as measure, mediation, and equilibrium are the will and foundation of an analytic of power, of a prior and arbitrary monetization of the real, of an aggressive coining of being. Occupying in advance the whole of the social space so as to measure it through the abstraction of time rather than assuming the plural, multiversal, and substantial temporal constitution of the world. This is the problem that capital must resolve. Point 26. Here then, after the initial impressionistic account, the transformation of Prometheus into Narcissus becomes clear. How far we are from the crisis, from the disenchantment that bourgeois science experienced when the awareness of the fading away of Prometheus, of the exhaustion of the project, became apparent. At that time science lived its tragedy in ethical form. The mysticism of Wittgenstein in the passage from the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus to the philosophical investigation still contained, though ambiguously, the concept and the experience of a real referent. That is, to a new reality, to the compact world of subsumption. When Wittgenstein exclaims that the limits of one's existence are the limits of logic, he certainly destroys physicalist atomism, the picture theory of the real simulacrum, and every other empirical schema, but he captures the sense of the tautology of society, of value, and of language. The tragedy arose from the comparison between the mystical and exhaustive apperception of the tautology, and the individualism, the solipsism of the framework of inquiry, that is to say, of the consciousness of the author as philosophical, hence as universal subject. This was a real tragedy, for throwing away the latter, truly leaving it in one's wake, came at an enormous price. From individualism to collectivism, there are those who live this passage as tragedy when instead struggle and reality show it to be a blessing. When in its mature form Husserlian phenomenology unfolds ascetically in the process which constitutes the world, in the universal human analogy of the world, in a theoretical praxis, always unmentioned but effective through a timid medley between acts on the part of the transcendental subject and activities constitutive of the collective subject, even in this case the tautology of the world subsumed in capital is touched upon. It is done so ascetically in Husserl and mystically in Wittgenstein. But tragedy is also Husserl's context. Because this human analogy of the world, practiced ascetically, elusive of the collective, is unable to definitively break with the idealist position of the I think that produces science. The systematic caesura, the epoche, is the sign of the impossibility of bringing together Prometheus and the world. Whether one throws the latter away or not, the analytic of subsumed being understood theoretically for the first time as constituted totality was anything but satisfied, it was merely accomplished hypostatically. Wittgensteinian mysticism and Husserlian asceticism bring tragedy into the Promethean work of capital as subject and author of the subsumption of society. Today the ethical tragedy is over. There is only ecstasy. The linear path of time must become circular because the totality is presupposed. Rather than the paradox of the spatial conception of time, the theory of the eternal return presents itself as the justification for the meaninglessness of any temporally directed arrow. The cosmological fire is extinguished. This is the difference that runs from the ancients to Nietzsche. The analytic of capital operates on a totality without genesis, without contradictions, without process. An analytic of totality where the totality is the presupposition. Time is removed, the mind is, as Gertrude Stein wants, a space, theory is the geography of this space. Time is a transcendental schematism accomplished because presupposed. Therefore it is ecstasy of effectual power, of the capitalist analytic of subsumption. And if there remain any contradictory and apparatic elements, it is the ascesis of evanescence that controls and resolves them. Narcissus. Point 27. Chapter 3. First construction, collective time b. Crisis, towards a phenomenology of collective praxis. To speak of the real subsumption of labor in social capital is to speak of average social labor, given by abstraction, by limit and measure, becoming substance. As we have seen, for capital it is a case of systematizing and molding this substance. The analytic of subsumed labor is a process that aims to fix the compound totality, Sinelow's collective capital social labor power, that wishes thus to exclude social labor power as the potentiality for crisis. It is well established that the entire history of the bourgeoisie is nothing other than the permanent attempt to live through crisis, that crisis is linked to the definition of the bourgeoisie itself. Even to say the market is, in a way, to say crisis. But it is also well known that the bourgeoisie makes crisis the key to the progress of capital, and so succeeds in its project to organize productive time and to exert its dominion over crisis. From this standpoint, the 17th century is the emblematic century, the century of great crises and, at the same time, the one that is foundational for the capitalist constitution of society. It is emblematic of this relationship. Kozelek was able to call a precious little book on the idea of critical bourgeois culture Pathogenes der Bürgerlichen Welt. I have insisted vigorously on this paradox in my own studies of 17th century philosophy. Point 28. The situation changes, however, at the level of real subsumption. When social production founds the tautology of time and value, crisis is not linear and or periodic in the relations of production, but rather it is simultaneous and stable. The global institution of the social does not in general allow for periodizations or diachronic lines, but only for synchronic crossings of a homogeneous reality. Therefore, the world of real subsumption is the world of crisis because it is entirely traversed by the antagonisms of displacement, nor can they be isolated. At best they are systematically reproducible and, for this reason, controllable. Crisis is, from this point of view, synonymous with real subsumption. We can say the same thing in other words. As I have shown elsewhere, La Forma Stato, Chapter X, pages 306 to 34, crisis cannot be defined as a crisis of circulation, in the sense that at some points in circulation blockages are generated and therefore the cumulative processes break the measure of equilibrium. The crisis is in circulation, at every point, and does not so much concern the paths of needs, of commodities and information, which can be perfectly planned and guaranteed, as the emergence of plural, multiversal and mobile times of subjects. The old concept of crisis presupposes the reversibility of the circuits. In real subsumption, in global productive circulation, the crisis is rather the emergence of irreversible times. Point 29. In this way, the passage through the tautology of time and value gives us the possibility of appreciating a concept of crisis that is consubstantial with the current phase of capitalist development. Real, global, and simultaneous crisis founded on the antagonism that the plural substantial times of subjects oppose to the analytic of command. Therefore crisis is the correct standpoint in the face of real subsumption. A crisis that is founded on the antagonism of plural times, of collective subjects that the displacement of real subsumption places at the center of social space. But what does this definition of plural, substantive, and antagonistic times mean? In Marxist jargon, even the most recent, antagonistic substantiality is brought back to use value as independence and autonomy from exchange value. What then is the relationship between the traditional understanding of use value and the antagonism of subjects, of plural times? To pose the problem in this way is to pose the problem of the displacement, of the new quality, of use value within the real subsumption of labor by capital. In order to confront these problems, and to give them a solution, we propose the following intermediate theses. As value the fundamental form, labor power offers itself up for exchange. It becomes exchange value. B. Within exchange, capital, because it is constructive power, reforms, restructures use value in the combination of productive factors. C. Within the capitalist constitution of exchange value, the relative independence of use value can be grasped through a dialectic that shows successive displacements in the composition of labor power. D. But within the totalitarian real subsumption of society in capital, this relative independence is no longer conceivable. If to accept for the moment this absurdity, this relative independence continued to be possible, it would mean that the process would be undefined dialectically. But it is not, unless one assumes circularity and the eternal return as true images of the process, as is anticipated in a mystified way by the analytic of capital. The Marxist theory of the normal working day is important, though in many ways ambiguous, because it poses a superior limit, the working day itself, which is essential in all equations. It is equally useful to recall here, in terms of fixing a limit, Herod's temporal paradox, which demonstrates the impossibility of a total affluence on the side of consumption. There is insufficient time to acquire all the commodities on offer. Use value could at this point be defined as subtraction, antagonistic insofar as a negative, against and within real subsumption. This subtraction is formal or material. By formal subtraction we mean generic subtraction from capitalist command. The ghetto. The crisis of the law of value, in its realization, is here understood as the falling away of any paradigm of value, and one rebels against this fall of values. Nevertheless, it is an illusory condition. Although it could still count as an ethico-political precondition, a sort of radical doubt with utopian functions, see my Tu Comunismo y la Guerra. Subtraction understood materially is break, destructuring, and struggle. Use value as crisis. It is the only possible form of independence of use value. But the break and the crisis are not sufficient to render the independence of use value active. If to accept this absurdity, a relative independence of the composition at the level of real subsumption were still possible, this would mean that the capitalist process, apart from being temporally undefined, which is not the case, would have to be spatially discrete. In this way the conditions for the functioning of the analytic model would be given. But this is not the case because the composition presents itself as absolute mobility. At the level of the antagonism determined in real subsumption, class composition is given in the form of time. Late capitalism would like to think of itself as undefined time on a discrete spatial base, neoliberalism. This is pure ideology. In reality it is constrained to a limited time on the basis of a continuous space. Use value is the point of intersection between the undefined mobility of the composition and the determined temporality of the constitution. Late capitalism experiences the cleavage of the spatio-temporal conditions of the reproduction of capital. These spatio-temporal antagonistic conditions are represented by use value, time of life. When introducing these theses we have called them intermediate theses. In fact, in order to consolidate them from the standpoint of the argument, it is necessary to move forward and define more clearly the temporal and collective status of use value. But already we have objections against these intermediate theses, ones that we would do well to overcome, as overcoming them can advance our inquiry. Now, proceeding by extremes, there are those, such as Agnes Heller and her school of thought, who negate the possibility of giving use value a social and collective dimension, while insisting on its antagonistic character. There are others, Baudrillard, Formanti and the so-called postmodernists generally, who seize the collective and temporal displacement of use value with great intensity but deny it its antagonistic valence. To contrast two theories in order that they may critique one another is not the best method that one can follow, partly because the intention behind this approach is to give as proven the intermediate thesis, in this case our own, without in fact doing so. It is nevertheless the case that the linearity, antagonistic and materialistic, of Heller's system of needs, and of all phenomenologies, which we may call Jena-inspired, and on the other hand the new wave idea of the pure systemic simulation and the complete indifferent displacement of values, have for us a unifying characteristic, which can be submitted to summary criticism, and that is the localization of the possible antagonism in a space exogenous to the system. So it is only before at the time of foundation, of the taking root of needs or after on the margins of a world systematically achieved that a point can be discovered from which resistance can proceed. As in Rosa Luxemburg the opposition is born on the system's outer limit, it remains exogenous. That which I think it is necessary to theoretically combat is the exogenous character of the possible alternative. Indeed, we believe that if the logic of displacement and antagonism operates, use value as resistance and struggle is identifiable within the endogenous dimensions of the process, and that this fundamental characteristic, which is part and parcel of a correct usage of the logic of displacement, gives us once again use value as an element of crisis within the process, one that is adequate to the dimensions reached in subsumption by the productive process. Therefore, it is to the temporal and collective status of use value that we must return. Point 30. Let us turn back to the heart of the analysis. To me it seems that the capitalist analytic runs into insoluble aporias when in real subsumption time and work tend towards unity. It is clear that if time shows work as a real and present medium, and no longer as simply abstract, indifferent, merely equivalent, but already touched by the principle of subjectivity, then the concept of use value we find before us is a new one. Before real subsumption is given, average social labor opposes itself to use value, which is immediate emergence. 31 Here in real subsumption, on the other hand, use value and average social time are given as identical. Time as sociality and use value as sociality. Social use value. Not private, individualist immediacy, but rather immediately social value. Here to say social use value, to say temporality constitutive of value in the collective medium, is to speak of the immediacy of mediation. Irreversibility. Socially average labor, time, does not mediate between use values, but displays their new reality. Use value opposes itself to the analytic circulation of the system insofar as within the same dimensions it presents itself as the immediacy of mediation. And if time is the element, the function, the foundation of the process, we find ourselves before the constitution of time as the collective essence, as the machine constitutive of the subject. The eminent form of the crisis of the analytic of capital consists in the temporal and collective emergence of the antagonistic subject. It consists in the transformation of use value and in its social average displacement. The capitalist analytic constitutes a collective horizon. Temporality marks out this collective horizon. But the analytic goes into crisis on the terrain of temporality, through the aporias of circulation. Antagonism emerges on the terrain of collective displacement. Antagonism is plural collective subjectivity in the face of the capitalist reduction of complexity. It is clear that at this point we will have to follow the emergence of antagonism around the following 4 points. 1. Synchronically, as the impossibility of reducing the antagonistic subject to the totality of the temporal equivalence, the idea of a total affluence is a logical fallacy, R.F. Harrod. 2. Diachronically, as the impossibility of reducing the antagonistic subject to the circularity of production, the postulates of rigidity in Bronfenbrenner, for example. 3. Then, on the positive side, synchronically, as the immediate emergence of the sense of social antagonism, of the asymmetry of treatment, tout le malprovienda l'inégalité, Starobinsky. 4. Again positively and diachronically, as the ontological experience of the continuity of the development of the subject within the framework and in relation to the analytic universes. To enter upon this path is to place oneself on the terrain of a phenomenology of collective praxis, of the analysis of temporality as ontologically constitutive identity, Lebenswelt in the antagonistic complexity that opposes it to the empty, circular, equivalent unity of the command time of capital. We shall confront these subjects directly further on in our inquiry. But for now let us dwell further on the topic of the antagonistic foundation. To me it seems that, in the history of thought, the hypothesis of a collective constitution of time as an operation antagonistic to the spatial and mediatory conception of time, becomes an increasingly observable element and one that is always characteristic of revolutionary thought. Elsewhere, the savage anomaly, I have tried to define the damned current of Western thought from Machiavelli to Spinoza to Marx that is part and parcel of this terrain. It is a red thread that should be woven further and more widely. 32, in particular, and after having so roundly condemned the Kantian transcendental schematism, I think it necessary to do Kant justice, because his thought is damnedly complex and it should be read as such. Let me then make what appears to be a digression. Looking at the critique of pure reason, we have to bear in mind the two great motifs with respect to time and the dialectic. The first is the essence of a fundamentally bourgeois thematics. It is the conception of time as an internal sense, as an internal transcendental form. From this point of view, it is superior to that of space, which is external, though still formal, while time is the internal form in as much as it dominates the outside as well. But within this framework the form of time takes on other fundamental functions. Precisely because of its character as strong internal and external element, time is the force that supports the project of the intellect towards reality. Reality is unreachable, of course, but that does not mean that the intellect's project is any less real. It is the project on which the power of reason is formed, empirically as transcendental imagination, rationally as transcendental apperception. From this first point of view then, the critique of pure reason serves to found the bourgeois conception of time, both in its superior form, and in its schematic project. We rediscover this conception of time at every point of Kantian thought, in the aesthetic as the theory of the internal form, in the analytic of the understanding as the schematic theory of judgment, in the dialectic of reason as the fabric of transcendental apperception. The core of Kantian teaching should be considered from this perspective right through to its mature formulations in the contemporary analytic and in particular, as already hinted at, as it is found in Heidegger. Having said this, let us look at the second motif of the Kantian approach, the relation of time to the dialectic. In Kant this relation is absolutely problematic. The dialectic, unlike what will occur later with Hegel, is for now a pure and simple logic of illusion. In reality, the relation of time to the dialectic is in any case substantive, but negative. On the one hand, time is internal sense and the foundation of the imagination, on the other the dialectic is the pure logic of illusion. Time, in organizing faculties of knowledge, cleaves to reality although it does not exhaust it. The dialectic, on the other hand, is the prisoner of the analytic amphiboly, that is, prisoner of reason's erroneous and vain wandering between empiricism and productive rationalism. In Hegel the analytic amphiboly will be resolved in the dialectical process of reason, in Heidegger it will be dissolved in the ontological advance of meaning. In both cases time becomes the structure that conveys the dialectic. In Kant, time is saved by the dialectic, as the dialectic is the pure logic of illusion. It is in this dual sense that Kantian thought takes on for us the value of a fundamental shift. Firstly, because it gives us a concept of time as the form of subjectivity, a revolutionary idea of time as the project of subjectivity. Secondly, it is precisely because the conception of subjectivity is revolutionary, that the concept of time refuses to become dialectical, that is, to become closure of the project in a generality that passes itself off as universal. Of course, from the standpoint of a materialist critique one can truly say that the separation time/dialectic in Kant represents enlightenment, individualistic and bourgeois thinking which has yet to arrive at the thought of profit. In other areas of his thinking, however, Kant is well aware of this question. But this does not prevent the logical force of Kant's thinking from arriving in advance at the demystification of the capitalist solution to the antinomy, the mystificatory presumption of an analytic operation within the dialectical process while having entirely understood its significance. Kantian time is able to resolve the contradictions of the project, without falling into dialectics. In Kant the primitive, the originary separation of the concept of time from the development of the dialectic is fundamental. In Kant the concept of time founds the separation and the project at one and the same moment. And it does so on the terrain of individualism, of course. But it is important for us, who move on the terrain of collectivity, to evaluate this experiment. That these pages on Kant do not constitute an empty digression is clear as soon as we return to our theme. That is to say, to that fabric of the phenomenology of collective praxis which is constituted by the identification of use value as the active, collective, antagonistic element within real subsumption as crisis. We then find ourselves before the solution to a historic problem that has existed since the dawn of bourgeois civilization and capitalist culture. It is the solution to the problem of imagination and of antagonism. Thousands of interpretations have been given of this fundamental experience. Spirit develops by investing reality, but it continuously runs into an obstacle. We have two solutions at opposite extremes of the spectrum. The first is the utopian one. In the recent studies by B. Baxco, the analysis of the aspects of this experience of the imaginative reduction of reality, of the progressive time that constitutes the heart of utopia, reveals fully the truly constitutive collective dimension of this experience. But the utopia remains utopia, living labor and dead labor, action and heaviness resolved. In this contrast the concept of time is broken. The non-contemporaneity of the times of Ernst Bloch is not a multiversum image, it is an image of destructive contemporaneity. Real time is broken by utopian time and vice versa. The other extreme is represented by the desperate and heroic conceptions of the spatial duplicity of the temporal matrices. From Bergson to Wilde to the Sartre of the critique of dialectical reason, we find ourselves perpetually standing before a temporal universe that displays antagonism as the tension of constructive and collective time before the practico inert, with all its heaviness, density, and its insolubility. The idea of time is broken in this case as well, though it fails to tear itself away from an inertial, linear, spatial conception, and it is this that breaks it. The antagonism is romantic, spiritual. Only Marxism and the conception of displacement take up the Kantian provocation of a time that is always internal external, hence collective, foundational, and at once antagonism. In real subsumption time divides itself in reality, on the one side time of living labor, on the other time of dead labor. Both are internal and external, both are rooted to the dimension of the collective, although they are materially and historically different and antagonistic. If the crisis traverses the analytic horizon of real subsumption, then antagonism constitutes the proletarian subject, it constitutes mobile, real, collective living labor. The Kantian intuition of separation as inherent in the idea of time does not fix utopian and improbable contemporaneities, it does not block separation within the irresolvable heaviness, always residual and inertial, of the practico-inert, but instead rediscovers it in the formal and material completeness of a priori independent subjects. Thus the dream of a constitutive time of antagonism, developed from Machiavelli to Spinoza to Marx, finds a real foundation. This seems the right moment to summarize the moments of the transition we have undergone. In destroying time as measure, capital constitutes time as collective substance. But for capital, this temporal collectivity cannot show itself as such, it must rather be reduced to an analytic collectivity, to a collectivity without time. It is here that the antagonism erupts. The time of cooperation constitutes itself as a subject against capital. It is use value. It is principle of crisis, latent or actual, but always principle of crisis. Often in Marxist literature, use value is taken as a naturalistic foundation or merely as the function of exchange value. It could still, one way or another, be understood as such prior to the transition to real subsumption. In the phase of subsumption, time presents itself as collective substance of value and as antagonistic subject. The more use value labor power becomes an abstract commodity and pure and simple expropriated time, the more any exogenous reference falls away and instead the antagonistic character of production, of crisis, of use value, is affirmed. Use value is simply the determination of the collective liberation of time from exploitation. But only to the extent that it is in itself element of crisis, coextensive and synchronic with the existence of capital. Collective time is constituted in global terms by subsumption, and put in crisis and antagonism by the collective proletarian subject. Chapter 4. Second construction, productive time. A. Money, value, nomenclature, between time, peace and war. Genesis tells of how creation was completed when God gave to each thing its name. The analytic of circulation is a genesis, it is a horizon of nomenclature. The passage from the collective imaginary of circulation to the real world of production, from the asymmetries and aporias of the system of circulation to the world of value, is for capital an ontological deepening of the process of denomination. It is a passage evidently endowed with power, from sense to reference. This is the relationship in which circulation and production stand to one another, and power dominates the passage. We have crossed the territory of circulation. The first displacement, beyond the market, shows us simply the collectivization of every social relation as well as its monetarization. It is an imaginary, schematic, superstructural horizon. It is the realm of a general universal equivalence. The first difficulty to appear in the sphere of circulation consists in the fact that the regime of names that presents itself as independent of social elements, of the universes of the real, and thus as virginally functional in its reproduction of the collective imaginary, clashes with a regime of things, of subjects, of temporal dimensions that is irreducible to the former. The measure of circulation, which has meaning only in terms of the arrow's circulatory direction, is dashed against the measures of the collective subjects. A specific antinomy is born of the irreversibility of the relations set down here. The critique of political economy must therefore retain its traditional and dignified function of critique of theology, of ideal and hypostatic circulation. The commodified definition of money in terms of pure universal equivalent must be withdrawn, and it must be redefined as the form of value. It is here that one can locate the dissolution of the theories of money as pure nomenclature so characteristic of the post-Keynesian schools, both on this side and the other of the Atlantic, whose concern is merely to pose the postmodern problem of circulation and to define its character. But that means insisting on the fact that, in real subsumption, monetary circulation must and wants to be directly productive circulation. This move is no small thing. Through it we are drawn by the analytic nomenclature onto a terrain of stronger ontological intensity. The passage installs itself within a universe of value that productive circulation demands as its own fabric. It is not a case of organization of the general universal equivalent, but rather of operations productive of commodities that form the matter of the world, of nature, the only nature that today capitalist subsumption allows us to know. Here time is nature, nature of capital, average accumulated social time, value. 33. But in the tautology determined by the social displacement of production, the relation value-time cannot be measured, or rather, it can only be measured on the basis of the relations that stretch between the unity of command, of the form of social organization, and the plurality of the times of subjects. The material, natural, productive relation can only therefore be worked out in the form of command. The process of nomenclature transforms itself into that of disciplining. In the labor process, discipline is the homologue of hierarchy in the social redistribution of wealth. It represents the hierarchy of functions in the process of social production. The collective essence of the social producers, their rich complexity must, as the condition of capitalist organization, be reduced to labor power dispersed across the market. Value is surplus value, is command, is hierarchical and disciplinary absoluteness of command. It is, to use a merely suggestive term, absolute surplus value. If production is only given as social productive circulation, productivity is systemic. In that case the internal differentials become irrelevant. And above all, if determined in this way, the canonical distinction between mechanisms of extraction of absolute surplus value, lengthening of the working day, and of relative surplus value, intensification of the productivity of labor, falls away. There is only abstraction of surplus value on the basis of the functional cooperation of all of social labor. There is only organization of exploitation as command that expresses itself over the whole of social labor. If we say absolute surplus value, it is because we lay claim to the hardcore of Marx's theory, the concept of the brutality of capitalist power as it approaches the accumulation of surplus value proper to slavery. Let us then say absolute productive command of capital over social labor in real subsumption. A specific exception, which takes the definition of absolute surplus value back to its origins as an individual measure of exploitation, concerns female labor, housework, and the reproduction of the species with its unlimited extension of the working day. Within the disciplinary horizon, command presents itself, 1. As centralized ordering of production, 2. As social organization of production, and finally, 3. As structure of social productive command, as foundation and abstract natural synthesis. And this fundamental, tendential and necessary abstraction of capital wants to present itself as more powerful than the concrete. Let us look at each of these three articulations in turn. 1. The first is the one that gives us capital as the presupposition of society. The time of accumulation is accumulated time, its ontological freedom taken away, it is blocked and shaped power. One must here be wary of not being dazzled by Bergsonianisms. This accumulated, objectified time is not weakened but is more powerful. Its lack of human qualities does not render it any less efficacious. Accumulated time, in the form of technological structures, of weaponry, of metropolises, of nature, is as chaotic as it is powerful. This mass of accumulated social time is predisposed for command. Veritable absolute surplus value, in the sense that the maximum time, the totality of the time of life, is presupposed as a condition, as matter and functionality of command. And as we have said, this is the case even if the concept of absolute surplus value can no longer be logically distinguished from relative surplus value due to the inexistence of the real relations that the distinction presupposes. Social time is thus constructed as mass of potentiality of command ordered in its entirety and in accordance with the exigencies of accumulation. One could say that here capital reintroduces time as measure as the subjective will of command, as its norm, but it would be wrong to say so because here time is not measure but imperiousness, and imperiousness is not timepiece but rule of war. For these concepts I refer you to my Tu Comunismo y la Guerra. But these concepts can only be fleshed out further on in our discussion. 2. These remarks are all the more valid when we consider command in terms of the organization of social labor flows. In this case time, already presented as norm and hence as presupposition, is executed in the disciplinary and hierarchical articulations of the social labor processes. The norm, prearranged for the totality, made to count as the indicator of equilibrium and of reproduction of the system, becomes here administrative procedure in a broad sense, naturally, so that the terminology may change. 34 The analytic of equilibrium is pushed by its own aporias into infiltrating reality, operating as function of organization and surveillance. This occurs across the entirety of social relations. The collective time which we came across in the analytic of capital as the result of an operation of transfer, of symbolic transvaluation that functions as a superstructure, is here brought completely back to, and rediscovered within reality, and is all the more unyielding the more it fluctuates across and within the determinations of production. It would be useful here, and I underline it as an element that serves to bring together the elements of our inquiry, to work on the analysis of the time of productive decentralization and of imperialism so as to verify, precisely, both the extension of dominion and its internal organizational compactness. The market, the multiple times of capital, free competition, have been absorbed in integral fashion. The illusion of the multifarious aspects of the market is simply the effect of the productive temporalization that traverses it. Nomenclature of time equals forced disciplining of time equals reduction, to this measure of command and surplus value, as essence of exploitation, of all the pores, of the whole dimension of life. The crisis that affected the first collective constitution of time in the analytic of circulation thus imposes this strange, forceful but not any less effective return to reality. Nomenclature and genetic codes had been displayed to us as wanting in reality, as on the edge of crisis. To revive them it is necessary that the time of circulation adjusts itself, remolds itself within the time of accumulation and of reproduction. 35. 3. It has been said that time lies between timepiece and war. This thought should be expanded upon. Time as timepiece is, as is well known, that of capitalist accumulation in the classical era. We have been presented with numerous very fine essays on the subject from Benjamin Franklin to E.P. Thompson. On the other hand, the time as measure that becomes command within the complexity of the productive circulation of capital has something to do with political and administrative time. It is a time that is measured on the basis of the uniformity of the command flow and above all on the capacity to create, to control and destroy, every exception. The sovereign is he who decides on the exception. Carl Schmitt. 36 The nature of the time of command is given therefore by the possibility of its being the time of exception, of its creation and of its destruction, that is of the state of exception and of necessity. But the state of exception is generally the state of war. The realization of the capitalist analytic in money, in value, in nomenclature, and their ontological rendition occur within the crisis. In turn, the crisis is determined by the collective constitution of praxis through real subsumption. Now, the self-recognition of the analytic in the crisis is the production of war. From the capitalist standpoint, commanded time fluctuates between timepiece and war, between normality and exception, between passivity and terror. Absolute surplus value, as the mass of commanded social time at the level of social exploitation, can become terror to the degree that capitalist accumulation ceases to be a relation and is the organization of a separation. The time of the timepiece here becomes time zero, tendency towards the time zero of terror. With this we have gone beyond the topic under discussion. The structure of socially productive command takes us back to the analytic of command as institutional time, a subject we will discuss further below. To summarize specific elements of this passage, we have therefore emphasized the characteristics of commanded time in the productive circulation of capital. That which best determines it is the conjunction of absolute surplus value as the mass of time commanded in society and of the extension of diffuse, sinuous, all-encompassing social disciplining. Time between timepiece and war, between the measure of exploitation analyzed and developed spatially and its reduction to zero, to exception. A time then that has gone beyond the level of the transcendental schematism, made concrete in a variety of forms, and has attempted to resolve within itself the reality of productive space. This reduction of space to time is the fundamental characteristic of productive circulation in real subsumption. 37 Now the characteristics of evanescence that previously had been qualities of time have all been acquired by space, while the time of command is the solid foundation of the productive reality of capital. Energy, evanescence of space. In this crisis the collective and objectified time of real subsumption tries to link itself to ontology. Indeed, the horizons of logic are not enough for it. The time of command it must try to hook itself onto the real beyond the analytic universe, and thus tries to discover an equivalent that gives it a premium of reality. The form of the relation must correspond to the function, a reality must be provided for evanescence also, the reality of a measure that clashes with and must annul the antagonist. When the great crisis of the second half of our century arises, many see energy as the new real standard, energy as value that is independent of the crisis, energy as natural rate, as the matter of value. It looks as though in this way nomenclature and discipline can once again be given meaning, it looks as though austerity and hierarchy can be given a rational motivation. The universal equivalent seems to be linked to the most general functions, that is to energy, which is to say, to that commodity which composes all other commodities, i.e. that is productive of reality. Natura naturans and natura naturata, where the former is the standard of the latter. 38. So far so much illusion. In effect the proposal, and the materiality of the political and constitutive project that accompanied it, did not hold out the length of an afternoon. At the level of real subsumption, no standard, no meaning is given outside of collective time, no nature is given because nature is realized subsumption. It is comprehended, reproduced by collective capital. Nature is also a problem of subsumption. So that oil, as nature, as natural fixed point of exchange, as new spatial foundation of value, has been immediately reabsorbed at the highest level of the circulation of command. It did not appear as the rate of rates, as value of values, it appeared rather as the confusion of values and evanescence, as inflation and multiplier of aporias of circulation. Not as firm spatial foundation of value but as already infiltrated nature, summed up finally in the temporal mechanism of production and social command. Stream and evanescence. It is only in time, within its dense ontological reality that, in an endogenous manner, a relation can be born, and not through another external simulacrum. Everything is reduced to time-space also and to the evanescence of time of collective time also until it clashes with the plurality of local times of liberation. Oil is space summarized in time, and here it loses any potential for measure. The other fount of energy of our century is in truth more suited to express a capitalist measure of value, already realistically placed in the ambit of the temporal evanescence of space and considered precisely not as generic measure of value of the entire universe of productive circulation, but rather as the expression of the specific valorizing function that is command. The nuclear is value, is measure in so far as it is function of command. It does not circulate but it overdetermines. In real subsumption the only value that command allows is overdetermination, a surplus of command, a surplus of value. Terror. The possibility and the presence of terror. The Earth is at this point pregnant with nuclear deposits, with non-biodegradable shit, a vertigo that implicates nature in its entirety. The nuclear industry and its deposits of excrements are the continual evocation of accidental destructive demons. The nuclear is an entirely negative space, space and time linked in the zero of explosion. There is no realistic opportunity therefore of reaching a space that is foundational for a norm of valorization adequate to productive circulation. Productive circulation is only time, temporal evanescence, or rather, in a non-mystified way, a clash of diverse and antagonistic temporalities. The energetic terrain, far from representing the terrain of the regrounding of the functions of value, presents itself as perhaps one of the most significant territories for the explosion of the crisis and of the manifestation of its conceptual narration. In social production, value is not given other than as a function of antagonistic subjects, as the expression of logical and effectual clash. Chapter 5. Second construction, Productive time b. Refusal of work and productive cooperation. Let us begin once again from surplus value, this time from relative surplus value. The theory of relative surplus value is fundamental in Marx, for it introduces diachrony, development, the differentiation of evolving forms, the dynamism of the system. Relative surplus value is the intensification of labor, its productive force, reduction in the utilization of labor power and increase of productivity, an increase in the quantity of abstract average time, simultaneous with the reduction in the utilization of concrete labor power. It is difficult to maintain this conceptual assemblage in the regime of the real subsumption of society by capital. In real subsumption, capital presents itself as capitalist society, and hence as tautology of life and value, of time and labor. The relations of magnitude between the constitutive parts of the working day are imperceptible. The immensity of fixed capital stands before the totality, omniversality, of variable capital. Capital is given as the social medium, and it reflects the qualitative medium of labor power, which itself carries out a revolution in the objective conditions of the labor process inasmuch as it is immediately social cooperation. There is no longer any relation between the intensity of the organic composition of capital and the levels of production. Sraffa, the Marxist economist, lucidly and decisively demonstrated this. Of course, productive differentials exist, but they are not marked by the difference in the quality of labor but rather by the lines of command that traverse society. They are productive differentials inasmuch as they are expressions of hierarchical, disciplinary asymmetries. The enigmas already indicated, which emerge in the Marxist theory of qualified, complex, technico-scientific labor, do not dissolve here, they are simply presented anew at the level of the real displacement. But that said, the fact remains that Marx's conception of relative surplus value is of great value for us. After all, it is the dynamic of relative surplus value that leads to real subsumption, and we can point to no other analysis than Marx's to describe this development. Marx prepares and suggests the scientific displacement as the effect of the real displacement whose dynamic he describes perfectly. Marx's conception of relative surplus value should be seen as indicating a path of inquiry, while its original definition and its positioning in relation to absolute surplus value should be purely and simply overturned. In Marx there is first absolute surplus value, then the dialectic of relative surplus value. The problem should now be seen as reversed. Because what interests us after relative surplus value as a category of time as measure ceases to be useful is the diachronic element that Marx's conception introduces. Relative surplus value provides an explanation of the productivity of labor that, given the impossibility of breaking the tautology through measuring mechanisms, breaks the totality of subsumed society, and displays the productivity of labor as a, non-dialectical but rather, separate function of the relations of production and command. Separation of the capitalist Umwelt of subsumption, qualitative and composed time as the basis of separation. We must start from complex, cooperative, technico-scientific labor. It is the originary basis of the productivity of labor. Marx himself recognizes the irreducibility, irreversibility, of the time of cooperation to abstract time. The special productive power of the combined working day is the social productive power of labor, or the productive power of social labor. This power arises from cooperation itself. When the worker cooperates in a planned way with others, he strips off the fetters of his individuality, and develops the capabilities of his species. Marx 1990, p. 447 italics added. Productive labor is therefore not founded on the relation with capital but on its own cooperative essence. Marx's definition is based on, a. the productive force of the social worker as productive autonomy, b. on the capitalist determination of the conditions of cooperation, and so, c. the one-dimensional capitalist nature of the process corresponds only to a first phase of capitalist development, and only to that. Complex labor and technico-scientific labor are not therefore numerical summations of abstract quantities of labor time of tempuscles, as such they would be scientific enigmas, as Roman Rostalski, the best interpreter of Marx, must in the end acknowledge, they are rather the exemplification of cooperation, the highest expression of the collective dimension of time. Productive time. 39 Relative surplus value, which already in its genesis is constrained by capitalist command, signals a subtraction of time from capital. Behind the category of relative surplus value hide the movements of productive cooperation that originally, it should be forcefully underlined, presents itself as the refusal of capitalist command over production and as the attempt, always frustrated but not for that less real, of constructing an autonomous time. When the displacement of cooperation is determined on the terrain of real subsumption, then that refusal which was previously hidden and lived in cahoots with capitalist development, within the refusal information innovation dialectic, becomes entirely explicit as the basis itself of cooperation. Operae e Capitali by Mario Tronti is the unsurpassed demonstration of this proposition. The refusal of work counts as the basis of complex labor and technico-scientific labor. The basis of the complexification of labor, the increase in its creative power, the practical universality of its project, all this is related back to the character of refusal that qualifies the collective body of labor. In the development of capital, relative surplus value is an interweaving of sabotage and dominion, a dialectical interweaving only when seen ex post. In real subsumption, relative surplus value marks the proletarian break and independence from dominion. In capitalist development, the superior productivity evidenced by the production of relative surplus value indicates a violent relationship between the subtraction of time from capital and capitalist innovation. In real subsumption, relative surplus value dissolves as a category and leaves and displays the productivity of labor power. In this way, the relation located between absolute surplus value and relative surplus value dissolves in its classical theoretical formulation. And we have seen how absolute surplus value was pushed back to the horizon of war, and it is clear that within such a horizon it consumes the active forces specific to relative surplus value. Absolute surplus value comes after relative surplus value in as much as it is the absolute category of command over the mass of social exploitation that is after the dynamic of relative surplus value has pushed capital towards real subsumption. What needs now to be underlined is just how much the concept of relative surplus value leaves behind. It leaves behind an articulation between the struggle against the time of capital and the independence, quality, creativity, in short, the productivity of cooperation. Collective time comes to be realized through the productive time of the proletariat. Relative surplus value should then be dissected, surplus value should be left to the absoluteness of the command of capital, while on the other hand historical and dynamic relativity should be brought back to the definition of the proletariat itself, thus to productivity as the struggle against capitalist time and to cooperation as the quality of work that knows and is able to fight against that time. And thus, to the construction of a temporal dimension proper to the proletariat. Point 40. Having reached this point in our theoretical proposal, the time of cooperation presents itself to us as laden with responsibility. It is, 1. Above all time of struggle and sabotage, and therefore factor of crisis, of subtraction of time from capital. 2. Higher quality of work and therefore origin of all forms of productivity. 3. Aversive element. Duiringer and Pior use this term for the industrial working class, but I feel it can be generalized, in the sense that this qualified temporal constitution is, for the constitution of the worker, an element of irreversibility, of rigidity, or on the other hand of mobility, irreversible nonetheless, stage by stage, that is constitutive of the real identity of the proletarian subject. With this we enter upon new ground, further deepening our understanding of the material characteristics of the concept of time. Relative surplus value alludes to the themes that form the basis of the category of the proletariat, and thus to the themes that enable the founding of the antagonistic characteristics of cooperation in a subjective figure, and further, enables one to determine the latter diachronically in the concept of proletarian composition. Thus subjective determination, antagonistic characteristics, and historicity of the composition, inflexibly determined in the relation between rigidity and mutation, now become diverse and concomitant aspects of temporal constitution. Time conceived of as appropriation that, at the same time as it passes the threshold of mere subtraction from capital, presents historically and materially its radically alternative vocation. An alternative time because its matter, its use value, is alternative, and now more than ever it is impossible for it to be drawn into the ambiguity of the relation of capital, because, a. time is the totality of the existence of use value, and, b. the time of its existence antagonistically opposes that of capital. Pierre Navali and de Gautamar have insisted extensively on this fluidification of working class time in the real subsumption of capital, arriving at conclusions that posit the tendency to the exclusivity of time as the criterion of determination. Here the results of these studies can be confirmed. But one should insist even further on the other element, that is, on the radical difference of the two practices of time, analytic on the capitalist side, productive on the proletarian. Since capitalist time is analytic, its ontological practice makes itself manifest in the necessity of breaking and dissolving every value, so as to reconstruct it only as circular function of command with a tendency to zero, destroying any productivity of the system that is not reproduction of command and of the possibility of terror. But all this only happens because productivity is now found entirely within the time of cooperation. Alternative time, productive time. The general premises, within the totality of subsumption, should be taken up again in the same way as in Chapter 3. The composition of the proletariat now presents itself as an autonomous force proper to it, as a aversive element. Drawing back from any dialectical relation with capital, the composition presents itself in the combination of subsumption and antagonism, of displacement and asymmetry, as a structure of self-valorization. 41 The underscored elements cooperation and productivity rise to the surface of the current definition of the paradigm of cooperation, and thus in the paradigm's specific activity of self-valorization. I have already spoken of this in depth in Il Comunismo y la Guerra, and I refer the reader to it, as I do to the work of E. P. Thompson and Karl-Heinz Roth. 42 But one should add that the solidity of the notion of composition is not in any way subjected to a historicist influence of whatever origin, whatever the nature of this historicism, be it idealist or materialist, which in Ranke as in Engels, in Croce as in Gramsci, is still subject to a dialectic of continuity. Not at all. Displacement, irreversibility, the rules of subsumption and antagonism are in force here. So that even with respect to the paradigms of class composition and the temporal practice that support them, we find ourselves here before difference. Let us set out the series of the paradigms of composition. A. Undifferentiated worker, 1848–70. Time as natural envelope, the time of the proletarian slave. B. Professional worker, 1870–1917. Time as timepiece. Time as dialectical mediation. The time of the product. C. Mass worker, 1917–68. Time flux. The time of production. Social multinational worker, 1968 onwards. Time as structure, social time. The time of reappropriation and self-valorization. This succession is merely apparent, because between A, B, C and in contrast D there is a total displacement. Today's paradigm of class composition is qualitatively different, it is no longer in a dialectical relationship with the structure of capital. It maintains a relation that is non-dialectical but is rather one of separation. Separation means self-valorization. The relationship is transvaluated. The terms that characterize A, B and C are not homologous with D. 43. Let us take a look at the problem from another point of view, one that is not historical but structural. The concept of class composition comes to be defined by Marx on the basis of a conceptual assemblage that goes something like this: 1. Definition with reference to the form of the labor process, and that is with respect to the form of cooperation. 2. Definition with reference to the contents of the labor process and therefore to the parts of the working day, to the division between quantity of necessary labor and surplus value. 3. Definition with reference to the objective level of the needs expanding historically and determined by the historical structure of the wage. 4. Definition with reference to the level of struggle and organization. Now the definitions given above, A, B, C, effectively look as though they can be determined upon this basis. That is not the case for D.44. In fact, even when in purely descriptive terms the concept of time as measure as relation, whether formal or dialectical founders, and temporality becomes the constitutive matrix of the social composition of the proletariat, then all the terms, all the points of view, all the differences are recomposed within the separate reality of the subject. Time is not relation, nor residue, nor subtraction, it is the ontology of the proletariat and its possibility of self-valorization. And self-valorization is liberation. Internal time and external time. Once we have reached the point where we can grasp the autonomy and independence of class composition, and concurrently, once we have defined the relations between different and successive forms of the composition and of the temporal paradigms, our discourse then shapes the anthropological identity of the proletariat. It then becomes possible to grasp the relation between external time, as the time of composition, and internal time, as the human time of the subjects that compose it. Before taking our analysis further on this terrain, let us return for a moment to a consideration of the generic relation between theoretical paradigms of time and proletarian composition, proletarian compositions. Leaving aside the theological perspectives, whose conception of time accomplishes nothing more than, as Alfred Sohnrethel has shown, the definition of the empty abstraction of exchange in the form of the commodity, i.e. as the simple monetary presupposition of the productive exchange of the commodity form of labor, I believe that one can say, in relation to, and perfecting the classification presented in Chapter 1, Section 1.2, that, 1. The Newtonian hypothesis of time as absolute envelope of the order of events, corresponds to the whole of the first phase of capitalist accumulation and therefore to the epoch of the undifferentiated worker, to the phase of the creation of the wage laborer. In his study of the watch market in England in the phase of primitive accumulation, E.R. Thompson engages in a microhistory of this development and demonstrates how theological time makes way for the natural time of production. 2. The Kantian paradigm is a variant of the Newtonian, that is to say that with Kant we witness the transition from the undifferentiated worker to the qualified worker. Time becomes internal to the individual productive capacity. Kant does not arrive at the totalitarian dialectical conception that with Hegel corresponds to the composition of the qualified worker, to the circulation of his actions and his productive knowledge within the fabric of capital in its entirety, and in relation to the new specificity of valorization of complex labor. But perhaps it is for this reason that the Kantian paradigm is so important, because it gives us a formal signal of a moment of crisis and of transition, that is to say, it clarifies in critical form the link between internal and external. 3. However, it is not until Hegel that the dialectical conception of time, and hence of the specificity of the paradigm of the qualified worker is reached. 4. In Marx we observe, on the one hand, the reprise and perfecting of the dialectical paradigm, of the materialization of time as medium between measure and substance of labor. But on the other hand, the instability of the paradigm is introduced by Marx's tendency to pass beyond, moving on towards real subsumption. In the first place, from this standpoint, Marx's paradigm of time is a function of the transition between qualified worker and mass worker. 5. But in the second place, in Marx we also find the entire temporal paradigm of the mass worker. Here the temporal medium 45 tries to articulate itself genetically in relation to the flow of social labor processes. The contemporary structural and genetic theories of time complete the temporal paradigm of the composition of the mass worker, anticipating already that conception of the complete fluidification of the temporal structural medium. 6. But nonetheless, the maturity of a paradigm adequate to the overcoming of the mass worker and to the achievement of the social worker has yet to be attained by the social sciences. In fact, we have before us only some useful initial propositions that originate with the critique of thermodynamics, Boltzmann, Prigogine, and that affirm the irreversibility of the temporal trajectories. But as we have seen, This conception of irreversible time points towards a definition of structural equilibriums rather than to the conjugation of the irreversibility of a plurality of times and antagonism. Perhaps only a renewed analysis of the Einsteinian conception of time as the coordination of different velocities, as the assertion of both the irreversibility of trajectories and of irreducible asymmetry of dimensions, could lead us to an adequate definition of the temporal paradigm in the composition of the social worker. But of this more later, Chapter 7, Section 7.2. Here, after having established this brief framework in which to orientate ourselves, we return to our discussion of the time of composition and to the question of its internal effects on the human. Now, it is particularly in the moments of transition, as represented by Kant and Marx, that the internal, the anthropological intensity of temporality is revealed. In Kant this is expressed in the contradiction between the internal time of morality and the external time of science, as a first fundamental example of the process of alienation that the capitalist mode of production brings about. Separation had first to be undergone and endured in the form of alienation, before it could be lived and overturned in the form of antagonism. It was not until Marx that the antagonism between time as measure proper to capital and time as proletarian productivity attained maturity. But what is of interest to us here is to underline how contradiction impresses itself on the human nature of the temporal effects. That time is contradiction is well known, that contradiction constitutes individuality in as much as it is evanescence of the temporal aspect, emerging between life and death, is even common knowledge. But here the anthropological identity of the temporal contradiction in the human is of interest to us in order to grasp the specific dynamics that it mobilizes. It seems to me that the problem should be set out as follows, and in these prolegomena we will not get much further than setting out the problem. In the history of capitalism, the modification of the composition has, in the internal consciousness of individuals and of the community, the fundamental effect of opposing in a different way at each moment, but always specifically connected to the figure of composition, the synchronic moments of life and the diachronic moments of history, human nature, this specific cultural consolidation which we call nature, and the development of exploitation. On the anthropological plane it is therefore possible to establish for each form of class composition synchronic series of temporal behaviors relative to love, violence, community, struggle, organization, utopia, science and revolution. But this conglomeration of interior times, in different forms, is always subjected to the diachronic series of exploitation. The anthropological identity of the composition, its transformation into a subject, is not achieved. The web of temporal behaviors is traversed by the dialectic of capital. Through diachrony the history of capital imposes itself, the flow of commodities enters the rhythm of composition and insists on the transformation from working class to labor power. This reduction is always necessary for the analytic of capital. It is only at the moment of displacement, initiated by the process of subsumption, that the antinomy between synchronic structures of consciousness, of the individual and of the community, and diachronic processes of liberation escape the dialectic of capital and thus dissolve capital's specific and traditional antinomic form. Consciousness frees itself from commodification, frees itself from subordination only when, within subsumption, synchronic structures and diachronic movement are unified. Therefore, it is a unity which is founded on the overcoming of the capitalist capacity to impose the asymmetry of power along vertical axes that traverse life. It is a unity that imposes itself at the level of the horizontally of the collective, so, not division of the class in itself, but separation of the time of social composition from the time of the totality of exploitation. Separation that crosses the temporal umwelt of red subsumption and further displaces meaning, from the first to the second displacement. A separation that does not divide the working day by internal lines, but that coextensively counterposes capital and labor. Transformation of the tautology of the first displacement into the unfolded antagonism of the second. Consciousness rises up not as a utopian element, but as a real one, as consciousness of collective antagonism, or rather, of antagonistic collectivity. As we have seen, Time is collective and productive essence. Collective essence means that without collectivity, the only time known by the class and the plurality of individuals that compose it, both internally and externally, is that of capital. Time with tendency to zero. Antagonistic essence means that time is here defined as transformation of refusal into cooperation, of cooperation into production, of production into liberation. In setting out the problem of internal time, we come round once again to the basic definition of the phenomenology of collective practice as antagonistic and tendential excavation within the tautology of time and of life. What's more, the analysis carried out so far guarantees us the effective possibility of its being carried further. Because real subsumption, in its conjugation of time and of life, and in its antagonistic dissociation of the polarities of the process, assures us of the tendential unity of the synchronic series of consciousness and of the diachronic series of history, or rather, they assure us of the conditions of the end of prehistory. At this point, proletarian consciousness can be placed at the heart of an inquiry into the anthropological identity of the composition of the social worker, not only as object, but also as subject. The front line of subjectivity. Consciousness and community. Point 46. One last brief note. Bearing in mind what has been said up to now, I have the impression that we have done more than merely begin to confront the fundamental problem of internal time according to a logic that follows on from, and is coordinated with, the phenomenological process of collective praxis, although this commencement will be developed further elsewhere. Above all, we have here demonstrated the heuristic efficacy of the logical mechanism of displacement and antagonism. It not only enables us to destroy some elements of methodological determinism traditional to Marxism, but enables us to problematically and productively constitute objects that Marxism had relegated to a horizon based on an exogenous foundation, and thus, when not an enigmatic one, an acritical one. From use value to consciousness, from complex labor to technico-scientific labor, we are now able to proceed with rigorous presuppositions and heuristic efficacy. In effect, real subsumption constructs, through displacement, a material linguistic universe that antagonism renders distinguishable, and that the achievement of collective and productive consciousness of time allows us from the proletarian standpoint to liberate. Chapter 6. Third construction, constitutive time A. The hard time of the state, information and legitimation. The figures of collective time and of productive time end with this third temporal construction, the point of consolidated command, the state. From the analytic operations of the description of the society of real subsumption, to the productive operations of value command, now the series we have marked must be given its definitive foundation. In the preceding pages the temporal matter of capitalist organization has been consolidated. We could now say that its specificity, its definitive constitution, should be determined. We call on the state to form this determination. This is certainly not because of any dialectical attitude, be that descriptive or otherwise. We are seeking to identify in the state not the synthesis but rather the last instance, not the Hegelian conclusion, but the Hobbesian condition of organization and of command over the time of life. And it is the state that presents itself as the only power adequate to the constitution of the extension and intensity, the articulation and centralization of social capital. We know, however, that the law of value is in complete crisis, and that therefore the web of homologies that were on other occasions given between capitalist norms and the norms of the state, cannot be constructed peacefully. Out of the crisis of value comes solely the power of command. Command, especially at the level of capitalist socialization, means control and hegemony over legitimation, diffusion of the relations of obligation and their coercive strengthening at every level, through every pore and interstitial fissure of society. Point 47. But in saying this we are doing nothing more than repeating Hobbesian postulates typical of the doctrine of the state, reproposing the generic problem of the nature and the form of obligation. It is not enough. The problem must be redefined within the specificity of the displacement. What do juridical obligation and loyalty to the state mean in conditions of real subsumption? What specific dimension do they occupy? What is the hard time of the state, and what does it become in real subsumption? How is it received and positioned within the displacement, within the collective and collective production? The first and most simple answer to these questions is the one that comes from those who affirm that the state has rediscovered and rehabilitated an essentially authoritarian, fascist foundation. There are many who maintain this, and the demonstration is also simple. It is indeed unquestionable, and the description of everyday life is sufficient to exemplify it, that the intensification and extension of state command represents an unstoppable tendency, with all the consequences that stem from it, the arrogance of the state, the disintegration of the rights to liberty, the preventative extension and hardening of repression. In other words, that the authoritarian dispositives are tendential and effective is not in question. 48 But evidently, a structural analysis at the level of real subsumption must remember that, in every case, authoritarianism, fascism, are constitutional, in the relations of social capital, in conditions of real subsumption. It is impossible to conceive of them as scandal, as deviation from the norm, as exception. The state of exception is normal. Authoritarianism is structural. Fascism is constitutional. The paradox is merely apparent, while on the other hand the actual agreement is fully realized. Yet having said this, when ingenuously many subjective wills believe they have found in this reasons for struggle and motives for ethical action, nothing of much significance has been said. An aspect of reality has been emphasized, but in such a unilateral manner that it almost ends up being a mystification. What I mean is that the authoritarian tendency demonstrated by the contemporary state, that the endemic fascism of its actions, though real, or rather extremely real, do not determine the specificity of the situation or of the concept of the contemporary state. Let us take a look then: authoritarian state, constitutional state. These two expressions, which appear to constitute a contradiction, do not represent one in reality. In effect, the old constitutional state already contains the possibility of an authoritarian overdetermination in terms that are both congruous and tendentially necessary. As I have shown in my La Forma Stato, the contradiction of the constitutional process is shown in its need to transfigure the real subjects politically. 49 Nothing new here, the marks of the contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. Introduction, and in other early writings, had already clearly said as much. What renders social subjects citizens is a theological operation, and is therefore a functional mystification of power. To continually renew this basic truth is a technico-scientific operation. Because we operate in the realm of real subsumption, we can here take a little leap forward. In real subsumption the matter of command is social time. Now the constitution, any constitution, is a slice of time, a segment, it is a block of temporality. 50 This happens all the more in real subsumption. What definitively undergoes crisis is the fundamental concept of representation. It is in fact not reactionary here because according to the classical critiques it annuls the particular in the general, but fundamentally because it annuls the being of time, the reality of movement. Representation is the destruction of collective and productive time. From collective and productive time the constitution takes on only the analytic projection and the systemic function. The time of the bourgeois constitution is an originary time, a Jacobean time of nullification, a plenitude of abstraction. Furet's inquiries into Jacobean constitutions are crucial in this regard. Note, we are not speaking here solely of constitutional time in a general, material, sense, but of that functional envelope that, starting from the constitution, gives a context to the times of jurisdiction, of administration, and of repression. In short, we are speaking of the time of the state. With regards to juridical time, the law affirms its continuing validity and therefore its universality by superimposing the fixity of an eternal present over the fluidity of time and therefore, explicating its axiological validity through formal validity. Oppiker, point 51 With regard to administrative time, it consists simply of operations of transferability, of execution, rendering its validity effective. Circularity is its only substance. The time of penal law and repression is able to demonstrate in the most incredibly harsh way this nullification of time. Between nothingness and terror, an absolute and mystical temporal nothingness emerges. The more the state of real subsumption, of social capital, develops its command over time, the more it develops in terms of a nullifying identity. In the nothing of the time of the state, the idea of the organization of juridical time tends to reveal itself as the organization of spatiality. It is an operation of mystification, an attempt to recover an image that is nevertheless material, so as to give credibility to an imperious formalism. Equilibrium and the spatial balance of forces and of powers, absolutist ritualism of figures and functions, as in a seraglio, says Gross Richard, with a Montesquieuan analogy of corporations and parties that repeat within themselves, as in a game of Chinese boxes, the same functions of nullification. It is always a spatial image of evanescent materiality that presides over the immobile essence of constitution. A zero-sum game, a Chinese exercise in which a field and rules are given for nothing. What is the difference between the motto of Louis XIV's Constitution, L'État c'est moi, and the democratic motto, L'État c'est nous? The further real subsumption advances, the more obligation, law, juridical organization, etc. cannot not but be constitutional, global, structural, and so the more the idea of time is removed, and only poorly compensated for by that of space. Now we are perhaps able to grasp the specificity of this passage. As the state becomes the center of attribution of all of society, that is, it becomes the intimate constitutional structure of the collective and of production, so the state becomes authoritarian, ever more authoritarian and fascist. As we have seen, displacement is not simply socialization. Displacement is antagonism. The antagonism of ideas and practices of time, that is of movement. The dissolution of time by the state is the answer to another will of time. The hard time of the state is one aspect of the antagonism within socialization, of socialization. Just one aspect of the antagonism. The relation is antagonistic with the character of insolubility. Therefore, the problem of antagonism becomes one of organizing antagonism in some manner. But how is this to be done in the face of these insoluble facts? We have already seen that there is no contradiction between fascist state and constitutional state. The phenomenology of antagonism and the revelation of its irreducibility provide us with an explanatory rationale. The state operates under the necessity of removing the collective dimension and the productive autonomy of time, of temporal being, because their emergence means antagonism. But it must do this in the collective, in the productive, assumed as irreversible condition. The removal is fascism, the removal within these structural conditions is constitutionalism. The coincidence is not contradictory. But how can it be organized, how can it be structured? We have two answers to these questions. The first is the institutional one, the second is the analytic and systemic one. Both seek some form of mediation with the ontology of real time. Let us first consider the institutional attempted solution. It is the attempt to break with the continuity of the temporal flow, and therefore of the density of the antagonism, by stabilizing particular units of time around appropriate forms of relative equilibrium. From this standpoint, sociological institutionalism takes up again methodologies and approaches of so-called juridical realism as a doctrine of self-sufficient regulations. Here the relation power regulation manifests itself as that which cannot not be. On the other hand, the systemic attempted solution, it is the attempt to create a multifunctional unity whose cohesion is not given by the simplification of material elements and temporal flows, as in the institutional solution, nor is it given by the presupposition of their organic linkage, but rather, it is given by the centripetal force of the functional norm. In the theories of right, functionalism is called positivism, and positivism has the advantage of leading functionalism to the highest level of logical coherence. Here the relation power regulation is that which must be. In this case the antagonism is not removed from the foundation through a previous construction of coordinates, but is resolved in the course of the operations that are applied to the multiversal, multifunctional coordinates. Complexity is reduced. The neo-functionalist, analytic, systemic framework removed the fixity of the norms that even provided old parsons with Enlightenment solutions, here, in Luhmann for example, but also in some of, the mobility of the system and its terminals is always granted. The final solution is no less harsh, thermodynamic, chemically stable. In reality, in both cases it is a certain eclecticism that makes it the boss. An eclecticism that is horribly transparent in the analysis of the current crisis between welfare and warfare, for example, between legitimating foundation and repressive foundation, so that as in all eclecticism, even these formulations simply repeat the very same problem that was to be resolved in the solution. In short, both institutionalism and neo-functionalism apply themselves to the explanation of the contemporaneity of the absolutism of power, authoritarianism, fascism, etc., and of the expansion of constitutionalism, but fail to arrive at a solution. In the attempt to approximate the problem of the temporal, real, antagonism that surround this paradox, both attempts fail to tackle the problem and serve simply to represent it. The problem of the constitutive time of the state thus remains. The one thing we know for sure is that, at the level of real subsumption, it repeats in extreme terms the old paradox of the contemporaneity of the negative totality, the last instance, total asymmetry, foundation of obligation, God on earth, of the centrality of power and of the constitutional totality of the social to be organized. This paradox is tirelessly repeated in eclectic ways. I believe that it is worth considering the most fully developed of the attempts provided by the modern science of right and of the state to influence and to resolve this theoretical situation. I speak of the work elaborated, in terms that I still consider unsurpassed by Hans Kelsen and the scholars influenced by him. To what extent the pure doctrine of right dirties its hands and becomes impure with reality, to what extent so-called juridical formalism is realistic, quickly becomes evident. The fact is that Kelsen's reasoning, and this is evident when in a provocative manner and for primarily heuristic ends he confronts the problematic of historical materialism, see, for example, his Allgemeine Rechtslehre im Lichtmaterialistischer Geschichtsauffassung, which represents an early anticipation of the introduction to the problems of legal theory, a translation of the first edition of Rein Rechtslehre or Pure Theory of Law, arrives at a description of the Art, Sollen, that forms state's foundation of obligation, as the posing and overcoming of the paradox. Juridical formalism is an anticipation of real subsumption, in critical bourgeois thought. The Art, Sollen, is in fact presented at the same time as the transcendental foundation of regulation and as the function of living labor that traverses the regulation. In all probability it is here that the time of state, the time of constitution is effectively described. It is explained in state and capitalist terms as the completely unfolded expression of the collective and productive reality of real subsumption and as negation, equally unfolded and rigorous, of the real displacement of the antagonism. Where Kelsen gives the transcendentality of the Art, Sollen, contents, or at least materialist redundancy, where he draws living social labor back into the dynamic of regulation, there all the categories of privacy, of the market, of the old capitalist juridical order are destroyed. What remains is a terrain, integrated between structure and superstructure, that the Art, Sollen, overdetermines. Living labor is internal, for Kelsen, to the rational constitution of dead labor. The construction of this transcendental horizon and the analytic completion of the analytic that unfolds it, are a formidable anticipation of real subsumption. 52. But here the limit of capital's standpoint is also demonstrated, because the internal burden of understanding the entirety of the series marked reaches the point of in effect positing its aporia. The aporetic, critical, perhaps catastrophic fact is that this Art, Sollen, this totality of obligation, is unable to express living labor as the potentiality of antagonism. It only summarizes it in so far as it contains it in the spatial circularity of the regulations. The irreducibility, the irreversibility of the times of antagonism, cannot but be rejected. The time of cooperation is reduced to that of circulation. The totality of the transcendental time of the ought, solon, will be unable to develop other than through an increasingly exasperated antinomy. The passage from the transcendental totality to the automatic totality seems then to be the only possible route. So from Prometheus to Narcissus once again. But was not the problem that of grasping the effectiveness of living labor within the ought, solon? But could we not legitimately redefine the problem as that of urgently grasping the antagonism in the displacement? In Kelsen, in the pure science of right, the displacement is grasped, the constitutive temporality of the subsumed world is alluded to, but the antagonism continues to be denied in favor of a continued selection of the functions of the hypostatic unity. This return to Kelsen has not, however, been in vain. We find ourselves before the timid eclecticism of the schools of institutionalism and neo-functionalism. In contrast, in Kelsen the negation of the antagonism and the search for unity implies specific characteristics. That is to say, if antagonism here goes unrecognized, on principle, if the image that the state has of it is always that of circulation, the state is in any case forced to present itself as the subject of this antagonism. The paradox of the relation between diverse and asymmetrical times presents itself here as controlled in so far as it is lived. The transcendence of the ought, solon, is without question not reduced to nothing, because this nothing of the ought, solon, must be carried out, that is imposed. Its logical strength is a physical strength. Carl Schmitt represents the repressed of Hans Kelsen. Vyszynski, on the other hand, represents his realization, is not the antagonism removed by the revolution. The difference that exists between what we are concerned with in the first displacement and what we find in the second displacement, which we shall see in chapter 8, consists in this, that here the nothing of command is still lived as reality, while in the subsequent displacement the nothing will be lived as such. The state denies the real antagonism in its own constitution and regulations, while it is still constrained to admit it in its management, in its administrative existence. The annulment of its temporal being is not yet catastrophe. If we turn to another example, this time in relation to the theory and practice of the economy of the state of real subsumption, we find ourselves before the same effects. The planned structure of the state, interventionism, become ever more dominant after the crisis of the 1930s and especially in the crisis of the 1960s, they become veritable transcendentals from the standpoint of the organization of production and of collectivity as well. In this case also, and in the same way, the antagonism must be negated as must the real time of social organization, of the time and the sphere of life as well. The element of time is the heart of the fundamental difficulty of nearly all economic problems, Keynes, point 53. Every interventionist theory, all planning, every approximation to the real time of the antagonism must end in equilibrium in the negation of time. In this case also the residual reality of the relation emerges not from the ends of the intervention, which are to nullify the real temporal subjects, but from the recognition by the state of itself as a temporal subject. In this way the zero of equilibrium is actively attained. The antagonism is not acknowledged, but one works so that its reduction to unity is realized. The analytic traverses the real times of class composition so as to negate them. In this operation between being and non-being the time of the state is revealed. No theory expresses this time of the state of real subsumption better than the Heideggerian thinking on the ontology of time, on the nullification of being. The state is care, the world of anxiety actively lived. From this standpoint Heidegger produces a metaphysics appropriate to Kelsen's ought, solon, as Bobbio when at his best, in the post-war year has frequently underlined. So we come to our last point. The hard time of the state of real subsumption must attain control of the globe, it must present itself as entirely constitutional. But that attaining the world must exacerbate the pole of the state as activity, while it must deny the antagonistic pole, the proletariat, in so far as it too is activity, antagonism in action. Here we find the same underestimation of the problem of legitimation in the contemporary state. Legitimation relies on a counterpart, a relation of activities, the activity of subjects. but here there is only one subject. In place of legitimation comes information, that is, lack of activity by the subject, passivity, it is transcription, it is the simulacrum of participation. The hegemony of information over legitimation is the specific form of the activity of the nullification of real time exercised, within subsumption, by the contemporary state. The construction of constitutive time in the contemporary state, of command in real subsumption, is thus given as the activity of negation of an irrepressible antagonism. No analysis of the contemporary state is possible that fails to recognize it as completely invested by the social totality, by the collectivism of life, by the socialization of life to the point of the transformation of constitutionalism into totalitarianism, but also as traversed by a global antagonism. One that the state must negate. Its identity consists in this necessary activity of negation. But the antagonism is as indestructible as subsumption and the collective dimensions of this life of ours. Chapter 7. Third construction, constitutive time B. The time of class struggle, the new institutionality. The hard time of the state is an activity of negation. In the series marked A time presents itself as analytic collective dimension, that is, as the dimension of expropriation, of productivity, and of command. Time is analytic, time is command. Time is presented to us as non-being but as active non-being. In contrast to this, in the development of the series marked B, we have from the beginning seen time move within a tendency, which in unifying it through collective labor, increasingly materializes time productively. The process that we have witnessed is constitutive. It is a process that leads us to conceive the series marked B as concluding in a plenitude of being, one that is active and subjective. Thus we must underline a first antinomy, the antinomy of subjectivity. That is the fact that both being and non-being present themselves to us as figures of attribution and activity, so that from within the transitions of the first displacement we must conclude by saying that being and non-being cannot be entirely separated, that ambiguities remain, that therefore a further displacement is necessary, only if really and materially possible, of course. In this chapter, section 7.2, I will pause to consider the ambiguity and the determination of the antinomy. For the solution of the antinomy, which rests on a second displacement, we will have to wait until chapter 8 and 9. But here I want to observe the process of the definition of constitutive time through to its conclusion on level B. I call constitutive time the time of the class struggles, or rather, of the negative labor of self-valorization. Point 54. I will consider the analysis of negative labor from 5 points of view. A. The constitutive time of negative labor in terms of mobility. B. In terms of displaced totality. C. In terms of antagonism. D. In terms of composition. E. In terms of institutionality. Against the hard time of the state stands the pliant time of negative labor. This is the first observation. The form that its struggles and activities take, on the basis of the collective and productive temporal displacement of class, is first of all that of mobility. By mobility I mean the constant formation and reformation of the material strata and of the collective subjects of social labor. At the level of real subsumption, the first and fundamental characteristic of the class consists in the omniversally of its dimensions of movement. The essence of the unity and of the concept of class is that all workers present themselves as migrants, as mobility. Hosfeld and O'Connor, Capital Accumulation, Class Struggle, and Labor Migration. Omniversality is pliant. But not for that reason is it reversible. The articulations of mobility are all composed by irreversible time, as in general is the case with racial, sexual, national distinctions, and in particular, with the relations of force and of composition in the labor market. We have already seen in this regard how the labor market is in no way distinguishable from other forms of social organization that influence the distribution of goods and revenues. Therefore, picking up the thread again, the society of real subsumption is at once one of social exchange and antagonism. Mobility is therefore a subjective power both of the labor market and of all society, so what form of distinction is possible then? On the one hand, it becomes ever more difficult to maintain conceptual categories of exclusion and separation of constitutive parts of the labor power of the so-called labor market as a whole, which is no longer strictly conceivable as such, hence the complete obsolescence of the concept of the reserve army of labor power, while on the other hand, the activity of the contemporary state is forced towards the globality of the relation. It reinvents the labor market and tries to separate it, to segment it, to reduce it to analytic functions. See the exemplary essays collected in Readings in Labor Economics by J. E. King, and beats its fists against the pliant and global time, against the versatility of the movement of the proletariat. In short, here we are able to grasp the free dimension of the movement, as the movement of the social worker. The fact is that, even in real subsumption, no, rather, a fortiori in it, work presents itself as class, one whose temporal nature was from the beginning irreversible, and therefore, where every attempt to reduce class to labor power 55 is, from the beginning, rendered inoperative by the unattainable dimensions of the omniversal relation. Negative labor, that is the capacity to produce on the basis of cooperation and freed from command, begins to come about. Mobility is constitutive, it is the constitutive condition of the free use of time. 56. The labor market, however omniversal and however weakened it is by the hegemony over it of the time of mobility, is still a spatial dimension. The constitutive nature of negative labor appears with greater force as soon as we consider it as a displaced totality. Here the field of analysis is the working day, which we already know is equivalent to the day of life. And we know how in it production and reproduction are interpenetrated so as to define a single cycle of productive circulation. Finally, we know how the alternative is given and struggle develops, not relative to parts of the working day and the quantities of time that these parts represent, but around the opposite temporal codes, of command or of liberation. Because liberation is not the subtraction of value from command, a species of Humboldtism, a theory of the limits of exploitation in the critique of political economy, but is the investment of the temporal antagonism across the productive totality. Marx's polemic around Senior's Last Hour, Marx 1990, Part 3, pages 333-9, where exploitation is shown to be coexistent with work and not empirically reducible to a fraction of the working day, must here be taken up again and transposed to the entire dimension of the time of life. Negative labor is thus constituted across the global time of life. And it is constituted as antagonism. The demonstration need not linger on the global inherence of the antagonism in the umwelt of subsumption, of which we have spoken at length already. It is enough to insist on the necessary identification of subsumption and crisis that is the real productive machine of the realization of the tendency and of its successive displacements. Here then, rather than labor, we emphasize the negative while carefully underlining in the independence of the negative, in the antagonistic autonomy of cooperation, that specifically economic moment, that is to say, of return to the human search for material wealth and intellectual perfectibility that renders negative labor a labor of self-valorization. The time of self-valorization is not the time subtracted from capital, not simply that, it is the activity of subtraction, it is the irreducible basis of every foundation of value. Capital lives by expropriating this activity and reducing its potentiality to the time zero of its regulatory analytic. On the contrary, self-valorization is the time that is constituted through value, and retains this value in the antagonistic composition of the social class of productive labor. To the analytic centrifugation of value that capital imposes, is opposed a centripetal direction, the reappropriation that the class effects. This is self-valorization, constitutive time. Now let us turn to the constitutive time of composition. Time, as little by little our abstractions delineate its ontological character concretely, becomes increasingly full. We have also frequently lingered over the notion of composition. But the obvious fact that composition reveals a particularly dense temporal dimension does not yet reveal the determination of a subject. For composition to be given as subject, and therefore as determined and finalized negative labor, it is necessary that the collective and productive elements of composition should have accumulated such intensity, such thresholds of transformation, that make it adequate to the dimensions of the social processes of subsumption. The collective time, the productive time of composition, become fully constitutive time only at the level of real subsumption. Therefore the composition becomes what we could call mature. All of its metabolisms are complete. And so it is a case of a figure that has a temporal matter, a finality of self-valorization, and a subjective form that is now socially fully dilated. The mobility of behaviors, the globality of inherences, the antagonism of needs is crowned in the time of constitution. To say proletarian constitution is to grasp an already activated ontological thread, a composition already made subject. With this, constitutive time is fully revealed as the dynamic of the movement, filled with a materiality with reference to the satisfaction of needs and the emancipation from exploitation. In the following section we will return to the dynamics of the individual, on the relations unfolded within the composition, underlining the richness of these relations as they become apparent within this approach. For now let us bear in mind that, in accordance with the rhythm of constitutive time, the composition reveals its subjectivity as a mobile system in transformation that it is possible to analyze according to synchronic, precise, structural lines, and according to historical, diachronic series, that the analysis stretches between individualities and collectivity, and that time is the substance of this process, in which the multiversal force of the being of the proletariat reveals itself. The construction of value and productive force emerge from this elaborate thread, always seeking a subjective determination. Finally, time transforms self-valorization into autodetermination, into institutionality. Negative labor has here taken on a historical and effectual dimension to the point of imposing itself as rationality. It is the time of living labor that traverses the whole of society, and that carries and explicates the productive overdetermination that cooperation has determined and determines, so that it, negative labor, constitutive time, presents itself as sole rationality. The institutional transition from self-valorization as general and dispersed power to autodetermination as recognized and concentrated power, presents itself as the conclusion of a phase. Institutionality, in other words, the presentness of time organized by worker and proletarian rationality, the logic of legitimation that derives from this temporal rationality. To say constitutive time is to say rational time, in the sense that here by rationality we intend a collective and productive foundation of time as enjoyed substance against the expropriation of time. Rationality as non-work, as negative labor, understood as the liberation of time from the conditions of exploitation against the reduction of time to measure, to command over life. In the era of real subsumption, the institutionality of negative labor represents the only possible form of rationality. In this way the phenomenology of collective practice completes itself, having itself become foundational function of a new horizon of rationality. 57. Note, when in my Marx Beyond Marx, 1979, and in my Il Comunismo y la Guerra, 1980, I described this passage from composition to autodetermination through the mechanisms of self-valorization. The objection was raised that the schism between subjective quality of the composition and the economico-political quantity of wealth and power was not resolvable. But this objection was possible only because the objectors had failed to grasp, or to pay insufficient notice to the density of the constitutive concept of proletarian time. By putting our trust in this autonomous conception of proletarian time, it is in fact possible to define a continuous if not linear thread between 1. Individual time, as material and mobile internal sense, of exploitation and of liberation. 1.1. The times of individual auto-recognition, moral, historical, political. 2. The collective time of struggle and liberation. 2.1. The times of the structure of the relation between subjects and events, that is time as composition. We could proceed with a phenomenological enumeration, but we should stop here. Capital intervenes, through social organization, which is the continual reorganization of the mode of production, at various levels and in various forms against this continuity. Between 1 and 1.1 it intervenes in terms of pure economic violence, between 1.1 and 2 in terms of political violence, repression, ghetto, between 2 and 2.1 in terms of juridical constitutional violence and large-scale economic state restructuring. Finally, to close the circle, capital can attempt to push each of these powers back to 1 once more. But this passage, which we could call regression of the constitutive paradigm, is possible only on certain occasions and in certain conditions, as we shall soon see. In this case the restructuring would be defined as counter-revolution. But to what degree and in what form is counter-revolution still possible at the stage of real subsumption? Leaving aside these exceptional cases, in general the law of capitalist development at each moment blocks the worker's passage to a higher structure, capitalist time as the blockage of time, as its inertial and anthropic reduction. We could give examples on the subject of the working day, taking up again the classification and the periodizations of the forms of class composition. We would nevertheless see that every obstacle, every impediment posited by capital, whether it produced worker and proletarian defeat or not, was nothing but the premise to a forward passage in the composition. On this point, and from a subjective perspective brought back to the dimensions of subsumption, of course I consider Marx's framework as valid. Though recognizing the force of capital and its effects, I insist again that the problem of the unification of 1 and 2, of internal time and external time, has a solution. To confront this problem from the standpoint of constitutive time means also overturning, in the form that it has been put to us, the thematic of the quality of life, of the personal and of needs. That is to say, in all these theoretical, and reformist, positions, quality is presented as destructive, alternative to quantity, the quality of life against the quantity of work. To begin with, the conception of constitutive time means to travel a reverse path, synthesizing quality and quantity in time, and so grasping the antagonistic nexus in the form of globality. I shall return in later sections to the difficulty of internal synthesis between the aspects of subjectivity and aspects of mobility, between quality and quantity. But on the globality of the process I think there can be few doubts. Does the quantitative demand for a diminution of working hours contradict the desire for a better quality of life? Perhaps. The sophisms that are produced to demonstrate these absurdities evidently cannot be taken seriously. The passage from the multiplicity of processes of cooperation to the unity of the subject in reality occurs as the attainment of the limit between cooperation and rationality, between conditions of production and reproduction, and their constitutive reappropriation on the basis of a materiality, of a necessity that is that of the time of constitution. Our discourse has revealed that where class consciousness itself appears as condition, it is first founded materially. One last note. The time of class struggle is not only the negative time that passes from the mobility inherent in the globality of the working day and to antagonism, onto self-valorization and auto-determination. It is also prefigurative power. The time of class struggle in itself contains the future and it continually attempts to shape it. The contemporaneity of the future and of the present at the level of real subsumption does not produce utopian confusion, it is the collective which constructs the future that is brought back to the dimension of the collective, and it is subordinated to the enormous productive power that class composition, displaced in this way, possesses. Qualified, complex, technico-scientific labor finds the dimension adequate to its power in the future, while the past is memory of the law of value and its abominable effectiveness. But on this relation with the future, other prolegomena need to be written. Pluralism and dualism, on the logical matrices. A few problems arise once we are able to grasp this ontological but supple and multiversal figure of time in opposition to the hard but ontological depotentialized time of the state. And the fundamental problem is born of the fact that we have in our inquiries so far opposed, in a dualistic manner, a series of events, and forms of events, A to a series of events, and forms of events, B. But any correct phenomenology of the events gathered in B shows us that at this level mobility, asymmetry, irreversibility and multiversal horizon are already given due to the liberation of ontological time itself. How is it possible to gather all this richness conclusively within a dualistic schema? Will it not be the case that, surreptitiously, a dialectical form is inserted into the reasoning so that, far from being phenomenologically meaningful, the world of liberation is nothing other than the reversed homologue of the world of command? What assures us that this dualism is not mystificatory? We must recognize that this is a real difficulty. All the more so since in the history of ideas the concept of crisis has always been given either from the standpoint of a reunifying logical form, hence the operation of the reversed homologue, or from the standpoint of nihilism. The first solution denies the possibility of separation, and renders it indifferent, the second renders every possibility of recomposition meaningless. The philosophy of crisis impoverishes the antagonistic significance of the emergence of the different subjects separated in subsumption, while the philosophy of nihilism denies the richness of the articulations of the world of self-valorization, removing the ontological hopes of the project. It is clear that my project is the complete reverse of this, to grasp the two logical matrices that, on the one hand, render separation possible, and on the other, give meaning to the pluralism and multiversality of social being. As we saw above, in Chapter 1, the existence of these two matrices is not difficult to detect. Indeed, within the umwelt of real subsumption, two temporal polarities exist, the one centripetal, tending to spatialize time, giving it a zero value, the other centrifugal, tending to temporalize space, and so providing time with ontological plenitude. The antagonism is given. The dualistic matrix is given. One could quip, space to capital, time to the working class. But what is most important to point out is that the antagonism is not given in forms that can in any way be recuperated within identity. It could be said that the logical essence of dualism, of antagonism, consists in the existence, in the modal quality of the two subjects that clash. Equivocal redundancies of the dualistic logic of separation and confusions concerning the pluralistic logic of the proletarian subject are not possible. Considering the problem from within the horizon of the umwelt of subsumption, the dualism is the absolutely fundamental logical matrix. The opposite objection could be and is made. If the proletarian pole of the process that coexists with the social whole presents itself as essentially plural, multi, no rather omniversal, how can the originary dualism of the subjects be maintained? Will not the dualism of the subjects be drawn into and be confused with the multiversal zone of the proletarian subject? The answer once again relates to the radical asymmetry of the relation of exploitation, inasmuch as it is a relation that opposes one dimension of time to the other dimension, the two paradigms of life in opposition to one another. The dualism of exploitation is in no case reducible to the plurality of social behaviors. It maintains and develops itself around a logical matrix that cannot be resolved within any horizon that is not qualified by the form of antagonism. The substantial and difficult problem we find before us is not then that of the compatibility of the two logical matrices, the one dualistic and antagonistic and the other plural, or rather, omniversal. The real problem is that of defining the matter and the procedures of the multiversal matrix insofar as it concerns the proletarian pole, that is, the social dimension of the antagonism. But even in this regard we cannot but return to the analysis of the existent. That is to say, we cannot but return to the particular quality that the constitution of time assumes from the proletarian standpoint when it becomes collective and productive. The necessary is given a posteriori. It is given as the singularity of the multiple. It is given as irreducibility. Important consequences follow from the recognition of this pluralist matrix of liberation, from the discovery and the deepening of this multiplicity of times. It is not a case of examining them more closely here, for this see Chapter 9. Here it is just a case of underlining the perfect logical compatibility of a dualistic, antagonistic, disjunctive matrix that involves the totality of the existent, and in the same way, of a pluralist matrix that constitutes and qualifies the social subject of the antagonism. Note, 1. After the publication of Il Comunismo y la Guerra, I set myself the following problem. That is, the problem of the impasse of a discourse that sets the logical horizon of command against the ontological horizon of self-valorization. In this case, two incommensurable subjects confronted one another. Nor did the discussions on the continual historical displacements between capitalist restructuring and class recomposition modify the aporetic substance of the reasoning. If anything, it introduced complications, giving an evanescent indefiniteness to the process. But on the other hand, to accept a common context that would enable a comparison in terms of commensurability would, it seemed to me, annul the dualism that was so phenomenologically evident. In short, the impasse consisted in the fact that, if there was no context, the dualism became irrational; if a context were given, the dualism fell away. In truth, things could not go otherwise while an indifferent, formal context was being presupposed. Thus, overcoming the impasse means identifying a new radically materialist epistemological context along the lines of Marx's teachings. The epistemology of time allows this passage and demonstrates the interpenetration of the logical and the ontological horizon. In other words, I feel that I have demonstrated, within the tautology of subsumption, the reality of a global horizon of the collective, and the necessity of its asymmetry, and within the asymmetry, the coexistence of the logic of the one of the capitalist analytic and the logic of the proletarian multiplicity. That is to say, the mechanism of the logical production of the dualism is the same as the one that produces the qualitative existence of the separate subjects. In subordinating itself to the ontology of time, logic subordinates itself to existence. Now the destruction of the cynical logicism of the formalism of crisis becomes all the more simple. The logical mechanism does not in fact construct a formal a priori that subordinates or homologates the polarity of the existent, but rather it assimilates the necessity of the a posteriori. The study of Spinoza has been fundamental to me in proceeding down this path. But all the more fundamental has been my taking up the study of the logical positivists, following some of the indications given by Pierre Jacob, L'Empirisme logique. Note: 2. In the philosophico-scientific theories of time one can apparently find two extremes, 1, that of the absolute theory of time, and 2, that of the relative theory of time. Under the first heading one can put all the definitions, ancient and modern, that take time as the measure of absolute regulation. Under the second heading one can put all the definitions that take time as a relational and discontinuous fabric, that is, as a possibility and constitution. Some authors, Serres, Prigogine, Piperno, proceed according to the forms of this fable, such that under 1, they place Plato and Newton together, under 2, the ancient atomists and the contemporary theorists of thermodynamic time. In some ways this is the same procedure as the one I followed in Il Comunismo y la Guerra, so that the distinction between logical matrices, and of the time that sustained them, resulted in total incommensurability. It is evidently an erroneous procedure, as is the historical reconstruction that it foresees and that we have alluded to. In reality, the history of the idea of time, as Milik Kapik has amply demonstrated in the concepts of time and space, bearing in mind the fundamental contributions of Duhem and Meyerson, starts from a maximum subordination of time to space to a maximum subordination of space to time, from a maximum spatialization of time to a maximum dynamization of space. It is not therefore possible to confuse ancients and moderns. The philosophy of the Renaissance constitutes, even in the case of the history of the idea of time, the decisive watershed. Telesio and Bruno pave the way for the modern conception of time, separating it from space, while in the 1600s the capitalist emancipation of time is achieved with Gassendi. It is true, in antiquity we have absolute, Plato, relative, atomists, and hybrid, Aristotle, theories of time, but they should not be confused with the absolute, Newton, relative, Einstein, or hybrid theories of modernity, because the epistemological framework has been completely modified. The formidable suggestiveness of the Democritean and Leucertian conceptions of time, so elegantly reconstructed by Serres, should be thought of as simply that, as suggestive. It is only within this framework, modified through modernization, that the ontology of constitutive time together, temporal globality of existence and temporal asymmetry of its dimensions can be conceived. Thus the problem in the epistemology of time is not the naive one of opposing a unitary matrix to that of the multiple, or simply measure to constitution, but rather that of putting to work this opposition in the area, a, of the modern totalization of constitutive temporality, b, of the asymmetric relativization of constitutive dimensions. From the standpoint of a strict epistemology of time, the mechanism of production of the dualism is the same that identifies the totality of the context. And this conclusion should be placed beside the other conclusion, presented in Note 1, as the epistemological foundation of our procedure. The mechanism of logical production of the dualism is the same as that which produces the qualitative existence of the separate subjects, the body and the time of constitution. In the 5th chapter, section 5.2, I stressed the possibility of grasping the anthropological determination of proletarian constitution. Which is to say, one must study the series of phenomenological relations that from the bodies of individuals extend to the materiality of the collective composition. But here we are able to set out a further problem, the question of the individualization of the social subjectivities of the class composition that arise at the level of subsumption, the problem, in other words, of collective corporeality. This relation is characterized by a multiversal logic, by a phenomenology of multiple times that are both individual and collective. The time of the social worker presents itself here as a relation between expansive times, as a relation between different but concurrent velocities. The relation of diverse times has two fundamental aspects. The first is that which is taken up by the assemblages of struggle and recomposition under the sign of the conditions of exploitation and of its asymmetrical effects. The second is that of individual liberation, of collective constitution and of the corporeality of the associative and cooperative relations. Now the specifics of the problem consist in the fact that these two aspects of the multiversal expression of time are not subjected to any law. They express themselves in encounter and collision, in displacement and disjunction, in short, as in an immense firework display. A non-dialectical but collective phenomenology, in the sense that it follows the maturation of the subjective units according to their behaviors, here becomes possible. That this has nothing to do with the descriptive hybrids and ideal types of psychological historicism a la Wilhelm Dilthey 58 or with the irrational and formal hybrids of Gestalt is more than evident. The phenomenology of collective praxis is here a process without laws, it is an ensemble of multiple times that only with the fullness of liberation will achieve definite determinations. The asymmetries are here the basis of a relation that develops continuously. We can of course establish genetic paths, thresholds of collective transformation and, if one wants to attempt it, a veritable theory of morphogenesis. L.S. Vygotsky is probably the author who, from the standpoint of revolutionary materialism, has come closest to such a project. On the other hand, we have nothing against the equilibrium of diverse times, of the different velocities of the genes and of the developments that must all the same attain, from time to time, moments of compensation and of cumulative rules. One must likewise recall that composition and consciousness present synchronic series and diachronic series of analysis and of development that can finally coincide only in the antagonism of subsumption, while beforehand they are given as the crisis of the individual in his material relations, crises that only the anticipation and the tendency can in some manner heal. The process of collective praxis cuts the distance between synchronic series and diachronic series of consciousness. Only anticipation can found a human science that does not wrap itself up in dialectical illusions, and that prefigures the bringing together again of consciousness and of its objective conditions. All this should undergo a description and a definition that we cannot provide here in these prolegomena. One can also add, and this emerges from what has already been said, that the relation between body and bodies, the link between individual and individual, is no different from the dynamic reality of pluralism in so far as it is submitted to the rule of antagonism. Rather, they are a cross-section of this determination of being, a constitutive moment whose internal joyousness we must grasp. and do so as the dynamic of a complete temporal constitution. This is the realm of the fullest freedom, where freedom knows how to be love. The mechanisms of recomposition are endowed with the highest spontaneity, as spontaneous as the processes and dynamics of differentiation. Here the difference is rich and the unity is spontaneous. This is the temporal territory, the body of the communist community. But all this is a limit as well as an asset. In effect, when we reach the microdynamic of the great process of human liberation and we grasp this spontaneity of collective life, we also perceive, in this relationship between bodies, elements that are hard, inertial. The obscenity of the ghetto, the misery of marginalization, and the drugged illusion of the individual recomposition of bodies, these are caricatures of the difficulty. Certainly we are completely outside any dialectic that brings back the heaviness of this limit to being, presenting it as though it were intrinsic to the active materiality of the subject. Here there is no place for the practico-inert of the various Bergsons, Simon Wiles, and of Sartre. But the absence of a negative dialectic cannot hide the existence, the presence, of aporias. Non-being insinuates itself in the pyrotechnic-like explosion of the liberated world, of its needs, of its movements. The time of constitution, though lived at the height of the multiversal tensions that traverse it, has nevertheless the reality of the enemy before it. We know that the recomposition moves by its own strength, but it is also true that it corresponds to the reality of the enemy. The individual life of the social worker, his individual search for collectivity, is a tangle of contradictions, of negative conditions, of reified and refeeing elements that should be submitted to criticism, and the liberation from which demands the recognition of the collective antagonism, the forming of the antagonism into constitutive instrument, knowing how to reach higher forms of collective corporeality, beyond individuality, beyond the family, towards ever more complex and ever more versatile communities. If individual revolt is the condition of liberation, if the continual crisis of individuality and of inter-individual relations, of sexual, racial, national relations, is the condition of anticipation and project the negative labor that takes root in a manner that emancipates individuality, in Peter Bruckner that is the power of the Lernprozess, otherwise mystified in reformist manner by Oscar Negri, nonetheless it is true that beyond that individualities want here, that new corporeality, in which negative labor wants to realize itself, is not yet given. There is to be found in all of the first displacement, in all of its series, an aporetic moment. This aporetic moment can be grasped on all levels of the analysis of collective time and productive time, but above all, at the level of constitution. One could say that here non-being no longer presents itself as obstacle and repression of the ontological reality of negative labor, of the multiversality of being, for it has been defeated in this attempt. Rather, it presents itself as simple activity, active non-being, and as such does not prevent the emergence of being, but it does block it from definitively taking flight from its full self-awareness, from its becoming body. The moments of the first displacement display all the conditions of communism. But they are not yet it. They are not yet because non-being remains. However, the unity and the recomposition of bodies display the highest level of recomposition and auto-determination of the versatile multiplicity of the singular times of liberation, the bodies and the choruses, the forms of love and of collective recomposition. Reflection or philosophical scherzo. If we look at the development of communist philosophy in the 1960s and the historical paradigm shift that these years represent, we could summarize them as the condition of the loss of abstract essence in the extinction of the ideological body and in the proposition of the desire of the real body. Corporeal body, collective, temporal, corporeal communism. In Althusser the height of the desire is defined in a Kantian manner in the schism between theory and workers' movement, a real schism that cannot be overcome because theory is only an industrious tortoise, while the workers' movement is an Achilles gone crazy. The sophism is truer than the reality. But if that is fixed, if we are condemned to live without the subject, the realm of ends is nevertheless given. And a practice could. The whole of 1960s communist philosophy attempts to embody the realm of ends, to concretize the ideal of reason after the fall of the subject. The scherzo is real, after Kant come Fichte and Schelling. The naked postulation of desire as the corporeal key, as the pure position wagered on by Marcuse and Krall, then, the dynamic prefiguring of the class body as abstract composition that is typical of operaismo. Operaismo, this night in which all cats are grey, and the theology of the political gradually takes the place of the vagueness of the desired body, and the fetishism of the conciliation in the party excludes the joyousness of the body. Nevertheless, after these monstrous Fichte and Schellings, there will be no more of Hegel, not even as a joke, because Althusser's positing of the problem excludes the general solution, the synthesis, the repetition of the arrogance of the universal. This philosophical scherzo lives the explosion, its abstractness, because the presumption of the universal explosion is no longer even imaginable. No delegating, and certainly not to theory. The body is that thing which has taken the place of the realm of ends, collective corporeality as constitution of individuality. Philosophy jokes, the body does not. The last aporetic tensions of this crisis that only the negative labor of the second displacement will be able to resolve, have taken on the intonation of prophetic language. The philosopher magi. Lullism. The dark ones. Miserable conjurings. The subject can only be the body, collective corporeality. There are no shortcuts and the dream bows to these determinations. In the collective body theory becomes real. Constitutive time. The end of the scherzo. Chapter 8. Second displacement, the time of revolution W. The project and death, now time, Jetztzeit. By second displacement I understand the realization, no, given that the passage is not dialectical, the uncovering of the separation between the opposition of the tendencies, their conclusive irreversibility, their proper definition and the disjunction of being and of non-being. The two great dimensions of Marx's tautology, revealed in real subsumption, time as measure and ontological time, explode into opposed horizons. The series marked A and that marked B lead us to the series marked W and Y. We will see below, in section 8.2, the formal characteristics of this second displacement. Let us begin with the material ones. The material characteristics of this second displacement are subtle and should be grasped without forgetting the process of development, as well as the density of the umwelt in which they are held from the beginning. As we have seen, in real subsumption, the idea of time is for capital posed as an idea of command. The time of political economy is nomenclature, auto-declaration of value, command. Therefore, it is negation of the real time which is experienced as antagonistic, or rather, it is a reduction within a formally dialectical schema, the cycle and cyclical development, the market and the plan that is, in the cyclical development, time is configured in the form, and follows the criteria of the ordering of economic space, as reversibility of all the points, as circulation, as money. Ideal time is, from this standpoint, balanced space. This reduction is valid for the theories of the state and in general for all of the human sciences, as Alain Gras showed so well in Sociologie des Ruptures and in Diogene, as well as in political economy. But this is also true of the first displacement. Here, on the other hand, we must grasp the hardcore, the logical proposal and the practical project that, in conditions of extreme separation, capital brings in to validate, to justify its own existence justice as the justification of capital's own being. There are three transitions that should be identified here. 1. Capital not only presents itself as measure and as system, it presents itself as progress. This definition is essential to its internal and external legitimation. From this perspective, political economy is entirely directed towards drawing the innovative element that history in any case produces into the time of administration, accumulation like administration, reversible time, eternal return, and cyclicalness. Now time, Jetztzeit, innovative precision, utopia, capital considers them as its own. Progress is the eternal return lit up by a flash of a now time, Jetztzeit. Administration is illuminated by charisma. 59 The city of the devil is illuminated by grace. The elements of innovation are reduced to numerical and quantitative units and only as such are brought back to bear on progress as command and illumination. Progress is the representation of a process that proceeds by leaps forward, in which all factors can be referred back to proportion. Difference is only quantitative. The economic cycle is the clearest example of capitalist progress. All its terms are modified in accordance with effects and trajectories that are substantially quantitative. In short, now time, Jetztzeit, utopia, present themselves as innovation, as the touch and tact of the real within the routine of the temporal being of command. Utopia and routine present themselves as abstract identity, as necessity. Economic determinism, the invisible hand which is the natural law that transforms itself into the law of the state by maintaining the numinous and obligatory character of a law of nature. Here we are in the hardcore, where necessity identifies itself with interest and with the progressive self-presentation of capital. 2. But in bourgeois ideology time can present itself as alternation of these two functions, as well as conjugation of economic determinism and utopia. This derives from the experience of the difficulty of retaining the negative, and from the opportunity of absorbing it, of sucking its dynamism into the system, as motor of the system. One may well mystify the negative, but it is difficult to flatten it. Therefore, let us close it within alternation, as a conflictual element, whether logical or material. The dialectical procedure is the form that command takes. The dialectical illusion is the mode in which the hardcore of the self-valorization of capital now presents itself. So here utopia is the alternative to determinism. But if we consider the thought of the two most eminent bourgeois theorists of utopia, Karl Mannheim and Ernst Bloch, strange paths appear. In the former, utopia is understood as the possible rational, as project, as the opening of the practico-inert block of ideological and administrative temporality. In the latter, utopia is antagonism that unfolds on an axis synchronic with the temporality of contemporary power. Now, in both cases time is given in two forms, as deterministic immanence and as utopian transcendence. In both cases, however, the ontological concept of temporal matter does not change. For it seems to me that alternation is usually fake, merely a functional element on the basis of which the preventative transfiguration of the elements in struggle live and are admitted into the circulation of command, and as such are rendered perfectly ideal and uniform. Kant's thought, more than Hegel's, lies at the basis of the mediation of alternation, a hard dualism for only one axis of value. Further, the Kantian reference point is also the one that sustains the more mature figures of the bourgeois theorization of dualistic time. Determinism and time are in the early Max Weber interpreted as alternation between the immanence of the rational time of organization and the transcendence of charisma. They are, from the early writings of Hans Kelsen, interpreted as the immanence of the formal process of regulation and as the transcendence of the Grundnorm. 60 The dualism of the neo-Kantian systems is always one between pure reason and practical reason, between formal theory and history power, but always within the unitary space of reason. Therefore, it is not a case of different temporal paradigms, but rather the alternation is between different spatial functions of the experience of time, between different systemic articulations. System and innovation exist as different modes of the same substance. So the unity of the project comes before its articulation. 3. And yet bourgeois thought barely tolerates even the mere possibility of the dualism of determinism and utopia. Does not this evanescent temporal transcendence hide operatic and potentially subversive elements? In fact, the dualistic articulation of time is always exposed to radical displacement. The analysis of revolutionary transformation, which is so common in the thinking of the liberal left, should be directed towards this limit. The subversive irony of Spinoza, who denounced any ethical and utopian transcendence as the sanctuary of ignorance, 1991, Part I, Appendix, is here provocatively placed in the service of the reinforcing of the horizon. Charisma and Grundnorm, if we keep to the same example, should not be conceived of as dualistic elements, but rather as the source of the immanent productivity of the system. Now the critical transition is absolutely clear. The one-dimensional horizon of time is to all effects restored within a commutation of the factors that do not alter the result. We pass from innovation as systemic product, to innovation as systemic motor. From Prometheus to Narcissus. The later Kelsen makes his system realist, in the juridical sense, that is to say the relation between Grundnorm and formal system becomes continuous and productive. The later Weber, in Parliament and Government in Germany under a new political order, also carries out an analogous synthesis. In the Constitution, charisma presents itself as the foundation of organization. From the illusion of dualism we have returned to monism, a productive monism made subject. But that is not the end of it. The course of the project, from the abstract and progressive character of system and innovation to the alternation of determinism and utopia and to the conflictual illusion onto the final systemic synthesis, has been rich in theoretical and practical redundancies. The systemic dimension imposes an extreme coherence on its own foundation. In inquiring into the nature of the temporal foundation of the system, its circular trajectories come to the forefront, thus displaying temporal nature zero. The Stoic critique of Aristotelian time as measure becomes important again. Paradoxically, it renders the linear, circular, hence zero value of time, real. Systemic monism produces that which it can produce, abstraction and reduction of every tension to zero, absolute depotentialization of the relation to reality. The productive subjectivization of the system develops the bureaucratic routine, rational legitimacy, to the point of rendering them absolute. Rational legitimation then becomes technocratic legitimation, therefore no longer even legitimation in the strict sense, because in basing everything on itself, on its own necessary function, technocratic legitimacy eliminates the very relation of legitimacy. Here, the absolute nature of command, its capacity to absolutely guarantee its systemic rational reproduction, leaps to the fore. Therefore, it should surprise no one that the productive monism of contemporary systemic theories results in the conception and the practice of the nuclear state. 61 Here nature and history are filtered by the system and expressly lead to possibility zero. The only reality that can be felt here is that of death. With this I'll bring to an end my account of the path of bourgeois theory, the development of which in reality reveals outcomes that cannot be qualified by simply following infrasystemic routes. I believe that the fundamental point consists in this: the capitalist science and practice of power operate a veritable displacement of perspective when they become aware of the real unsustainability of the antagonism implicit in subsumption. It is not that they dialectically overcome the aporias, rather, they excavate the system, seeking its hard core in the course of the attempt to make difficulties and checkmates fall away and to control the possible aporias. The first displacement is, as we have seen, that of the passage to real subsumption, from which there follows on the capitalist side a series of attempts at regulation specifically directed at the aporias that are revealed in a determinate manner. From here proceeds a permanent and creeping conjugation of being and non-being, within the ambit of the first displacement. On the other hand, the second displacement recognizes the insolubility of the relation, placing the antagonism at the forefront. Here, the bourgeois standpoint aims to represent one pole, and only one pole of the relation. If innovation is always aporetic, if it is always nourished by antagonism, if it is born as an external to the system of power, then it must be annulled. The content of the second displacement, on the side of capital, is the ontological zero. The time of capitalist revolution ends with real time being reduced to zero. Absolute hegemony of the war industry. Progress burns up in nothingness. Here we shall take a long digression. Let us ask ourselves, has it not been the case, and is it not the case, that this idea of the zero time of innovation and of the permanent capitalist revolution has a much more powerful and extensive conceptual development than that which appears from the analysis of its immediate area of application, the world of bourgeois ideology? Is it not the case rather that this myth of innovation as crisis, and as systemic project, is capable of being applied to and of connoting ideological behaviors well beyond even the frontiers of bourgeois thinking? The answer is affirmative. The conception of innovation, understood exclusively as capitalist auto-determination of development, based on the time of command, of measure, the hysteresis of development itself, has invested the thinking of socialist revolution as well. A historical materialist cannot do without the notion of a present which is not a transition, but in which time stands still and has come to a stop. For this notion defines the present in which he himself is writing history. Historicism gives the eternal image of the past, the historical materialist supplies a unique experience with the past. The historical materialist leaves it to others to be drained by the whore called once upon a time in historicism's bordello. He remains master of his powers, man enough to blast open the continuum of history. Benjamin 1973, Thesis 16 translation modified. So says Walter Benjamin in the Theses on the Philosophy of History. He goes on to say, history is the object of a construction whose location is not homogeneous and empty time, but the full one of now time, Jetztzeit, probably from Thesis 17, 62. Now time as the model of messianic time, Thesis 18 translation modified. Well, this conception is ruinous. Far from being the destruction of historicism and of its perverse political results, the conception of the messianic now time, Jetztzeit, represents the utmost modernization of reactionary thought. It is the conversion of historical, plural, punctual, multiversal materials into the thaumaturgical illusion of empty innovation. The conception of the messianic now time, Jetztzeit, reduces the tautology of real subsumption to mysticism, and mysticism always stinks of the boss, no matter what Agamben and Facchinelli say about it. In Benjamin one again experiences the creationist paradox of time as measure, which is equivalent and opposed to the Stoic one. Saint Augustine of Hippo, time was made simultaneously with the world, and with the creation of the world change and movement were also created, as appears clear from the order of the first 6 or 7 days. Precisely. If an innovative methodology establishes itself in a formal universe, it loses the flavor of materialism and of the creativity of the only creative time, that of the masses. The historical continuum is in this way reduced to elementary series and made to be systemically reorganized. The only real practice of now time is that of the abstract break, the abstract unity of productive time, and therefore the mechanical and methodical dimension of equilibrium. Now time, Jetztzeit, is a form of time as measure. From this point of view, a construction of time like Benjamin's operates perfectly as a mediation between the productive monism of the systemic conceptions of the later Weber and the later Kelsen, and the socialist practice of insurrection against the state. Revolutionary reason is grafted onto, and co-inserted into, technocratic rationality. All in all, it is a case of the implosion of the development towards zero time that is anticipated by the zero of the insurrectional initiative, of insurrectional time. Recently Eric Olin Wright, 1978, has reconstructed the concept of administrative rationality in Weber and Lenin, tracing synoptic correspondences. So wherever we have the negation of real time, in the dimension of administrative measure and reversibility, we find it equally in the path of rationality, that formal and atemporal rationality that is sealed in illusory fashion in the original act of the Grundnorm of charisma and of the foundational insurrectional now time, Jetztzeit. The digression provided ends there where the project of socialism comes to be identified with the expression of that same nullifying reduction of real time that accompanies the capitalist displacements. The second displacement looks therefore to be also verified in the ideology and the practice of real socialism. Time zero is completely realized through, and as a result of, real subsumption. This is the content of the second displacement, which is understood as the form of the series of events. But one must insist on the phenomenological relevance of this definition of time. Aside from the different ideological configurations, capitalist system and socialist system, in the complexity of the relations that envelope work and life, time of work and time of life manifest in an extreme way the irreversibility of a temporal practice with zero valence, one no longer reducible to a concept. The only way in which capitalist thought, time, measure, system, etc., can assimilate real irreversibility is by declaring and treating it as death. It is a culture, a practice of death that appears here as absolute now-time, Jetztzeit. All the now-times, Jetztzeit, elaborated by the bourgeois culture of the past, including that of the first displacement, sought some positive link to the ontological reality of time. And they would put their negative aspect in the service of a constitutive, conjugated, dialectic of a collective and productive time. With subsumption realized, the dialectic completed, the capitalist and bourgeois now-time, Jetztzeit, is the totality of the sense of death, of a practice of apocalypse. The abduction of time from being, its complete fixation and blockage, which is an expropriation of ontological meaning at the level of the collective that is imploded up to the point of the absolute potentiality of destruction. This occurs across the whole compass of the experience and praxis of the collective. A space that annuls time intoxicates us. From the constitution of the state and from its ever-increasing fixed rigidity, to the forms of organization of social time consumed in ever more evanescent ways, from the great repressive machine that poses the hegemony of the null time of right, to the nuclear state that gathers up the diffusion of the putrefaction of capitalist nature in a decision of death. These are the results and the qualities of the series of events marked W, all of which must be retraced analytically. To sum up and move beyond, if we take up again Marx's discourse of the working day, breaking, as we have done from the beginning, with the dialectic of value and grasping rather its realization in subsumption, if therefore we take up the dynamic of the working day in terms of the extreme alternative that it presents literally, between death and antagonistic liberation of the class, of its self-awareness in struggle, and we consequently displace this antagonism at the level of the contemporary analytic of subsumed labor, that is of realized social capital, well, within this operation of displacement, we find ourselves before a new form of antagonism. It is still death, but this time in a social form, as nuclear state, as accumulation of time reduced to the zero value of a project of total destruction. Total destruction only knows the now-time. Against this, antagonistic liberation, understood as the social liberation of the entirety of productive forces. Extended, constitutive, innovative time, revolutionary and subjective time. The displacement is decisive in this finale to the inquiry. We must continue to insist on the profundity and the heuristic utility of Marx's method of the antagonistic displacement. Endogenous processes and exogenous processes, analytic and catastrophe. The importance of Marx and Lenin in the theory of knowledge consists in having definitively set forth the standpoint of the productive concretion. The characteristics of the productive concretion modality irreversibility project become the characteristics of any theory of knowledge that wants to present itself as science. The red thread that leads from the introduction of 1857 to State and Revolution of 1917, and to Mao's writings on contradiction and on practice, is a path of the theory of knowledge that grasps the concrete as productive rationality. Point 63 as rational and productive critique. The central moment is the mechanism of displacement, that is, the conjuncture in which the expressions of the concrete and the products of the collective subject, advancing from threshold to threshold, become conjugated. You do not need Gregory Bateson in order to understand that the structure operates as a whole. Marx and Lenin are enough to determine knowledge as the displacement of the Umwelt. Here the process is entirely endogenous, that is to say, capable of recuperating in its interior the link with innovation, without the need for ideological simulations. And this occurs because the matter that weaves together the productivity of being is the collective time of liberation, which is the same as production. The collective process of knowledge determines the regimes productive of the true, of the practically true, not through linear projections rationalizing the existent, but by planting itself within the complexity of temporal being and completely reorganizing, each time, the dispositives of the transformation of the real. Given this, we now come to the formal and problematic characteristics of the displacement as we have studied it so far. We see how in the first place, 1. The displacement operates in general, and how it articulates itself in the forms of the exposition. In the second place, 2. We see what the differences of expository content are that come to be determined between the first and the second displacement. Now, keeping to theme, 1, it is immediately evident that by displacement we mean a new umwelt of the temporal existence of subjects. A new being in the world is determined. And if, as we have seen, the standpoint of critique is that of the productive concretion, to each displacement there corresponds a specific and determinate form of exposition. This has some extremely important consequences as exemplified on the level of the first displacement we studied, that of the passage to real subsumption. Now, when a collective social organ develops production, it looks at first as though the endogenous mechanism of the qualification of the real peters out in indifference. But the fact that the epistemological validation of knowledge is only given by its link to the concrete means that the indifferent, however real it may be, cannot be taken up in the process of knowledge. Therefore, what characterizes the approach at this point is the insistence on the passage, on the transformation of the framework, on the displacement of the structure. The form of the exposition must make itself adequate to this. The apparent indifference of the content of subsumption must be broken by the expository form. The eminence of the insertion of productive subjectivity in this passage is fundamental. But this means the posing of a general principle. With each displacement a subjective viewpoint must emerge to discriminate the tendencies of the real. In other words, a theory of displacement, and above all a theory of displacement in real subsumption, with the forms of indifference to contents that this involves, does not allow one to maintain a descriptive apparatus of the type, theory of the modes of production. By theory of the mode of production I understand a historico-dialectical approach, structural and objectivist and so closed, that excludes the function of the subject as foundational agent of knowledge. The relative validity of the theory of the modes of production at other levels of capitalist development falls away definitively when we enter real subsumption. The theory of the modes of production keeps to the contents, but here the contents are indifferent. The theory of the mode of production keeps to the whole, but a mute whole. Only the point of view, only the open transition, only the open expository form that sees the displacement as a complete transcription of the relations of force and of class and hence poses the decision on the form of the exposition from within can correspond to the intensity of the displacement. The form of the exposition breaks the indifference of the content. The more capitalist development proceeds, the more antagonism places itself practically and concretely at the origin of science. Feyerabend has understood this. Therefore, from the theory of the mode of production to a theory of the regimes of production of the real as the only route that enables one to grasp the form of the exposition adequate to the intensity of the real displacement. With that said we come to theme, 2, and the expository differences between the first and second displacement. In a way we have already seen them. They seem to us to consist essentially in the fact that, while in the context of the first displacement we find in force a logic of advancing antagonism, on the one hand, of the formal dimension of time as measure and of the command of its organization, on the other hand, of the ontological dimension of collective, productive, constitutive time in the context of the second displacement, the asymmetry of the terms that produce the social antagonism dilates to the point of explosion. This dilation is not formal. It can at once be defined with reference to the form of experience and to that of expression. The capitalist innovation of the system of control proceeds in fact beyond the last constitutive threshold proposed in the first displacement, beyond the subjectification of nullifying command. Consequently, there should be no more exposition here. And in effect there is no longer a scientific exposition. The capitalist understanding of command entrusts itself here only to now-time, Jetztzeit, to aesthetics, to enlightenment more simply, purely to the exogenous mechanisms in force for the reproduction of the system. The capitalist analytic concludes with catastrophe as the only possibility for its assemblage of knowledge. Time is not only analytically reduced to zero, but drawn up and exacerbated vertically, From diachrony one passes into dislocation 64. The behavioral axes of the capitalist analytic undergo a definitive hysteresis, they now move in inaccessible regions. Analytic action has reached complete entropy. Therefore, now time, Jetztzeit, the messianic, and apocalypse are here the only expository form power can take. Time realizes itself in catastrophe. The problem of the form of exposition of the other standpoint, the proletarian one, is no less serious. Indeed, as we have frequently underlined, in the expansion of the antagonism one also arrives at a point of no return, and so to a qualitative leap. We call it direct experience of communism, of the collective corporeality of the social proletariat. But the difficulty of the exposition is no less significant here, because if in the phase of the first displacement the dualistic matrix of the antagonistic relation unfolds its force of recomposition along the line of the dynamics of class, and therefore reorganizes, even if only formally, the effects of the pluralistic matrix, when one passes to the second displacement, where the dualistic matrix is completely centrifuged, only the endogenous solution of the pluralistic matrix, only the precise reconstitution of the times of subjects can constitute the standpoint. A real standpoint, one that is not catastrophic, but is rather solid and powerful. This passage from the first to the second displacement leads us to many important considerations. The first concerns what I would call the overturning of the asymmetrical logic of command. In the whole of the history of political thought the one has been preeminent and hegemonic over the many. The concept of power is the concept of the one. The most that can be said is that the many, by coming together, have power. Our analysis on the other hand shows us the one burning up in nothingness, while multiplicity possesses the totality of real time. The higher dignity of the one, that fixes its asymmetrical import over and against the many, is here simply overturned. The second reflection concerns the dynamics of historical innovation, and in particular that of the revolutionary eruptions. Once again the emergence of the one. The wretched Jacobin path of the revolution, interiorized by the revolutionaries. Enlightenment terrorism, the innovative link is a blinding light, a blitz. Nor do the theories of continuity, of juridical positivism, alter the framework. The one of voluntarism is substituted with the one of historical profundity. To the Jacobin saint just responds the institutional and sage Tocqueville. In reality all revolutions have done nothing other than perfect the existing state of things. With Heine we can repeat the 3 R's of terrorismus, of the terrorist equivalents of Richelieu, Robespierre, Rothschild. However, against this and in reality, the real innovation, the real revolution would pass only through the always new social constitution of the time of the exploited multitude, through the continual destruction of the articulations of the one, of command and of abstract unity. Is it possible to definitively affirm this inversion and so point to the overturning of the asymmetrical practice of innovation? There will certainly be no revolutionary experience that does not test itself in the practical solution to this hypothesis. Chapter 9. Third displacement, the time of revolution. The time machine. Let us begin by keeping to the results reached so far in our analysis. The series of events that we mark with the letter Y are the ensemble of powers of liberation uncovered in the temporal fabric of life, there where real subsumption is achieved and where the antagonistic alternatives that traverse it explode. Let us take these powers of liberation in the constitutive immediacy, in the productive force and the infinite range of subjects, of actions that emanate from them. The method is the rigorous one of materialism, where in other words to the exclusion of any mediation that is not intrinsic to the logic of the subject and of collective action only the empirical and the a posteriori participate in the category of necessity and only the conventional is universal. How does the time of liberation present itself then? What is its concept? The concept of liberated time is given as omnilaterality, as universal versatility. Within the massive totality of real subsumption, liberated time is not the residue of exploited time, but is rather the force that breaks up and destroys all the links of capitalist society. It separates them from itself and invests them all. Liberated time is then the concept of a mass of versatile, omnilateral, universal relations. Liberated time is a productive quality. It is a productive rationality torn away and isolated from the command that analyzed this rationality and extorted it from the time of life. When one says productive quality, one is speaking of a surplus, an element of growth, a moment of creation. In Marx, all this, though grounded in the foundation of the revolutionary project, constitutes an enigma, one that remains as such only until this creative project is withdrawn from capital's measuring. When this occurs, it then becomes apparent that productive rationality is struggle against work. It is the negative labor that destroys the temporal determinants of positive labor, that is, of capital. To the omniversality of liberated time is added the creative characteristic of production, producing what? Liberated time, but more, that is against death, against suffering, against the zero of command. See, liberated time is subjectivity. Liberation occurs in the form of subjectivity, from the refusal of work to the rediscovery of productive rationality, from self-valorization to auto-determination, from spontaneity to unfolded collective consciousness. The creativity that constituted the hard qualitative core of liberated work is manifested here in the form of imagination and hope. And imagination, integrated with negative labor, is the nature of technico-scientific labor itself, as labor of liberation, as the destruction of unilateral horizons, as polymorphic apparatus of reason, as uprooting of the vile paradigms of reified experience. Deliberated time is collectivity. The process of struggle and emancipation, followed by the process of struggle and liberation, have led us to that rational paradox where liberated time is time that cannot be measured, precisely because liberation consists in the destruction of the structural dimensions of time as measure. The one schema of organization of liberated time is thus rediscovered in terms of a phenomenology of collective praxis. Love is not of a different nature from collective action, nor from the concept of productivity and technico-scientific labor. In the polyvalence and omniversality of liberated labor, only the potentials of collective cohesion change. Liberated time is a machine of constitution. When one says machine, one's thoughts race to the idea of physical necessity and to that of fixed capital, equals dead labor. Rightly. But that does not take away from the fact that experience and imagination can modify the conceptual relation. Because by machine we here mean the coordinated ensemble of the characteristics of liberated time signaled under A, B, C and D, the machine is the concretion of the processes of liberation, it is the point at which the substantial trajectories of time converge. The concrete is the subjectivity of social proletarian composition that makes itself the horizon, the surface of totality. All the determinations go on to define the concrete in accordance with the methodological indications of the 1857 introduction, which here, at this second level of displacement, realizes itself completely. Between subjectivity and collectivity, between omniversality and creativity, a strategy of progressively determined relations imposes itself. The dreary demystification of God being the thing is not enough for us, we live the project of the thing being God. 65 Our machine of liberated time moves powerfully and with kindness, defining a new world that knows nothing of death. Constitution and class struggle. Modern constitutions postulate peace. Peace is given as the fundamental value. The Hobbes-Rousseau-Hegel line assumes peace as the foundation, peace as the solution to war. In contractual form in Hobbes, mythical in Rousseau, dialectical in Hegel, peace resolves the state of war that emanates from the multiplicity of interests. But are the concepts of peace and war truly conceptual opposites, so that peace can be considered to be the alternative and the resolution to war? I do not think so. In the tradition of the classics of materialism, I do not see peace as the opposite and the solution to war, I see life instead. Peace does not seem to me to be the solution to war but only the mystified value of the victor. If war is violence and destruction of life, the paradox of peace, which appears in the fact that it is taken as the foundation and end of power, is that in order for it to be efficacious, peace ends up confirming war. It is certainly of no help here to take up the infinite bibliography that concerns the relations of peace/war and the political. The foundation of the state is peace, in the sense that peace is victory, the legitimate duration of victory given as simulacrum. The foundation of the state is the maintaining of peace as the condition for the legitimate exercise of violence. So peace is legitimate violence. Violence is legitimate by the duty of peace. Reactionary thought, in all of its guises, whether bourgeois or socialist, has on these themes given the best proof of itself. But when we enter into real subsumption, already in the first phase of the displacement, the mystification that makes of peace the fundamental and founding value no longer holds up. The complete socialization of labor and with it of the antagonism, do not allow peace to be considered as lasting horizon and as simulacrum of legitimation. Peace is, at this level of development, war simply war, the everyday solution to a military antagonism. The value peace does not hold up because, like every ideological projection, peace demands to be at least the double, if not a more refined product, of the victory over the enemy. But where is the possibility for this representative, and unitary, duplication in a society completely, coextensively involved in antagonism? How is the enemy recognizable when every subject must be partisan? And how is victory recognizable when the relation is stretched across the totality and across the coincidence, coexistence, of antagonism? On the other hand, in the second displacement, when separation even if only as a tendency begins to be given in physical terms, the word peace rightly ends up having the significance of a symbol on one of the belligerent side's flags. The analysis of the time of life and of its ontological paradigms confirms the demystification of the concept of peace. The zero time of peace is the homologue of the death time of war. Necessarily. If peace is the consolidation of victory, its time is zero, it is the reproduction of the death of the enemy. The time of the constitutions and the administrations is the execution of the zero time of victory, of pacification. Of course, the valences of constitutional time can vary in intensity, they can go from the constitutional simulation of conflict, in the liturgies of general representation, right up to the legal exercise of warring ferocity, in repressive practices. But the nature of the time lived by the administration and by the constitution is always that of the annihilation of living temporal being. The time of peace filtered in administration, in constitution, shows itself still in the social organization of work, in the form of time as measure of accumulation and of profit. If the bourgeois regimes of yesteryear extolled the ideological form of the time of violence, of pacification, and of death, the socialist regimes of times past extolled the material function of the empty time of organization and exploitation. But now form and function become one. In this way the barbarity of peace is made essence, the potentiality of death, of destruction of the human race, are intrinsic to the social system as such, and are confronted with the antagonistic proletarian totality in real subsumption. The materialization, and the extension from the forms of domestic organization to international organization, of this barbarity consists of the nuclear state, a force without doubt adequate to the maintaining of peace. The abolition of the state and of its temporal paradigm, of its values for the organization of the time of life, is the proletarian constitution. The proletarian machine of time. The proletarian constitution of the time of life is to be constructed along two fundamental paths. The first is that which affirms the separation, antagonism, and war against the state. This is linked to the negative force of work, as the reaffirmation of the value of life, irreducible to that of peace, as its presupposition, and as a continuous definition of strategies of liberation across each juncture, however small, of the events of exploitation. War is the reality of the relationship between the proletariat and the state as the exclusive representative of collective capital. Only conventional mechanisms, ones that traverse the entire fabric of society under real subsumption, could determine paths to a truce. We cannot speak of peace then, but only of differentiated moments in a permanent civil war. The bourgeois constitution is, at best, organization for war, or more correctly, the organization of capitalist development at the highest point of antagonism, the dimension and the control of a permanent civil war. But we have said more than enough about this already. The second line of construction of proletarian constitution is that which takes shape within and from within separation. It sinks its base in the autonomous expression of values, self-valorization, autodetermination, community. Internal mediation follows upon the times of liberation. Thus it is eminently practical determined liberation. Its necessity is only an a posteriori. All the definitions of the political as transcendence or as technique, or as simple autonomy, are from this point of view extinct. Mysticism has no place in proletarian constitution. Mediation cannot present itself here other than as constitutive power. The ambit of multiplicity, of difference, which portrays the class context at the level of subsumed society, is anything but undifferentiated or indifferent. It seems banal to repeat it, it is not, and everything rests on this. For multiplicity and difference are the concrete, and their consistency is irreversible. Real mechanisms of composition, structural forms of social composition traverse these differences. At bottom this is the only sense in which the Gramscian concept of hegemony has still heuristic, if not practical, validity once it has been subtracted from the ambiguous cultural and representative functions of the party. It is within this reality that proletarian constitution labors. Prefiguration is not then in any sense utopia, it is concrete activity. Rigorous materialism brings the tension between actual determination and constitutive project within the fullness of subjects. The time of life, i.e. the ontological practice of lived time, the strategies that traverse it, reveal this prefigurative tension. The temporal machine of proletarian liberation invests the inside and the outside of life, the soul and the body, and makes them operate together collectively, as collective power. All transcendence, even logical, is removed. All mediation that is not from the start within the materiality of temporal, collective, productive existence is pure and simple mystification. The problem of mediation within the class is nothing other than the making explicit of the prefigurative tendency, and of its material verification. The practice of negative labor resolves and repudiates the mediatory fixations of the philosophical tradition. The collective imagination constitutes and arranges itself along the trajectories of negative labor. With this we return to a problem from which the analysis began. That is, to the emergence of the aporia between time as measure and time of life in relation to the determination of qualified labor, of cooperative and technico-scientific labor. The insolubility of these determinations within the reversible horizon of the theory of value has enabled us to seize upon certain fixed points in order to progress in our analysis, and in order to identify the flow of real time. That which at the start of the analysis was problematic, is now defined. Qualified, complex, cooperative, technico-scientific labor reveals itself to us as collectively constituted real time. But, as we have seen, the collective constitution of real time is negative labor, labor opposed to capitalist time and capitalist command of time. The time of collective proletarian class struggle now dilated to an extraordinary extent by the capitalist subsumption of society and positioned in this extreme dimension as antagonistic coexistence posited as the homologation of being itself. Class constitution is then this same class struggle at the level of ontology. It is the redounding of war onto, within, and along, the internal lines of the temporal being of the class. It is the demonstration of the constitutive irreversible effects of the activity of negative labor. It is the institutionalization that is the irreversible concretization of production in its negative, autonomous, constitutive sense. Institutionality stands in the same relation to collective proletarian activity as qualified labor, the surplus of valorization linked to cooperation etc., due to the working activity of the proletariat. In technico-scientific labor, where frequently a maximum of liberating imagination and a maximum of cooperation are articulated, we can make out the elements of this unfolded proletarian institutionality. Therefore, that which at the beginning was a problematic element, the surplus value which cooperation determines, is now defined as a constitutive function. Ontological time, the productive passage of life, is here to be understood as the highest symbol of human dignity, where time is lived constitutively and redeemed in the negativity of class struggle. Not therefore peace, time as measure, the ontological void, but rather life, ontological time, and production are constitutional power living God and not golden calf. Afterward. For Bruno Valli, Carlo Saronio, Mauro Larghi, Roberto Serafini, Gianmaria Beata, Tony Livrani, communist brothers killed within and beyond prison by the functionaries of the dialectic. When, after many years, replying to the request of old friends/new publishers, I reread these prolegomena on time, I experienced a variety of feelings. It was, I told myself, both a rich text and a poor one, both learned and incomplete, a war machine fully equipped and defeated. Was it really worth the effort of republishing it? It is worthwhile, I replied, if I am able to show, to myself first of all, for I believe my publishers pressed me with some indulgence, that the theoretical blockages of this text are also openings, or rather, that the very theoretical blockage of that period can enable the opening of new outlooks today. It is for this reason that I introduce the new publication of the Prolegomena with a self-critical reflection 66. It may perhaps help us to translate this incunabulum into everyday language. Others would say, into a revolutionary dialect of postmodernity. It is first of all a rich text. Though written in prison between 1980 and 1981, it is extraordinarily switched on. That is, it is linked to a contemporary international literature, which, precisely in those years, was interrogating itself on the crisis of the progressive and progressivist conception of time and, at the same time, it comes entirely from within the problems of the movement and is thus linked to the crisis and the representation of its revolutionary expectations and desires. It was then a case of comprehending why the temporal linearity of the socialist outlook was in crisis and how, within the postmodern crisis, communist desire and its dystopian determination, could resituate itself. Despite the military defeat in Italy, despite the by now definitive collapse of the socialist system in the world, the research path of the movement in laboratory Italy was not yet broken. So that what little of the cultural debate on the concept of time made its way into the prison from outside, the texts of the crisis of French structuralist Marxism, the journal Libre, and those texts of the American Marxist debate which would find their conclusion in Frederick Jameson's postmodernism some years later, as well as the exceptional contribution to this debate of Prigozhin and Stengers, was here taken up and experienced within what was still a coherent research plan in the movement. Within Laboratory Italy. But what does Laboratory Italy mean? It means workshop of theoretical elaboration within the struggles, that is, within the subversive actions of the masses of workers. Naturally, since the workers are placed in a tight relationship with capital, and with the machines and the will which constitute it, the understanding of the struggles, when it is acute, one used to say, extremely acute, also describes the movement of capital. An incredible anticipatory capacity in the understanding of capitalist development was then concentrated in antagonistic knowledge. In Laboratory Italy, the understanding of industry's transition to its post-Fordist forms was being refined, the expectation of the information revolution and its social impact was anticipated, the shift towards the service-led society, towards productive decentralization, was understood in advance, and the figure of immaterial labor was elaborated as the hegemonic function of the capitalism to come. But concurrently, the new social activities of productive forces were being analyzed with precision and were defined as the social worker and as mass intellectuality positive achievements which were gathered in the Italian laboratory so as then to be successively verified and theorized on the international level. The strength of struggles is always a surplus of critical intelligence. Laboratory Italy was, from the early 1960s to the end of the 1970s, this privileged location. I am firm in the belief that Laboratory Italy was in those years the most important of all those that the worker and subversive point of view had established in the world. If you take into consideration some nevertheless extremely important authors who during that period produced their best analytical works, such as Clozoff and Jim O'Connor, their analyses were always lacking in that second agent, though considered from the ontological point of view, first agent, which is the working class and in general the ensemble of productive labor. So, when looked at as a whole, their analyses appear frighteningly short-sighted in the face of the new configuration of productive subjectivity. Now, it is only chez nous, in these prolegomena, but also and above all in other minor and great texts of the many militants of the laboratory of the epoch, that the new subjective reality of the social worker, immaterial, mass intellectual, sprang out from the analysis as the new referent of the materialist analysis, of the antagonistic project. What I still do not understand is how it was possible, through the cowardliness of the intellectuals, the treachery of the politicians, the self-inflicted harm of the publishers, texts such as these prolegomena were immediately sent to the pulping plant, to repudiate laboratory Italy, that is, to allow that the force of its theoretical results, transfigured into a pitiful image, be expressed, for many years almost entirely, by the census reports. 67 neutralized, castrated, vulgarized by a political sociology which parroted the literature of the Poles. This censorship persists. We have moved from the First to the Second Republic, perhaps, but these effects of intellectual corruption, which are in my opinion much more serious than the obvious effects of the semi-socialist corporative regime of party politics, have not been corrected. Far be it from me to ask the judges of the Republic to deal with this, thereby adding disaster to disaster. And yet there is something that must be rediscovered, intellectual sincerity. It must surely exist somewhere. The richness of the prolegomena on time consists simply in its being the summary of the thinking, within the revolutionary movement of the final years of the 1970s, on the transformation of the time of exploitation, no longer reducible to a measure based upon the time of use value, but, brought into relation with the new forms of social exploitation of labor power and with the new organization of social temporality. The categories changed, the experience of life changed, the nature of work changed, the quality of exploitation changed, the fight against exploitation changed, the revolutionary project changed, the world and its alternatives changed. Around these changes arose the theoretical problem, and the arborescences of the new temporality were negatively and positively analyzed, within a framework that posited antagonism as the fundamental key for the understanding of subjectivities, institutions, and the global structures affected by the transformation. And in the process of constituting itself, the time that qualified the new labor power was indicated as the time of the constitution of freedom. A constitutive time within which the analytical elements of separation and destruction of the form of life clashed head-on. If the analytic of capital was opposed to the constitutive process of the proletariat, now the analytic of capital was confronted by another time founded on the constitutive experience of the new movements. They reappropriated the logic, the illogical logic, of development within new dimensions. So many things that today we see in a clear light were, in the half-light of the prolegomena, not only said, the immateriality, the cooperation, the mass intellectuality of labor, etc., but also constructed as other, as antagonism, as future condition of class struggle. Today that future is present, but laboratory Italy is over. Two great models dominate the world, the service-led society, computerized anarchically and liberalized savagely, of the Anglo-Saxon nations that went through the neoliberal cure, and the industrial infotech society which from Japan to Germany seeks to mediate neoliberalism with some Fordist social equilibrium. Italy and its model, faute de mieux, move ever closer to that caricature of the American model that the countries of Southeast Asia, and now increasingly those of South America, are developing. In Italy, with the disappearance of the balance of forces that define capitalist development when the working class is represented politically, a victorious pseudo-social democracy seeks violently to efface the memory of the experiences of laboratory Italy. But for the moment these experiences have certainly not been defeated, perhaps only because they are stronger than the control imposed upon them by the politico-formal organization of power, and without doubt because they extend further than the time of capital. These things were said in the prolegomena with a certain degree of clarity, and perhaps with too much impatience with respect to the conditions for a future project. This, however, is what renders this text rich. But as I said at the beginning, this text is also incomplete. Not so much in its expository framework as in its theoretical development. Certainly this incompleteness is in part due to the history of the text. I worked on it with much effort and dedicated much time to it in the various special prisons in which I found myself living in those years, between 1980 and 1981. Rome, Fossombrone, Pomai, Trani. It was in this last prison that during a fiercely repressed riot all my notebooks were destroyed in the piss and fire of the repressors, for no other reason than that dictated by the revenge of a rabble of cowardly and ignorant prison guards, nevertheless defended by the public prosecutors of the Republic who to this day are considered generous and heroic. At that point, stripped of everything, I was again transferred to the special wing of Rebibia. Here, without any notes other than those fixed in my head, I wrote the prolegomena. They too risked being pissed on and burnt in that period of prison riots. It did not happen, who knows why. But I do not wish to speak of the text's empirical history so as to diminish its faults, and even less do I wish to justify it from this standpoint. The incompleteness of the text is theoretical. What does this incompleteness consist in? It consists in the rigidity of the temporal topoi identified. The definition of the generic topos of real subsumption, today we would say of postmodernity, was correct. But the rigidity of the antagonistic development of the two tendencies of temporality, capitalist and proletarian, transformed the antagonism into a blockage of the investigation. My concern evidently was to remove any possibility of a dialectical recuperation of the antagonism, to fix the opposition of the temporalities with the aim of breaking with any possible synthetic and sublimating reformist recuperation of the analysis of temporality. But the result became hysterical and led to the blockage of the investigation. Indeed, how would it have been possible concretely to open once again the radical difference of the subjective and constitutive temporality once it was defined in a sort of symmetry with the analytic temporality of capital? In effect, the only opening left at that point was characterized in ethical terms, and I explored this in my research in the years immediately following, particularly in Fabbriche del Saghetto, 1987. By that I mean that in the prolegomena, whatever my intentions and the tone of my thinking, I found myself perhaps aping the attitude of negative dialectics, a sort of reversed Heideggerianism where the constitutive temporality became poiesis which, if not aesthetic, was certainly pitifully ethical. The ontological depth of mass subjective temporality was blocked at the moment in which its topos was defined. How is one to explain this drift? Perhaps, in the fullness of defeat and the crushing of all collective logic of struggle, it was a period in which one needed a lot of ethics for resistance. But is it not too much to affirm the blockage of the investigation when, as underlined above, substantial facts in the new phenomenology of work had been understood or anticipated? But how had this been done? In a sort of symmetry with the development of the temporality of capital. I could repeat as often as I liked that capitalist temporality was destructive and proletarian temporality constitutive, but I failed to demonstrate it other than abstractly, as one would speak of an idea of reason rather than materialistically, by constructing a common name 68, an association in other words of constitutive experiences. Yes, the topos was identified in a fundamental ontology, but it lacked a telos. There was a frame but there was not the figure that animates every representation. There was a geology of temporalities, but there was no genealogy of mass subjectivity. The result was that those same new figures of labor which were identified, from the social worker to mass intellectuality, risked a sociological flattening and a quantitative definition. They were incapable of presenting themselves as new paradigms of subjectivity. So this is what the blockage of the investigation consisted in. But one asks oneself from the start, did not this specific blockage have a positive function? In the end, did it not open a new path of investigation? As far as I am concerned, the answer is undoubtedly positive. Personally, in the years following this investigation, and particularly after the conclusion of the complementary text mentioned above, Fabrice del Saghetto, it is the problematicity internal to the definition of the topos of real subsumption, or postmodernity, that motivates the inquirer from Fine Secala, Rome, 1989, 69 to Il Potere Costituente, Milan 1992, 70, and from the labor of Dionysius, Rome, 1994, to Empire, 2000, on the one hand, and on the other hand, the work of inquiry into the new technical and political composition of the proletariat conducted essentially around the journal Futur and Terror, which was founded in Paris in 1990. Each of these investigations dig ever deeper into the ontological radicalism of constitutive time, making it live productively within biopolitics, recomposing brain and effect in the productivity of mass intellectuality and, in general, in the desiring activities of the proletariat in postmodernity. That is to say, they increasingly deepen the constitution of the telos within the requalification of the topos. That is to say, opening the topos to a new publicity, which is the action of the multitude, and interlinking and superimposition of social and political struggles, of economic struggles and struggles for rights, and of ethical subversion. But one can object, why pass through that blockage of the investigation which you yourself denounce in order to arrive at these conclusions? Why do you wish to superimpose your personal development on a process of investigation that has independent logical reasons? Why tell stories? The objection is entirely correct and I have no answer to it. With more humility than it is customary to show, I have here made available my personal experience in order to give the reasons for a text of which I am trying to comprehend the utility, and in the light of the republication to which I have been asked to consent. The fact remains that every theoretical encounter has some collective roots and some affinity with the spirit of its era. Also, that blockage of the investigation, so evident and so serious for me in the Prolegomena on Time, represents perhaps the most extreme example of a method of research and political reasoning enduring for 30 years in Italy and perhaps still present today. It is the logic of operaismo, that is to say of the creative Marxism which animated laboratory Italy in which I and a great number of my interlocutors grew up and which still animates what resistance remains to the postmodern tyranny, not only in Italy, on the contrary, increasingly in Europe and elsewhere. My problem today is to work towards, not so much the recording of the blockage of operaismo, so much as, the expanded reproduction of its power. The critical thinking we are engaged in on the necessity of conjugating a thematics of the topos with that of the telos, beyond the blockage registered by operaismo has, therefore, value for general and current proposals. In fact, those old problems are the same as those that are proposed today by, 1. What remains of the old Marxism, and, 2. The infinitely more important one, what is reborn on the terrain of class struggle. I mean to say that after that blockage there is an epoch. And it is within this epoch that we must move and consciously construct the new temporality. The tension of the blockage is broken and reveals the force the blockage held back. Thus today it is possible to reconstruct the telos within that topos that presented itself as a blockage. And if it is not possible, it is desirable. Is there a difference between the possible and the desirable? How is one to measure it without traveling its length? This path is temporal. It is a discontinuous space that is traveled in a time that has lost all measure, because only linear space can be measured by time. Instead, this space and this time are full of pits, of ravines, of gradients that cannot be explored by power. They conceal an elusive power of life, one that is constructed. After the symmetrical blockage of split dialectical temporalities, there is the asymmetry of a life that is to be constructed. Jokingly, while this heavenly city is on pilgrimage on earth, it calls out to all peoples and so collects a city of aliens, speaking all languages. But there is some truth to this. Make the logic of Wittgenstein live again in the language of Joyce's Ulysses and you will have the same effect. The new temporality here is not therefore other but simply itself. The two temporal series that the Prolegomena describe constitute an explosive paradox. When one lives, only one of the two series remains, making itself autonomous. Benjamin is of interest to us today because he makes the blockage explode. Foucault is of interest to us today because he aims to make his virtual power live, without the need of confronting anything. We like Deleuze and Guattari because they immerse temporality in the autonomy of 1,000 plateaus of creativity. All this finds its place in the great materialist tradition, which goes from Machiavelli to Spinoza to Marx, and that tells us one thing only: the desire for liberation has an irreducible ontological logic of its own. Immanence is this realm of possibility. Not a classical but an Enlightenment telos, not Renaissance but Baroque, not modern but postmodern. A telos that literally convulses the topos that it traces. And all that surrounds it fades into unreality. Therefore, if in the prolegomena presented here there was a blockage of the investigation, this was necessary to liberate it by pushing it to the limit from a dialectic of class struggle which, though invigorated by new experiences, resisted the new. Fine, today all this is finished. The necessity has fallen away of confronting the methodologies that, when they did not suffocate, nevertheless impeded the work of construction of a new paradigm of the existent. It is beyond doubt that D'Alema is not Togliatti, nor is Bertinotti 71 an exemplar of the joyous communist left, that of Luxemburg and Durruti neither the thinking nor the tradition of any of these postmodernists compels us to a confrontation. Credit to the deserving. Salutations to the left. And now let's begin again. We live in the heart of new productive constellations, animated by the articulations of mass intellectuality, shaken in an untimely fashion by the eruption of a new publicity. The path has been traveled. The topos has itself opened to the telos. In order to produce and to express desires and affects of freedom, the immaterial proletariat has no need of either transcendental symmetries, or a machinery opposed to it. It has recovered the tool and has made of language its machine. The sense of constitutive temporality, by disconnecting itself from opposition to the enemy, autonomizes itself and appears here rather as a medium between topos and telos, between a new paradigm and a new practice. It is to this point that the self-critical consideration of these prolegomena brings us. In all probability, due to some strange heteronomy of ends that the flavor of time teaches us to appreciate, they have become prolegomena of something other. Of what? Guess the riddle. In so far as I am competent to speak on this subject, I can only say this: in all probability the virtual is now more powerful than the actual, and the conceptual possible more real than the real. The brain has surpassed the world and, in the antagonistic fashion, is making of it another. One world, one time. May 1997. Part 2. Kairos, Alma Venus, Multitudo. 9 Lessons to Myself. Introduction. This text is born of chance. I was in exile for political reasons. But after more than a decade of peaceful existence I had decided to return to Italy and to prison, faithfully accepting a challenge. I would hand myself over, and the institutions of the Republic would provide an amnesty for all the comrades of the 1970s. It goes without saying that after I trustingly gave myself up to the law, nothing followed. The Republican institutions, and their transcendental foundation are evidently beyond any criteria of loyalty. I was preparing for this strange event of the return, when a French-American friend of mine suggested I contribute to an issue of his New York magazine on the theme of materialism. He asked me, this at least is how I experienced the situation at that moment in time: what should I call it, a moment of civil passion, or was it suicidal, or delirious? To set out the rationale of materialism as the great irreducible other of power, i.e. as immanent horizon of the tale of the cosmos, Lucretius was my book during this period, but also and above all, as the source of resistance and ethical constitution. An interesting question, no doubt, and so topical for me at that moment. So I had begun a lively discussion on materialism with my friend. I know Spinoza, he is well versed in the Enlightenment and Diderot. We were in agreement with the observation that there can be no history of materialism, nor continuity of categories as long as the definition of truth resides in the efficient exercise of a power founded upon transcendence, in agreement, consequently, that materialism is always repressed because refusing the transcendental foundation of power it is immediately subversive, and therefore, that sustaining it in these conditions, where philosophy is linked to the hangman's sentence, he who hides well lives is very difficult. Nevertheless, we also agreed that on the cusp of the 21st century, the dispositives of transcendentalism appeared exhausted, the king naked, and his guard close to a nervous breakdown. We were thus able to repeat the ancient and vigorous incitement, citizens, one last effort to become materialists. And so to delight in a numinous power. Delight of men and gods, life-giving Venus. 1. But how were we to proceed? How was one to invent a history of materialism that went beyond the caricatures that Lang and Bukharin had given it and destroying the interruption that the stake, as well as Neo-Kantianism and Diomat had produced? How was one to recompose the theoretical becoming of materialism through the violence of singular events? If only idealism and transcendentalism have a history, given that power makes history in its image and likeness, how was one to destroy this horrible continuity and overturn this normality? Which is to say, is it possible to array the singular products of the materialist intelligence of the cosmos and of virtues, too as a war machine, and project its power against power? So that is what was being discussed then, while I was preparing myself to return to prison, and in the meantime, I was carrying out fertile philological incursions into the enchanted islands of materialism with a good dose of irony, that, given the situation, and if what the greatest of materialists said is true, cheerfulness cannot be excessive, but is always good. 3. Did not trouble me. I was going to prison then, and in so far as in those places the re-education to virtue is reached through idleness, I asked myself, what is there more idle than to still occupy myself with a little materialism? The old request for an article on materialism against power tempted me at this point to answer affirmatively to my friend's request. However, I was quite unhappy with the predicament in which I found myself, especially when the loyalty I asked for in return from the Republican institutions was not forthcoming, and perhaps, at the start, I was unable to grasp the complex variants of the problem. Working on the subject of materialism against power, I concerned myself with subjects with which I was most familiar, because my habit of reading Spinoza, that I brought with me into my new disciplinary experience, forced them upon me again. That is to say, I saw the materialist ontology of power as the most important thing to be grasped. It was a case then of explaining how today the new ensemble of possibilities established on a postmodern commonality, i.e. on the cooperation and productivity that postmodern individuals experience as the augmentation of their expressive capacity, opened itself at once to an antagonism towards exploitation, which is due to the growing poverty of postmodern man, and to the constitution of new cooperative constellations, setting out from the postmodern form of loving, that is, from the new form of relationship with the other in the network of production, of social reproduction and of participation in the general intellect. Therefore, I began by writing the 3 lessons that follow below under the title of Alma Venus. But my friend asked more of me, and with persistence he interrogated me as to whether materialism was not above all short of an adequate terminology. Indeed, repression renders one aphasic. In other words, should not materialism organize a logic of its own on the same terrain on which its ontology develops? Could materialism be sufficiently logical and logic sufficiently materialist? And so with this program in mind, what will concept mean given the host of idealistic and transcendental reminiscences that characterize it? In materialism the symbol of the common will rather be a name, that is, a nominal dispositive for the apprehension of the real and the machine of its most general forms, i.e. the common name. But one must construct this name. If materialism recognizes nothing other than a nominalist logical construction, then the common name will be the result of the continual effort of our experience, the fabric of very singular events and acts of will and knowledge proposed in the form of language. Materialist experience is a blade that continually slices through being and assembles it in open arrangements of communication and invention, and this is the case in language in particular. In this way any conceptual form that presupposes the whole to the parts and the truth to experience dies, as does every Eleatic fixation of being, and so too every consequent transcendental duplication mystification of the real, which reveals itself to be a logical perversion, a continuous and unbearable tautology. Deleuze has, in the contemporaneity that he opens to the postmodern, banished with enthusiasm and force the abomination of repetition in transcendental logic. For this reason Foucault said, this century will be known as Deleuzian, Theatrum Philosophicum, in Foucault 2000. But this denunciation is not enough. If indeed the interweaving of logic and transcendentalism reveals itself also as a machination intended to dominate the social, to construct the juridical, fixing a theory of the legitimation of power in an efficacious practice of execution, then all of this must be gathered up in the refusal. It is once again Foucault who lays the foundations of this critical experience, better still, of this unmasking of that, in our civilization, ancestral Platonism that ignores the right to the real, to the power of the event, and that on the contrary leads everything always back to the law which would come before all other things. I have therefore prefaced Alma Venus with 3 lessons on knowing, or rather better still on the construction of the common name within the immeasurable of the materialist field. Here, knowing, an episteme and a logic that are within the materialist field, is kairos, the event of knowing, of naming, or rather knowing as singularity, interweaving of logical innovation and ontological creation. Kairos is the classical image of the act of releasing the arrow. Here in postmodernity, it is the absolutely singular ontological occasion of naming being in the face of the void, anticipating and constructing on the edge of time. And so making the name adequate to the event and constructing legitimation, not over or beyond, but within the common. The materialist theory of knowledge is, as occurs in scientific experience, an irreducible construction of being that is both hazardous and absolute. A radical epistemological displacement, since the common name, so as to guarantee the conditions of the event, is implanted within the horizon of a fundamental ontology of time, marked by the arrow of time, in the struggle that separates the opening of being to come from the senseless repetition in the void of the future point for a new logic then, constructed on/by the will of the common, by its risk, its power, exposed to temporality. In other words, it was a case of forcefully inserting the ontological standpoint into postmodern philosophy, or better still, into the postmodern experience. It is for this reason that the reflections on kairos, an extremely singular force of production of temporality, the reverse of the very sad and naked Heideggerian figures of powerlessness, in breaking with every postmodern tautology, renew on the contrary Spinoza's desire, cupiditas, kairos, therefore, rediscovered as trace and time of ontological constitution. These reflections became real advances, necessary presuppositions to the argumentation in Alma Venus. It is unnecessary to add at this point that a large number of the reflections that I have developed in Alma Venus and in Kairos are directly linked to the theoretical outline and the practical experience of living with and beyond Marx, that is, in the area of historical materialism, that has always guided my philosophical and political thinking, for better and for worse. In particular, the reflections here on temporality and its ontological import, are linked to the work published in 1981 on the Constitution of Time, 5 and those on the Common, and the antinomies of its constitution, to some articles published in 1987 in the book Fabbriche dal Saghetto, a work unknown to most because it appeared at the high point of the repression against the real communists, and almost in clandestine form, thanks to comrades from Livorno to whom I owe a fraternal debt of gratitude. In those writings there was a fully developed awareness of the impossibility of retaining, and in any case of defending, the theory of exploitation and of revolution that Marxist orthodoxy imposed in the form of value measure time. There was no disgrace in this critique of the theory of value, and it was not an expression of an awareness of defeat, it was an awareness of the temporality turned upside down by the struggles, by the progress of proletarian consciousness and of the military victory of capitalist power. How could revolutionary passion accompany this rational Marxist spirit? How, taking its lead from the renewal of critique, and its temporal tragedy, could the desire for revolution begin again? Seeing before me the 6 lessons in Kairos and Alma Venus finally arranged in order, it seemed at long last possible to tackle this political, and passionate, theme, the importance of which, in metaphysical terms, had provoked and continued to provoke a crisis in all common thought open to the to come. The question was both simple and very difficult to resolve: how is a decision made by the multitude? In materialism, this political question is not simply the subjective equivalent of a material and objective dispositif that leads to the construction of the common name. It is not that at all. It would be too easy to have this relation there before one, a little angel that watches over us, a pineal gland. No, when Alma Venus intervenes in Kairos, the common will is more than common reason, common decision is more than the common name, the common event is more than any transcendental. If it were not so, we would make ourselves the champions of the umpteenth idealist imbroglio and of the falsification of the common in the paper money of sovereignty, of its transcendental validation, of the general will. Along with Hobbes, Rousseau, and Hegel, they would present themselves here once again as the unsurpassed limits, the fetishes of the bourgeois conception of power. No, what is at play here is not the one of the multiple or any other, Straussian, re-exhumation of the ancient, nor, as has been claimed, any reinvention of the modern ideology and miraculous disguise of representation. This game is truly repugnant, and the majority of people, and certainly my readers, understand it as such. On the contrary, here the discussion turns on the formation, the constitution of the common. A necessarily aleatory and savage constitution in the current conditions of power, but always open, irresistibly open to the arrow of time, always renewed on the edge of being. Here, this is my conjecture in the third group of lessons, multitudo, the ontological path hooks up again with the political path, because this deciding multitude has a strong resemblance to that which in modernity attempted the adventure of communism, and that, for now, in post-modernity expresses itself in Exodus, the new spectral figure of all communism to come. From the modern to the postmodern a lot has changed. In the first place, the relations of production have changed because labor power has metamorphosed. In the second place, triumphing over its socialist adversaries and competitors, the capitalist regime has made itself totalitarian and certainly fiercer. And this for the following reason: it no longer produces through factories alone, but makes the whole of society work for its own enrichment. It no longer exploits only workers, but all citizens. It does not pay, but makes others pay it to command and to order society. Capitalism has invested the whole of life. Its production is biopolitical. In production, power is the superstructure of that which stretches out, and is reproduced throughout society. The disciplinary system of social organization has been substituted with the system of control, to use Foucault's terminology. 6 It could not be any other way, given that the producer, the worker or proletarian, intellectual or material labor power, reappropriated the tool of production, which increasingly is called the brain. We said as much above. Labor power has metamorphosed. And so how can a revolutionary subjectivity form itself within the multitude of producers? How can this multitude make a decision of resistance and rebellion? How can it develop a strategy of reappropriation? How can the multitude lead a struggle for the self-government of itself? In the biopolitical postmodern, in this phase that sees the transformation and productive enrichment of labor power, but that on the other hand sees the capitalist exploitation of society as a whole, we thus pose these questions. As for the answers, I certainly do not possess them. But reasoning on multitudo after Kairos and Alma Venus, probably a few bricks towards the reconstruction of hope, or better, as in Alma Venus, dystopia, have been laid. When I came out of prison, came out so to speak, because this story is never ending and hundreds of comrades from the 1970s are still in prison and in exile, when I began once again to frequent, only in the daytime, friends and society, because at night I see only my prison comrades. I did not want to publish this manuscript, the limitations of which I was aware. These lessons to myself seemed to me marked by the inconclusiveness and the sadness of a year inside. I had therefore consigned the manuscript to the shelves, where it would have remained had it not been for something that happened, suddenly, which compelled me to change my mind: a war. A war that in one way was like the others, of a terrible banality, with its dead from intelligent missiles, the Balkan hatreds provoking ferocious massacres among the poor, the programmed destruction and the spoils of reconstruction, along with other pretexts. But in another way, a war unlike all the others, a strange war. They called it a just war, an ethical action, a holy violence. I did not understand. One could call it, and so it was called by many Western Talibans, transcendentalism in action, war of right. Triumphalist oxymorons. It was enough to leave one speechless. I asked myself how all of this could have happened. Set against the transcendentalist bullying of the Western Talibans, the materialist militant failed to understand. Even worse, he was unable to explain the pre-modern regression of the political debate and the linguistic barbarism, the rights of man, the justice of the tribunals against the enemy, the beauty of a ground invasion and hand-to-hand combat, etc., of the refined Western Afghans, particularly the Europeans, who were indoctrinating the fighters with the just war rhetoric. I looked back with nostalgia to the 30 Years' War, this oh-so European tragedy, so rich in consequences, which was so important in determining the vocabulary of modern transcendentalism. I noted how much more astute had been the 17th century ideologues. Enough, I really had to publish this small text. To give a small contribution to the unmasking of the cruelty and imbecility of the epoch in which we live. Perhaps yes. In any case, that was how I reached the decision to publish this small materialist text, whose premise of struggle is, enough with transcendentalism, and the moral of which, in the end, consists in the answer to the question, will the poor be able to decide the destiny of humanity? That is to say, will the poor be able to decide the common organization that would lead us, not to war, nor to the peace of slaves and the dead, but to the common life of free men and women who produce wealth and who are not tired of living and experiencing eternity? That is, the victory of living labor over every form of dead labor? For materialism, to preach being is to renew it. In order to draw, from this small book of lessons that I publish here, these conclusions, the reader will surely have to make a big effort. Perhaps someone will reach the end, and these conclusions, and be happy. If this happens, this text will not have been begun by chance. Tony Negri. Rome. September 6, 1999. Kairos. Prolegomena. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away. And there was no more sea. Revelation 21:1. The common name. 1.1 It is said that, we know concepts, we know through concepts. But the word concept has been abused by too many wars and by very different traditions of interpretation. We substitute the word concept with that of name, i.e. with a linguistic sign that we attribute to a thing, and with common name when the things are many and we pretend to represent their common element. Everything has or can have a name, and every set of things, in as much as they are brought together, has or can have a common name. 1.2 Whatever thing I name exists. But it is a case of understanding what form of existence it has. What interests us is that the name calls the thing into existence and that the name and the thing are here. Problems of knowledge are born because my way of naming is chaotic and the things that I call into existence are arrayed confusedly. Being escapes me here. For example, in expressing a name out of the infinite possible ones, my brain gives existence to a thing that is called a name, but at the same time, it does not always bestow existence on a name that calls a thing into existence. And in creating a common name among the infinite possible ones, my brain gives existence to a common thing that is called a common name, but at the same time, it does not always bestow existence on a common name that calls a common quid of a set of things into existence. Now, it is precisely that at the same time which provides the name and the common name with its truth, placing name and thing precisely here. 1.3 The name marks something in space. That is the first and most simple experience of naming. At first sight, the common name also appears to emerge from an experience developed in space. The brain surveys the world of things and creates the common name for the ensemble of things that are considered, from that height, as common, and frequently are. And yet in both cases, if marking the thing in space, or expressing a common name, did not occur at the same time as the event of the thing, or of the common quid, we would not be able to provide the name or the common name with truth. 1.4 Thus, our problem will be that of establishing the conditions of the name, or common name, at the same time as the conditions of the event of the thing named. 2.1 In the transcendental tradition of theories of knowledge, that at the same time is not, paradoxically, thought of as a temporal modality. But let us advance beyond this paradox. The idea of time that informs this tradition is completely subjugated by a Parmenidean definition of being, i.e. by the spatial determination of the ontological conditions of the common name. The adequation of the name and thing is certified analytically. The name, and a fortiori the common name, is the identity of the thing and of its essence, i.e. that which places the thing outside time. The proposition that establishes the nexus between knowledge and the real, between the act of naming and that which is named, will consequently be true when founded on the identity of subject and predicate. Now identity means that two things are superimposed in space, one thing is placed on top of the other in the same place in space. But there is no same place in space. If there were, every place in space would have to be subtracted from the activity of time. 2.2 This is what occurs in the tradition of classical philosophy, where time is the mobile image of the immobility of being. In this tradition, time is thus an extrinsic modality. It presents itself as illusion or as a measure, never as event, never as a this here. 2.3 The definition of time as an extrinsic modality clashes with the common sense of the moderns. In opposition to the classical tradition, modern transcendental philosophy tries to neutralize the resistance of temporality by pushing the comprehension of the adequate nexus of the thing and the name, at the same time, towards an originary and fundamental identity that guarantees it, and does so through an infinite process of dialectical inferences. This process is supported by an infinite causality. But this is in turn extrinsic. It removes the thing from being and, on the contrary, would like to drown it in the infinite. That which fails in the Parmenidean hand played is attempted once again by pulling the two aces of causality and the infinite from the sleeves of modern transcendental philosophy. 2.4 Although the subjectivist and phenomenological variants of transcendental philosophy recuperate temporality in internal sense experience, they merely modify the direction of the infinite. From a foundation that precedes and organizes judgment in the form of the infinite, identity projects itself through the force of an indefinite process through which judgment unfolds its pathways. 2.5 From the same perspective, nothing prevents the infinite from being circular. For if the name and the thing are considered adequate only through an infinite referral to identity, and so through an infinite linking of analytic relations, nothing changes if the infinite is represented by the figure of the circle. The tautology will then be assured, or more precisely, it will be reinforced. In postmodernity, in the polar night of a theory of truth founded upon the end of time, the circularity of relations between the name and the thing render the event definitively ephemeral and illusory. 2.6 In whatever way it is thought of, the subordination, at the same time, of the adequation of the name and the thing to the spatial modality is incapable of capturing the event of the named thing. It removes it, empties it, and annuls it. Considered from the standpoint of classical and transcendental philosophy, and therefore in the guise of analytic judgment, the spatial conditions end up in each case as transcendent, as extrinsic to the event. 3.1 But so what is the this here then? What is the event of adequate naming, i.e. of the real nexus that exists between the act of naming and of the thing named, at the same time. It is certainly not the transcendental identity of the subject and the predicate, and it is most definitely not the indefinite projection of this same identity. Both the one and the other bring on a headache. But what is it then? 3.2 In a first realist approach, the this here is the this here. But is this relation not an identity once again? No, it is not. I perceive it as an event. But what is an event? In this first approach to the question, by event I understand the truth, the adequation, of the act of naming and of the thing named when they are produced at the same time. Both are called into existence. In this sense, name and common name constitute an event. 3.3 But does this first realist approach not render us in turn prisoners of a kind of tautology? It will do if, when we analyze the constitution of the common name and when we experience, at the same time, the naming of the thing that appears before us, we fail to recognize that the constitution of the common name is accomplished in the concrete experience itself, at the moment when our temporality, kairos, and the temporality of the thing meet and call a very concrete being into existence, whether it be a case of the name or of the common name. In the name, and a fortiori in the common name, this concrete relation between subject and predicate is absolutely singular, that is to say, not ordinary, not repetitive. 3.4 We will see below that the name, and the common name, when generated in temporality, thus presenting itself as a concrete event, as a thing called into existence in the act of naming, takes on corporeal characteristics, for the body is the predicate of any subject that lives in time, i.e. of something that exists in the moment in which it names. When Spinoza defined the common notion, when Leibniz constructed the logic of contingent truth, there the theory of truth operates in a context of corporeal relations. 3.5 But this first approach, this ensemble of defining experiences, are not yet sufficient to capture the intensity of the this here, of this at the same time, that constitutes the event of true knowledge. These experiences, although they possess the consistency of a first form of knowledge, are calm. That is to say static. While the concrete and absolutely singular being of the common name, and of the process that, at the same time, generates it, and of its body, are restless. 3.6 From now on we will no longer scrupulously distinguish between the name and the common name, since it is evident that in the common name the characteristics of the event of real knowledge emerge with clarity, and sum up those of the name event. 4.1 Time is restless. The conditions of existence of the event of naming and the thing named, i.e. of the constitution of the common name, are temporal. It is in a temporal context that we establish the relationship between knowledge and being, and their adequation. Thus far we have drawn time into the ontology of knowledge, that is to say, we have made the temporal ratio existendi resonate within the ratio cognoscendi. But we have not yet confronted the central problem of how time establishes itself in the process of knowledge, and that of how the ontology of time participates in the ontology of knowledge. 4.2 We have incorporated into the process of knowledge, of constitution of the common name, a temporal determination, at the same time. That the ontological determination on which the name is established is a hic temporis is demonstrated by immediate experience. Yet this immediate experience of time, in so far as it is a simple act of internal awareness of time, does not guarantee knowledge and risks dissolving it, for the immediate apperception of time is a wild state. 4.3 What experience tells us, inasmuch as it is the immediate witness to the incorporation of knowledge in temporality, is that time is not an envelope or an extrinsic modality of knowledge and, on the contrary, that it plays a part in the constitution of the common name. But how can time and its restless modality incorporate knowledge? 4.4 From the moment the experience of time was integrated into the definition of knowledge, it has been described above all as flux, positively, a vital thrust, a creative force, or negatively, a destiny, an excrement, a corruption. These ontological qualifications, which claim to present themselves as phenomenological forms of the awareness of temporality, demonstrate in each case transcendental stigmata that are incapable of allowing the knowledge of the event. But time is there, in its wild state because its ambiguity, its evanescence exists as such. The restlessness of time is the real ontological datum. The Augustinian definition of time fits it like a glove. 4.5 What would happen were we to assume the restlessness of time as the ontological fabric of knowledge in reality? To do so would mean to take the temporality of being, the sequences of the temporal determinations of knowledge, the high temporis that follow one another savagely in consciousness, as the exclusive fabric of the experience of knowledge in the ambiguous alternation of consistency and evanescence proper to them, in the intermittent current that illuminates existence. How is one to transform the ontological restlessness of the ontology of temporality into a production of truth? 5.1 In the classical conception of time, kairos is the instant, that is to say, the quality of the time of the instant, the moment of rupture and opening of temporality. It is the present, but a singular and open present. Singular in the decision it expresses with regard to the void it opens upon. Kairos is the modality of time through which being opens itself, attracted by the void at the limit of time, and it thus decides to fill that void. Can it be said that in kairos, naming and the thing named attain existence, at the same time, and so are in reality the this here? 5.2 If so, kairos will, in the first place, represent that modality of time, that hic temporis, that point which excludes absolutely from its definition both the flux and the catastrophe of time. This is a step forward. Better still, if consciousness perceives kairos ambiguously, as being on the brink, as being on a razor's edge, i.e. as the instant in which the archer looses the arrow, then kairos becomes the restlessness of temporality, the name we wanted for that experience. But if it is so, we will then be able to ask ourselves if kairos is not equally real insistence in that point of time defined by the point of the arrow, that is to say, being's act of leaning out over the void of the time to come, i.e. the adventure beyond the edge of time. In third place, we will be able to ask ourselves if kairos is not simpliciter power to experience temporality. 5.3 I ask myself if this at the same time, which qualifies the conditions of existence of the common name and integrates the adequation of the act of naming and the thing named, is not kairos. I ask myself then, whether the event of the common name, in its restless temporality, is not capable of being determined by anything other than the experience of kairos. I ask myself whether the temporality of knowledge is not simply rooted in that modality of the existence in time that is kairos. 5.4 And given that I have until now sought in the ontology of time that moment in which the name calls into existence the named thing, and the thing responds in its concreteness and singularity, I say that the event of real knowledge is produced, in all probability, precisely at the point where the restlessness of time reveals itself as power. 5.5 Thus, if I want to verify my hypothesis, I will have to demonstrate that kairos is power at precisely the moment that the experience of time restlessly observes the edge over which it leans. I will also have to demonstrate that kairos is constitutive at the same moment that the gaze is fixed on the void, that kairos means generation, that it is being, dina, in the form of generation, gignitai. And I will be certain of it only when, running through the different powers of the common name, I will have demonstrated that knowing the true is watching, expressing, experiencing and living being from the standpoint of kairos, that is, from the standpoint of the instant that finds itself between the accomplishment of time and the opening of the to come. 6.1 First of all, kairos is the instant of verification of the name. For the name presents itself in the vacillation of kairos, and it is through this vacillation that the true is revealed. As Leopardi says, it is in the instant that the young man, vacillating, appropriates the name, and in the same way, he who invents approaches the new, and that the poet, vacillating, fixes the verse. The solution of the vacillation, its necessary decision, is the presentation of the name. This is established from the standpoint of an elementary phenomenology of knowledge, but one that is no less real. 6.2 Every theory of truth has circled around this flash of certainty that is, within kairos, the presentation of the name. But equally, every theory of truth has always avoided placing the mark of the true within this vacillating temporality. It is simply a case of refusing to take time seriously and refusing to submit truth to the ontology of time. It will be useful to recall that when the phenomenology of internal time consciousness discovers ontology in the vacillation of kairos in reality, it demands that this vacillation be the precondition of the unveiling of aletheia. But the power of truth is not behind, nor in the depth, it is in front, in the risk of vacillation. 6.3 Secondly, how can one grasp from the ontological standpoint the birth of the name kairos? In the following way. We have said that kairos vacillates between naming and the thing named. But when we observe kairos in this movement, we see that its presence is exposed to that void towards which time makes being precipitate. Why does kairos not precipitate into it? Because it expresses a new being. It is here then, when kairos exposes itself to the void and decides upon it, that the name is born. Through kairos, the ontological affirmation of the name cannot be understood other than as a decision of a new being. In this sense, in kairos, presence is expression. And the name is a product of expression. 6.4 So far we have spoken of the true as adequation of name and thing. How can we now give the expression within kairos a decisive function? It is possible because the ontological perception of kairos poses adequation as an event of generation. The thing, on the edge of being, calls on the act of naming to augment being, in the same way as the name calls the thing to a new singular existence. Kairos is now the arrow that has been released. 6.5 In this sense, our experience of the true has little to do with the static or ecstatic intuition of the spatialized object. The latter is necessarily impotent, because there is no such object. Intuition seeks out essences. It is a game of blind man's buff gone mad, looking agitatedly high and low, always towards the hidden. It is the wandering hand of knowledge. He who wants merely to see, as Max Weber used to say, should go to the cinema. 6.6 On the contrary, here we see how Spinoza's common notion or Leibniz's contingent truth are endowed with a new light, because here their corporeality can be read in temporal terms when the name is expressed by kairos. These names are full with life. 7.1 In this approach to the theory of truth, contrary to what we find in the classical or modern era, space is subordinated to temporality. To say space is subordinated to time is not to deny the spatial consistency of the name, and of the common name, but rather to define it in its specificity, and in subordination to the modality of time. Therefore the name must have a spatial consistency that cannot be given other than within the constitutive character of time. In other words, if the truth of the name consists in the construction of being beyond the edge of the present, and if its adequation to the thing consists in generation, that does not deny a certain spatial form to the name, it will define the truth of the name in the new ontological constitution of time, and not in a static location. But what does this mean exactly? How and where can one grasp the space of the being of temporality, i.e. the location of the truth of the name? 7.2 These observations are essential for the constitution of the common name, which is the central instrument, and operator, of knowledge. 7.3 As we have seen, the truth of a name cannot be given by anything other than its insistence in kairos. Therefore the name has, properly speaking, no place. But a name is said, is heard, it lives in language. In this way it reveals a singular form of spatiality, that of linguistic being. In other words, the name does not ask language for its truth, because it has already asked it of kairos. But in language it finds a place to inhabit. 7.4 But a place to inhabit is always a common place. There is no experience of kairos, that is, from this point of view, the experience of the ontological generation of the name, that is experience of a solitary place. What does the common place of the name mean then? It means that in a place that we call linguistic, an ensemble of names come together. So once it is recalled that the name is an event, the linguistic common place will be defined as the place of the ensemble of events. but on language and the inhabiting of language we shall speak much more fully in Alma Venus. 7.5 Kairos means singularity. But singularities are multiple. So, before a singularity there is always another singularity, and Kairos is, so to speak, multiplied in other Kairos. When a name is said and heard, when it lives in language, every Kairos will be open to other Kairos, and altogether these events of naming will, in facing one another, in dialogue and perhaps clashing, constitute common names. It is in relation to alterity that the name spills into the common. Here, being reveals itself as mit-sen, as being with. 7.6 This is the ontological presupposition that enables the move from the name to the common name, from the sign of truth of the name of a thing to the constitution of the common sign of a multiplicity of things. The common name appears here, in a first definition, as the expression of a new spatiality, or better still, as a common territorialization of multiple kairos. But this is only a first definition, one that merely concerns the formal conditions of the constitution of the common name. 8.1 By common name I understand the name that expresses that which is common to many things and so to many names. But in kairos, the name is an event, so the construction of the common name will have to participate in a community of events. These events are given in the present, on the edge of time, that is to say, where temporality opens itself to the to come. The common name is the linguistic event of the community of kairos. 8.2 But the kairos is extended into the to come by definition. The constitution of the common name will thus be carried out in the prolongation of being, in that event of kairos open to the to come that we call imagination. Imagination is not fantasy, which is a modality of memory, as we shall see below. The imagination is a linguistic gesture, hence a common gesture, the gesture which throws a web over the to come so as to know it, construct it, organize it with power. 8.3 The imagination is that power of kairos which has achieved the fullness of its expression. This expression of power is not a foundation, nor something that comes from within, from the deep and the distant. On the contrary, it consists in the recognizing of itself on the precipice of time as creator of new being. 8.4 Spinoza has spoken to us of the imagination. He made it function as the power of knowledge that, in vacillating, linked together the forms of knowledge and enabled the passage from one to the other. Consequently, in Spinoza the imagination has the ontological function of recomposing the strata of being. 9 In this way it anticipates from within matter that development of ethical life which leads to the absolute act of knowledge that is love. Modern philosophy from Kant to Heidegger has, in a wretched regression, attempted to translate the ontological imagination into a transcendental imagination, into a schematism that marks out temporal traces of the construction of being. But through the transcendental, the imagination is drowned in the dialectic, whether in its positive or negative form. We must therefore return to Spinoza and rediscover in the imagination not the path that enables us to achieve the synthesis of understanding, but the risk and the love of knowledge, the construction of the commonplaces of the name, of the creative search of the to come. Because being is kairos. 8.5 The common name can therefore be defined as the expression of the common quality of things and, at the same time, as the constructive projection of being into the to come. It is on the one hand a survey of the multiplicity of being, and on the other at the same time a powerful kairos that constitutes the common in the to come. The ratio cognoscendi becomes, through the constitutive imagination that extends into the to come, ratio findi. 8.6 In marks the methodology of determinate abstraction, which is strictly articulated with the construction of the tendency, is linked to this definition of the common name. In Marx the determinations of being can thus be brought to abstraction, to knowledge, only once, through knowledge, determined being is open to becoming, that is to the power of the tendency. Now my intention in these lessons is to develop a philosophy of praxis, a materialism of praxis, by insisting on, the dimension of temporality as the ontological fabric of materialism, the affirmative power of being, and the subjectification of becoming, but it should be borne in mind that it will not be referred to as such for much longer. The conception of the common name, innervat by kairos, can already be found within Marx's philosophical project, and it will be precisely through this reference to Marx that we will be driven to search, through the rhythms of the imagination, that we have seen linked to ratio conoscendi and ratio findi, for the further transition to the ratio agendi. Because the imagination is always ethical. 9.1 According to the classical philologists, kairos, after signifying the opening of tempi or liti onto the void, determines its form in relation to the telos. But the relation kairos/telos is remarkable, autoteleological, because kairos cannot but contain within itself its own telos. Hence the extension of the definition. In classical thought, kairos is the point where poiesis and techne, by integrating the conscious ends of action within time, constitute praxis. In other words, kairos gives practical finality to the common name. 9.2 In the period of La Grandeur de Marx, Tengil Deleuze spoke of the common notion, in the case in point, of communism, as the possibility of translating the community of the episteme into an ontological common. The common name is the teleological trace, a teleology of the instant, the telos of the event, that unites the events in the construction of a community. It is thus the ontological composition of the events that expresses itself as power and imagines itself as reality to come. 9.3 With these two references, to Marx and Deleuze, before us, we find ourselves introduced to the full experience of the power of kairos. Kairos is the power to observe the fullness of tempi or liti at the moment it opens itself onto the void of being, and of seizing this opening as innovation. The common name is situated in the passage, kairos, from fullness to the void. It is a common and imaginative act of production. So the common name is not only the sign of the singular existent in the instant that links the act of naming to the thing named, nor is it solely the seeking of multiplicity in surveying over the edge of time. Situated within the power of production of being, it is also the construction of the telos of generation. It is this production, that is to say this generation, which we call praxis. 9.4 The power of kairos, as the passage from fullness to the void and as production of being on the edge of time, is now the backdrop, better still, the articulation and the schema of praxis. The ratio agendi is produced by the ratio conoscendi, and vice versa, only on one condition: it must expose itself within the event. The true rediscovers the connotation of an existence in praxis, having recognized itself in the only time in which it can be said, the instant of kairos. 9.5 Kairos is the Christ that empties itself so as to produce new being. It is tempi or liti augmented by expression. It is praxis of the common name. 9.6 It is possible to transform the world at the same time as it is interpreted. Here episteme and ethics are recomposed once again. Because kairos is, as Aristotle says, the virtue of time, the immeasurable. 1.1 That kairos releases an arrow and that its trajectory is given irreversibly, that is to say that time is traced by the tip of the arrow, everyone seems to admit. But transcendental philosophy denies that the common name also follows the arrow of time. While on the contrary, this is precisely what we lay claim to. But if time, as ontological power, is an arrow, how is the common name articulated with it? What does it mean to say that the act of naming corresponds to the thing named in accordance with the direction of the arrow of time and in relation to its irreversibility? 1.2 The preceding argumentation, in positing the common name as the product of kairos, insisted on the instant that made of the common name the act of a specific production of being. However, one cannot forget, and we have frequently underlined it, that in the production of an always new reality there reverberates a sort of restlessness in the power of tempi or liti. Even when the common name appears as a survey and a search, as we have seen in the analysis of common becoming in knowledge, when it is the product of the imagination, the restless vacillation of its production continues to make itself felt. Restlessness cannot be placated. 1.3 The restless state that the creation of the common name displays through kairos is still more evident if we look at this production from the psychological standpoint. Here, restlessness presents itself as the impossibility of discerning the instants of consciousness one from the other. It follows from this that temporality, broken and rendered creative by kairos in accordance with the arrow of time, appears instead to present itself as the duration between a past and a future. The common name, even as it achieves its reality in kairos, is brought back to testify to a sort of continuous fabric of the before and after, and not to the creativity of kairos time and of its irreversible power. 1.4 But if the common name was not shown to be the tip of the arrow of time, if then, with its power left intact, we were to consider the instant of kairos in a kind of continuity with the before and the after, and made of it the restless bridge of duration, then there would be no possibility of determining the singularity of the common name, and together with the common name, time also would be conceived of as flux and not as power, that is to say, it would be reconstituted as destiny outside the arrow of power. But this definition is refuted by the experience of kairos. 1.5 On the other hand, if as occurs in classical thought the instant is removed from the definition of time and considered as an element definable only by the ephemeral intuition of a vacillation of becoming, between being and nothingness, all experience determined by the adequation of the act of naming and the thing named would be rendered inadequate and inconclusive. 1.6 If we wish to give to the common name the direction of the arrow of time and place it in relation to its irreversibility without losing its singularity, it is necessary then that the common name is grasped as an act or praxis of temporality. Only in this way will ontology escape the restlessness that traverses it, and will knowledge escape from the perception of the ambiguity that makes it vacillate. 2.1 Seen from the perspective of the arrow of time, that is to say of its consistency, kairos is the only real point of ontological irreversibility. It is so because kairos is the force that advances. 2.2 Were we to try and think the reversibility of the arrow of time, we would have to pass by way of the kairos in order to then go back, but this cannot be done. We can thus see the falsity of Zeno's argument, because his argument demands the co-presence of the force of kairos, that advances, and of the sophistic reasoning, that on the other hand moves backwards, and in doing so divides kairos, but equally, we can grasp the aspect of truth of the Eleatic argument, which consists in the destruction of the transcendental idea of the temps dure, inasmuch as it affirms that only the instant is ontologically real. 2.3 Thus, in kairos the name and the thing named are presented as one and the same reality, which are both expressed by the force of temporality on the edge of time. The expression of kairos is an ontological force. We find ourselves here in the parallelism of Spinoza, where being presents the thing and the idea in the form of a mold, that desire produces together. 2.4 The common name is therefore a mode of affirmation of being, that is to say, the common name is a force of being, something that constructs new being. For example, if we pass from the adequation of the name and thing to the imaginative expression of the common name, we witness a truly constitutive operation that situates its creative power on the edge of being, in other words, at the tip of the irreversible arrow of time. 2.5 We call this process that is expression of kairos ontological praxis of truth. To say praxis is to say force, vis, that constructs, or transforms the thing into the name and the name into the thing. 2.6 In Marx one finds the formula the praxis of truth. 11 It consists in fixing the truth of that which praxis constructs, setting out from the determined, and tendential, expression of a resistance. The true will appear as the affirmation of being that rises up in revolt from within the struggle. Already before Marx, Machiavelli had considered the praxis of truth as the power to make the virtues, constitutive of the political emerge from the temporal grasping of the moment. It is within this double perspective that we define the praxis of truth as the development of the force of kairos. 3.1 The most obvious thing when speaking of time is to divide it into past, present, and future. But as soon as we begin to look at time from the point of view of the temporality of kairos, past and future are anything but obvious. Because the only certain ontological consistency is at the tip of the arrow of time, when it buries itself between name and thing, as though they were one and the same, the consistency of that which comes before and that which comes after must be carefully analyzed before including the names past and future in our lexicon. Perhaps we will discover we have something different before us from what is commonly intended by these terms. 3.2 Outside of the illumination of Kairos and of the force that, by continuously opening up time, constructs new being, the past appears to be that which is finished here, while the future appears to be that which from here onwards is unfinished. But this first definition of past and future is entirely without consistency. It makes no sense to call that enormous irreversible mass of being that precedes us finished, or to call unfinished what is not yet. This first definition, and this first error, persists thanks to a kind of obtuse tendency to consider past and future not in accordance with the arrow of time but on a homogeneous plane. There is a failure to see that, by doing so, time loses its character of irreversibility and Kairos its creative force. From this erroneous perspective, time is reduced to a single extension without gaps that is traversable in every direction, which contradicts the common experience of the irreversibility of the arrow of time. Further, from the perspective we are criticizing, Kairos no longer exists as such, because in this time made of extension no creative event can be discovered. 3.3 In the conception of time as residential externa, all rests on the power of a transcendent being who takes away all ontological consistency from time and so any consistency from past and future. One would do well to remember the homicidal God that the mystic Jülinx theorized against Spinozism, God understood as absolute despot, within whose arms there rests the illusion of a well-ordered world, where everything, even horror, is specifically necessary, and where the past and the future are entirely inscrutable within the constitutive act of the Absolute. 3.4 From the point of view of Kairos, what is the being that has already been and the being that has not yet come? Which and what are the names that we give to that which, in the arrow of time, is before Kairos and that which is not yet Kairos? 4.1 Many see in the name of the future the identical repetition of what has already happened. From this point of view the future means that which persists. And even when others see the future as a progression that modifies the conditions of arrival in comparison to those of departure, it is still the case, with greater or lesser variations, that the future will be a positive or negative but continuous reproduction of itself. On the other hand, all the forms in which predictions of the future are attempted are in some manner statistical, which is to say that they are the study of the repetitions and of the constants to which, or to whose measure, any exception is reduced. The same can be said for all forms of future-orientated normative prescriptions, those of the form, you must, therefore you have to, that are always the result of the hypostasis of the principles derived from what has already happened. For the most part, therefore, the future is future duration. The restlessness of time is subjected to the continuity of space. 4.2 Insofar as it is future duration, the future is the vision that lies at the base of technologies, whether those of the hard science, or of the human or normative sciences. In this case also, the temporal a posteriori is reduced to the norms of the a priori spatial calculus. The progress of technologies is translated into the ever-increasing presumption of the prefiguration of the future. But that is not the way things are, and indeed the foreseeing of that which will be is only valid when it springs from the praxis of Kairos and constitutes itself, as we shall see, in the temporality of its tool. 4.3 Desire also invests the future, we call it utopia. But it invests the to come in an ambiguous manner. In fact, on the one hand, it proposes the spatial homology of the past, on the other hand, it overtakes it in the imaginative expression of desire. In general, however, utopia cannot present itself as the name of the to come, because, even when it does not repeat the continuity of the spatial figure, desire presents itself here as spatial distance, non-topos, but still place. 4.4 In all and each of these cases what is missing is the apperception of the creative moment that establishes that which is yet to arrive. In the perspective we are criticizing, and which seems to us to be the most widely held, future is a mystified, erroneous name. On the contrary, we give the name of to come to the horizon of experimentation of the adequation of the name and the thing, and to the imaginative perspective that in realizing itself presents itself as new being. The passage to the to come is always a difference, a creative leap. Repetition, and with it duration, are destructured by the current experience of the to come, and the real is in this way comprehended in a new manner in the making of Kairos. 4.5 We will define the time that is coming as the to come, and the to come as ontological constitution in action, and the common name to come we will define as the expression of the force of invention, that is to say, as the vis of Kairos. 4.6 The everyday sense of life confirms the definition of that which is coming as to come, rather than as future. It is indeed in the struggle for the free appropriation of the present that life opens itself to the to come, and desire perceives against the empty and homogeneous time in which all is equal, including, and in particular, the future, the creative power of praxis. If life is not based on this active experience of the to come, it cannot be called life. The same goes for technologies and sciences. It is not a case of little spatial machines made to dominate the future. On the contrary, they are placed in being and innovated in their efficacy by the activity of the common name as praxis, by the vis of Kairos. Sciences and technologies are the tools of Kairos. They are born and develop within life and produce the to come on the edge of time, but we will discuss all this in later lessons. 5.1 In the same way, when I consider the name past, I also usually find myself before the erroneous idea of time past as extension, and that is in the image of a dead, finite time distended in duration. I therefore understand why past is, for the majority of people, only the name of destruction and death. When understood as such, the past is in effect the enemy of Kairos time. From the moment Aristotle said, time is in itself above all cause of corruption, because it is the number of movement and movement puts the existent outside of itself, the philosophers have been able to lead us into error concerning that which has been, because in such a way time would be considered simpliciter as a duration that comes to an end through corruption, as a number that expels existence from being. On the contrary, I cannot conceive of time other than as Kairos, and so never as corruption and death. In other words, the past is normally conceived of as the accumulation of the destruction of physical events. But to think that temporality could have destruction as its name is meaningless, because the temporality that we experience and that we live through is that of Kairos and of the creative act that constitutes it, and only that. In being, all is created and nothing is destroyed within the immediacy of the present. 5.2 The past of man constitutes his history. When I consider the name past in this acceptation, I normally find myself before the erroneous idea of a continuous genesis of the present, extended along and ordered or not, it changes nothing sedimentation of concluded human events. But to consider what has occurred before us as the sedimentation of time traversed without recuperating moment by moment, point by point the vitality which created it, and of the monads of Kairos that are expressed in it, goes against our experience of temporality, which is precisely that of it as creative force. 5.3 Men and women amuse themselves in making history, historiography, interpreting, they say, the past, falsely imagining the time that went before them as accumulated according to a cemetery-like order. But there is no possibility of immersing oneself in that being which comes before, if not by illuminating it with the present, reconstructing it and feeling it live in the present. In other words, the common name of historical praxis cannot but be a genealogy of the present, that is, an imagination that brings to being that which came before in the same manner as it constitutes the to come. One does not interpret the past, one tests it out. 5.4 It is the innovation brought about by Kairos that produces the world, that is to say, that produces the being that comes before as it produces that which comes after. Every instant of life, of that which has been and of that which will be, is a creative act. Innovation, i.e. the creative force of the name, is always singular and determinate. Considered from the point of view of this being and of its intensity, there is no first and no last, no past and no future. Consequently, there is no becoming in the past or in the future, but only the act of naming what has been and that which is yet to come. When we use the erroneous name becoming, we lose the sense of temporality, of its living pulsation, not transformation, i.e. becoming, as a bad infinite, as intermination before or after, but as the emergence of differences, of determinate moments of kairos and of the power to name them. 5.5 We will then give the name eternal to the time that is before. Eternity is the time that comes before. It is indeed the power of accumulated life, of an irreversible and indestructible temporality, it is the common name of the being that is. Every kairos is installed in this eternity. 5.6 What we are saying, i.e. that kairos is installed in the eternal, that is in the time that comes before, does not push kairos into the past, but rather it renders the eternal present to the present of kairos. The here of kairos is not detached from the here of the eternal, there is no order by which its temporal distance can be measured, neither is it possible to think a sort of contemporaneity of kairos and of the eternal, for the eternal is a consisting in the place of kairos, a simultaneous consisting. 12. 6.1 How can the common name of the eternal be expressed? In what way are we in the eternal? In the first place, we cannot think of that indestructible being which precedes us in equivocal terms, i.e. as though it were different in nature from that which we express. The eternal is not different from kairos being, kairos is difference, but only in as much as it prolongs the eternal, increases and innovates it on the edge of lived temporality. If eternal being were ontologically other, it would present itself as an envelope of a different nature, a container of present temporality, i.e. of the temporality that possesses expressive power. But that is contrary to our perception of what has been, as the genealogy of that which is. And we are in the eternal and we perceive it as the power of that which is. 6.2 In the second place, the indestructible being that precedes us cannot even be thought of in analogical terms, as though it were a first foundation, an eternal temporal substance of which our experience of time simply carries a trace. For we have already seen that our relation to that which was is not a relation to something other. But neither is it a climbing back up an infinite chain of relations at the end of which, precisely because it is infinite, our reason is forced to postulate something other simply to get its bearings. On the contrary, thinking the eternal means simply to install kairos in an indestructible mass of life, that is to say, in the mass of being that has in turn realized itself under the aegis of kairos, and that only the genealogy of the present through kairos has been able to actualize. 6.3 From the ontological standpoint, the analogy of being, a key procedure of theological thought, is a weak form of the transcendental dialectic. In effect, while the dialectic, by operating on the infinite in a discontinuous manner, which is modelled on the discontinuity of the world, produces a hierarchy of consistencies of being that are sublimated in the eternal, in the absolute, the analogical procedure, by separating immediately the infinite and the eternal from the finite and time, gives a weak consistency to time. Time is the mobile image of eternity, and gives the world a degree ontologically subordinate to that of the absolute. Therefore, the dialectic and analogia operate on the same level. Analogy is a static dialectic, dialectic is analogy in movement, but analogy gives weaker answers to the insatiable transcendental hunger of the absolute. It remains the case that by concentrating on the absolute none of these conceptions can accept the simplest thing, that it is the finite that augments the absolute and it is kairos that enables the power of the eternal to breath. 6.4 To be in the eternal means to be in production. The majority of philosophers have considered time in relation to movement, and the definition of time was always tied to that of becoming and to the idea of the infinite, which together constitute the principle of the spatial modality of understanding being. On the other hand, experience enables us to think the eternal not in accordance with the modality of space, but in accordance with that of temporality, not on the basis of the infinite, but on that of the presence of kairos, not as the movement that places the existent outside of itself, but as production that places existence within itself. So, on the basis of this consistency, we can construct a praxis of truth that produces the eternal. 6.5 Kairos rests then in the eternal. Better still, kairos is the eternal that creates. This eternal is prior to us, because it is at its edge that we create and that we augment being, that is to say, eternity. All that kairos opens is eternal. And so we are at once responsible for eternity and for producing it. 7.1 If the before is eternal and the after is to come, time in the arrow that constitutes it is the immeasurableness of production between this before and this after. 7.2 When one says immeasurable, one is saying neither indefinite, nor indeterminate. We have already seen why the construction of the common name cannot have at its foundation an undefined process of knowing, because the adequation of the name and of the thing is fixed by the expression at the same time, of a this here. For the same reason the construction of a common name cannot be indeterminate, the product of the expression of kairos is indeed always singular, the heasitas. 7.3 The following problem thus becomes increasingly pressing: how can the ontology of expression, when kairos opens itself to the void that exposes the eternal power of invention of the to come, configure itself as finite and determined production in the immeasurable? If the creative act of kairos, which qualifies being each time, at the same time, is a leap into the new, and if this leap is immeasurable, the definition is without question problematic. Nor can its problematic character be attenuated through the analysis of the praxis of kairos as auto-teleological activity. This would merely serve to displace the problem. It is a case then of deepening our understanding, within the modes of temporality, of the relationship that exists between the vertiginous topos in which being is created, and the telos that self-organizes this production. This deepening can only be carried further and reach a conclusion in the next group of these lessons. In the chapter Alma Venus we will try and grasp the force that constitutes the common form of the common name. 7.4 In the remainder of this chapter we need to understand how it is possible to construct an ontological inquiry within this immeasurable passage, or rather, how its presuppositions can be guaranteed. Where does he who describes the immeasurable place himself? What stage of things corresponds to the regime of definition of the immeasurable? What, then, is the terrain of ontological inquiry of materialism? The materialist field. 1.1 The problem is to define the field in which the enunciations of knowledge correspond to states of things, or events. That this determination is problematic is amply demonstrated by the restless vacillation that characterizes the constitutive relationship of the common name in the immeasurable opening of kairos. What then is the body of the common truths when the names, in making themselves common, expose themselves to the risk of the to come? That is, when the consistency of that which has been opens itself, through kairos, to an always new experimentation? 1.2 The problem is posed in a paradoxical manner by the theory of scientific mutations when they observe the crises and transformations of the great scientific paradigms. When an old scientific paradigm breaks up and a new paradigm comes to light, the enunciations proper to the first paradigm are incommensurable with the second. This is obvious because it relates to that which has been. Only in the action of kairos, in the genealogy of that which is present, will the preceding state of things become comprehensible once again. But this historical problematic of knowledge and its eventual solution becomes less clear when, instead of to that which was, one looks to that which is about to be. When one looks forward rather than back, it is innovation itself, that which is about to be, that appears incommensurable with the preceding dimensions of being. The novelty of the new state of things produced by action on the edge of being reveals itself, in itself, to be irreducible to every previous enunciation. That is to say that knowledge exhibits the immeasurability of its self-affirmation in the experience of innovation, or better still, it exhibits the immeasurability in which it is given, between the eternal and innovation. And this signals the restlessness of knowing. 1.3 The logicians tell us that there is no fact of importance capable of establishing what any linguistic term refers to. They also tell us that the only way to translate language and things, and to give a determination to this translation, is by means of an existential quantifier, i.e. through the affirmation that something exists such that a name is adequate to a state of affairs, a regime of enunciation to a field of a state of things. It is therefore necessary to say it exists. Paradoxically, the logicians must then accept the truth of kairos in the form of ontology. This fact, far from suppressing the restless vacillation of kairos, renders it even more evident. 1.4 If we were to continue to consider the ontological determination solely within the trajectories of different kairos, of the monads of kairos, we would not have the possibility of positively undergoing the restless vacillation of kairos, despite knowing that it is within it that truth is determined. In the rupture of temporality between the eternal and innovation, it is therefore necessary to take into consideration the ensemble of events and define it as the material field of kairos. This field is the only place, but always place of temporality, where univocal being presents itself as productive. It is the materialist field, where to formulate the predicates of being is to innovate it. 1.5 In order to affirm the common name within the immeasurable, we must seize the ever-new emergence of a force of predication of being that is materially able to say, this is here. This does not suppress restlessness, the Pyrrhonist temptation and the consequent vacillation of phenomenological consciousness, but it permits one to resist it. The materialist field is this field of resistance. 2.1 The material field of the production of being is corporeal. We have in fact defined the body as the predicate of any subject that is, or affirms itself to be, in time, that is to say, that exists at the moment in which it names. The ensemble of bodies is the world, i.e. the material field of the production of being. 2.2 There is no reason, however, to consider the ensemble of bodies as less restless than the different kairos, the monads of kairos. In itself, the corporeal constitution of the material field of kairos takes nothing away from the restless vacillation of knowledge, on the contrary, it returns it fully to the immeasurable. In order to overcome this situation, that seems to be a logical brain teaser, the analysis will have to penetrate into the mode of production of the world insofar as it is the expression of the common name, which is what we shall attempt to do in the following group of lessons, Alma Venus. Here, however, it seems important for us to try and get accustomed to considering the corporeality of kairos within the immeasurability of the world. To proceed in this way is to begin to employ that materialist ascesis that enables one to perceive the unity of the subject and the predicate within the body. 2.3 The analytic/synthetic distinction rightly fell under the blows of the contemporary critique of language, and of scientific understanding. A conceptually valid inquiry is just as fallible as are all other, empirical, affirmations that change with time. The construction of knowledge in the materialist field thus considers the name and common name in accordance with the restlessness of temporality. And if this most certainly dissolves the illusion that there exists, in absolute terms, correct sequences of thought, it does not remove from the affirmation of kairos the corporeal intensity of being true. Pascal's reed is the best metaphor of the materialist field and of the truth that lives within it. 2.4 Pascal's reed bends under the wind of the eternal, but, in so far as it recognizes its fragile existence, it affirms the dignity of knowledge. Leopardi's broom vacillates, interpreting the same character in the Theatrum Mundi. But these citations would be without interest were we not to relate them to that common paradigm represented by Machiavelli's The Prince, in which the dignity of resisting the world and destiny take on the form of a virtue. That is to say, it appears as constitutive power of the world. Once one has escaped the transcendental chimeras, there is no other way to affirm the consistency of being than by posing its powerful insistence in the shade of the eternal. This, and only this, is materialism, certainly not those philosophies that apologize for the empirical, nor those that paradoxically conceive of matter as a great transcendental envelope. From another point of view, Spinoza's common notions and Leibniz's contingent truths also undergo this same transfiguration. Indeed, in accordance with the overcoming of the division between analytic and synthetic judgment, they propose a productive qualification of univocal being. 2.5 The materialist field is productive. Its production traverses flesh, desire, and the generation of the common name expressed by kairos. We are within this production because we cannot be anywhere else but in the body. But at the same time, we measure ourselves against an enormous expressive power. Retracing our steps we ask, Where can we situate ourselves in order to reflect upon this immersion of ours in constitutive material being? How is it possible to recognize oneself in the corporeal consistency of being, by conducting an ontological inquiry that brings us back continually to the power of kairos intended as praxis of the true and as production of subjectivity? In the materialist field, where does he who conducts the ontological inquiry situate himself? 3.1 When the question of the ontological inquiry into the materialist field is posed, it is necessary to bear in mind that certain paths open up that cannot be followed because they propose a forceful distinction between the corporeal field of knowledge and the reflection that operates within this field. We will discuss some of these errors below. Consequently, in order to legitimize our inquiry into the materialist field, we must on the one hand confront reflection, in its autonomy, with the world, and on the other hand we must guarantee that, by this action, reflection does not lose the intensity of its insertion in kairos that gives reflection its form. It is nonetheless difficult to accomplish this exercise of reflection, even when we act with all the necessary precautions, because the materialist field of knowledge is always restless. If we want to succeed, we must then call upon the reverse ascesis of which we have spoken, and to which we may perhaps become accustomed. It enables one to lift one's head higher, to see better, but only, paradoxically, through the corporeal immersion in the materialist field. 3.2 From this perspective, the pure and simple verification of a name through its presentation in kairos does not appear to allow one to establish the conditions for a reflection that opens itself to the whole materialist field in a productive manner. I will here once again pick up the paradox of the logicians who say, when I affirm that something is here, thus when I verify a name, I have no adequate criteria to establish if I am speaking of this thing here or if I am speaking of the rest of the world excluding this particular thing here. It is evident then that, in order to fix the here in relation to the field, and vice versa, in order to give meaning to the name, I need to identify a way of passing from the here to the field, and vice versa, and that to this end, the sole experience of verification of the name through kairos is not sufficient. 3.3 The philosophies of the subject place the determination of the meaning here, in the materialist field, in the act of knowing that perceives and reflects. But this epistemological preeminence of the subject, this ontological supremacy of the subject, is the product of a transcendental illusion and is immediately in contradiction with the ontological experience of kairos. For subjectivity is not something that subsists, it is on the contrary produced by kairos, and, as we shall see, depends on the connection of monads of kairos. Subjectivity is not before but after kairos. Subjectivity, should one attempt to construct it, is not identifiable other than through the path that leads from the here to the materialist field, and it is precisely on this route that it is produced. Thus, the recourse to subjectivity cannot enable one to locate the production of reflective sense in the materialist field. 3.4 Can we accord to good sense the capacity to follow the path of reflection along the line of separation of kairos and the corporeal field of knowledge, when we know that it is a case of an immeasurable separation? Good sense could indeed represent a useful tool for epistemological inquiry, if it were not for the fact that it is, as is well known, the most equally distributed of things among men. 13 But, precisely because it is so distributed, you will not find a single good sense that corresponds to another. What's more, with the passing of the centuries, from Descartes to today, it is a virtue that has become increasingly less popular. Good sense has today become bourgeois popular opinion, and as such it fears above all else the void and the immeasurable, which are the conditions in which the truth of being is created. 3.5 Therefore, one must dig deeper in order to situate reflection within the materialist field of kairos. But to dig deeper is to advance further. One must situate the definition of the field of reflection, that the paradoxical turning upside down of the figures of determination by the logicians, the pretentious adoption of subjectivity of the transcendentalists, the timid aporias of good sense are unable to understand, within that process which constitutes the body of the immeasurable. 4.1 If ontological reflection on the materialist field is posed by kairos, and if it is the body that carries out this reflection, it will have to first accept the immeasurability that exists between the eternal and the to come. In fact, the corporeal field of ontological reflection is eternal and the field that is determined by kairos is absolutely open. But if the body is the bearer, trigger, of kairos, it will not be easy for it to sustain this relationship. Yet it does so because the body, insofar as it is power of determination that lives in the singularity of the materialist field, is as though nourished by the gap that generates the immeasurable. As we have seen, the key to the production of new being is indeed located in the gap of ontological temporality. The body reacts to the gap by producing new being. Given that the body is inserted in the materialist field of the eternal, it leads the eternal itself, the eternal in its entirety and entirely in the single instant, to the gap and regenerates it, testing itself out itself, as body in the form of a praxis of time. In the first place, the corporeal reflection is thus an ontological immersion that activates the eternal through its opening on the edge of being, on the point of the to come. 4.2 We can thus say that, when the body reflects, it is on the one hand immersed in a material field, the before, and on the other hand that it is open to innovation, the after. If the before is the eternal and the after is the to come, the body reflects the eternal by putting it in contact with the to come, because even if this relationship is immeasurable, it is still, at the same time, production. 4.3 Through the analysis of the genesis of the common name, we have come to define it in terms of expression and imagination. We have considered expression as the constructive experience of that which is common to many things, and imagination as the gesture of that which, as power, throws a net over the to come so as to construct it. In this way we have underlined the co-presence of expression and imagination in the action of kairos. If we bring this ensemble of power back to a reflection on the body in the materialist field, we give kairos a corporeal form, we give it weight and color, that is to say we consider the body as the incarnation of kairos. Expression and imagination are elements of the body because they are elements of the common name. 4.4 Spinoza said, "No one has yet determined the power of the body." Ethics, Part 3, p. 2, Scholium, point 14. The Dutch philosopher attributed to the body the power of the idea, and affirmed of the idea and of the body the ability to exist together, as parallels that overlay one another in the play of expression and imagination. If expression creates, it is the imagination that gives to the body the strength to go beyond, up to the highest level of knowledge. In Spinoza, bodily experience finds itself living the process of the totality of being through the imagination. In such a way Spinoza demonstrates that the body is always positive, because it is the form of the affirmative power of being. What would materialism consist in if not in this primacy of the body in the field of being? 4.5 It is by following Spinoza that we become able to give to reflection, and to the material field to which it is applied, and to the to come that it opens, the consistency of an act of passion, where reason and affect are joined together. In effect, the corporeal kairos is production of being and of bodies, but when it is the body that produces, it does so through love, which is the father of all passions and is in turn knowledge. So that love is reason itself that produces through the common name, and reflection, that corresponds to the ontological conditions that permit the power of the common name, is always amorous. 4.6 So through the body, and without losing any of its power to construct in the instant, kairos buries itself in the materialist field. So through the body, the common name finds itself in the materialist field without losing any of its power to throw a net of knowledge over the to come. And so through the body, reflection, which is hoisted up to a point that is always situated on the edge of time, has the capacity to seize the materialist field, and to illuminate it with passion, as we shall see in Alma Venus. 5.1 To the question as to where he who conducts the ontological inquiry situates himself, we have so far elaborated the following answer: within the force of predication that nourishes and regenerates the ontological field, opening itself to the to come. The act of reflection presents itself as follows: it is corporeal, a singular incarnation, it suffers from the immeasurability of production that lies between what has been and what will be, and that, for this reason, creates the material field of reflection. 5.2 The act of reflection is praxis, a production of bodies. However, this opening to the materialist field is not a pragmatism, or rather, it is also pragmatism, that is to say the practice, and theory, of a reflective act that realizes itself in production, that renews the past in the present through a projection of practical sense, and finally, that charges production with utility and value with effectivity. But it is not only pragmatism, because, even in its richest traditions, those of Dewey and Peirce, it did not dare to confront explicitly the praxis of the true, to confront the creative power of being. On the contrary, here we have advanced a definition of the materialist field that, constructing itself in accordance with the arrow of time, always reveals the immeasurable that breaks the tranquility of that which has been, of the mass of events, of the eternal, and offers it up to the hazardous production of the to come. Materialism is revolutionary because truth without ornament is an engagement in being. On the other hand, pragmatism, in its tranquil moderation, retains its ornaments. 5.3 Marx established the distinction between constant capital and variable capital. The first is the ensemble of material and technical elements accumulated by production and conserved in its development. The second is the living labor that regenerates that which has been accumulated, existing as latent in accumulation, and makes of this the basis of a new valorization. But this distinction does not only concern the capitalist mode of production. Rather, it concerns the materialist field in its entirety, that is to say, the world. Production constructs the world following a trace of which temporality is the substance. Dead labor, the finished time of creation, continues to accumulate on the before of this process. The after is represented by living labor, that is, by the kairos of bodies that create truths through praxis. On the edge of being, living labor is thus the power of the world, of that which has already been, and that remains there in a constant manner, and which is now regenerated by that which will appear from the work of creative living labor. It is here that the metaphysics of materialism finds its basis as well as its center, in recognizing that the capitalist process has subsumed the world, turning it into a dead creature, and that on the contrary living labor is kairos, the restless creator of the to come. And as we shall see in the chapter Multitudo, living labor takes the world in hand, transforming and innovating it radically in the common. 5.4 Thus, in the materialist field, the ontological inquiry is entirely within the productive dynamic. Here there is no name that is not adequate to the event, nor event that is not creative within the arrow of time. And this act of birth of creative materialism turns back to what came before, to that which it created earlier, so as to give it life. Reflection surveys that which has been, and eternally is, opening itself to a time to come new being, constructed each instant, and that augments and enriches the eternal. The materialist field is all this at once, and reflection, the point of view of he who carries out the inquiry, is given where the immeasurable that exists between what was accumulated before us and what is created by us for the to come is revealed. He who conducts the ontological inquiry expresses living labor, new power of temporality. 5.5 But why are we so keen to define this field as materialist? Is not materialism fundamentally a philosophical tradition that has always been bewitched by spatiality and has been a prisoner of extension, and so has little to do with the act constitutive of a materialism of time or of a temporality of matter? Certainly modern philosophy, from Machiavelli to Spinoza to Marx, constructed the premises for a new definition of materialism, but what utility is there in presenting once again this minoritarian thread of modernity? And yet it is of great importance to us that we fix this birth of a creative materialism as well as the definition of a new materialist field, even if for the moment it only allows us one point of view to reflect on the world, one that is nonetheless compatible with the constructive power of kairos. 6.1 Why is there no history of materialism? Because, in the history of thought, materialism has always been defined by its adversary, which in the history of power always triumphed over it. Transcendence and transcendentalism have a history because they have always been the philosophy of the victors and hence of those who command. There is no space, no tradition, nor any duration for those who lose. The philosophy of those in power always leaves a string of catastrophes before the eyes of materialism. Yet it is forced to allow materialism to present itself as a problem. In effect, he who rebels poses a problem, and Kairos loves those who rebel. 6.2 In classical philosophy, matter is not. That is how the heritage of Platonism defines it. In modern philosophy, matter is defined as the limit of phenomenal knowledge. It is like saying of matter, if it existed, it would not be knowable. Finally, in postmodern thought, the very possibility of its being expressed in language is removed from matter. It is like saying of matter, if it were knowable, it would not be communicable. The old materialist sophism has thus been distorted and turned into a historiographical refrain of idealist metaphysics. 6.3 But the most ignoble thing is when materialism is plundered and violated by idealism from within the materialist field itself. Then, instead of making it live as immeasurable creativity, the philosophers, as good geometers of power, do their utmost to stake out and measure the materialist field and make matter dance to the rhythm of their logics. The extreme case of this brutalism was in the wretched time in which materialism was taught as dialectical materialism. 6.4 Materialism always rises anew and penetrates the history of thought in the most underhand, from the point of view of the academic inquisition, and subversive ways, from the point of view of the science of policing. In this new resurgence, materialism continuously breaks with the thinking of power. It is Machiavelli, Spinoza, Marx, the common thought of the struggles. The history of materialism as Kairos defines the genealogy of a present that opens itself to the to come. It is a history of resistances and insurgences. Kairos places the hardness of matter against all transcendence, and against all dialectics of thought and power. 6.5 The hardness of matter is grasped in the immeasurable difference that exists between the eternal and the void over which innovation extends itself. Matter is neither a nothing, nor a phenomenon, nor the incommunicable. Matter discovers its hardness there where temporality decides of being, to create new being at the edge of time, in defiance of the immeasurable that exists between the before and after. Whoever is able to construct the history of materialism will have given voice to the immeasurable within which every monad of Kairos exists at the moment in which it decides to produce. Here is where the Angelus Novus is also presented to us. The angel does not look back, but ahead, proceeding in the storm. 6.6 The hardness of matter is the hardness of the eternal that is not solicited by the decision of Kairos. Classical and modern materialism, when they have had a chance to express themselves on this subject, have frequently defined matter only as hardness, emphasizing this static condition, this constant capital of matter. In the face of this we can now proceed because, knowing that matter is temporality and that we can regenerate on the open limit of Kairos, we have brought the hardness of being towards a constitutive moment of passage. 6.7 Thus, to the prohibition against materialism there responds a hardness of matter that increasingly presents itself as an irrepressible resistance and revolt at the edge of being. This is what Kairos reveals within the materialist field. In other words, in so far as the hardness of matter revealed itself through Kairos as resistance, the materialist field has been radically innovated, resistance made a weapon of the hardness of matter, which previously constituted the limit of materialism. For this reason resistance is always positive affirmation of being. 7.1 There is no difference between the materialist field and the predication of being, because the reflective point of view is born of the monads of Kairos. The existential quantifier of the propositions, i.e. the ontological indicator of enunciations, that which materially supports name and common name, is thus rooted in the materialist field. Of course this rootedness is vacillating, because only the immeasurable creates a link between what has been and what is, and in the immeasurable the monads of Kairos lean out, anxiously, over the opening of new being. So the materialist field is always projected forwards, it consists in the arrow of time and it insists in the tip of the arrow. The production of time is the predication of the being of the world, for it is only here that each instant of being consists, and/or is renewed, regenerated. 7.2 Each enunciation, name and common name, is only verifiable pragmatically. The meaning of the names, and a fortiori of common names, is never determined if it is not sustained by the predication, affirmation, of the being of Kairos. Which is to say, among the many meanings that the names themselves indicate for the enunciations, only those which are qualified by the point of view of Kairos can count as true. Which is also to say, only that which reaches out to construct new being verifies what has already been. Therefore, in the materialist field, reflection is radically pragmatic, because Kairos is the praxis of the true. 7.3 The pragmatic radicalism that Kairos imposes on reflection in the materialist field does not sadden thought, by flattening it onto the principle of utility, as so often happens in pragmatism. On the contrary, it enables it to advance in its search for truth, or the denunciation of falsity, which lies in the association of the monads of Kairos. 7.4 The extraordinary importance of the linguistic turn in contemporary philosophy, which aims to make all verification of knowledge pass through language, demonstrates its materialist basis here. Because language is in no instance a pure instrument, just any implement, but is a tool, a prosthesis, and a praxis of truth. It is not a senseless surface made up of noises, but rather a plane of association of monads of Kairos, the material fabric of forces of the common predication of the being of the world. As Burroughs says, language is not a cannon that fires missiles, but a spaceship in which we live and with which we construct trajectories of truth in the void. But we will explore this more fully later. 7.5 We can draw some not unimportant consequences from the preceding considerations that define the standpoint of the ontological inquirer in the materialist field. That is, the possibility of thinking the reversibility of time in the materialist field, when we consider it, not only as the arrow that traces the thread of an indestructible temporality, which is what we have done so far, but also as a network of instants or monads of Kairos. The latter, in their autonomous insistence, we can imagine developing there where they existed in every direction. In this way we can think the freedom of the eternal. It is a difficult exercise frequently attempted by geometers and physicists. We are forced to think again of matter as eternity, with its aporias and alternatives, in the manner in which the ancients have at times thought of it, as alma Venus. 7.6 The materialist field is the field of common truths created in the immeasurability of production between the eternal and the to come. And we are its actors. Alma Venus. Prolegomena. Judith, God speaks at last during the ultimate oppressians. Pascal, Pensées. The common. 1.1 The guiding light of materialism is the eternity of matter. The eternal is the common name of the materialist experience of time. From the ethical point of view, the problem faced by materialism is that of holding singularity responsible for the eternal. These truths of the materialist tradition find their confirmation in the experience of Kairos. 2.1 Among the other meanings that could be attributed to the eternal in the materialist tradition, one sometimes finds the name of the infinite, as though the two were synonymous. Is matter infinite then? We can concede this only if, breaking the synonymy, we subsume the infinite under the eternal, inasmuch as the materialist production and the course of the eternal are infinite. But each production is singular and finite, the course of the eternal may be less today, more tomorrow. This finitude and this singularity can only be called infinite when the presence of the eternal and its power take charge of them. Outside of the name of the eternal, the infinite would consist in nothing other than the idea of temporal transcendence, and as such, could not be a quality of materialism, i.e. of materialist production. 2.2 Inasmuch as the infinite is an ambiguous name, comprehensible only if subsumed under the eternal, it would be better not to use it. 2.3 Ethical experience has nothing to do with the infinite. Ethical experience establishes itself in the presence of the eternal. 3.1 Although transcendental philosophy has assumed the infinite as the ground of all its maneuvers, it has in reality paid very little attention to it. Like a suit that is only worn on special occasions, the idea of the infinite is useful to poetry, theology, mysticism, and all confused reasoning. For everyday use, transcendental philosophy attires itself rather in the idea of the indefinite. What is the indefinite? It is the idea of a measurable infinite. But the eternal matter, is not measurable, it is immeasurable. It is so because the eternal always confronts the to come, and this relationship is itself immeasurable. Therefore the indefinite is an illusion. But it becomes an effective illusion when it introduces transcendence as the measure of immanence. In this case illusion becomes transcendental mystification. It is the continuously repeated attempt to subordinate the present to the infinite and not to the eternal, and so to subordinate the singular to a measure. 3.2 In materialism, ethical experience is always faced with the immeasurable and the opening of the eternal to the to come. 4.1 The eternity of matter reveals itself as temporal intensity, as innovative presence, and the full present of eternal time is singularity. Singular and eternal are interchangeable terms, their relationship is tautological. Whatever has happened is eternal, it is eternal here and now. The eternal is the singular present. 4.2 In materialism, ethical experience is the responsibility for the present. 5.1 Kairos is present to us itself as irreducible singularity. Nevertheless, in the production of the eternal, we have seen that the monads of Kairos link themselves to one another and become common events that are driven to transform themselves into a common name. That is to say, we are immersed in the common because Kairos is a fine dust of interwoven and interlinked monads that expose themselves to the void indicated by the arrow of time, thus constructing the to come. For this reason the singular is the experience of the common. 5.2 This common is irreducible to essence or to any preconceived notion. There is no presupposed das Gemeinsame, no presupposed element that is the most common, as Kant would have it, unless one were to understand this as mere concatenation. For Kali the primary meaning of common, sunos, corresponds precisely to that which is concatenated, which the materialist tradition has handed down to us through Heraclitus. The monads of Kairos are common in that they produce and reproduce life, exposing themselves on the edge of the present edge of the eternal. It is the immeasurable to come that creates the common. 5.3 The common is the form that singularity assumes in the production of the eternal. The production of the world, of man and his Umwelt, renders the elements that constitute singularity all the more common. Therefore the experience of the common is the mark of a teleological process. But what teleology? 5.4 In materialism, ethics is the responsibility for the present in as much as it is innovation of being. But if innovation is common, ethics is the responsibility for the common. And if the common is teleological, materialist ethics must confront teleology. But which teleology? 6.1 Teleology is the name that suits materialism insofar as it is the name that suits the common. Materialist teleology knows no final cause from which and/or towards which it advances. On the contrary, it is the form through which the eternity of matter, that is to say the horizon of the world, progressively constitutes itself without any axiomatic qualification. Constitutes itself, i.e. the present forms, establishes and innovates itself, through singular common figures. Progressively, in accordance with the direction of time fixed by the arrow of temporality. Time progresses. The regress in time does not depend upon time but on the human activity of time, the fixing of time, the accumulation of its moments, memory. Consequently, the singular horizon of life is increasingly the common form of being in time. It is all of time realized in the actuality of the common. 6.2 Ethics, assuming the direction of the arrow of time, posits the common as teleological, that is to say, it considers matter to be increasingly common. 7.1 When materialism follows a teleological progression in its definition of the common, then it proceeds in the opposite direction to that proposed by the metaphysical tradition. In the metaphysics of Plato and Aristotle, the effects of which run right through to the final avatars of Hegelianism, teleology is not progressive. In fact, it presupposes an archy 1-5 that operates in teleology so as to place being in action within a hierarchy preconstituted by the archy. The clearest demonstration of the teleological fiction in the metaphysical tradition is that archein means at one and the same time to begin and to command. In this way, teleology becomes the theoretical praxis that subordinates the principle to command and thereby defines the limit prior to development and order prior to production. The tradition of classical metaphysics finds its confirmation in the procedures of modern transcendentalism. The Hegelian Geist is a transvestite that dances to the rhythm of the Platonic Aristotelian flute, and inasmuch as every transvestite caricatures the original, here the original is the state, that is to say, the most explicit and violent limit that the development of the common is confronted by. 7.2 In materialism, ethics installs itself in the unlimited production of the common. 8.1 In materialism, the telos is the product of common existence. It is not then a preconstituted value, but the perpetually progressive production of the eternal, in the same way as a boy matures and becomes a man, or as death follows from birth after life has run its course. In the same way that the adult does not represent a greater value than the young boy, so death is not the negation of the value of life. On the contrary, all is eternal. I am, that is all, this and only this is the descent of the eternal. 8.2 The common produced that the movement of the human and its produce, Umwelt, is not a value, it is a destiny. The word destiny must be torn away from the blindness of chance as well as from all predetermination, it should rather be redefined from the constitutive perspective of the common. We will call destiny the ensemble of man's actions considered as generic multitude, to which nothing is presupposed other than the environmental conditions that man continually modifies and that, in so far as they are modified, affect the existence of the common. From the ethical standpoint, destiny is the common name of man in so far as he materially constitutes himself. 8.3 From the destiny of the centaur, man merged with nature, man arrives at the destiny of man constructed through praxis, through to the emergence of the destiny of machine man transfigured in production, developing his being artificially second, third, nth natures. In each of these epochs the common progressively assumes different forms. Different but not metaphysical, nor axiological, nor historicist, nor eschatological. Being centaur, being man, and being machine man is as progressive as the progress in time from life to death. 9.1 From Democritus to Epicurus, from Lucretius to Giordano Bruno, from Spinoza to Nietzsche, from Leopardi to Deleuze, from Hölderlin to Dino Campana, this production of the common between life and death was considered a sign of eternity. Once again, this sign was not axiological, on the contrary, it reveals the ontological intensity of production in time. If the direction imposed by time to the actuality of production is increasingly common, that means that the experience of the singularity has an ever stronger grasp on eternity. Eternity is rewarded by the actuality of production, and the common decides upon time in so far as it reveals time as eternity. 9.2 The world is not a practico-inert backdrop but a context of activities, a fabric of kairos. With each instant the world is created anew in its totality, in a movement of dilation of the common. In this context, human praxis in its destinality cannot be represented as that which is already constituted, rather, it is that which constitutes, i.e. it constitutes an ever more common context. 9.3 In this movement, the more the common constructs itself, the more the world becomes immeasurable. 9.4 If in materialism ethical experience is forever confronted by the immeasurable, then resistance is action outside measure and constituent power is action beyond measure. 10.1 In the teleology of the materialist tradition, the relation that exists between eternity and existence has always been expounded in an adequate and sufficient manner. However, materialism runs into aporias when it confronts eternity with the time of innovation, that is, when, on the edge of being, the eternal confronts the to come. 10.2 The crisis experienced by materialism surfaces on the terrain of ethics. At present, the eternal is confronted by the immeasurable of singular action in the present, and it appears unable to contain it. But must it really contain it? 10.3 From what has already been said, it is clear that when we say at present we mean the present. In this way the ambiguity of the metaphysical actuality is dissolved, and meaning is given to the common name in reality, because here, now, in the time that is at once that of the name and of the event, the common name exists. And this is apodictic. 11.1 In classical materialism the theme of innovation is both central and unresolved. From Democritus to Epicurus the atomistic construction of the world is immersed in eternity. As for freedom, it is the conduct of life played out in terms of the metaphor of the cosmos. In this flattening out, freedom is extinguished and innovation is incomprehensible. Only in Lucretius does freedom strive to break this meaningless metaphor so as to act autonomously in the physical ensemble of atomism, that is to say, to inflict a tear in the eternal. Nevertheless Lucretius poses his clin amen only furtively, in a whisper, as though he were trying to annul the violence of the tear that comes from the imperceptible deviation, clin amen, that allows the world to be renewed, that permits one to grasp the singular and, along with it, the meaning of freedom. The shower of atoms is traversed by a minuscule but nonetheless immense glow, poetry is exalted by it, philosophy humiliated, the problem posed. Modernity will inherit this problem unresolved. 12.1 Only with Spinoza is the problem transformed. With Spinoza the ontology of materialism is not touched by the clin amen, it is rather invested and founded anew by desire. The rhythm of the constitution of the world is sustained in a confusion of forms by a living force that unfolds in the world so as to constitute itself as divine. Freedom constructs itself in this development and interprets its continuity within the absolute productive immanence of a vis viva, a living force, that unfolds from a physical conatus to a human cupiditas onto a divine amor. Before interpreting the human world and sublimating itself in the divine world, ethics constitutes the physical world itself. Eternity is lived as presence, and the common is brought back in its entirety within the development of ontology. The composition of bodies is common, the object of cupiditas is common, the divine form is common. The common is ontology considered from the point of view of passion, of the force that agitates and constitutes both world and divinity. 13.1 The problem undergoes a powerful displacement in the shift from classical to Spinozist materialism. The problem of innovation is no longer thought of as a deviation in the course of life, it is now posed within the horizon of eternity. Absolute immanence is the dynamism of life, and it gives life its power. Singularity begins to take form within the sea of being, or if you like, it reveals itself within the overall dynamic of materialist teleology. But however radical this displacement is it sufficient to resolve the problem? Is a physics of desire enough to endow eternity with the form of freedom? Is it enough to imprint the world with the discontinuity of innovation in order to bypass the aporias of materialism and of the crisis of the common? Spinoza's asceticism brings to mind a forceful edict that imposes immanence as the proper plane of materialist discourse, and through which the force of life is established within it. In this way the common is affirmed. But that said, despite this, one is forced to add that Spinoza's asceticism is incapable of providing a full account of its progression. For it forms an image of beatitude that, in separating itself from the production of desire, touches upon the notion of beatitude without appropriating it. As we have already seen with the clin amen in the atomic turbulence of Lucretius, in Spinoza we witness a series of imperceptible qualitative leaps within the continuity of ontological experience, which attempt to break with the monolithic materialist metaphysical framework by dividing it into a physics, an ethics, and a teleology. But within the merciless grip of the necessity of traditional materialism, this modification is still too cautious, when it is not altogether meaningless. So once again a creative sense cannot be given to the progression of the common, that is to say, to the unity of eternity and innovation. Because this is the problem, that of producing freedom in the same way as eternity, making the common not the flat result but the active key of the construction/reconstruction of the world. Moreover, an axiological element is surreptitiously reintroduced into these philosophies of immanence. Classical and idealist teleology, with their idea of the infinite, spew their transcendental poison against the radically of the materialist procedure. Thus the eternal is still broken by an external determination of value. 14.1 In modernity, that is to say with the advent of the man-man, axiological transcendence even insinuated itself into the most powerful of materialist teleologies. This can be explained by the conditions under which the progression of the ontologies of the common was given at the time. The relation between experience and the common was indeed contradictory on the very terrain on which it was positioned, i.e. on the terrain of praxis. If the attempt was to bring transcendence back within experience, this reduction, presented in a revolutionary, that is to say, open manner, was nevertheless limited by the unsustainable weight of the indefinite, which always characterizes the praxis of asceticism, and was thus still transcendent. The fabric of immanence could not therefore become common if not through the hypostasis of the common. Philosophy wanted the common but, precisely because of this desire, it made it transcendent. Thus a hiatus, or worse, an opposition was formed between the experience of the common and the teleological tension of materialism. 14.2 It is within this tension that in aporia was created an imbalance that the metaphysical tradition reproposed in modernity at the heart of social and political philosophy in the shape of the thinking of individualism and of the state. But the individual is only an aporia of the singular, and the state a mystification of the common. 15.1 In postmodernity, that is, in the epoch that began with the revolutionary events of the 1960s, and in which we continue to live, the ethical and ascetic illusion of modernity seems to have reached an end, and with it so too the metaphysical folly of transcendence and command. The common is now able to appear in the fullness of its definition. 16.1 The qualifications of being have now become entirely common, we live in the common. Experience furnishes us with clear proof of this, for common being appears under the three determinations of linguistic being, being as production of subjectivity and biopolitical being. These three determinations are absolutely equivalent to one another, so that the sequence in which they will be discussed is solely for the purposes of exposition. 16.2 Language is common. The tool in the relation between man and man is completely transformed. We no longer need tools to transform nature, and tame the centaur, or to place ourselves in relation to the historical world, perfecting the ascesis of the man-man, we only require language. The tool is language. More correctly, the tool is the brain, insofar as it is a common instrument. Making the tool immanent to the brain removes the foundation from the metaphysical illusion. When the only tool is language, one can no longer properly speak of a tool because the tool, that had up until then been something other than the agent, gives way to a set of prostheses that have been added one to the other, and in accumulating they have multiplied their productive power. Their power is common. Language is not born and does not develop other than in the common and from the common. Nothing is produced that is not produced through the common, all commodities have become services, all services have become relations, all relations have become brains, and all brains form part of the common. Language is no longer only a form of expression, it is the only form of production of the human and its environment. Language is thus the mode of being of common being. 16.3 The common is production, and all that is produced must be related back to the common. But production is made up of a multitude of linguistic acts, of monads of kairos which, because they expose themselves on the edge of being, constitute new being within the common name. The production of subjectivity gives meaning to this network of singular innovations. For the experience of subjectivity consists in recognizing that if being is language, linguistic production can be nothing other than productive power of language, that is to say, a production of productive force. But if productive force springs from the common network of actions and relations of monads of kairos at the very moment that they hurl themselves against the void, there is always an instant that corresponds to a moment of imputation of production, that is subjectivity. Subjectivity assumes the responsibility for the production of a productive force that, in turn, can be nothing other than subjective. Therefore, subjectivity brings together the linguistic acts that create the innovation of being into one. It does not stop the movement of production but, in slowing its progress, it identifies it as productive force. This reasoning enables us to say that subjectivity is nothing other than the imputation of common experiences, that is to say, of a common productive force that identifies, or rather names, the agent of linguistic productions. It follows that subjectivity is not something interior placed before an exterior that we define as language. On the contrary, like language, it is another mode of common being and nothing more. The production of subjectivity, i.e. of needs, affects, desire, action, techne, is carried out through language. Better still, it is language in the same way that language is subjectivity. This density of productive relations is always in motion, and this common movement is eternal, but it is always inscribed in the subjectivities that innovate the eternal. 16.4 Making life common constitutes the third mode of common being. It is nothing but the consequence or, if you like, the tautology, of what has been said so far. Common being is tautological. It is a strange tautology, however, inasmuch as it is powerful and shows us that language and the production of subjectivity, in so far as they are modes of the common, together recompose the multitude of linguistic acts and the production of life. This recomposition, that is to say, the productive tautology seen from another perspective, is polis, in other words, the political. But if common being invests the political with such intensity, it redefines it as the common name of a multitude of linguistic acts and of productions of subjectivity. But life and politics, these old fetishes separated by the disciplinary technologies of transcendental understanding of modernity, here become indistinguishable from one another. There are no longer political domains, just as there are no longer domains of nature or of production that are not already recomposed, as a multitude, within the production of the being of the common name. Therefore, the political presents itself as a mode of being indistinguishable from language and from the production of subjectivity. And the world is this ensemble, it is the biopolitical. 16.5 It is under these conditions that the destiny of the man-machine appears. The production of man as multitude, gathered up in the common name, becomes indistinguishable from that of the production of the natural and historical umwelt. The polis is not therefore an archie but a biopolitical production. The world is invested by the teleology of the linguistic and subjective prostheses. This is what we call machine, i.e. the production of the world which man carries out through a thoroughly material production of artifacts that adhere to his nature, biopolitical artifacts. Eternity is at present developed by machinic power. The common organizes itself as a machine, as a biopolitical machine. 16.6 Have we in this way overcome the traditional aporias of materialism and of the crisis of the common that follows from it? In some respects, yes. Nevertheless, later on, after this first phenomenological approach to the common has been completed, we will have to return to the aporias and the crisis, and take up again the demonstration that until now has barely touched upon the materiality of the processes. For the present it is enough to bear in mind that, if production is communication, the world of nature and of artifacts must be related back entirely to the production of subjectivity, and that subjectivity establishes production in the biopolitical. 17.1 Through these modes of material being we are now able to observe the materialist horizon progressively constitute itself in the form of a common horizon. The telos of this progress is in no way external to the movement of the constitution of the common itself, nor is it the force of something preconceived realizing itself, it is simply the common name of a material action. This telos could only have not occurred if time were an unnecessary dimension of material being. But inasmuch as it is necessary, it is also necessary that the intrinsic finality of action in time be realized. We verify the fact that it is realized, and that therefore the living constitutive force has reached the formal fulfillment of its common expression. 17.2 In following this progress of the common, we asked ourselves if we had not reached a crucial turning point, one where eternity and innovation come to be joined together, which was never achieved in earlier forms of materialist thinking, and we admitted that we were indeed faced by the formal conditions of this conjunction. But the formal conditions of the expression of the common, in order to become real, must be put to the test on the ethical and the political terrain, i.e. they must be verified on the eternal edge of being. 18.1 Let us return once again to the problematic of the conditions of the common materialist telos as it is expressed in the various forms of post-1968 thinking, i.e. of postmodern thinking. Do they satisfy the questions posed on the terrain of ethics and politics? 18.2 The postmodern philosophers that take communication to be the exclusive horizon of being declare the reality of the common. It is nevertheless difficult to take their assertion positively. For they presuppose a completed teleology and nothing else. They bring their search to a halt on the edge of current being, and go no further. The result is the exhaustion of the ontological sphere, the end of history and an omnivorous tautology of the exposition. If the common submits to these conditions it will present itself as the end of the common. 18.3 Some postmodern authors look for an opening on the margins of the model that is emerging. But the margin is a liminal transcendence, an immanence that is almost a transcendence, an ambiguous location where materialist realism must bow to mysticism. Some endlessly peruse this margin, Derrida, others fix on it as though it were a case of gathering up the power of the negative that has at last been seized, Agamben. This thinking of the common, in the anxiety of awaiting the other, as in Levinas, results in mysticism. 18.4 Lastly, there are those thinkers who have attempted to traverse this completed teleology by projecting it over 1,000 plateaus of singular power. It is here that the physical and psychic tensions of worldliness are released. But although this approach allows for innovation and the eternal to be articulated according to a genealogical rhythm, it nevertheless presents the common in the form of a circle from which there is no exit. The edge of being is broken, and duration takes the opportunity to appear again, Deleuze and Guattari. 18.5 Thus, each and every one of these figures of materialist teleology interprets the exuberant richness of the postmodern experience of the common, but they remain somehow imprisoned by it. In this way the eternity of matter is traversed by teleology, but the visibility of innovation, and the ethical and political standpoints themselves, are eliminated. We have returned to the splendors of a Democritianism or an Epicureanism. 19.1 We grasp here the aporetic element around which the theories of the eternity of matter clash with those of innovation, that is, they have rendered innovation aporetic. This element is the immeasurableness of the world. Although materialism has always been a theory of the immeasurableness of the world, the materialist experience has always failed to satisfy the dimension of the immeasurable. The renewal of materialism must thus include the recognition that, through innovation, the eternal looks out over the immeasurable. 19.2 And what of the common? It also becomes increasingly common, on the condition that it is understood as immeasurable opening. Only the immeasurableness of the eternal constitutes the common and ensures the progression to the constitution of the common. The immeasurable is there, beyond the threshold that the materialist teleology opens at each singular present. 19.3 Ethical experience is a liberation, because it is a creative communication, a production of common subjectivity, and the constitution of biopolitical temporality in the immeasurableness of the to come. 20.1 In the immeasurableness of the world, innovation and the eternal are expressed by love. It is love that brings together the eternal and innovation in the multitude of singular thresholds that are presented to the teleology of the common. 20.2 It then becomes clear why the eternal is not the same as the infinite. Indeed, love is not infinite but eternal, not measure but immeasurable, not individual but singular, not universal but common, not the substance of temporality but the arrow of time itself. 20.3 Alma Venus, there where the materialist discourse began, there it should be taken up again. Poverty. 1.1 There is, however, another experience that comes before that of love on our path through the phenomenology of the common, one that is rooted in the present and is exposed to the immeasurable. It is the experience of poverty. We must now reflect on this experience. 1.2 Those most exposed to the immeasurable are the poor. When he appears before us, the poor person is naked on the edge of being, without any alternative. The misery, ignorance, and disease that defines poverty, along with the experience of the indigent condition of the body, of the needy biopolitical situation, of the desirous disposition of the soul that together form the shape of the arc of the bow, nevertheless constitute a point from which the arrow constitutive of time is released with increased strength. 1.3 But is this not an easy rhetorical game that is characteristic of negative dialectics, which aims to give to absolute nudity the privilege of an eminent valorization? It would doubtless be so had we not some time ago cut any links with the dialectic, insisting on the contrary, on a subjectivity, understood from the standpoint of materialism, which finds itself on the edge of being and represents the exclusive power of giving sense to the to come. The poor person is then not someone constituted by pain, but is in reality the biopolitical subject. He is not an existential trembling, or a painful dialectical differentiation, he is the naked eternity of the power of being. 1.4 If you are not poor you cannot philosophize. For poverty is an immeasurable place where the biopolitical question is posed in an absolute way. It is there that the body in its nakedness is confined to the experience of innovation on the edge of being, that language is open to hybridization by the pressing recognition of the common. In short, it is here that the biopolitical, becoming immeasurable between the eternal and the to come, finds its definition. So where in humanist thought it was ignorance that was at the basis of philosophical questioning, in the biopolitical it is poverty that forms that ground. To the learned ignorance of the humanists, corresponds the powerful poverty that makes us amazed at the world. 2.1 Naked and exposed to the immeasurable, the poor shatter the postmodern aporia of production and confer meaning on the materialist teleology of the common. For poverty cannot turn in the void, it can only go forward, and to go forward means to go forward in common. Were we not to start out from poverty, we would not start out at all, that is to say, in this situation the production of being could occur or not occur, because the force that sustains and propels it would not be necessary. Indeed, no teleological process would be given, and neither would a teleology of the common, were it not posited by poverty, because poverty puts the immeasurable production of the arrow of time in motion necessarily, one instant after another, there, where kairos becomes a biopolitical event. So, if the power of poverty were not given, one would not have a teleology of material being either, and therefore eternal being itself would also not be produced. 2.2 If, as we have seen, the common name is the event of the multitude, then the common is the product of the multitude. But it is only when poverty presents itself as the topos, location and motor, of the opening of the multitude within the teleological process of common being, that all the postmodern tautologies of the common are dissolved. In this way the common doings of the multitude of the poor necessarily introduce the immeasurableness of the eternal, and imprints on this immeasurable becoming the seal of the common. This is what we mean when we say the poor are the common of the common. 2.3 It is not wealth which is forever a quantitate signata but poverty that has always represented the common name of the human. From Christ to Saint Francis, from the Anabaptists to the Sansculottes, from the communists to the Third World militants, the needy, the idiots, the unhappy, i.e. the exploited, the excluded, the oppressed, it is they who exist under the sign of the eternal. Their resistance and their struggles have opened the eternal to the immeasurableness of the to come. The teleology and the ethics of materialism have always been related to this naked and powerful community whose name is poverty. 2.4 He who is born is a naked and poor being. Generation is the event of the common. 3.1 On the contrary, poverty is ostracized by transcendental axiology, and in the same way it is banned from the history of the political. The name of the poor is defined by the determinations of wealth, i.e. by the presupposition of hierarchy and limit. 3.2 In classical civilizations and philosophies, the poor person is the slave. Hence, where man is centaur, the slave is the beast of burden, a quasi-animal excluded from the human species. The most profound truth of Plato's and Aristotle's philosophies are to be found in this exclusion of the poor, where slavery is fixed within the presupposed hierarchy of nature. The ontological archine predetermines and orders slavery in the necessary rationality of life. The teleology of the common is broken at its most basic level so as to expel the slave from human nature, and so from the common. Yet he is a beast that is able to draw near to the human, can give birth to men and must reproduce the common. The slave is nonetheless an inferior beast to the centaur, to the man who, through the noble families, through the hierarchy of biological heredity, built the city. The slave who reproduces the common is excluded from it by force. The hierarchy of nature provides the ontological legitimation for this exclusion. 3.3 The thinking of modernity conceives of poverty as exploitation. The community of man is productive, it is thus in relation to production that the hierarchy of grounds must be reimposed. A new form of subjugation accompanies this becoming immanent of the concept man. Exploitation is the enslaving of man within the second nature 16 produced by man. But the more the common is intensified, the more violent appears the dwindling of one of the two elements whose destiny is to be put into the productive service of the other. The teleology of the common is interrupted when it begins to show its greatest efficacy. The man commune becomes the common exploitation of man by man. 3.4 In modernity, the formal idea of the common serves as the basis for its real breakup, and the world of the rights of man is both proclaimed and shattered by the productive use and political subjugation of the poor. 3.5 A natural measure is imposed upon the slave, a measure of the exploitation of work is imposed on the proletariat, everywhere measure, against the immeasurableness of the practice of the eternal by the poor, a hierarchy, against the common, the rationale of wealth, against those of creativity. In other words, misery must let exploitation through work be imposed upon it, ignorance must submit to the rules of understanding, sadness must reveal that man is for death. Economic, humanist, moral, and religious, these are the measures that the transcendental imposes upon poverty. 3.6 The concept of poverty excludes that of death inasmuch as, in order to live, the poor have already overcome death. The poor have put death behind themselves, the common is exalted by this realization. 4.1 The more the poor produce the common, the more violent is the transcendental exclusion of the poor from the common. From the era of the centaur to that of the man, this violence increases in line with the emancipation of the proletariat from slavery. The more the exploited proletariat, i.e. the poor of modernity, are inserted into production and are determined by it in turn, the more they are absorbed within consumption, in contrast to the slave, and all the greater is the violence they must suffer. 4.2 Can we thus define the poor as the product of violence? A naked creature defined simply by violence? No, because this definition overlooks the fact that violence is exercised within the common. And it is the exploited proletariat that creates the common. The creature that lies at the basis of exploitation and of power is not naked, it is powerful, capable of the productivity of the common. Once again we are able to confirm just how far the experience of poverty has taken us from the dialectical conceptions, even the negative ones, of the production of being. 4.3 The violence that the citizen of the polis exercises over the slave and that the modern capitalist exercises over the worker are negations of the power that the poor possess, the power of the poor to open themselves to the immeasurableness of time. This violence is envy of the eternal. 4.4 On the contrary, the violence of the poor person is the affirmation of the eternal. 5.1 The poor, the producers of the common from which they are nonetheless excluded, are the motor of materialist teleology, because only the multitude of the poor can construct the world under the sign of the common, pressing forth relentlessly beyond the limit of the present. 5.2 It is precisely this that is erased in the ideology, and historiography, of the transcendental. It establishes a philosophy of history in the two forms of an apologia and of an eschatology that presents itself as a negative teleology of the common. In the apologia of the rationality of history, transcendental teleology denies the presence itself of the multitude of the poor as producers of the world, In its eschatological version, on the other hand, transcendental teleology postpones the recognition of this fundamental destiny to the ends of time. 5.3 There is, however, another history, which fuses with the teleological constitution of the common, and where the poor become the engine of teleology. From the ontological standpoint, the path unfolds in linear fashion, although it is interrupted by innovative leaps that the multitude of the poor impose on history. These break the order of the world so as to launch life beyond the limits of time, in order to render it radically immeasurable, through a search for and a reconstruction of the common. Ontologically, this other history presupposes the eternal to the arrow of time. Historically, it provides a new articulation of the eternal and the arrow of time. But this other history is only grasped from the instance of Kairos. 5.4 When the poor begin to advance and to destroy the hierarchies and measures, wealth, and domination, then that other history leaves its mark. The history of the poor is always revolutionary, because the eternal, i.e. the being that produces, is the refusal of work, of understanding, and of the limit. 6.1 In the present era, the experience of poverty is shaped in a dimension of the common that recognizes no outside, in a compact dimension of the common that no longer consists in spatial fissures or temporal suspensions. In the postmodern era, the poor are excluded, and this exclusion occurs within the production of the world. 6.2 But from the point of view of the consistency of the common, the excluded are a logical paradox. From the standpoint of a linguistic community, the excluded can only be a pathological factor. From the point of view of biopolitical productivity, a material impossibility. So here, in postmodernity, the first traits of the scandalous experience of poverty are presented, to the eyes of a superficial phenomenology. In the present, the poor are the poorest of the poor, because they are the most integrated in the common of life, of language, of production, and of consumption. The poor are excluded from within the biopolitical itself, in that same biopolitical in which the poor person produces and in which his subjectivity is in turn produced. 6.3 In the postmodern era, poverty is defined spatially and or temporally within the intense confines of the common. If illness, unemployment, and misery, which are only the superficial figures of poverty, are located in the interdependence of an extremely tight biopolitical relation, then the content of the violent postmodern exclusion is enormous, because it breaks the tension of the common at its core. 6.4 But in a biopolitical society, where all existence is a relation and every productive act is language, the tension of the common is exercised through the cohesion of a network of singularities. Consequently, the rupture of the tension of the common determines an infinity of sequences that deploy themselves everywhere. In other words, since within the postmodern network the singularity is rich in effects provoked by the production of subjectivity in the core of the common, the exclusion produces a variety of biopolitical effects, all of which are scandalous. 7.1 This scandal is ontological. Poverty has always been the salt of the earth, but here poverty directly illuminates the common, i.e. the power productive of subjectivity, weighing it down with suffering and pain. 7.2 Here, in the conflict between this negativity and the material teleology of the production of the common, we see dissipate the saccharine and illusory utopias according to which the postmodern development of production by way of language would create a world of pure circulation of goods, services, and of increasingly perfect languages. Faced with what these illusions would have us believe, the conflict becomes ontological. The conflict produces effects of crisis that denounce the crumbling away of appearances and then announce their radical demystification, not only in the face of the eternal, but also in the pain of singularity. But equally these effects of crisis can endow the common with a multiplicity of possible creative meanings. 8.1 My question is thus the following: in the postmodern era, how can one grasp through the ontological scandal of poverty the meaning of the crisis of the common? How, within an experience that has no exteriority, is one able to sketch a line of flight out from the crisis of the common? 8.2 To answer the question, one must deepen the analysis of the experience of postmodern poverty, i.e. one must identify the reactions, the counterblasts, the violence, but at the same time the effects of production and of construction of meaning which, in the experience of poverty and in the paradoxes it implies, are thereby freed up. We must try to do so from within the topos of poverty, i.e. within poverty as the topos of the common, because it is here that the to come is produced. And if this experience is still insufficient to link production of subjectivity to the teleology of the common, we will nevertheless have consolidated the basis for a further stage in our inquiry, one that passes through love. 9.1 The experience of poverty is given on the edge of time, in the innovation of the eternal. It is thus a practice of the immeasurable. This practice presents itself as outside measure, i.e. as resistance, or it presents itself as beyond measure, i.e. as constituent power. In every case it gives ethical meaning to life by making it escape the dominion of the axiomatic of the limit, of measure, and of wealth. 9.2 In the postmodern era, that is to say, when the teleology of the common is absolutely immanent, these practices of poverty are before us in reality. They can only be recognized clearly in the postmodern era, i.e. from the moment that materialist teleology is reborn in the tautology of the common that it interrupts. 10.1 How much the concept of resistance has changed in postmodernity, and how its practices are transformed. If we attempted to identify it in accordance with the categories and experiences of modernity, we would now be incapable of understanding it. In modernity, resistance is an accumulation of forces against exploitation that come to be given a subjective determination through a predicate science. In postmodernity, none of all this. Resistance appears as a diffusion of singular behaviors of resistance. If resistance accumulates, it accumulates extensively, in circulation, mobility, flight, exodus, desertion. It is a case of multitudes that resist in a diffuse manner and that escape the increasingly confining enclosures of misery and power. And there is no need for a collective predicate science for this. The sense of rebellion is endemic and it traverses every consciousness and renders it proud. The effect of the common, which attaches itself to each singularity as an anthropological quality, consists precisely in this. So rebellion is neither a punctual event nor is it uniform. On the contrary, it traverses the expanse of the common and diffuses itself in the shape of an explosion of behaviors of singularities that it is impossible to contain. In this way one can define the resistance of the multitude. 10.2 Therefore, in the first place, poverty is given as resistance. There exists no experience of poverty that is not at the same time one of resistance against the repression of the desire to live. Resistance should be understood here as the affirmation of self as common and against exclusion, a self-valorization that rises up from naked poverty against the enemy. 10.3 A gigantic cultural revolution is underway. Free expression and the joy of bodies, the autonomy, hybridization, and the reconstruction of languages, the creation of new, singular, and mobile modes of production, all this emerges, everywhere and continually. Transcendental perversion opposes exercise and fashion to bodies, disinformation and censorship to languages, an untouchable command over the world to the new modes of organizing production, and rigidly defined frontiers and global tourism to stateless movement. 10.4 In other words, since resistance produces new spaces of creation and circulation, it follows that new institutions of measure will try to control them and bring them under their rule, while new enterprises will attempt to exploit them. In this way the world market of parasitical transcendentalism is constructed. In this way the to come is opposed to the future, statistics to kairos, and repetition to difference. 10.5 But the leap imposed by poverty is irreversible. When, in the postmodern age, production becomes production of subjectivity, starting from, through, and for subjectivity, subjectivity is formed within the resistant singularity. The resistance of the poor person produces new subjective forms of life and widens its markets, invests new assemblages and expressive machines without interruption, and creates new linguistic spaces. For this reason we can say that it produces in reality. When, as occurs in the postmodern era, poverty is marked by the exclusion from the common, resistance becomes a reaffirmation of the common, and plays itself out in and against the space of exclusion. Resistance is the indeterminate negation of the limit that exclusion imposes on the common. It is the unlimited, apeiron, against the limit, paras, of exclusion and of measure. It is an absolute opening, against the closure of the common and the perversion of its teleology. 11.1 In the second place, poverty is given as singularity. For it is evident that every affirmation expressed by the resistance of the poor, even when it is undetermined, is singular. The expression of the poor is always singular because the interweaving of resistance and the new opening on the edge of the to come, which constitutes the ontological figure of the poor, is always immeasurable. It is the singularity that brings the outside measure of resistance to exclusion into relation with the beyond measure of the power that constitutes a new common. 11.2 Transcendental thinking affirms that it is necessary to exclude for order to be provided, and that it is not possible to dispose of being in an ordered fashion if the common is not withdrawn from the immeasurable. But the common is the immeasurable. And so singularity is the power of the immeasurable. 11.3 The postmodern philosophers, in order to try and identify the crisis that the singularity provokes in the core of the order of the world which is presupposed by transcendental ideology and so as to have a point of leverage to overturn its pretensions, have looked at the margins of the world and have fooled themselves into believing they have found an outside or a bare life. No, the moment of crisis is rooted in the body of the postmodern common, there where poverty, in the shape of expressive apeiron, resists in the face of all order and every limit, and at the same time presents itself as the fount of all expression, as a poor yet powerful singularity. 11.4 The highest form of the definition of the singular is to be found in the common name of poverty, a common name which recognizes no outside. 12.1 Therefore, in this way, the common name of poverty presents itself as productive force. For what is production today for postmodern thinking, if not the valorization in the biopolitical of the singular acts that, interweaving and forming a multitude, produce the world and reproduce it? Or in other words, valorization of relations of affect, of language and communication that, while each is entirely singular, begin to form subjectivity by virtue of their interweaving? And where is this generation to be found if not in the poor, understood as the common singularity of existence, of resistance and expression? More than in any other constellation of the magical postmodern circle, it is poverty that can be identified as the salt of the earth. Poverty is the opposite of wealth because it is the singular possibility of all wealth. 12.2 The beautiful is lived as joy of the multitude, it is imagination and expression of all wealth in that absolutely singular moment when the poor lean over the edge of time. Aesthetic delight lies always in the perception of the immeasurable, and there is no artistic creation that is not, or that could not be, delight of the poor as multitude. Consequently the monuments erected by the powerful to the divinity of measure must be destroyed, just as the museums, veritable temples fashioned by the measure of power, must be deserted. What is beautiful is the generation of subjectivity. 13.1 Finally, resistance and singularity find a third power in poverty, the capacity to give being meaning, that is to say, to construct common meanings for being. In this way poverty is experienced as action in the teleology of the common, action that marks the constitution of the common at each instant with the seal of resistance and of singularity, and so produces generation and innovation. By constructing common events, poverty endows being with teleological meaning. 13.2 To give meaning to languages and to innovate in the course of the circulation of meaning, these are the gifts that only poverty can bring. Every limit is overcome by dispositives that are all characterized by a single teleological necessity, to remove and annul power and misery, and so to make poverty as the expression of the desire for life triumph. One must thus return to the common the fullness of productive power and suppress all exclusions. The only rationality, were we to still amuse ourselves with fetishes of this sort, of the historical process, were we to still venerate teleological illusions of this type, is poverty. 13.3 The heart of common being beats to the rhythm of poverty, and in its name, thanks to its power, it leads into the heart of its vital circulation. In other words, the poor, as the form of resistance and of the affirmation of singularity, open themselves to the power that consists in giving meaning to the common. 13.4 Therefore, it seems that we must admit that this is the place where ethics is born. 13.5 And so in the present, the immeasurable is traversed by lines of force that are equally lines of power that trace creative dispositives on the edges of time. And in so doing, project the eternal. 14.1 With this affirmed in principle, in what way precisely can one seize the productive key of common being when considered from the standpoint of poverty from within the teleology of the common? An attentive critic will always be able to point out that it does not follow from the recognition that poverty has the form and the power of resistance, that this power is able to constitute the determinations of meaning in a linear fashion. For the same reason, those who recognize in poverty the signature of singularity and of an indeterminate power of production cannot, on that basis alone, relate it back in linear fashion to the common. Unless one introduces surreptitiously a deus ex machina, or one assumes, as occurs in the theologies of poverty, the miracle of the untimely and extremely radical appearance of something that illuminates, and redeems, the ontology of the common. But we consider all illuminations to be illusory. 14.2 The ontological inquiry must thus be carried further. And although we can now assume that the answers we shall give will prove insufficient to overcome the difficulty that we have before us, which is still that of exhibiting the common dispositives of innovation and of the eternal, the analysis will at least enable us to sketch out a more comprehensive scenario. 14.3 On the terrain of materialism, a conclusive answer to the questions we are posing can only be provided by a deeper reflection on the force of love, taking up the theme of Alma Venus again. But the experience of poverty shows us the location of the ontological recomposition of innovation and of the eternal. 15.1 If the body is the location of poverty, in conditions of poverty, the power of the body is exposed to the immeasurable. For in conditions of poverty, the body is affected by the exclusion from the common that it constructs. Nevertheless, in conditions of poverty, that same body shows itself able to act, that is, as we have seen, of expressing resistance, defining singularity, and bestowing meaning. And this is all the more the case the more the body is faced with poverty. 15.2 The body, in opening itself to the immeasurable within the biopolitical, is affected by it, but its being affected is power. For if the body is the capacity to express effects, the body, when it shows itself as being affected, i.e. able to undergo effect, by the productive relations of singularity, finds itself on the contrary augmented in its power. And this all the more the case the more poverty spurs it on. 15.3 No one has yet determined the power of the body, said Spinoza. 17 Taking up the experience of the revolution of bodies carried out in the Renaissance. This revolution, exalted by the new science and art, found its origin in the joyfulness of the body of the poor, in their laughter in the face of power, in the free carnivals of Eros, in the productive disenchantment of the bodies in struggle. This is the signal for the passage to that other history. In modernity transcendental discipline will no longer be able to contain this other history, but only to mystify or ape it. 15.4 In the postmodern context of our analysis, the power of the body is equally the power of knowledge. Reason, as we have already amply observed, by becoming common, by integrating the tool, becomes ever more corporeal. In the same way, the body becomes increasingly intellectual. Affect and knowledge, immersed in language, i.e. the most common form of the common, recompose themselves in the body and in opposition to all transcendental divisions. In other words, the affect integrates the common force of knowledge that traverses the production of life, and passion and reason together inhabit productive language. In other words, the common intellect, that is, the general intellect, 18 discovers eros, and love is intelligent. 15.5 When we say general intellect, we are speaking of the productive conditions of the postmodern era, in which intellectual and affective productive forces have become hegemonic and the primary fount of the valorization of the world. The general intellect is a machinic productive force, constituted by the multitude of corporeal singularities that form the topos of the common event of the general intellect. With the generation of the general intellect we enter the epoch of the man-machine. 15.6 When poverty encounters the new revolution of bodies represented by the general intellect, the poor desire the machine in so far as the machine, tool or language, augments the productivity of bodies. That the poor have hated and resisted the machine, that they have at times proclaimed themselves general Lud, has been because the capitalistic use of machines impoverished and destroyed the common productivity of the bodies of the poor. But in the epoch of the man-machine, when the productive machine is reappropriated by the body through language, machinic desire becomes fused with the desire that seeks to generate new life, new bodies, and new machines from poverty. 15.7 Therefore, in the biopolitical postmodern, when the poverty of bodies undergoes the most extreme violence, the power of the poor on the edge of time projects itself despite everything beyond measure. It is as though the immeasurable opens up within the bodies of the poor themselves. There are no linear presuppositions behind this production, and there is no linearity characterizing its course. It is in this that we recognize poverty. Inasmuch as the power to act of the poor is corporeal, it is at once the expression of affects and of being affected, being worker and machine, living in pain and in joy, the production and reproduction of the man-machine and of the machinic body. Thus, in the postmodern era, we can situate the location of the teleological movement of the common within the body of the poor. 16.1 If poverty represents the location of the teleological movement of the common, if it is not only a matter of resistance, but of poverty's surging up, through resistance, as singularity, and if it presents itself, through the construction of meaning, as common constitutive power, then are we also able to identify, in the location of poverty, the seat of responsibility of a dispositif that leads from the common name to its ontological materialization, i.e. the setting in motion of materialist teleology. Can we once again take up the constitutive teleology of common being, but this time from below, from a reversed perspective than that given in the transcendental position on the common, the latest example of which is to be found in postmodernism? 16.2 In order to answer these questions we shall return to the analysis of the process characterized by the tool's new nature, by the constructiveness of language, by the biopolitical materiality through which the postmodern common has come to be realized. This production repeated the characteristics of the physics of materialism in its chaotic linearity, in its powerful and eternal turbulence. The backdrop to this process was eternity. But, as we have seen, the common advances and innovates. The materialist physics of the Klein Amen, and following this modern asceticism, were both unable to explain this innovation. Therefore, the common appears as the product of an eternal agglomeration of elements, as a great shower of matter, or rather, as a linear constructive process, as an architectonic of ethical power. Finally, in the postmodern era, the common becomes the product of singular dispositifs of the multitude. An imaginary product. But what remains unclear in all of these cases, and paradoxically, this is all the more the case the more we approximate to ontological materiality, is the element in movement, i.e. innovation. We only begin to grasp it once we begin to seek it in poverty. 16.3 But if we situate it in poverty, can we really say that the aporia of materialism and the crisis of the common are resolved? That the circular character of this movement is definitively broken through the path of innovation? That innovation is expressed on a plane of immanence? That the eternal has really found a creative Klein Amen? And that the meaning, not the meaning marked by the inertia of physical movement, nor the ethical one of linear passion, but the creative one of innovation, is finally returned to the common? 16.4 If it were so, the power of poverty would in itself, and in reality, be not only the possibility of all things, but would be their determinate realization, the decision of the biopolitical, the immeasurable corporeal innovation. But one cannot draw this conclusion, because our premises have not yet been developed sufficiently. In effect, resistance, singularity, and the production of meaning are not yet able to produce the autonomous imputation of action that we call subjectivity, in the full sense of the term. So far we have only touched upon it. 17.1 We must be more careful. For the epistemological and ontological conditions of the innovation of the common carried out through a materialist teleology that originates from the below of poverty appear to have been constituted. But if one stops at this initial determination, the confrontation between the physical and circular teleology of postmodern thinking and the power of poverty, this power that goes beyond measure, still risks appearing as a confrontation between structurally fixed positions, one which would therefore necessarily call for a dialectical solution. 17.2 This is what occurs in the most careful, critical, and attentive postmodern readings, as we have repeatedly underlined. In order to grasp the movement, they are forced to construct a structural dialectic that surreptitiously recuperates the margin or reinserts bare alterity within totality. 17.3 That is not the case here. Our insistence on poverty enables us to grasp it as a power that cannot be recuperated in any synthesis. Nevertheless, this first position is insufficient. For what is missing from the beginning is something that renders the opening of power onto the plane of immanence not only corporeal, i.e. biopolitical, but also creative. Without this move the reasoning is open to crisis once again, a crisis that not only affects the epistemological and ontological consistency of the common name of poverty, but also the possibility of orientating oneself in the common itself. 17.4 But is this crisis real or apparent? In order to overcome it, if it is possible to do so, what other transitions are we in need of while avoiding any structuralist deviation and every dialectical shortcut? 18.1 What is certain is that this crisis is no longer played out around the recognition of the opening of common time to the immeasurable, as was the case at the end of the prolegomena to the common. Here the crisis is transferred from poverty to power itself as the location of corporeal singularization and, at the same time, as location of the common. 18.2 In placing itself on the limit of time, between plenitude and the void, between the eternal and innovation, poverty demands love. Love. 1.1 Poverty and love are tightly interlinked. Not because Eros is the son of misery, and of wealth, in that tension between animality and virtue embodied in the classical centaur, on the contrary, but because from the start it represents, ontologically, the location from which the power of the whole of the possible is generated. When, having experienced it, we located the power of poverty through the rupture that resistance opened and, at the same time, through the meaning it bestowed on the common, we in that way exposed it to a creative and indestructible relation with all the possible to come. But we also pointed out that this relation was uncertain, hazardous, and that once again it could flow back into the insignificance of the postmodern tautology. We must therefore once again analyze the experience of poverty as the ontologically constitutive location. But how are we to do this? The common name of love will be our guide. 1.2 That love is the constitutive praxis of the common has been a truth since antiquity. Love is the desire of the common, the desire, cupiditas, that traverses physics and ethics. Spinoza said as much. Knowing that desire, cupiditas, buries its roots in the eternity of being, we have still to demonstrate that the experience of love constitutes the dynamic of the innovation of being, but further, that love reinvents the relation between poverty and the common, and lays bare its absolute teleology, i.e. if poverty re-embodies the teleology of common action, then love makes a subject of it. 2.1 Without poverty there is no love. To speak of poverty is in some sense to speak of love. This appears evident even to the most elementary phenomenology, for it is beginning with poverty that love is set in motion. The poor person is the subject of love, even, and above all, when he is absolutely naked or is crushed by misery. It is the poor person who renders love real. 2.2 One of the greatest evils perpetrated by Christian philosophy consists in considering the poor person not as the subject but as the object of love. It is of course true that Christ's mysticism and theology overturns this proposition, such that in each poor person one discovers the figure of Christ. But in common usage, traditionally and in the triumphal history of Christianity, the hegemonic affirmation is that of the object-like status of the poor. The very name of the poor is rendered unusable by pity. On the contrary, the corporeality of the poor, their immediate reality, contrary to what is sustained by the dominant philosophies, which cannot claim not to be Christian, in the words of Benedetto Croce, is given a subjective determination in love. The latter, after being animated by poverty, puts poverty in relation to the common. 2.3 The experience of poverty introduces one to the constitution of the common. The experience of love is an activity of construction of the common. If the common is the incarnation of love, then poverty provides the corporeal basis of this relation. 2.4 From this perspective one can say without any doubt that the relation between poverty and love is configured as an eternal return of the power of love to the location of poverty. And it is a creative return that installs itself in the physical and ethical context of the fall of the atoms of life, yet it breaks the linearity of their fall and so generates the common. It is the figure of the clean Amen, but in subjective form. It is the chaos of the eternal cosmos, but brought back to subjectivity. 2.5 The common is animated and given subjective determination when born of the creative relation between poverty and love. It is for this reason that, in order to nourish the desire of the common, one must be or one must make oneself poor, and if one wishes to construct the common, one must love. 3.1 In materialism, love is the ontological power that constructs being. But being is not a given, but a constructed product. From the standpoint of Kairos, we have seen in the first part of these lessons how this construction of being occurs when the arrow of time precipitates into the void of the to come. Further, we have also seen that love has the effect of making the relation between the eternal and the to come immeasurable. From the ontological point of view we are confronted by the being that is there, but this being is there in its quality as artifact, as a contradictory determination of the common that is always exposed to the immeasurability of the to come. Materialist teleology exhibits an aleatory history of the construction of being and, through it, of the common. And it cannot but exhibit this since it is a construction, an artifact, and the fact that in the biopolitical, nature and artifact can be used as interchangeable names, does not change the substance of the problem, but all that which is constructed is aleatory, i.e. is born of the necessity of exposing itself to the void, and the multitude is made common by nothing other than this necessity. 3.2 How, then, can we demonstrate that love is the key to the dynamic of the construction of being? We have already answered this question. Because poverty and love construct the common name of the common, they consequently call the common into being. But if it is so, and it is indeed so, we must nevertheless deepen our exposition in order to shine a light on the entirety of the power of the ontological construction that love is capable of. To do so in reality, we must grasp this power in terms of the constitution of the ontological parameters, that is to say, of the production of the temporal and spatial dimensions of the world. 4.1 The first fundamental dimension of the experience of the world is that of time. Love must therefore become the temporal construction of the world. Now, being is indeed constructed in accordance with the arrow of time that advances without conclusion. But temporality is unable to emancipate itself from the eternal and open itself to production, i.e. to augment the eternal, opening it constitutively to the to come except for when it is sustained by love. It is generation that augments the eternal, that innovates being. 4.2 What do we mean then by generation? Generation is love that follows the thread of time from its beginning and so weaves its fabric in the common. Through generation love gives subjective determination to time by projecting it in the common. There is no solitary love. Love constructs tools, languages, and politics of being within the common, and in generating, it creates being, i.e. it renews the eternal. But in the common, generation is always singular because it is characterized by poverty. Common being is generated setting out from a multitude of singular existences, and the eternity of the common is a sky whose stars are singularities. Love continuously illuminates the stars of this common sky. 4.3 The Lucretian hymn to Alma Venus no longer resounds like a desperate song in the night, representing the triumph of the cosmic turbulence of a tempest of atoms that repeat the blind eternity of the world. it is not a pathetic comet in the immobility of the skies. No, Alma Venus is here something entirely creative, it is a hymn that sings the continuous creation of the eternal. Generation is irreducible, the horrible fairy tale that considers corruption and destruction as its necessary complements is merely the illusion of an immobile world, of a cosmos that adds up to zero, of a being deprived of love. Against this, once generated, being is no longer inclined towards death, and generation holds for eternity. Nothingness and death are prior to love, before the experience of the generation of being, then being is regenerated in the common and in the eternal. 4.4 Love thus embraces the arrow of time, making it creative, and it prolongs its trajectory within the tension of the generation of the to come. Time is the offspring of love because only generation prolongs the temporality of the to come. The time of the eternal is made immeasurable, through generation, within the to come. 5.1 The second fundamental dimension of the experience of the world is that of space, love must therefore become the spatial constitution of the world. But spatial being is made and remade in the common, as we have repeatedly underlined from the standpoint of Kairos. It is only when love constructs the common name of space that it is called into existence. Or rather, love constructs space only in so far as space is constitutive of the common. But why does love construct space? Because love seeks the common, both the eternity of the common, i.e. the already generated, and the to come of the common, i.e. that which is to be constituted on the edge of time. Space is the projection of the accumulation of the experience constitutive of being produced by love within the temporality that is rendered immeasurable between eternity and the to come. This constitutive experience is proper to the multitude of temporality, i.e. to the ontological subjective determinations of time when urged on by poverty they extend themselves over the edge of being. Space is born from this experience, from this point the arrows of time, driven on by love, constitute while projecting themselves into the void in order to go on perpetually constructing common being in the modality of space. 5.2 That which, in time, is generation, i.e. a formidable innovation of the eternal, is, in space, cooperation. Cooperation is love that proceeds by making itself common among multiplicities. Consequently, it is the power of love multiplied. Cooperation is the space constituted by the common and so is multiplied in its productivity. Productivity, nothing other than the capacity of the common to become increasingly common. Cooperation is a common generation of space. And the cooperation of singularities is more productive than any singular existence, because it expresses communally the striving of the multitude of singularities that attempt to endow being with meaning. But this striving would not in turn exist if cooperation were not an amorous force, i.e. the exploration by the poor singularity of the common as the expression of power. 6.1 The common name of love is thus the constitutive ontological power in the true sense constitutive of time and space, adequate representation of common being and, above all, the establishment of the foundation of the biopolitical. 6.2 If generation and cooperation, i.e. love, augment the eternal, better still, render it ever more productive, the dilemma of materialism between eternity and innovation is resolved, and the fact that the eternal can be rendered more powerful disengages it from the paradox of classical metaphysics which, every time it spoke of the eternal, spoke of the global invariability of being. But resolving this dilemma also means arriving at the awareness that the common is a biopolitical production. In other words, all the temporal and spatial powers of love, in their precipitation towards and beyond the edge of being, make the common into a vital force that brings together almost as though it were set in a natural context the resistance and the power of the multitude. 6.3 From the standpoint of the epistemology of Kairos, it also means that in the biopolitical common, the power of knowledge is defined by the interweaving of intelligence and effect, of brain and body, that becomes concrete in the ontology of love announced by the phenomenology of poverty. 6.4 Love as biopolitical power is the name of absolute immanence, but of an immanence that generates. To insist on the biopolitical figure of the constitutive force of love means not only to offer elements towards a solution of the enigma of ancient materialism but also to those of modern materialism, and more precisely still, to that of Spinoza's materialism. For the immanence of love to the ontological process was certainly formulated in terms of constitution and production in Spinoza, but the constitutive praxis was unable to unfold its generative potential by bringing together the logics of constitution in a biopolitical epistemology. Inhibited by the difficulties of modern rationalism, of the ideology of the man-man, Spinozism resorted to mysticism, and through mysticism there re-emerged the old and always repeated pantheist illusion of the immobility of being. 6.5 Only love produced by poverty constitutes the common in the biopolitical, i.e. puts the process of constitutive praxis back on its material feet. Therefore, absolute immanence presents itself not only as absolute democracy, which is still merely a repetition of the typology of forms of government proscribed by the classical tradition, but rather as a constitutive praxis of the multitude and of all its powers of life brought into relation with a new virtue, virtus, of the common. When this virtue, virtus, is developed, the political is dissolved into the forms of life, so that we can here look back over ontology through the meshes and practices of the biopolitical, with no residues. 7.1 Thus in the biopolitical, the name of politics understood as command is dispelled. And if politics presents itself as command again, it is simply a matter of violent mystification. The self-government of the forms of life becomes the only possible horizon for the teleology of the common. If constitutive praxis proceeds through a common language and biopolitical praxis of the common, it is within this movement that we live and construct the common at the same time as we construct being. In the biopolitical traversed by love, politics also becomes common, along with the production and reproduction of life. Who doubts that these tasks of the vita activa constitute the specificity of our daily engagement? For politics is a daily task revealed by love as the productive power of the present. It is the quotidian responsibility for the generation of the eternal. In the common name of that which is productive and political one discovers one of the keys to the understanding of common being. Politics as command is thus the mystification of being that violently subtracts being from the common. 7.2 Every shortcut, every mystery, every hypostasis in the definition of power is thus swept away by the simple sense of the common construction of being. In this way the cynical fables of the autonomy of the political, the perversions of Machiavellianism and the vulgarities of the raison d'etat are subjected to the destructive critique of the biopolitical, and thereby lose any credibility. And all this despite the massive and spectacular instrumentalization that is played out around them so as to hide their violent and parasitical character. But the real is stubborn. The real takes another course, traversed as it is by love that inclines poverty towards the common, that is to say within the teleological praxis of the common. 7.3 The materialist teleology of the common is revealed here as practical force, because its finality rests on the necessity, for production, of constructing, within the vita activa, its conditions of reproduction, and consequently of activating the singularities in view of the construction of the common, which is what the finality of the singularities themselves consists in. And what, therefore, is politics, if not the common transcription of this production of life and the interpretation of these material finalities? We shall return to this later, when we tackle the topic of the biopolitical not only from the standpoint of the teleological substance, but also from the point of view of the practical kairos, that is to say, of the decision of the singularities that project it. 8.1 Let us return now to an observation we have made on more than one occasion, that is, to the fact that the revolution of the common presupposes postmodernity. Materialist critique, i.e. the teleology of the common, discovers in the postmodern era the emergence of the common name of the common in forms that are frequently contorted and mystified, but which are nevertheless strong and effective. To clarify this frequently reiterated observation, let us compare the generic, postmodern perception of the common with the definition given it by modernity. Modernity constitutes the common as public space, as cultural and/or sociological and/or transcendental ensemble of individual interests. This constitution of the common is therefore understood as a transcendental, general and abstract, of the interests of individuals, and not as the product of the vita activa of singularities. It should also be borne in mind that, in modernity, interests are not individual only in their social form. Modernity expresses them in this way because it formulates them on the basis of a corresponding anthropology. Man and citizen, society and market, are derived from one and the same genealogy, which is that of individuality. Now, postmodernism, inasmuch as it is the philosophy of our epoch and the generic perception of the common, rejects the genealogy of modernity and rather poses citizenship, man, and market, society, in a relation of uninterrupted circulation, almost as an equivalent tautology, and does so against the backdrop of a decisive attenuation of the progressive characteristics of history and of the exclusion of any prophetic destiny, going so far as to speak of an end of history. Postmodernism radically desubstantializes the categories of modernity. It follows that the categories of the private, individual, and of the public, juridical abstraction, or socio-institutional concretization of a general norm of work, language, and the bios, are now proposed as interchangeable functions in time and space. Postmodernism thus correctly registers the mutation that the organization of work, the structures of the markets and the order of the world have undergone, and enables us to subsume them in theory. Up until the present, perception, although generic, has been common, but it is equally from this point that the differing points of view emerge. The retainers of power, as well as the philosophers who applaud their hegemony, do not, however, draw adequate consequences from the new perception of the world, from this revolution that has radically overturned the relations of production and the forms of life. If this perception of mutation has enabled one to move away from the ideologies of modern philosophy, this point of view repeats them in the evaluation of the situation, for it once again posits, in the present case, the modern measure of the transcendental, of the private, of capitalist appropriation, etc., above and against the mutation which has taken place. The mutation reveals that the common is not an abstraction of individual interests, but is the circulation of singular needs, that the public is not a juridical category, but is biopolitical, that politics, law, government, etc., are not above, but within life. Postmodern philosophy, inspired by power, takes no account of all of this, if not so as to better adapt the old measures to the new immeasurable. Incredibly, postmodern philosophy, inspired by power, seems here to realize, in relation to the categories of political thought and of juridical practice, to not speak of other areas, that sort of communism of capital of which Marx spoke when prophetically analyzing the emergence of stock companies. 19 But in the face of the generic perception of the common in the postmodern era there emerges another standpoint, and it is precisely to this that our critical analysis of postmodern philosophy refers. This standpoint denounces the mystification of the new relation that power attempts to establish between the singularity and the common. And it insists on the necessity of providing the revolutionary mutation with revolutionary consequences. 9.1 This internal relation of the singular and the common must thus be explored so as to understand how love constructs being. And in order for us to begin to perceive this, let us recall that in the history of human praxis, love has always sought to become a technology of constitution and, it goes without saying, of the transformation of being. Love is rooted in that way up that passes from the singular to the common and that determines, in each epoch, the specific materialist teleology of the common. Outside the maturation of this technology, the technologies of love are incomplete and unsatisfied. They seek transcendence, instead of interpreting and developing immanence. They live the transcendental illusion itself, instead of innovating the world. 10.1 In this way Christian caritas, but this is already the case with the pagan virtus or pietas, in fighting against slavery, sweetens its contours but puts off the solution until the kingdom of God. What power is to be observed in that caritas? And what a revolution it sets in motion! But it is a subterranean power, which is never able to give a name to the real, which in other words is unable to recognize the common name of poverty without making reference to transcendence. This power comes to a standstill before the state, acknowledging its autonomous and necessary consistency. The illusion gives the heart power and, when necessary, nourishes martyrdom. The revolution is implicit, whispered to spirits, entrusted to angels. But in the age of the centaur, Caritas can never by means of the soul redeem the bare matter that constitutes the body of the poor. 11.1 In the modern age the technology of love is ascetic. Amor, on the one hand reaches the lofty heights of metaphysical expression constructed by the philosophies of immanence, from Bruno and Campanula up until Spinoza, on the other hand searches for a worldly course in the Protestant theories of predestination, but it is unable to get a hold on the teleology of the common other than by insisting on the passion of the individual and entrusting itself to an improbable community of ends. A sort of providence has moved from the transcendent to the transcendental so as to bring together the ethical ends and the ascetic individual, linking itself to the genealogy of the social, but always understood exclusively in terms of individuals. It comes to a standstill before the law, which is the law that extols the contract and exploitation in the hypothetical perspective of the community of ends and of progress. Love and its technologies become historical, they attach themselves to an object subject to be constructed historically, but are always closed in the indecent circle of individualities. What formidable powers and illusions are expressed there! And what pride is revealed in the affirmation of the historical power of the man-man. The asceticism of work, wherein resides the ethicality of modern man, is here the center of the genealogy of the common. The man who dominates this tableau is the man who works hard and with a civic sense pays the price, the man who from being a worker becomes a citizen. But all this unfolds within a horrible secret, of the one who, in sacrificing himself, wants power, of the private sphere that, through a juridical framework, constitutes the public in its image and only elevates itself through exploitation. 12.1 Militancy is the third technology of love to offer us the experience of the common. It corresponds to the highest maturation of the technology of the common. It was anticipated ambiguously, and was preconstituted in an almost vicious manner, in the tradition of revolutionary social movements of the 19th and 20th centuries. Anticipated and preconstituted because, in this history, singularity and the common effectively become, within the experience of the multitude, a form of cooperation, ambiguously and viciously, because this process of the co-production of the common has been broken by prophetic and consequently bureaucratic moments that overlay the movement of the multitude, but also because the definition of the common has, with increasing frequency, been confused with the achievement of modernity and has been subjected to its construction. In that tradition to which we refer, instead of speaking of the multitude, one would speak of the masses. But in the concept of the masses there lived the shadow of the transcendental when one did not go to the extreme of configuring the term as a dialectical moment. Today, against this, outside every preconception and all prefiguration, can love constitute an adequate technology in the heart of militancy? And what would it consist in? As we have already said, it could consist in cooperation, i.e. in the co-production of singularities and of the multitude. Therefore, in place of the masses we now have the multitude, which is precisely the always open striving of the multiple singularities within the constitution of the common. Militancy, as the praxis of love, reveals the coexistence of the dynamics of poverty and of the constitution of the common. 12.2 But why do we continue to refer to this technology of love with the old name of militancy? Has not this old name been completely discarded, and objectively displaced, following the crisis of real socialism? Perhaps. But who will ever forget the virtuous energy of those movements, of those men and those multitudes that in the course of more than a century rebuilt hope? And who invented, in new forms, the common name of the common in revolutionary practice? 12.3 Another objection to the use of the old name of militancy seems more pertinent. Given the new biopolitical dimensions, within which the definition of the technology of love is about to be provided, the name of militancy lacks the entrepreneurial and constitutive qualities that give birth to linguistic, productive, and political networks that define its novelty. But what should take the place of militancy? Entrepreneur, political entrepreneur or social entrepreneur? What contradictions would be provoked by such a linguistic contamination? Should we use the anodyne name of the voluntary sector? But does this not bring us back to a transcendental culture from which we are now far away? 12.4 So, despite these reservations, let us for now keep to the terrain of militancy. And let us insist on the material dimension of the common name rather than on a linguistic formula. Militancy is therefore resistance, rupture, the discovery of singularity, of itself and of the event, and the production of the common name. These are the essential moments of this experience, which are what render it irreducible to any other. The intensity of the common that it comprises is precisely what defines it. Militancy of the common. Therefore, it is an experience that develops within the complex totality of the biopolitical. It does not create superstructures that hold it back or sustain it in illusory form. This experience expresses itself as constituent power across every articulation of the biopolitical experience. It traverses the reproduction of life, just as it works on the production of relations and of the social relations through which values are formed. At each moment it is effective energy and rational passion. It is the construction of the multitude through the production of subjectivity. It is at once the capacity to command oneself and the common in command. 13.1 But if we wish to deepen further our concept of the militancy of the common understood as practice of poverty and love, we must turn our attention to the radical transformation of the relationship between anthropology and ontology that is presupposed by the practice of the common. The construction of the common does indeed take into account the modifications of the ensemble of anthropological conditions. And this is possible today not only because the revolution of the tool and of language completely transforms sensoriality and affectivity, but also because the limits of the human being are extended and now comprise the environmental context. These anthropological qualifications cannot be considered purely extensively. This is only the case at least in part in modernity. In postmodernity, the transformation of the tool, the productive hegemony of linguistic practices and the formation of a biopolitical context within the production of subjectivity, metamorphose the human being and realize its hybridization across all pre-established boundaries. 13.2 All this is well known. What we want to underline in this transformation is the power of love, i.e. the technology of loving and the militancy of the common, which develops into the capacity to meaningfully arrange the diagrams of the common through metamorphosis. Overcoming the natural limits, the contamination of languages, mixing of genera and races and the general hybridization of being are all constitutive elements of the common in postmodernity. The only problem is that of endowing the interweaving of languages and of bodies with the meaning of the common, and it is indeed love that takes up this task by referring back and verifying once again the teleology of the common understood as an experiment in metamorphosis. In postmodernity the common presents itself as metamorphosis. The materialist teleology is a teleology of metamorphosis. Anthropology and ontology live in this milieu of hybridization, in the heart of this process of love that the new technologies of love are able to endow with meaning and that thereby become indistinguishable, because the one has become the prosthesis of the other. 13.3 One final remark regarding these reflections on anthropology and ontology concerns the question of poverty. If we look at it attentively, this experience includes a first definition of the new relationship that we are describing in as much as it is the possibility of all positivity, because it is lacking in all determination of wealth, of inclusion, and of liberty. This lack is total. Therefore it places poverty, as anthropological experience, in relation to the ontological totality. The experience of love, when it comes to maturity through militant activity, exalts this constitutive relationship and reshapes the general fabric of experience. It is from this standpoint that we can best define that same concept of metamorphosis. It is no more a concept designating the transformation from one natural or human form to another, as in the epoch of the centaur, any more than it designates the metamorphosis of work, of commodities, and of capital, that is followed by the metamorphoses of spirit, whether individual or absolute, as in the epoch of the man-man. Here the concept of metamorphosis designates the creation of new forms tout court in and by the common. The completely open possibility that is given in poverty shows itself here as creative plenitude. The ancient and modern enigma of the relation between eternity and innovation is resolved, once again, thanks to the determination of poverty-love as the energy that constitutes the new forms of the common. 14.1 The requalification of the nexus between anthropology and ontology leads us on to ask ourselves about the procedures of that technology of love that we have called the militancy of the common, and in particular to that dimension of the procedure that is immediately common, and that tradition has handed down to us under the name of politics. If politics is given to us in this way, we must settle our accounts with it as such. We must do so radically, entirely destructively, because traditionally the political is the opposite of love. And yet it is a form of the common. Up until the entry into postmodernity, it has even represented its highest form. The role that mythology and teleology played in the center and at the margins of the epoch of the centaur was taken up by politics in the age of the man-man. But today it is no longer so. And when it still presents itself as such, politics, and with it all the other fetishes that lay claim to the form of the common, property, right, civil society, and its various institutions, represents a ghastly anachronism. Closed in this anachronism that tears it from what it wants to represent, politics becomes spectacle and violence. The parasitical character of the political has become total. The technology of love thus denounces this figure of power. It goes against it with that same naturalness with which the lion tears the lamb to pieces. But what else do you expect when the most intelligent political scientists define politics as the practice of systemic compatibility? This definition is sufficient to justify the contempt, and often the disgust, with which even the most intelligent politicians are effectively considered. 15.1 The common is anything but accountancy, compatibility, and systematization. Today, the militancy of the common takes the place of politics. What does it consist in? How does it operate? Militancy, this construction of the common, acts in the common by producing meaning. Will it still be possible to call it polities and consider it as an activity that takes up the same space occupied by modern politics? It acts on a different terrain, that of the totality of life. From this point of view, biopolitics is already a more plausible approximation to the common name. For biopolitics brings to the forefront the constitutive movement, the productive force and the procedures of love understood as energies that traverse common matter and transform it. But this is still only an approximation. In reality we will only be able to construct a common name in a definitive manner once love, as technology of the common, has invested the entire political context, destroying and replacing it. 15.2 That is precisely what is happening. Since 1968 the history of humanity has taken this course. The materialist teleology of the common is engaged in this task. And it is precisely at the moment when power celebrated its most propagandized success, that is, postmodern globalization, that the genealogy of the common transformed itself into a technology of love and began to emerge. The destruction of the separation between public and private, nomadism, and the flexibility of labor power, the new configuration of the social as the structure of the common, in all its biopolitical dimensions, the emergence of mass intellectuality, here are just some of the powerful prefigurations of the common animated by love. Every attempt by power, by polities, to throw new nets over this powerful production of subjectivity, determines new resistances, new communities, new programs on the side of poverty, but also movements and powers that go against, that trace new horizons and create another order of life, the common. It is politics in its entirety that is assailed by the common movement of poverty and of the militancy of the common. It is another common, other than politics, to which love gives meaning. 15.3 So what is politics today? It is the activity of production of the common name between poverty and love. But how? And then? Multitudo. Prolegomena. I had stood up. Under the impassive stars. On the earth infinitely deserted and mysterious, from his tent free man extended his arms toward the infinite sky undefiled by the shadow of any god. Dino Campana, Orphic Songs, Pampa. Politics. 1.1 The postmodern multitude is an ensemble of singularities whose life tool is the brain and whose productive force consists in cooperation. In other words, if the singularities that constitute the multitude are plural, the manner in which they enter into relations is cooperative. 1.2 Our question is the following: how can this biopolitical, intellectual and cooperative mass, which we call multitude, exert governance over itself? How can the plurality and the cooperation of singularities express governance of the common, insofar as they form the constitutive power of the world? 1.3 The transcendental metaphors of power, that once again take up the teleological ones, deny that, within the horizon of singularities, cooperation can be elevated, in itself, to the efficacy of power, and deny further that mass intellectuality is capable of a united decision over it. Modern sovereignty is the generic name of these negations. 1.4 Adding the following proviso, however, unless cooperation and intellectuality are mediated by and/or directed towards a destined end, in other words, unless they are surreptitiously sustained by a finalistic and/or eschatological plan. But this is nothing other than a liminal conception of sovereignty. 1.5 On the basis of what has been said so far, our inquirer takes the name of sovereignty to be illusory. We thus, on the contrary, consider the common to be the exclusive criterion of the political. But how is one to provide the common with government? 2.1 In the course of the development of revolutionary political thought, the fundamental perception of the revolution as ontological transformation has always recuperated and integrated the thought of sovereignty. Political ontology has paid for this original sin. Within the teleology of the common, on the contrary, ontological transformation frees us from sovereignty. 2.2 From the diachronic perspective, the reformist conception of ontological transformation has always been subjected to a powerful critique that sought to show the impossibility of transforming the parts without transforming the whole. But once outside the transcendental illusion, the whole is nothing other than the ensemble of the parts. Therefore, the ontological grounds of reformism have a real consistency. 2.3 From the synchronic perspective, the reformist deliberations on ontological transformation have been accused of relinquishing the rational decision of the reappropriation of power within the political system, i.e. of refusing the rational character of insurrection. But power cannot decide upon the ontological transformation, just as insurrection is not the negative face of power, for on the contrary, it expresses ontological innovation. 2.4 In freeing itself from the transcendental character of sovereignty, political philosophy, particularly in its materialist form, and the ontological praxis of the political that follows from it, transforms the meaning of the thematic of the decision. Contrary to what occurred when the decision represented the eminent sign of the political, and insurrection represented the matrix of a fantastical taking power, decision and insurrection, once situated within the horizon of mass intellectuality and cooperation, will have to be absorbed and worked through by the singularities that constitute the multitude. 2.5 Decision and insurrection are neither rational nor irrational, neither systemic nor spontaneous, they participate in the teleology of the common, that is, in that teleology that at each instant is opened in a creative manner to the immeasurability of the to come. 3.1 The teleology of the common, insofar as it is the motor of ontological transformation of the world, cannot be subjected to the theory of sovereign mediation. For sovereign mediation is always the foundation of a unit of measure, while ontological transformation is always immeasurable. 3.2 The modern state form articulates the unit of measure through a process of composition and organic distribution of representative functions. Measure subordinates the plurality of singular powers to a schema of organic mediations and distributes them in a hierarchy of functions. Modern representative democracy is a practice of measure and a glorification of the limit. 3.3 Leninism, when it poses itself the problem of the recomposition of the multitude, failed in its task in the instant that it defined dictatorship as the highest form of democracy. From this perspective it participates in the history of modern sovereignty. All this becomes evident when, independently of the genesis and the formidable success of the October Revolution, one considers that the industrial development, taken as the unit of measure, is the skeleton in the cupboard of the Leninist theory of revolution. 20. 4.1 In the materialist teleology of the common, political philosophy has nothing to do with direct democracy. On the contrary, direct democracy does not free itself from the form of modern sovereignty, rather, it extols it through the transcendental illusion of the community, of singularities. 4.2 That is perfectly clear in that thread of political thought that reaches, despite the enormous differences, from Rousseau and Hegel, to Bakunin and Nozick. In this tradition, the hypostasis of the totality, general will, general class, the glorious eve of anarchism, individualist logic of the political market, is presupposed to the temporal production of the multitude and to its exposure to the immeasurable. 4.3 The only real existing form of direct democracy is that of corporatism. It has existed in two forms, the fascist one, which recuperates the mediation of social groups within the ethical state, that is eventually capable of annihilating difference, and the New Dealist/Keynesian one, that subjugates the accord between big business, big labor, and big government to the measure of imperialist development. The constitutional project of democratic corporatism is the destruction of the multitude. 4.4 The pluralistic theories of democracy of Proudhonian inspiration, those, in other words, that imagine plural measures and differential social development, can also be brought back to the model of modern sovereignty. Indeed, mediation is fundamental here as well, and although the intervention of sovereign power is modest in this case, this is only because one imagines its functions and its units of measure to be absorbed by and in the social. This broth is only a little more insipid than that of corporatism. It remains, however, a variant of it, since it knows nothing of the immeasurability of the to come. 5.1 In the postmodern era, a weak theory of sovereignty requires a form of pluralization and of syndicalism, or corporatism, of the social, as the condition of power over the multitude. Once one has recognized the social organization of diffuse webs of communication, whose consistency is autonomous and that are subjected to a strong tension between territorial rootedness and the global market, of production, reproduction, and circulation of values, this theory formulates the project of a process of re-centralization founded on the globally valid unit of monetary, financial, etc., measure. The articulation of the entrepreneurial territorialized forces, and the reduction to a common measure on the global market, must, however, arise through a dialectic of sovereignty that finds its guarantee in a supranational and/or imperial force. But at this point sovereignty, from being weak, becomes strong once again, and the pluralization, or syndicalism, of the social, which was a sociological figure, is torn away from this terrain and is redirected towards representative functions that are intimately related to imperial power. In order to respond to the power of the multitude, sovereignty extends its center of gravity within deterritorialized horizons. Although this conceptual and practical somersault alters the form of sovereignty, it does not alter its reality. 5.2 Even when in the postmodern era we have reached this level of systemic complexity and of dialectical neutralization of singularities, it is clear that the continuity of the transcendental conception of sovereignty remains intact. In the extension and accentuation of its efficacy, not only the reformist but also the revolutionary conceptions of power end up being subsumed. This is the dispositif of imperial sovereignty. 5.3 But within the context of the sovereign organization of globality, empire is directly confronted by the multitude, and the multitude by empire. In this context, all mediations tend to disintegrate. 5.4 So far all reforms and all revolutions have only strengthened the political philosophy of measure and unity, i.e. the transcendental illusion of the unit of measure. For the articulation that brings together society and state, in modernity, cannot be either severed or realized differently. But the postmodern multitude can make it explode by affirming a commonality that does not bow to any equation of sovereignty, exposing it rather to the immeasurability of time. 6.1 To say that the political order of postmodernity is exposed destructively to the immeasurability of time means that the multitude produces life by taking out an option on the to come. It is not power but the constituent power of the multitude that creates the common existence of the world. This common existence is presupposed to any order, because it renders any order immeasurable. 6.2 It is the biopolitical that determines all production of the world by affirming the consistency of being in constituent power and by opening the constitutive arrow of time to the innovation of the eternal. 6.3 The teleology of the common lives through its exposure to the to come. If the biopolitical is the matter of the teleology of the common, poverty and love are its keystones. But poverty and love are also open to the immeasurability of the time to come. Consequently the teleology of the common is exposed to this immeasurability. It follows at the same time that 6.4 The production of the physical and political world and of its riches to come is a superstructure of the common. I say this as a paradox, because it is evident that in the biopolitical there is no up and no down, no inside and no outside. But it is important to insist, even paradoxically, on this against all the mystifications of economism, against all the illusions of the superstructure, thereby demonstrating that only the common is foundational in reality. 6.5 Every biopolitical genealogy is determined by the opening to the beyond measure. 7.1 The biopolitical horizon of the world is plural. The multitude is an irreducible ensemble of singularities, and singularity, as an instance of exposure to the beyond measure, is the production of new pluralities, of new multitudes. 7.2 Situated on the edge of time, every productive nexus between singularities in the core of the multitude, and between singular multitudes, is a communicative nexus. In this context, production is the production of subjectivity. 7.3 But if production is production of subjectivity, that is, if the producer and the product are subjective, and if the productive process coincides with the linguistic sphere of the general biopolitical intellect, then we can explain the common name of cooperation as that force that brings together the producers by increasing their productive capacity. This, therefore, allows the singular production of subjectivity to become productive power. That is to say, there would be no production if there were no cooperation. 7.4 If the plurality is cooperative, the multitude is an ensemble of constellations productive of subjectivity. 8.1 Our current problem is that of analyzing how the constellations productive of subjectivity are formed and how they intersect, or in other words, the way in which they situate themselves in relations of cooperation. 8.2 This is a crucial point in our analysis, inasmuch as here the theme of the generation of the eternal, i.e. of its innovation, is taken up once again. Cooperation is a constellation of differences in the heart of the multitude. It is that clinamen that productively organizes the chaos of the multitude of singularities. We speak here of constellations, where others have spoken of dispositives or assemblages. 21 This is evidently still only a first step in our inquiry. There will be other steps in which we will seek the reason and or the dynamic force of this process, that is, in which we shall return to the analysis of love as the constitutive power of every constellation. 9.1 A productive constellation is formed where the power differences of the multitude cooperate, creating new power. A constellation is more productive than the sum of the productive singularities, taken separately, that cooperate within them. It is thus for this reason that the singularities endeavor to cooperate and the singular multitudes form constellations, because in that way they may produce more, or better still, they can continuously move beyond the singular measure of productivity and can open themselves increasingly to the immeasurable. 9.2 The genealogy of the cooperative constellations seems, therefore, to be defined by its result, the concluding surplus value. But this quantitative determination should not deceive us. The constellations are formed when, on the edge of being, the singularities ask themselves how to productively advance their labor. This question is sustained by poverty and love, and consequently the cooperative constellations are a teleological advancing of the common. 9.3 In modernity, productive cooperation was imposed through capitalist and/or state appropriation. Here one recognizes the revolution of the man that made exploitation the foundation of the common. 9.4 In the postmodern era, productive cooperation was imposed by the hegemony of mass intellectuality. Without cooperation, or more precisely, without linguistic cooperation, it cannot produce. It is thus the character of intellectual, productive labor itself that constructs and imposes cooperation on the singularities. In postmodernity, the singularities themselves would not exist without cooperation. 9.5 Linguistic cooperation conveys cooperation from the outside to the inside of the social organization of work, thereby changing it, that is, it annuls the outside and transvaluates cooperation, making it a power in reality. 9.6 If in modernity the multitude, the masses, was produced from the outside, in postmodernity the multitude is formed spontaneously. Which is to say, the multitude is the power of the singularities that are brought together within cooperative constellations, and the common precedes production. 9.7 The epochal break between modernity and postmodernity is 1968. For in 1968 mass intellectuality presented itself for the first time in hegemonic form, that is, as a hegemonic constellation in and of the multitude. 10.1 In becoming power, the multitude generates. Generation is not something that precedes the multitude, but on the contrary is something that belongs to it, i.e. that defines it in constituting it. Generation proceeds from the multitude. 10.2 The value produced by the multitude is the immeasurable. It is the power of the multitude projected beyond the edge of being. 10.3 The generation of the multitude innovates being. 11.1 How the productive multitudes intersect is not a problem that presents itself after that of the formation of the constellations, but at the same time. The complex genealogy of sequences of cooperation is in fact an interweaving of singularities and multitudes. It is a Tower of Babel of languages that has become productive. It is the primordial physics in which every to come is installed. 11.2 The genealogy of productive power is a free interweaving, as is the development of the teleology of the common, because it has no beginning and no end, but is eternal. It knows no commandments other than its own free telos, following the arrow of time that it looses at each instant, so as to create new being. 11.3 Everything flows and everything hybridizes on the edge of time. On all sides, in the face of the void, the singularities mount assaults on the limit so as to construct in common another plenitude for life. That is what the biopolitical production of the multitude consists in, stretching itself out from fullness to emptiness so as to fill the void. 11.4 Obviously, every formation, and every interweaving, of constellations can and must be considered in its specific determination. 12.1 In modernity, the biopolitical is the product of productive welfare. In postmodernity, welfare is extended across the whole space of biopolitics, to the point of merging with it. It is under these conditions of formal extinction and real irreversibility of welfare that the biopolitical becomes the base, and production a superstructure. 12.2 In the genealogy of postmodern thought, Marx's notion of the extraction of surplus value from production is exhausted, even when one makes the process of exploitation adhere to the totality of the social. The conditions for Marx's notion of exploitation are over, because industrial production is no longer fundamental and has become only a simple consequence of the productive activity of the biopolitical base. In other words, in postmodernity, work has become intellectual and immaterial, it has installed itself in biopolitical cooperation. How can it be exploited? 12.3 In postmodernity, what we call surplus value in the economy of modernity is no longer simply the extortion of labor, beyond the value necessary for its reproduction, which is modified in all cases. In postmodernity, surplus value is above all a blockage of the teleology of the common, that is, it is the attempt to render it tautological and to render the common name of the common meaningless. What in the economy of modernity is called exploitation is, in postmodernity, defined by the barriers set up against the attempt, by the poor, to pass beyond the limit of being by means of the immeasurable. Exploitation is deflation, it is a thwarting and a reduction to measure of the power of biopolitics open to the to come. 13.1 In postmodernity, constituent power is no longer that creative and instantaneous concentration of the multitude, or of poverty in revolt, that, through insurrection, and its successive ensuing thermitters, constructs a new order, as is the case in modernity. In the present, constituent power has become the political dimension that corresponds to the development of the teleology of the common, that is, it is the constitutive force that proceeds from a biopolitical base, extends itself across all horizons of being, and so to every instant of temporality. 13.2 The formation and interweaving of productive constellations are manifestations of constituent power. 13.3 The critiques of constitutive power that play on the instituted opposition, whether they are of dialectical or vitalistic inspiration, are false. For in postmodernity, constituent power knows nothing of that opposition, inasmuch as it exists in accordance with the direction that urges the common to constitute itself against the void, on the edge of time. Because it is always present in this exposure to the eternal, constituent power denies that something constituted could be simply presupposed. 13.4 One must give credit to the critics of Jacobinism, understood as a generic concept which can be identified with the historically existing practice constituted by Heinrich Heine's three ERs, Richelieu, Robespierre, and Rothschild, for having correctly defined ontology as more fundamental than politics in the history of modernity. The idea that the reactionary philosophers of modern politics have been wiser than the revolutionary is not new. In postmodern philosophy this ontological priority is absolute, because ontology has absorbed the political. 22. 13.5 All that which is political is biopolitical. The concept of the autonomy of the political is in consequence a perfidious and morbid ideology. In postmodernity, its impotence, i.e. its uselessness, is total. Living labor. 1.1 We must now analyze the transvaluation of values, or rather of the sense of languages and decisions, that biopolitical production creates, and pursue it through the innovations it determines and that unfold in the constellations of the real. 1.2 This analysis is necessary inasmuch as, once it has been established that in biopolitics ontology precedes both the sphere of production and that of the political, one still has to show how the ontological determinations reveal a transvaluated power within production and politics. Nevertheless, such a transvaluation is given. 1.3 When we install constituent power within ontology, we do not thereby define the constituent powers that are in action in the constellations of the real. We know that cooperation determines a transvaluation. Now the work of cooperation, in its new ontological determinations, must reveal the modalities of its new and singular productivity. 1.4 From the methodological standpoint, the ontology of the biopolitical is considered as a precondition for the production of the political, as the basis of the singularization of political events and as motor of transvaluation. 2.1 But what do we mean by transvaluation? Transvaluation is the point where the eternal and innovation meet, it is the trigger that innovates the eternal. Transvaluation emerges at precisely the point where the tradition of classical and modern materialism breaks down. 2.2 In transvaluation the eternal and innovation are united indissolubly, becoming co-substantial in the creation of new being. Consequently transvaluation is recognizable by the fact that it has no model. It is neither repetition nor imitation, and we cannot provide an example of it on the basis of preconstituted values and realities. Transvaluation situates itself in a radical manner on the edge of time, and only there. Transvaluation is the productive event. 2.3 It is for this reason that transvaluation is observable everywhere, because the edge of time is everywhere. Transvaluation is power diffused on all sides, and it emerges here as irreducible plurality. It is at once the simplest and most difficult thing. Transvaluation does not see the world as an adolescent, but is in itself an adolescent. 2.4 This plurality is the sign of singularity. In other words, transvaluation pertains to the singularity, inasmuch as the innovation of the eternal is proper to the singularity. 2.5 Nevertheless, transvaluation is always an omniversal machine open on all sides. Better still, it is a virtual factory because it is nothing other than the teleology of the common. Which is like saying that transvaluation proceeds from the multitude. 3.1 The city of man, i.e. the world of everyday life, is the teleological machine of the common. 3.2 The mark of this teleological machination is the eternal exposure on the edge of time and the necessity to innovate, to create new being. Given that ontology augments anthropology, the machines of teleological transvaluation are on the one hand the power of the poor, and on the other the creativity of love. 3.3 The city of man is the city of the teleology of the common. It stands in opposition to the city of God, and reveals its unfoundedness, because materialist teleology poses the eternity of finitude against the transcendental or eschatological infinite. The city of man realizes itself by imposing, through its aleatory process, within its constitution step by step, singularity after singularity, but always as multitude, the creative machinations of a common language. 3.4 The common language of the materialist teleology is dystopia. That is to say, while utopia appropriates a future fully determined, the common language of dystopia invests a to come that remains empty. But dystopia is vigorous because it projects the power of innovation into the void. Dystopia is the virtues, of poverty. 4.1 The analysis must define how the machine of transvaluation operates within the macrocosm of the city of man. The microcosm of the act of transvaluation, which has the same power as that experienced in the macrocosm, is, and can only be, the body. Only the body participates in a singular manner in the world, and so represents the perspective from which innovation can be viewed. 4.2 Or more precisely, when the problem of the transvaluation of decisions and hence of the teleological machine is posed, one also presupposes that a substrate, an apokaimenon, be given, i.e. something which inscribes this variety of activities, of dispositives, of productive constellations and constituent powers that lie at the base of every innovation of being effected by the multitude, in a singular and irreducible presence. But without wishing to express a judgment on this presupposition, we note that the body is not only the location of the power of transvaluation, but it is that power itself. The substrate, apokaimenon, is absolutely singular. 4.3 When we distinguish between transvaluation and innovation, we do so because innovation is an ontological name, while transvaluation is a productive, economic, etc., common name. Transvaluation is the name whose merit is that of carrying within itself the weight of the process, and hence the life of the body. Transvaluation tends towards singularity and event. 4.4 Further progress in our analysis can only be envisaged in terms of a microphysics/micropolitics of bodies. What is meant precisely by a microphysics/micropolitics of bodies? It means that bodies present themselves as plurality and as relation, internal and external to each body, that is, as a continued tension between parts and/or totality of a body and between bodies themselves. From Spinoza to Foucault, the definition of microphysics/micropolitics has not changed. From this standpoint, the ancient and the modern are transvaluated into the postmodern. But this is a materialist exception. Here, the multitude reveals itself as an ensemble and an interweaving of corporeal singularities agitated in the teleological crucible of the common. Here the machine becomes a factory, and the bodies, rather than being the cogs of the machine, are the workers of the factory. This tension is always singular because it is located on the edge of time, and it is creative because it is prepared to lean out over this edge, so why seek elsewhere for the epistemic mark of dispositives? 4.5 It is around this tension that the transvaluation machine is formed. It is a machine that weaves together the dispositives of the singular possibilities of bodies, constructing within the multitude a rich and common texture that fills the void of being, i.e. innovating the eternal. 4.6 The world has always constituted itself in this way. But the process of constitution only becomes apparent in the age of the man-machine, when the body makes itself language and language becomes productive. This transformation constitutes the present form in which the tensions between bodies, in the heart of the multitude, are translated into a new productive force. The linguistic production of the world of everyday life is thus the first ontological configuration through which transvaluation appears as the product of the power of bodies, and where the bodies completely reappropriate the teleology of the common. 4.7 But the full power of transvaluation will only become manifest once we are able to consider the bodily machine in terms of poverty, and once its heaviness is made lighter by love. 5.1 From the political standpoint, transvaluation encounters the problem of the decision. In modernity this problem was considered a central, if not a crucial moment in the definition of political power. From the ontological standpoint, it is a case of playing down this centrality and relating the political decision back to that which it is in reality, a variety of the transvaluation of bodies. 5.2 The theme of the decision is extremely difficult to grasp when placed as it is in modernity in a rational context. It cannot indeed be contained, nor can it be described in terms of rational choice. It immediately reveals an impasse that we have already found in the rationalist tradition. The political singularization of judgment cannot be deduced from the general, universal and abstract, premises of regulative order. Brought to a standstill by the conundrum, the theorists draw the conclusion, worthy of Baron Munchausen's theorems, that the only way to resolve the problem of the political decision is to anchor its effective character outside the rational. The writers and poets of one particular Italian publishing house of excellence, have tragically and pathetically glorified this outside, identifying it as political instinct or Zen wisdom, as empathy or cynicism. The more sophisticated logicians have tried to find support for a rational explanation of that outside in the performativeness of language or in the latent schematism of transcendental judgment. It is evidently another example of the fraudulence of modern rationalism. Pascal was not wrong when, looking to the perfection of the rationalist Cartesian world, he underlined ironically that, in any case, it always had the need of a divine nudge in order to work. 5.3 The space for the irrational character of the decision is reduced to a minimum in sociological thought and in the political science of modernity, as it is in the understanding of the constitutional law and in rational ethics. In order to exorcise the irrational, one locks it away in a cupboard, sometimes bigger sometimes smaller than the political society and the legal constitution. The whole of the rest of the social world will then be subjected to a functional rationality. According to Max Weber, there is very little in mature capitalist society that is left to the irrational, but what is decisive. 5.4 The only way to remove the impasses and the contradictions of the decision is by subtracting it from the rational/irrational dichotomy, and considering instead the choice as a decisive element for the articulation and the movement of bodies, inasmuch as it is the product of the brain in a body in movement. The decision becomes an element of bodies, and is thus implicated in the ontological conditions of action. If bodies are a free productivity on the edge of time, then the autonomy, rational or irrational, of the decision is pure illusion. In the movement of the multitude, it is the bodies that transvaluate values and innovate being, i.e. that decide. What greater autonomy than that of bodies? 5.5 It is the poor who participate in the decision most, not those who command. 6.1 The common name of the decision is thus placed on the same terrain as that of transvaluation. The decision is another way of saying transvaluation, i.e. of saying ontological innovation on the edge of time, and the decision is in the political in the same way as transvaluation is in production, and that kairos is in knowledge. 6.2 From the standpoint of political praxis, the decision is thus the product of the intersection of bodies and the multitude, it is the dynamic trigger of every innovative production of the multitude, and it is the ontological result of the fall of atoms along the line that divides plenitude from the void. In other words, in biopolitics the decision expresses its activity by turning towards the common edge of being. 6.3 The political decision is always solely the decision of the multitude. 6.4 When one speaks of the decision of the prince, one is either saying nothing at all, because when this is an individual decision it is necessarily ineffectual, or one is speaking of the entire process of the activity of the multitude that is concentrated on a point of being like a torrent that discovers a dam that is able to determine its course. It is only in this case that one speaks correctly, because it is the edge of being that decides, and not the prince. The great political emphasis on the decision concerning the exception is meaningless, because it is always the singularities that, at each instant, decide and determine the exception. What exception is there more significant than that of the innovation of being? Only this is exceptional. There is no other exception, and much less is there a political decision concerning the exception. 7.1 In the case of the theories that assume the postmodern context, we find ourselves in the presence of two opposite tendencies, the one that experiences transvaluation, and the decision, as an ascetic experience, and the other that translates transvaluation, and the decision, into a mystical experience with reference made to the construction of political democracy. Both tendencies obliterate the power of biopolitics. 7.2 When transvaluation is understood as an ascetic experience, its capacity to act is flattened onto a genealogy of progress, so that the decision is diluted in a repetitive and tedious dispositif of normalization. In this case, the ontology of biopolitical plenitude does not risk exposure to the void, the sense of innovation knows no beyond, and consequently the transvaluation of being is only an illusion. 7.3 The concept of democracy that proclaims itself absolute is constructed in the web of asceticism. But this absolute, which arranges the multitude within a preconstituted procedure, knows nothing of innovation. What becomes of democracy when it is not continually transformed by the desire of the common, and if it fails to recognize poverty as its motor? What can it be apart from a hypostasis, that is to say, an illusion? 7.4 When transvaluation is experienced mystically, one pretends that the determination of transvaluation, i.e. the decision, can only originate from the emptying of being, beginning from its nakedness, that is, in a residual margin. But biopolitical being is full and consistent, and its border is not residual but creative. 7.5 The democracy described by this experience is a product of ignorance of the power of the multitude, of the obsession with the negative and of the weakness of resistance. It is easy to recognize here the umpteenth metamorphosis of the decision, one that expresses not a sovereign cynicism but the return to a surreptitious eschatological perspective. 7.6 If in the case of ascetic transvaluation the decision is depotentialized and the to come is reduced to the feeble progression of the tautology of the common, in the case of the mystical transvaluation it flirts with negative theology and the to come becomes a foolhardy leap that is opposed to the teleology of the common, and is an insult to the eternal. 8.1 What renders the multitude capable of transvaluation and of decision is the encounter with bodies that are placed in a relation of cooperative tension on the edge of being. But this represents merely the formal character of the transvaluation of being. For what brings it about materially that this encounter produces ontological meaning and is not simply the projection or repetition of the experience of a meaningless existence in the world? 8.2 We have already seen that this meeting of bodies is linguistic. Which is to say that in postmodernity language has become an encounter between bodies. The meeting of bodies creates a biopolitical context for language. We have also shown that language takes on meaning when it participates in the teleology of the common, i.e. when the common innovates. 8.3 Nevertheless, it is only when the teleology of the common is invested by love that the meaning of the common is torn away from the postmodern tautology. The biopolitical context then becomes a constitutive power that innovates the eternal. The multitude here becomes capable of innovation. 8.4 Love is not pietas, i.e. a power that refers to transcendence, nor is it simply amor, i.e. an ascetic power that operates in an atomistic context and that traverses it indefinitely. Love is biopolitical living labor. Labor comes to life by exposing itself to the immeasurable, and it is love that sustains it in the common enterprise of the construction of being, in the void. 8.5 But noble in soul is he who burns to lift his eyes against the common doom, and with free tongue, not docking any truth, admits the weak, low state, the evil lot assigned to us by fate, he who in suffering, shows himself great and strong and will not add fraternal wrath and hatred the worst of ills to all his other miseries by blaming man for his unhappiness, but lays the fault on her who is indeed the guilty one, the power who is our mother in that she brought us forth, stepmother in wool. He calls her enemy, and thus, believing as is indeed the truth the human race was from the first conjoined and ranked against the foe, he takes all men as his confederates, embraces all men with general love which is sincere, he offers, and looks for prompt and valiant aid from them amid the anguish and recurring dangers of this their common war. The Broom, lines 111 to 35, from Poems of Giacomo Leopardi, pages 61 to 2. 9.1 The liberation of living labor, that is, of freeing itself from dead labor, has represented the utopia of every movement of the poor. Living labor means, purely and simply, the power to create being where there is only the void. Living labor escapes utopia when, through the development of the teleology of the common, it also definitively escapes from the transcendental dominion of dead labor, when it reappropriates the tool and as a result is able to expose itself freely to the immeasurable on the edge of being. The liberation of living labor thus becomes dystopia. 9.2 Today, living labor has related all production back to itself. Production is language in the same way as production is living labor, because labor is immediately intellectual and effective. This labor produces the world and, at the same time, innovates it. 9.3 In the political economy of the man-man era, the production and reproduction of the world have always been separate. Man produced and woman reproduced. The sector of the economy that concerned production was the prerogative of men, the one that concerned reproduction was the prerogative of women. It is only in postmodernity, when work becomes intellectual and effective, that production and reproduction cease to be divided and come to constitute a circular whole. Living labor belongs to everyone. It is in order to signal this metamorphosis that becomes manifest in the becoming common of living labor, that one laconically says, living labor has become woman. 9.4 But can those who are excluded from work still be considered a part of living labor? Of course, since even the excluded are part of the common. And the poor person, who is more excluded than anyone, i.e. the singularity at greatest risk on the edge of being at the point where power closes off the teleological striving towards the to come, the poor, therefore, are also the most common. For if it is only the common that produces production, those who are excluded but participate in the common are also the expression of living labor. 9.5 It will be said, therefore, that transvaluation and the political decision are figures of the living labor of the multitude and so participate in the common, more precisely, in the ontological constitution of the common. But we must ask ourselves, what is that extremely close kinship of living labor and love that seem to us to constitute the opening and the meaning of the technology of love in postmodernity? Could we say that militancy of the common is the exercise of living labor, and that transvaluation and the decision are modalities of living labor? 10.1 The telos of the common, driven on by love, is the living labor of a multiplicity of singularities in ever-changing relations with one another. 10.2 We have seen that in production the relations of singular bodies that express living labor are ever-changing. Indeed, each singular body is tested on the edge of being. If the bodies did not find themselves located on the edge of being, they would not be able to place themselves in relation to one another, but would be forever immobile. But we have also seen how the living labor of bodies is manifested through a common production when work itself becomes linguistic, so that when the multitude is recomposed in innovation, we experience then a double movement that goes from the multitude to the singularities in relation to one another, and from the constellation of singularities to the linguistic community. How are the extremities of this process, the singular body and the linguistic community, linked together? 10.3 We call the interweaving of singular body and linguistic community the linguistic body. This interweaving is formed when the linguistic cooperation of singular bodies exposes itself to innovation. It is the ontological product of the common telos that integrates in a new body the tension between singularity and community, and that between the cooperation of bodies and the innovation of being. The linguistic body is increasingly new, that is, it is ever more singular. 10.4 Insofar as cooperation always creates a surplus value in living labor, the passage from linguistic community to linguistic body is a passage that creates new value. It is thus a transvaluation. This transition does not negate the singularity but posits it again as the expression of a more powerful commonality. The most singular body is also the most common. 11.1 In the teleology of the common these transitions are necessary. Indeed, they follow the arrow of time and integrate it creatively. 11.2 These transitions are called metamorphoses. Metamorphosis is always singular, inasmuch as it constitutes itself through the creation of new being beyond the edge of time, there where one finds the seal of singularity. But this passage becomes multitude, because when the singular passes beyond the edge of being it creates new common being valid for the multitude of singularities. In this way, the teleology of the common produces metamorphoses of being. 11.31 has a metamorphosis when the singularities arrange themselves as a machine, or rather, when they are fabricated, i.e. when they compose themselves within the web of the common by producing innovation, and so establish the relation between microcosm and macrocosm. In this way the teleology of living labor contributes to the metamorphoses of the common. 11.4 The idea of eternal return is false because it presupposes a movement of being across the void, and back, without producing innovation, therefore without creation. But there is no return from the void, because it is nothing. There are no strolls to be had across the ontological void. The ideology of the eternal return is thus reactionary because it does not graft innovation onto the eternal, and therefore it theorizes the impotence of the multitude. 12.1 By general intellect I understand the linguistic body become biopolitical machine. 12.2 In the tradition of critical Marxism, the general intellect is defined as the metamorphosis of constant social capital when, in mass and quality, it no longer needs to be activated if not by immaterial, intellectual, and scientific labor, that is, by inventive labor, power. The paradox of the general intellect consists in the fact that when constant capital has occupied the whole of society, the intellect, that is the brain, that is the singular body, is the only productive force. This paradox is real and corresponds to the current level of development of the teleology of the common. It forms the content of the present mutation. 12.3 But if we wish to determine the current conditions of the teleology of the common, it is not so much necessary to understand the resignation of capital from the role of productive force, but above all to understand the intellect's accession to the status of sole producer of value. This dynamic of the intellect was explained above, when the brain was acknowledged as the sole tool of postmodern production. 12.4 If the intellect manifests itself as the brain, i.e. as linguistic body, then the production of the general intellect is the production of brains, that is, of linguistic bodies. And the biopolitical context relates to the general intellect in the form of common machine, common brain, in the same way as the brain, i.e. the linguistic body, relates to the productive tool. 12.5 From the ontological point of view, the common machine of the general intellect is the biopolitical context of life. 12.6 We find here the production of the passage from the modern age, defined as that of the man-man, to the postmodern age of the man-machine. In this last epoch, Not only has the linguistic body become the tool, and so creates the productive machine, but the common machine, deploying itself in a biopolitical context, also produces subjectivity, i.e. the linguistic body. 13.1 The passage of the common from the linguistic body to the general intellect, insofar as the general intellect is biopolitical, also travels that path which goes from the machine to the body. In effect, the biopolitical machine produces subjectivity. 13.2 This movement is entirely evident if one bears in mind that the production and reproduction of the world of life operate in the machine of the general intellect. In the same way as the body is author of production, the body is also the subject of reproduction, and these two powers are brought together. As far as the biopolitical body is concerned, there is no difference between production and reproduction, between man and woman, since there is no living labor that is not in some way love, and vice versa. This statement concerns first of all the body in its singular existence. 13.3 Living labor and love, intellectual production, and expression of affect, all go to make up the body in its singularity and in its relation to other bodies, but also considered in terms of the linguistic community that metamorphoses it. In other words, the linguistic body is a body that, insofar as it is composed of intellectuality and affect, is able to expose itself to the dispositif of the beyond that signals the singular metamorphosis of the world, through bodies. 13.4 The poorer the body that is, the more it is exposed and open to the immeasurable, the more it concentrates the power of living labor and of love within itself. The more the general intellect is common, i.e. innovative, the more amorous it is. Eros and general intellect celebrate their unity in the common. The body participates in this creative paradox, setting forth from poverty, it impresses the power of metamorphosis on the movement. 13.5 The passage from the epoch of the man-man to that of the man-machine, from modernity to postmodernity, posits the body as the power that forms the basis of the machine, but which is, at the same time, developed by the machine. The body is the microcosm that corresponds to the macrocosm, and the macrocosm is called the general intellect. 14.1 Through the constituent activity of the multitude on the edge of time, the innovative transvaluation configures itself as a machine that continuously metamorphoses being. The occupation of the void by living labor is, in the epoch of the man-machine, the power of metamorphic generation. 14.2 Metamorphic generation means, in the materialist sense of the word, teleological generation, and is thus, if you like, a generation without end. No transcendental precedes, keeps vigil or informs the effect of generation, nor is there any dialectical connection here. In our teleology, the cause is always external, because it exposes itself on the edge of time, in the place where the new rises up, and from a certain point of view, the product of innovative generation is always a monster. The materialist tradition has always had an inkling of this. 14.3 The thinking that signaled the beginning of the postmodern era posed itself the question of the machine that transformed bodies. There has always been a current of thought that, through the analysis of the relation between man and tool, conceived metamorphosis as construction, augmentation, and perfection of functional and/or organic prostheses. A second current conceived of metamorphosis as a process of ontologization of virtual worlds produced by techno-linguistic cooperation. A third and final current has insisted on the effects of metamorphosis produced by the processes of hybridization on the margins of existent or future worlds. Each of these hypotheses reveals crucial aspects of the transformations of the biopolitical context, or of the real metamorphoses within the biopolitical. But none of these have so far produced anything other than hypotheses. 14.4 Perhaps these difficulties that hinder the hypotheses from verifying themselves relate to the persistence of various finalisms, that is, to their incapacity of facing up to the monster in a biopolitical way. On the contrary, in confronting the theme of metamorphosis, we insist on the fact that all ontological dispositifs of the transvaluation machine are free, in the same way as living labor is free, and that each of these dispositifs is immeasurable, in the same way that love is immeasurable. 14.5 It was around 1968 that the experiences of militant feminism knocked down the wall of transcendental ends, because they attacked it from the theoretical standpoint, i.e. from the standpoint of the irreducible creative character of generation, and undermined its ethical consequences across the whole of the biopolitical context. With feminism, singularity begins to be responsible for the eternal. The decision. 1.1 What we are trying to grasp in the constellation of bodies is that point where the common decides upon the common. The decision is born of the intensity of the common singularization of bodies. 1.2 In order to advance this investigation, and so as to grasp the ethical sense of action, which cannot but root itself in the common and singularize itself within it, we must place ourselves at the heart of the corporeal constellations and observe them in the exact moment in which what we have called transvaluation is produced. Our inquiry will seek confirmation of the ethical consistency of the processes of transvaluation and of the manner in which those processes come to be intensified. 1.3 If the consistency of the common exposes itself on the edge of time, ethics is this exposure to the immeasurable. Generally, it can thus be said that, in the scene of the innovation of being, we observe transvaluation singularize itself, and we call this passage ethical. If we look at the scene from below, from the singular itself, the ethical is born of a decision, it is the singularity that decides its common opening to the immeasurable. 1.4 In general, the decision, seen from below, from the singular teleological process of the common, is installed in the progression of transvaluation that passes from the body to love, from living labor to cooperation, from language to the machine. In this passage, the decision does not deny but exalts the body, and with it the constellation of bodies and the ontological machines, as constituent power. The decision is thus incarnated in the common process, and materially saturated in the teleology of bodies, of languages, and of machines. 1.5 All the spiritualistic definitions of the decision, that is, all those that are pure or unilateral, are false. The decision is always multilateral, impure, and monstrous, because the singular is always an immeasurable determination of bodies, of languages, and of machines. In other words, since the singularity is planted, and constitutes itself and is generated, in the biopolitical, and the decision is thus formed in plenitude, the act by which it leans out over the void of being will also be full. 1.6 So what is this event of the decision? In order to answer this question we must avoid losing the singularity of the decision in the transvaluation that constitutes its ontological skeleton, that is, of losing the insistence of the decision in the consistency of transvaluation. We must continue to view the production of the decision from below. Only in this way will it be possible to seize the event of the decision as such. So, what do we mean by the event of the decision? 2.1 Of what event are we speaking of then? Evidently of an event that involves the common, that decides upon the common. But every decision that the singularity takes involves the common in some way. The problem is no longer that of demonstrating the ontological consistency of the decision, but rather that of grasping the precise point at which the decision innovates being, not so much by insisting on the singularity, so much as on the experience of the decision, that is, in its creative expression. Only in this way will we be able to answer our question. 2.2 When we speak of the event of a common decision on the common, we are saying that the singularity, the multitude of singularities, accedes to a new level of power. In other words, one can also say that the decision is the event that leads from one level of power to another, and the more powerful it is, the more open will be the field of our decision. The same can be said if we exchange poverty and love for power. 2.3 In no case can the decision be defined as a closure of possibilities, as the power of exception, on the contrary, it will have to be acknowledged as the opening of a new horizon of common power. The event of the decision is ethical when it constitutes new ontological power for the production of subjectivity. 2.4 The ethical is in no instance an example of the gladiatorial struggle of good against evil. Those who maintain this ignoble theory locate the good in the infinite, placing it in the transcendental location of judgment, and from there, in an underhand and hypocritical manner, they go on to treat the finitude of existence as evil. In this way, the existent, misled, experiences astonishment in the face of its own finitude. And people's consciences are moved in the face of an aeroplane accident or an earthquake, that is, to commiserate when faced with the death of an individual. This supposed evil is only the finite edge of being, and, one speaks of the finite, exactly as one does of the infinite, once it is subsumed in the eternal, and once it has been suppressed in this way, its justification becomes as banal as each sublimation is foolish. Evil cannot be confused with finitude, nor can it be attributed to it. So-called evil is a condition, and a border, of existence that only the experience of passing beyond this border is able to define. Evil renders indignant and ethics shapes itself by going beyond evil. 2.5 For the man-machine, individual death is only conceivable as the common decision of overcoming death, that is, as struggle against death. It is only in taking up this choice of overcoming that the decision can be called ethical. So that from this standpoint the Hippocratic oath that demands struggle without rest against death is more ethical than any other abstract axiology of the Mosaic law type. It is no coincidence that medicine plays a preeminent role in the materialist tradition, that is, when the therapy of the body and the practice of happiness are fused. 2.6 A power that extends the common into the to come, that constructs bodies in common on the edge of time, that innovates the eternal making it manifest, that is what we call the decision. But once again, what is the event of the decision? We mean, the event in its singularity. 3.1 In dialectical philosophies, the event of the decision participates in the metaphysics of dialectical supersession, Aufhebung, that is, of the sublimation of negation. Characterized in this way, the event of the decision does not comply with the conditions we have proposed, inasmuch as the Aufhebung is a transvaluation that conserves, i.e. which is a moment of logical continuity. The decision and transvaluation are thus drowned out in the effective necessity of the world, because rationality and reality are placed under the sign of equivalence. Singularity is extinguished, there is no more decision. 3.2 In dialectical materialism, the process of the decision is described in the same way, it organizes itself on the basis of a mechanical passage from quantity to quality that not only fails to define the Hegelian Aufhebung, but serves to confuse it all the more. 3.3 Despite mocking it, negative thought although it observes the decision form itself on the edge of being, on the precipice of a desperate nakedness, understood to be the singular location where destiny is decided is also dialectical. Alongside its sophisticated dialectical condition there is, in addition to the definition of the decision, a slide towards the negation, in any case an underestimation, of plenitude, without which the decision cannot even be conceived. There may be decision here, but one has lost the materialist event. 3.4 Dialectics, inasmuch as it forms transcendental thinking, denies the decision the power to generate ex nihilo, and to produce plenitude, fullness of being in the void, against the void. 3.5 Dialectics, insofar as it is the capitalist, bourgeois and/or socialist, form of transcendental thinking of power, is incapable of grasping the power of the relation of poverty and love in the decision. 4.1 Even in the materialist tradition the ontological definition of the decision has frequently been missed, the irreducible and singular quality of a clean amen that intervenes in the eternal precipitation of atoms has not been grasped. This lack is particularly evident in that succession of attempts to solve the problem that goes from Nietzsche through to Deleuze by way of Bergson. In this tradition, which despite everything inaugurates postmodern philosophy, the trigger of the decision is nothing other than the limit to which the infinite acts of a will to power or of an élan vital tend, however these are characterized. Evidently this conception approximates to the intensity of the decision in the plenitude of being, and the clean amen is given a subjective determination within the framework of post-Spinozism. But nothing bestows meaning on this process of decision. It revolves upon itself, unless it is a mere rejoicing in the banal duration of life. But why should it be celebrated for itself? 4.2 However, Let us suppose that we can grasp the decision in the midst of an open context of micro-decisions, as often occurs with these authors. In this case, the clinamen is the result of innumerable micro-decisions. But although materialist vitalism correctly alludes to the production of resistance and to the dynamic of a becoming multitude, of singularities, it nevertheless risks wrapping itself in the sophisms of a bad infinity, an infinity that dilutes the intensity of the decision and that removes its singularity, an indefinite that opposes itself to the eternal. The ethics, of the materialist tradition, always lags behind the premises of postmodernity. 4.3 Ancient materialism failed to see the problem of the common decision for the very good reason that, from the standpoint of cosmogony, the name of the common did not appear as a problem. On the other hand, in modern materialism the common is subordinated to the principle of the infinite. Finally, in postmodernity, the problem is posed, but the ontologically approximated solution escapes once again. 4.4 Does the other history of materialist thought offer us useful elements for the construction of the definition we are seeking? 5.1 With Machiavelli, the question of the decision both in its singular intensity and in the teleology of the common was returned to materialism. One may consider the Machiavellian conception of the decision as generator of temporality to be incomplete, it nevertheless remains the foundation for any possible definition of the decision. In the Machiavellian conception of the decision, the constituent conception of temporality opens itself to the immeasurable. It is a decision that is, at one and the same time, singular and common. 23. 5.2 Marx's theory of class struggle as constituent of the world of life reiterates the intensity of the Machiavellian notion of the singular and common political decision, extending it into historical time. But Marx's theory is hampered by so many counteracting tendencies that only by passing beyond Marx is Marxism able to confront the productive dimensions of postmodernity and decide upon the liberation of living from dead labor. Otherwise, there is always a moment in Marxism where dead labor dialectically returns to devour living labor like a ravenous hydra. 5.3 The militant experience of the communist revolutions in the 19th and 20th centuries often prefigured the biopolitical structure of the ontological decision. In the practical experience of proletarian insurrections, it was not so much a case of ideological models, so much as a transvaluation of desire, of love, and of living labor by the multitude. It is in this light that the communist revolutions, whatever convulsions they underwent, or whatever heterogenesis and/or heteronomy of ends they were subjected to, can never be assimilated to totalitarian experiences, and all comparison or analogy between communism and fascism is insubstantial and infamous. 5.4 Foucault attempted to trace the processes constitutive of the biopolitical world, pressing forward in the formulation of the telos of the common conceived not as a dialectical result but as genealogical production. The Foucauldian insistence on the plenitude of difference in biopolitics, and on the singular expression of productive determination, constitutes the premonitory symptom of a postmodern theory of the decision that is at once singular and common, that is to say ethical. But who is able to explain the breakdown of Foucault's research program? 6.1 What is the singular event of the decision upon the common? It is the triumph of love that surges up from the multitude of the poor, embodying itself in the singularity. An event that could not be any more material, any more full than it is already. It is an event of generation. And if Spinoza naturalized love, we can now see it act in biopolitical terms, that is, at once generating singularly and in common. 6.2 If this event of love is radical, it is so because it is given as power to generate on the temporal edge of being, and that renders the existent immeasurable, moving beyond itself. 6.3 If to generate is to make the existent immeasurable, it is also to recompose singularity in the multitude. For it is within the multitude that the biopolitical subject of generation is constructed through language and cooperation. Here the event of the decision posits the subject in the multitude as the immeasurable of the recomposed singularities. It is evident that if the subject is immeasurable, nothing can substantiate it. It is in this way that temporality generates. 6.4 In the biopolitical, Generation means both love and living labor indistinguishably, because both the one and the other are creations of being. Generation, that is, the act of deciding to generate, is one and the same thing when it resists and when it produces, when it gives itself as singular and eternal, intensive insistence, and when it unfolds as subjective and innovative, constituent power. It decides within the temporality of the establishment of the common. 6.5 If exploitation, or exclusion, forms a blockage in generation, resistance to biopolitical exploitation is transvaluated when it challenges the order that the organization of exploitation determines. Is thus the revolt of the multitude an act of generation? Yes, inasmuch as it reveals, as is implicit in its ontological name, the decision of the material telos of the common. 6.6 The liberty and equality of the subjects, that modernity conceives of only in terms of a vulgar formalism, are here rediscovered in the common tension of generation. It is this tension, as resistance and constituent power, that prohibits all forms of nationalism and racism, and that denies all material and/or ideological limits to biopolitical liberty. 7.1 The power of love does not only determine resistance and revolt, it is also extended, in the form of an event/decision, across the complex whole of the biopolitical field. Within this field, the event/decision must be considered alongside at least two ontological dispositives that are expressed in the biopolitical field. The first is that of the metamorphosis of bodies, and the second is that of the revolution of the constitution of the common. 7.2 By the metamorphosis of bodies I mean the ensemble of sensorial, perceptive, and mental mutations that the bodies themselves produce through the direct experience of the innovation of the world of life within the new machines and new machinicum welts, within production and reproduction, in the metropolises and in the cosmos, produced by a permanent process of deterritorialization. Metamorphosis is biopolitical generation. 7.3 By new constitution of the common I mean the ensemble of transformations of the biopolitical common within which the bodies and singularities present themselves as subjects. These constitutions are experienced as new meanings of biopolitical language, productive and ethico-political. 7.4 The subjective event of the common decision participates creatively in these dispositives. The decision on the metamorphosis of bodies is encouraged by the common process of the technologies of love, which seek new productive and reproductive material configurations for the self and for the constellation of bodies. The same can be said of the decisions on the new subjective constitution of the common, they are sustained by constitutive technologies as well. Marx was well advanced in the genealogical description of the transformations of the common determined by the political and productive technologies. The Marxists who followed him were far more timid, with exception made for the thinking of post-1968 operaismo, which formulated with great clarity the thematics of the new subjectivity through the analysis of struggles. It fell to Foucault to take up this thread once again, unwinding it in the construction of the technologies of the self. 7.5 Love, i.e. living labor, in the relationship that links it to the power of poverty and in the exposure of the one and the other on the edge of time so as to create new being, is thus machine and motor of the subjective dispositions of the biopolitical. The common context is open, it is the technologies of love that go to work in the passage from the multitude to subjectivity. The event is finally visible, here, in these dimensions, the ethical question is posed once again. But principally we discover the question of the decision, or, more precisely, that of the ethical question in the form of the decision, which is what we were seeking when we asked what the event decision was. 8.1 To the question, what is the common event decision in the biopolitical, we will thus give a second answer, it is the subjective transvaluation of the bodies of the multitude. The event is determined through the constellation of singularities, realizing the telos of the common in active form from below, in the place where the technologies of love act. The event becomes subject. 8.2 The metamorphosis of bodies and the constitution of subjects interlink in the event, the decision here is generation, that is, at one and the same time, metamorphosis and constitution of the subject. The artificial character of the biopolitical processes, but it changes nothing if we speak of their natural character, in exposing themselves on the edge of being and in going beyond, constitute a new nature, that is a new artifact, a second, third, innumerable natures, artifacts, but they always, and at once, constitute a new subject second, third, innumerable subjects. For this reason it is said in postmodernity that the subject becomes cyborg or technological artifact. Through every previous metamorphosis, in the protracted development of the technologies of love, the body in one way or another has indeed become such an artifact, but this present transformation, that of the age of the man-machine, is in the real sense of the word, that of the cyborg, and the nature that surrounds the subject is also cyborg, in the same way as the subject that, with its prosthesis tools, participates in the innovations of nature. 8.3 In biopolitical postmodernity, the decision of the event is the event of a decision by/on the man-machine that makes of it a new subject and expresses it as a new temporality. 8.4 In biopolitical postmodernity, love is general intellect. The event/decision thus invests the machine of the general intellect. It is put to work across its entire extension and in all its efficiency. It is this amorous explosion of the general intellect that turns resistance into power, and that makes of it the machine of metamorphic events of the common subject. It is the common telos that produces the subject. 8.5 The integration of metamorphosis and production of subjectivity becomes entirely evident when seen from the standpoint of the general intellect. For here fixed capital is incorporated in bodies and, consequently, the multitude is presented as a toolbox and workshop of the general intellect. Material production and production of subjectivity can no longer be separated. General intellect means at once production of a new nature and of new subjectivity. 8.6 After the epoch of the centaur and the man-man, that of the man-machine will thus be defined by the metamorphoses of the human into a common amorous machine. The singular constellations present themselves as the machine of a common subjectivity. The subjective decision is the expression of this machine, and the event is its production. 8.7 Is it possible to think of a political party as a subject, that is, as the biopolitical machine of the multitude, between love and poverty? At times, in the other history, the revolutionary movement of the poor has been just that. The Paris Commune was. 8.8 There is a time, there is a common kairos in which one says, all together, let us decide. 9.1 Power is always domination within the common, that is, within the biopolitical common. Abstracting power from the biopolitical context is pure delirium, as is detaching the decision from transvaluation. Series 9 constitutes an intermezzo in which we will take up again some of the features of the name power that are essential to the rest of the argument. 9.2 What differentiates the different forms of government and organization of dominion, both synchronically and diachronically, are not only the different degrees of inherence of power within the common, but above all the different levels of intensity of the exclusion within, and never from, the common. 9.3 In the period of the man-machine, command becomes biopolitical control. What is meant by biopolitical control? It is measure, that is, organization and limit, of the time of life. Control flows into time. In control, law is procedural, control is inserted into the temporal ontology of the common, i.e. of life. 9.4 In stretching out within temporality, power wants to invest the to come as well. Biopolitical domination is thus presented as a future investment whose aim is that of establishing control over present production. It is monetary, technological, terrorist, the weapons of extermination, investment, projected into the future in order to guarantee measure, beyond the limit of time as well. In this way power submits to the lure of the common telos and distorts it. Once again we observe to what extent the to come of the common stands opposed to the future of power. 9.5 In postmodernity the state organizes the exploitation of living social labor through the form of control. This means that in the common the state arranges the exclusion of the poor person who is the producer of that same common. The violence of this exclusion, inasmuch as it is realized in the common, is extreme, it develops in the temporal continuity of life and becomes a coercive force of calculation, a block on generation and a tautological investment of linguistic production. 9.6 What Marx described still in terms of a tendency as the real subsumption of society by capital, that is within capital, is accomplished in postmodernity. This nevertheless produces a paradox: the subsumption is so intense that it could appear to be the extinction of capital in society. But it is not so. This ambiguous configuration maintains, within the postmodern society of control, a level of violence that remains absolutely unchanged, that of command, in the same way as the presumption of measure remains unchanged. What is parasitical in this configuration is the state of real subsumption. 9.7 Can we define power as the parasitical organization that seeks to bestow measure on the immeasurable? It is at once a partial and general suggestion, but nonetheless it could constitute an adequate ideal type. 10.1 The decision is the subjective event of the multitude. This is the third and definitive definition of the decision, after we have defined it progressively as technology of love and as subjective transvaluation. 10.2 The definition of the event/decision already proposed within the biopolitical is in the present given within the political in the strict sense as the decision of the multitude over itself. And if rebellion is the moment of rupture and constitution, then the event/decision is within this perspective the self-governing of the multitude, that is, the dominion or real power of the multitude over/for itself. 10.3 The forms of rebellion are multiple, those that poverty expresses as power, that love deploys beyond the edge of time, and that the common gathers up as telos of multiple singularities. It is thus love, living labor, that determines the conditions of the decision as the self-government of the multitude within the common. 10.4 In postmodernity, the eminent form of rebellion is the exodus from obedience, that is to say, from participation in measure, i.e. as the opening to the immeasurable. 10.5 One can summarize in the following manner the imperatives of the immeasurable for the singularities that constitute the multitude: do not obey, that is be free; do not kill, that is generate; do not exploit, that is constitute the common. In other words, you will be able to decide within the common. 10.6 But rebellion simultaneously produces processes of reappropriation of the general intellect by the multitude. Exodus is a creative event. In this sense appropriation reveals itself to be an abused name, and one that is perhaps now inappropriate inasmuch as we must now understand the event of reappropriation as always, and already, a transvaluation of resistance into constituent power. Moreover, the decision of rebellion is a subjective determination of the general intellect within the common. 10.7 This event of the general intellect is a process that goes from the multitude of singularities to the common machine. The self-government of the multitude is the common machine of the general intellect, and as such is revolutionary subjectivity. 11.1 But how does the decision of the multitude become subjective and political, or thoroughly subjective and thoroughly political? In order to answer this question it is necessary to take a pause and recall some of the elements of the analysis we have carried out so far. And in particular, the following definitions should be borne in mind. 11.2 We call political subject that multitude of singularities which engages itself in the construction of the common telos. 11.3 The passage from the multitude of singularities to the construction of the political subject occurs through the militancy of the common of the singularities, or rather, through the exercise of living labor that destroys every measure of dead labor. 11.4 In the epoch of the man-machine the militancy of the common is produced by a specific technology of love. It is first formed and applied in the biopolitical and consists in the co-production of singularities and of the common, of cooperation and innovation, of languages and of decision. Those who are produced by the power of poverty and who generate the telos of the common through an amorous praxis are ontologically open to this co-production. 11.5 But how does this belonging to the common telos reveal itself? And how does the constitutive power of a political subject constructed by militancy affirm itself? What, finally, is the sense of innovation that the political subject imposes on the edge of being, in the opening to the immeasurable? 11.6 But why should we continue to interrogate ourselves when we know that the decision, in so far as it is the event of the subject, is the this here that is at the same time the decision of the name and of the event, which is to say, the presentation of the body to the common? 12.1 Therefore, in the biopolitical postmodern, doing politics means first of all to resist and rebel. But it is at the same time to express a biopolitical subject extended between poverty and love, and which decides upon the common telos. For that reason, doing politics means to take leave of domination, to take leave of the power of the state and every transcendental illusion in order to produce new common cooperative temporalities and spaces on the edge of being, and to realize the amorous innovation that bestows meaning on common being. 12.2 That which cannot take leave is the modern political party, that configuration which constructed itself on the basis of representation, or presented itself as the vanguard of the masses, and realized its institutional form. The political party is always constrained within that space of power that excludes the biopolitical determination, while on the contrary, we are speaking of a subject that is at once the product of the biopolitical and that generates in the biopolitical. It is not political representation that can construct the common telos within the multitude, on the contrary, it can only be constructed by taking leave of representation and all the representative institutions in order to install itself in the new common temporalities. This common occupation, Barov, considers the professional politician is a contemptible infamous figure. 12.3 So how can one take leave then? 12.4 It is not enough to say simply that only resistance and rebellion can take leave. If resistance and rebellion were not movements of ontological constitution, they would not even be possible as common names. To take leave implies in fact a transvaluation of being. In postmodernity, when the multitude does politics and decides in relation to the common, it means that it has chosen to take leave while constituting. 12.5 If to take leave means to create new temporality in order to determine new power, it is not only a case of taking leave of power. For if power is the measure of exclusion, to take leave while constituting new power, is to take leave with the excluded, with the poor. The multitude that takes leave is poor. 12.6 To take leave while constituting means, in second place, to act under conditions of the most extreme deterritorialization. In postmodernity, this deterritorialization is that experienced by the bodies of the multitude. It is a case then of hybridizing in a cosmopolitan fashion the world of life, that is, appropriating global mobility through the generation of new bodies. Proletarians of all countries, unite is an injunction that today means, mix up races and cultures, constitute the multicolored Orpheus who generates the common from the human. Break down all the transcendental barriers that prevent the singular from becoming common and that block the innovation of the eternal. That is what it means to take leave while constituting. 12.7 Finally, to take leave while constituting means to construct, though the extreme reterritorialization that the bodies of the multitude experience in postmodernity, common machines through which men and women stretch out beyond the edge of time. Or rather, construct mechanically and in the immeasurable, turning the technological monster into the angel of the to come. 13.1 When, through a biopolitics of exodus, the singularities decide to turn the multitude into a revolutionary subject, teleological production, without prefiguring the common, exposes it to the to come. The vita activa of the multitude is thus an open and total dystopia, and the decision to revolutionize the eternal is irreversible. 13.2 With the events of 1968, the City of Man, in an irreversible decision, loosed the arrow of the revolutionary temporality of the common. In the face of this kairos of poverty and of love, the city of God is now only a bad stench. 13.3 Alma Venus, the daily paean to the revolution of the eternal.